The day dawns at Blast Premier Arrivals Fort Worth, where we're flying over the city and into the server. It's day 2, which means the action heats up. Elimination is now on the line, and these teams are desperate to earn their right to play in front of the US crowd. It's gonna get hot in here, Dust, and so we brought in the hottest man in Counter-Strike, Mr. Dustin Moret.
I try my best.
Sweaty Moretti.
Oh, wow, that is a throwback, bro. Holy shit. Did come from Texas, though, that whole meme, so, you know, I guess it's fair enough. Why have you done that to me, though? Why have you done that?
Well, you know, it's all about history here in Texas.
That's true.
Beating heart of NACS, the beating heart of Counter-Strike in general in many ways. And we're going to see if any hearts get ripped out today. They certainly did yesterday in some of our matches there, Dust.
Listen, when 3 teams out of the 4 make playoffs and you don't, that feels extra bad, right? It's already bad enough going 0-2 in any situation, but that's really not where you want to find yourselves in this one, as we did have Vitality, a little bit shaky, but took care of business. G2, on the other hand, dominated. I mean, it was a very strong performance from G2.
Let's talk about that Vitality game, though, right? Because, I mean, this is a team that we expect to absolutely dominate, and you see the result there, right? Yes, they won. They were not happy about that at all. A lot of frustration, a lot of anger coming out in terms of the way that they were playing. The standard that they hold themselves to is very high, and they were not meeting that yesterday.
No, 100%. I mean, the fact that they lost Dust 2 for the first time in 166 days is definitely noteworthy, considering that they have been oh so dominant on that map in particular. And even the third map on Nuke, like, you know, there were ways that you could see somehow FUT pulling that one off. So shout out to FUT, though, on the other hand, you know, without Lonks, we didn't really know what to expect. They actually put up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was really impressive from Coolio, what he was able to do. We're excited to see more of it today. We'll be getting into that in just a little bit. But as we headed into that second game as well, right, Astralis versus G2, you and I both were thinking that one could get scrappy. That one could kind of be a bit of a heater, and instead, G2 certainly showed up. They brought the action, they brought the fireworks. Astralis, honestly, a bit of a wet fart of a series. Even that 9-13 on the second map was really a cosmetic comeback right at the end, just to make it look a little less embarrassing.
Yeah, G2 hit him with the steamer, bro. They just steamrolled right over him. It wasn't even close. They were controlled the entire time. Yeah, the score and overpass may look like it was close, but it really wasn't in the grand scheme of things. You know, kind of going back to how you open that, you know, expecting a scrap. Yeah, it's 2 teams that are ranked similarly that never played each other before, right? And you feel like when you look at both lineups, you see the firepower potential in both of them. And so you were hoping for a nice brawl, but in reality, it was just a strong performance from G2, which, to be honest, I feel like that's something that they needed. They've had kind of an up and down year, for honest. They had a lot of moving parts. You know, Nerds being new, Hunter, you know, being out last tournament due to injury. So it was nice to see them come out strong.
But one of the most consistent pieces, Heavy God, right? He's been the guy for the roster for a long time now, through a few different iterations of it, and he's really just continued to blossom, continued to shine, been that reliable rock that you can build the team on.
Absolutely. I mean, Heavy God is indeed that anchor, that pillar, that guy that's always going to give you a good, consistent performance on every single game he plays. Then Nerds kind of joins this team to be an X factor, to be an aggressor, not a traditional entry fragger, but a guy who loves taking space, loves doing those aggressive lurks, and can really create those openings. And I think that it gives them another opening piece next to Natus to really kind of drive rounds forward.
It is interesting to see the experiment, right? And a couple people are getting very bullish on it. I know you're starting to feel very bullish on G2. I know Jason over in the casting booth is feeling very excited about this G2 roster. A lot of promise for the future here, Dust.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, we've seen everybody else have their crack at them as far as Vitality goes, and we've seen them all fall. It's like G2 now made a roster change with Nerds coming in. They're kind of like the next team up to have a crack at it. G2 historically has had some close games against Vitality, so you know, you got to hope for something to happen. So someone's got to show some life out there.
So moving on into Group B, right, we had that NAVI FaZe matchup. There were a lot of eyeballs on that, a lot of curious thoughts about what this FaZe might look like. What I'll tell you is they don't look like a contender against NAVI.
I mean, it's another day that ends in Y. FaZe struggling. I mean, I don't really know where to go with that one. I mean, again, this is an organization that went from major finalist to not even making the major in the span of about 4 to 5 months. I mean, no one else has really done that in CS history. It's just been a colossal downfall.
Yeah, we can give them a little bit more leeway because it is a team that's so much in flux. You're changing IGL, your captain's out, you have no idea who's going to be on the team in 2 months, frankly. You got a new coach in, but the reality is for everybody on FaZe right now, this is the proving ground. This is where you earn your right to stay on that team, or the team justifies to you that you should stay there as well.
Dude, Frozen's like the dog in that meme where everything's on fire. He's like, this is fine.
I
Someone save
think
me, please.
He might be the dog in that meme where it's like, you know, everything's on fire and he's looking at his travel options at this point.
Exactly. Yeah,
Well,
that's what's on the newspaper.
Only the future will tell. FaZe get another chance to prove themselves today. And then in that final matchup of the night, we were expecting FURIA to also emerge as a strong contender. GamerLegion instead pull that one through. They're going to be playing in front of the crowd here in Fort Worth. That is a pretty stunning result for the GamerLegion.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking yesterday about how FURIA looks a little bit more mortal than they did last year, right? They won those 4 titles the second season of 2025. They looked like a really strong contender. This year, they haven't been as consistent. But we didn't think GamerLegion would draw blood. I mean, that's kind of a step down even further than what we thought FURIA could do. But for GamerLegion, that's one of the biggest wins they've had in a long time, if we're honest, right? So shout out to them. We saw PR finally getting back to the form that we knew him for kind of early last year, where he looked like a Rookie of the Year candidate. Some of the other guys showed up as well. So props to them for pulling off a big upset.
Perhaps promising as well, right? Maybe getting them back into that conversation. Certainly playing in front of the crowd is going to be a great earn for them, and well fought indeed. We might just be moving into a little bit of a break here, Dust, because we do have a lot more action coming the way of the folks watching at home. And so we need to get ready for our first matchup of the day. We'll be back in a flash.
Connect, and so far they have. Little peek on short, gets Magisk a double, missed shot. Zywoo, oh, he leaves the door open. Oh! No! What is that? Quadruple deagle out of Jabby.
He's going to be able to stop them before they even set up the grenades. That's devastating. Fallen gets one in return, but there's no way you could bring into this bomb site. Cello gets a kill, and at the backside there, missed opportunity. Fallen, that's a shot you had to hit. He's going to get it eventually. The fact that they're even here with the bomb plant is kind of sick. Oh, what? Wide, takes down Cadian. What on earth is going on? Shush jumping the corner, but he did not have the ref line. What? It's Fallen! You must be kidding me! How do you win that round?
They're shuffling the molly around. If that actually unseats one of these Ts, this is very possible. Let's see where it goes. Okay, this should be a kill for m0NESY. He's gonna hit the shot. There it is. All right, just Hobbit now, 1v2. He's got a great angle, but what crosshair disruption. m0NESY just soaring across his screen.
He's almost getting himself killed no matter what. Yeah, this is so hard to deal with on the other side. When even he lands the shot. Yeah, Hobbit not happy with that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has finally come. Your grand final of Blast Pro Series Miami.
Right in there. He misses the first shot in mid-air. Nico, though, a single tap of the USP. A second. Oh, my God. It's all up on Nico again.
It looked like FaZe had a solid read on this as Nico closes it out. He gets the kill he wanted, and you can see so calm there.
That's a massive kill of the retake. coldzera next to take down Device, and now Magisk. He's going to go down immediately. coldzera cleaning it up. 3 kills just like that.
Currently going into FaZe's coffers. Oh, double smoked. Big mistake.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, although they're coming right through and they're going to shut down Rain.
Oh, no.
Oh, my Lord, he's just took down 4 people in absolutely no time flat. It's Daps alone on the other side. What an absolutely absurd performance here. Now sneaking through on the other side. Daps is waiting, and one more headshot. He's waiting for it. Timing is everything. He's going, oh! It can't be real. Didn't see anybody landing the triple right through the smoke. I've never seen anything like it. And now, at least they're going to get the bomb plant, but FaZe are being robbed once again. Nav, he's still in play in this round. On the other side is Rain, and he wants more. Nav, have you no mercy? He's going to pick up an ace in the round.
Their aggressive setups with their rifles are totally fine. Alicia's always delivering. And there's a shot that just runs right into him.
Oh my God! No way that just happened.
coldzera, eat your heart out. Oh, he's got a third. Nitro slamming down the gauntlet. And
Dude!
It's 15 seconds to plant a bomb, and that might be the saving grace for Cloud9 to be pushing all over the map. There's Tens with a deagle once again. He needs to stay alive. He's got to buy time for his team. Street's cutting off the rotation. There's another one from Tens. Can he get the last one? It's time he's won the round of all these deagle shots, and that's a much-needed last round for Cloud9.
And hopefully we'll get a good start on some of the maps. and get into this flow, then I think we can beat almost anyone. So looking forward to that.
Yes, we expected to win.
Now you've got your new star fragger, Coolio, playing with you guys. What's it like having him in the server with you instead of standing behind?
It's good because, you know, he get the chance to see is it hard or is it easy to play, you know, because he's always from the back. So now he get to see, you know, and when we win second map, he say that now he can trash talk us because, you know, he see that he can kill Zaibu and stuff like this, and he said that now he has the power to trash talk even more.
There's nothing like earning that right to shit talk your players just a little bit. Krobeni sharing a smile there about Coolio's performance. I mean, let's be real. The first map was a little rough, but down the stretch into the series, he looked like he absolutely belonged on that server.
There will be no one frag long movies out there with Linkin Park introducing, doing the memes, setting up all this epic moment, and they get one frag or zero. Like, it's not going to happen for Coolio. He's done a good job here.
It's funny as well. Rugga, we were chatting with him a little bit about it yesterday while waiting for his match to begin, and he was talking about how he had like one round where he dry peeked somebody with the AWP, killed him, and was like, guys, this is easy. What's wrong with you? How can you not do it? And in his own stand-in stint. So it's always a little fun for the coaches to get to roll back the years and relive their glory days. Perhaps Coolio's not even that far behind him.
Yeah, even Adjun the Brain as well, I guess, behind him, right? They were able to get their assistant coach, the former assistant coach of Falcons, sitting behind them as well. So now you got like 3 brains kind of working things out. The IGL meta maybe a little bit coming into play. So yeah, all in all, not too shabby yesterday. If they were able to make playoffs today, that would be huge for them considering the situation that they're in.
It'd be a tremendous result. And I mean, I think there's good reason to think that they can absolutely pull it off based on the sample size we've gotten of what they've done so far at this event. FUT have looked downright impressive. They are a fierce team. We know that. We know they have a ton of firepower here. And against Astralis, this is a team that they've played a ton, Dust.
Yeah, and they've played against each other 6 times so far this year, 4 of those being on land, 2 of those being online, and it's equal split, 3-3, 2-2 on land. So pretty crazy stuff. And then FUT's only leading the map count 9-7. So it is a very tight race between these 2 teams. They've really know each other well at this point. New variable, obviously, with Coolio in the server, but yeah, I'm interested to see how this thing plays out because usually their games are quite fun to watch.
They are indeed, and a huge part of that is the young firepower that we know that they can bring, right? This is what this team has been. They were once upon a time an academy squad, and they ooze with talent and potential. We're talking about Jukes, we're talking about Demon, we're talking about Krobeni. These guys can shoot, man.
Absolutely. I mean, we kind of talked about this yesterday. Like, even though Long's is statistically their best player, and he plays such an important role, being kind of their primary space taker, plays some star CT positions. The fact that, you know, Jukes, Demon, and Krobeni are on the squad, even Cemetery, that's a guy that came off an MVP performance at Bucharest, right? So we talk about widely distributed talent, a lot of young, inexperienced guys that we've seen rapid acceleration from. I mean, just the incremental improvement we've seen just over this year, you know, to go from missing playoffs a couple of times to making the EPL playoffs and placing 4th to winning Bucharest over the likes of a Mongols, a Paravision, a Astralis, obviously, who they'll play today. Like, those are some pretty big results for a team that, like you said, went from an academy squad that never really played any lands to now doing this.
They are indeed, and as well, we got a pretty good test of what they can do in terms of the map pool with Coolio right now in the Vitality game, right? There's no better team to measure yourself against than Vitality. We had the Dusty, we had the Mirage, yes, those you would expect, but I was stunned by how well they managed the Nuke, a map that's typically harder to play when you have any sort of tweak to your roster.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point to make. I mean, especially without Lonks, who's like such a big weapon for them on that map in particular. But again, this is where the other guys can kind of step up and show what they're capable of, show what Krobeni is able to do as the fragging IGL, show that Demon and Jukes are those young anchors and trade fraggers that can help you close things down. So it puts a little more weight on those guys' shoulders, but they bared it pretty well yesterday, in my opinion.
They did indeed, and I wanted to hear a little bit more about how things are going with that, so I talked to Krobeni about it. Let's give it a listen. And I know you guys were talking, I was listening to a Coolio interview from a while ago where he was talking about the emotional regulation and how you guys manage that. I know Lau was always a loud guy. Is everybody else filling in to get a little more loud now?
I think yes. I mean, it's a bit different emotion to play with Coolio. Like, it's not as when we play with Long, I don't know, it feels a bit different, I think, for everyone. But we are trying at least to make it to playoffs, to play with crowd, and that's it. I mean, everyone trying to hype, and Jukes always, it's like same level as Long, kinda. The rest are a bit more quiet, even me, but Coolio's screaming sometimes, so yeah.
A good balance in the emotions. We see them huddling up right now, getting themselves fired up to play again, to lock into this one, Dust. It is one of those things that you have to learn as a young team when you get into these studio environments, when you get into stage environments, right? Managing the emotions, managing the energy levels, conserving it for when you really need it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some other people kind of step up, though, and be the heartbeat of the team. That's what Lonks really did for them, besides being a great frag on the server. He was the heartbeat of the squad, the emotional leader. And you're seeing Jukes, you're seeing other guys kind of pop off and get into it. So it's kind of nice to see that they're able to keep that high energy.
It is indeed, and it's impressive as well, considering some of the matches they had. I mean, even in that Astralis best of 5, right? Sustaining it over a best of 5 against a more experienced, more veteran squad can be challenging. Speaking of Astralis, I think they've got their challenges cut out for them here, right? If we see the team that we saw come into the server yesterday, this is going to be over before you know it. They were so very limp.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that was exciting kind of early in the year, having that top 8 at Krakow to kick off the year, everyone looking really solid in their roles. You see them place 3rd at EPL, but that second at Bucharest really isn't as revealing as it may seem when you look at the result. They look very shaky there. They look very shaky yesterday. We see Stair still having a solid performance. He has been a great star player for them throughout the course of this year in general. Usually FUZI and Yabi have been good for them as well this year. They were a bit off yesterday, but bro, Ryu had 5 kills in 40 rounds yesterday, 30 ADR. That's unacceptable. Like, you have to be able to deliver, especially when you're going against a FUT with the stand-in and the pressure's on you to make playoffs. Like, we got to see more out of him.
Yeah, it is definitely disturbing for Ryu, you got to imagine. And there's also this situation, right, where if you are a team that's playing with a stand and maybe you want to simplify some of the things you're doing on the T side, and if you can look at the other team and see one glaring red weak point like a Zelda boss, yeah, you can just run at that guy. You can figure out where he's playing, you can apply the pressure and see if maybe today's going to be better. So you know that Ryu's going to be tested, you know he's going to have to stand up here.
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm sounding harsh, but it's because I know what he was capable of. When he first came onto the scene at Krakow and at some of these earlier lands, he was an exciting anchor, extremity player, able to make some plays, sometimes even get a little bit aggressive and create openings. Like, he looked like a really solid pickup for the squad, but we've seen him kind of taper down these last few events. And, you know, I know that it's obviously experience. He still needs to gain. He's the least experienced player on the team, but he's going to have to come alive today. He can't be that weak point, because you might think, oh, well, FUT have a weak point because Coolio outperformed him big time yesterday. So we got to watch out for that.
We've got our veto coming through here. It's going to be Mirage, the pick for Astralis. FUT coming through with the nukes, so they like what they saw yesterday. And then we've got oh, sorry, I'm flipping those in my brain. FUT picking Mirage, that makes a lot more sense. Astralis picking Nuke, that makes a lot more sense. And then Ancient is the decider, Dust.
Yeah, nothing really surprising here. Both teams going with their permabans, FUT picking Mirage as they always have done for the most part. Astralis has changed it up in the past. They've obviously gone for Overpass. They've even picked Ancient a time before, so they're going to pivot to Nuke this time around. I think that's just more of them adjusting to the fact that they're not getting the results that they want on some of those other picks. But with Mirage coming first, FUT lead that head-to-head 4-1. Like, they are a really, really strong Mirage team. They've won 12 of the 14 games they've played this year.
We did mention yesterday the absence of Lonks might make things a little bit more difficult. That is something maybe that Astralis can look to for a silver lining, but it seems like the silver linings are few and far between right now for the team in red.
Yeah, I mean, the blueprint that we kind of saw Vitality use to cripple FUT yesterday was disrupting their mid control. You know, I think that's the big thing you have to do. FUT are very reliant on getting mid control and doing the plays from there in the mid round. Some teams are a little more execute oriented, or like doing the fast 4-1 splits, things of that nature. And while FUT can play aggressive and play those types of styles, they really like that mid foundation. So we can see if Astralis can try to get disruptive in middle, if that's a win condition of some sort like that. But otherwise, you do feel like FUT are just a heavily favored team. They're so dynamic on this map, so versatile, really deep playbook, and just show the results.
Final thought here, Dust. Do you believe in the Astralis bounce back?
I definitely don't.
Definitely don't. No hope, perhaps, coming through from Dust Moret, but we'll see if Astralis can take it to the stars, or if FUT might just be the surprise of the tournament. To bring you through this action, we've got our wonderful casters, Dinko and Moses.
I like the way he really held on to casters there.
Casters. I like that a lot. Yeah, and what do you know what I like? There's something different about this game, Jason. It's Astralis versus FUT. That's not surprising. We get that every single tournament. But at least we have a little change up. Coolio's going to play, so, you know, there's something different.
You know, I was shocked to hear Dust just say that FUT were the favorites in this one, with Coolio standing in the place of Long, saying that they're going to be the team that's the favorites in this matchup. That's really interesting. I don't know if I'd give them heavy favorites. I don't know if I'd give them favorites.
Yeah.
I think this is a very, I mean, I think on some level, I think based off of what we saw yesterday with Astralis' poor performance and FUT's impressive performance against Vitality, that's going to sway things as well. I think that's where, for me, this is like even. But it's quite an indictment on the Astralis team that's trying to gain ground leading into the major if they can't beat FUT with their coach.
Exactly, the team they've played so many times before as well. I mean, it's going to be frustrating for Astralis coming out of yesterday. I think they were highlighting it perfectly on the desk this morning about just how disappointing it was. You know, even that second map where the scoreline looked a little bit more respectable. It's that fake comeback in the second half to give them a few extra rounds to play with. They did just get straight up wrecked by G2 yesterday.
Yeah.
And they leave that game with no positivity. Whereas FUT leave that game versus Vitality, and they had a shot at beating Vitality with a coach. So I think your confidence is soaring if you're FUT, and the opposite for Astralis. And for that, I can't see a world in which FUT win this today.
Absolutely. We heard Hooksy yesterday riding his boys as well in terms of making sure they're focused and playing a good game of Counter-Strike. So we'll see if they come in today with a little bit of a different attitude. We are going to have FUT attacking on the T side here of Mirage. All 5 players towards the B halls. It's going to be Yabby and Hooksy to defend. Nade primed out towards Catwalk. So Yabby going to try and drop some utility damage as they progress towards Hooksy's position.
Heading into the B-bomb site for Demon, and he's dead. He's severed off by his teammates because of the utility, so Yabby gets to slow them down. Now they've got 2 players ashore here for Astralis, but they're flooding through. FUT getting into this. Hooksy only managing the 1, and the in-game leader on the other side of things managing 2. So now that bomb gets planted, and it will be a retake required here from Astralis.
Ooh, let's do the push from Krupeni, taken down. That's a nice find. And now you can play it a little bit slow. Plenty of time still in the bomb for Astralis to take their time.
And one of the players remaining is Coolio here for FUT. He's going to play behind the van, so you're looking to Symmetry to do a lot of the heavy lifting here, not wanting to leave his coach in a 1v3, but that's what's happened. Coolio out towards van and gets run down by FUZI. So Astralis will win the pistol. Good patience. Waiting on Krupeni to come into the market there.
A good retake really lets them get away with one. I think Hooksy has a blown rotation there. I think that's the mistake, is shifting from the van, from the bomb site, dropping that Molotov, shifting towards the position of Yabby just means you don't have multiple angles. You can't slow anyone down. You're kind of 2 players in one spot, and there's not enough space to operate. So a really nice retake to make up for that little mistake. Plant comes in for FUT. You have to imagine there's going to be a buy, and indeed there will be. 3 Galils picked up for the FUT attack here in round 2 of the first half. Jugs and Coolio going to be back onto pistols.
I mean, we've casted so many of these Astralis FUT games. I think I've said this a million times this season, but FUT are really good at winning these rounds, Jason. You know, and Astralis will know that better than anyone.
True, especially with the PGL Bucharest Grand Final, where FUT really gave them the business with the Deagles on multiple points.
Yes, it was the reason they just kept turning the tides back in their favor. Every time Astralis thought they got a break, FUT would find a round like this. So
that was FUT's first trophy in CS2, and obviously for these young players, their first trophy as well back in Bucharest, a 3-1 Grand Final victory over Astralis.
We got Stare turning back to try and deal with the underpass players. 3 kills coming in for Astralis. Demon still alive, still a threat, and wild from FUZI, but stylish. In the end, he'll find success onto Demon with that jump up into the window. And Jukes just doesn't look like he's going to find himself a 1v3 here with the Deagle. They're all split up across the map here. Astralis, should be no way in which Jukes is able to get near them.
Yeah, first 2 rounds is a really nice start for Astralis. I think playing well in these first 2. The very slow retake on the pistol here as well. The traps laid, nobody overextended, nobody springing the trap a little bit early. Communication seems to be oh my lord, a good place. That's 1 player down, and that's an AWP that Astralis is going to be desperate to recover when the round ends.
Oh, Jukes. Got to deal with Hooksy at top mid. He's scared of his own shadow. Let's see if they get to the ult, though. So we got Yabby jumping into the window right now, and he will grab it. Yeah, so Yabby gets the AWP into the next round for Astralis. But really important, Astralis get a good start here, you know, coming in clean up. I'd imagine Hooksy had a conversation today with the guys saying, we're not losing to a coach today. We're not losing to a team playing with a stand-in.
There's that angle to it. I think there's also like there's a different angle too, where if you're Astralis, if you're Hooksy and Rugga, like you're talking to the team this morning, you're like, guys, look at this format. We win 1 game and we're in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Let Rugga play. He is ass. He will smash you.
Better for you than I'm here.
Always self-deprecating, my boy Hooksy, isn't he? Yeah.
That's good.
But you know what I mean? Like that, I think that's got to be the conversation. If you want to put like a more positive angle to get the mindset and the place to compete, is like, yeah, we lost yesterday and we looked like complete crap.
Right.
But if we win today, we're in the playoffs and that doesn't matter anymore. You know, like.
It's true. Straight into the quarterfinals, then we'll see what they can do on the stage. I mean, absolutely should be the team making it through. Like, you're a full roster. We've said positive things about you split series against them, but here's Krabeni through the slip here with the Deagle. He's going to get into the ladder room.
Yeah, and with this position, he's now calling his teammates off any pressure towards the B bomb site. I think he's going to want to try and... he's hoping Yabi's going to walk towards short, maybe try and clear middle, find a cheeky kill here. But without anyone available to like throw a fake at A, throw a fake at middle,
yeah,
it all relies on Jugs getting a kill here with the Deeg.
Well, he's very good out of Palace. There's the chance. Now Ryu put on high alert. We've got Krabeni next up, and Yabi spotting him. Hooksy winning with the MP9. They've slipped out into the site and communicate that to his teammate over at short. Hooksy's going to deal with it. Now under pressure from Coolio. And Cemetery also getting taken out by Yabi. So just Jukes. He's over towards ramp, making no secret about his position. Ryu's got a kill. And I've got eyes on Ryu today because he had a really tough series yesterday.
Yeah, he did. I mean, a lot of scrutiny is going to be on him, obviously, for that series. 5 kills across 2 maps of play. 2 of them, we mentioned, were Glock kills coming through smoke. So he had a really, literally very little impact yesterday. Perhaps 0 impact from Ryu yesterday. But, I mean, look, to try and bail him out a little bit, players have bad games. And you know what? You've got the worst game out of the way now. So
yeah,
that's all I've got for you, really. I'm with you, though. I think there's a lot more. I mentioned this in the green room. I think the question for Ryu is going to be, what does Astralis feel like that is? Is that nerves? Is that pressure? Is that mentality? Or is this like a skill issue? Because then there's two different roads you take, right?
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if it's consistent. I think we've seen great performances out of Ryu, but yeah, some quieter ones as of late. We've got Demon coming through the underpass. And Krabeni tried to split with him towards top middle. Krabeni ends up getting taken away here by Hooksy. So Demon looking to get into connector. Could be a real thorn in the side if Demon starts to get going. I think that was the thing that was missing yesterday on Mirage against Vitality.
Yeah, when he did have his stretches where he popped off, we saw what he could do, how he changed the nature of the game. There's an opening kill provided, or an equalizing kill, I should say. Yabi off short, though, going to bring it right back with 2.
Okay, Yabi, great shots. Stair also coming in for his kill in the round, and they immediately lose the competitive nature of this one and put Jugs in a clutch.
I think the efficiency of these like mid-traps that Astralis have set up have made FUT kind of slow things down. They're being a little bit more calculated, a little bit more cautious, like trying to play the spacing and watching every angle. Normally, we're seeing FUT be a bit more aggressive, look for some fights, take space a little bit quicker. I think they're a bit tentative right now due to the play of Astralis in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, we heard Dust highlighting there before the game the fact that the win condition for Astralis, for Vitality yesterday was taking the mid-control away from FUT and really denying a lot of their playmaking ability. We've seen Astralis find success here in mid once Yabi comes up through short, so taking that away from them. 20 seconds left here for Jugs. Knows where his next target is. He's gonna try and get around that corner. 1v1. Oh my God, he's close to it. Jugs way closer than he would have thought there, but just about missing out on the opportunity.
Yeah, it could have been a really cool clutch. Nice save from Hooksy. That's a big kill to step out and trade. Jugs even ready for it. Spin into the right angle. What, 15 seconds on the clock when he gets that kill? That would have been a very rough run to make up Con with Hooksy on short. Either way, Hooksy had huge advantages in the 1v1. But a lovely attempt of a 1v3. I'll tell you what, I don't know when it's going to happen, but the most important round in this half is going to be the first time FUT calls for like an execute at the A bomb site or a set piece at the B bomb site. Now that Astralis has dominated them in middle a couple of gun rounds, like if you don't have success on the extremity, you have a lot of options on this map taken away from you. You have no good starting point to base your tactics off. You'd love to see some success, at least a bomb plant, a kill, get in. It's only Tech 9s, it's only pistols, it's 1 hero AK on Jugs, but they can still have an impact, they can still make this dangerous.
Yeah, Fuzi, that one was close, but through the wickets. They're going to move out towards the side. Stair getting the opening kill. Krabeni making sure the trade comes in. Okay, Ryu gets away with at least 1 towards connected before being traded out by Coolio.
Even Coolio's got a dig.
Yeah, he does. Everyone on FUT's got one, apparently. And D-Mane's going to play up on top of Ticket. Now, Stair getting close. Okay, that's a very quick reaction on a Demon. Stair gets deleted before he even spots him.
And Fuzi steps up to the same position as well, just takes the risk. Demon's now find himself over in jungle. This round is going to be so hard for Astralis to win. Plenty of time still in the timer. Demon, he made his footsteps known. Now Hooksy's got the information. They just need to find Cemetery inside the bomb site.
Yeah, really important. Cemetery doesn't die here. Look where the bomb is planted.
Look at the wraparound through
CT. It's on default. Oh, jumping up on top. Oh, he gets away with his Cemetery on the Tech 9. Hooksy off of Tetris. Gets the kill on Cemetery, but the wrap towards CT is a perfect play. Oh, he reads it though. And back to the defusal. It's going to be down close here for Hooksy, and he doesn't have the time. Oh, it's so close. But heartbreaking for Hooksy as he comes close to the clutch, but one of those pistol rounds, one of the Deagle rounds finally going FUT's way.
Okay, they needed that. That's going to alleviate some of the pressure. Obviously, winning around like that at the A bomb site with Tech9s, this is a huge kill to grab. Stair never even saw the angle. Just brutal from Demon. I thought he had this. I thought he had plenty of time.
And once the hand goes to the head, I think he realized he was just a little bit out of luck.
But that's good. Now FUT's established a little bit of success, right? Now you feel like you can go back towards mid and reach it. Now you feel like Astralis might have to spread that defense back out a little bit more. It's not an aggressive mid defense right now, but Stair still finds an opening kill through the smoke. So yeah, back FUT now for FUT.
Really important to see it as well. The opening kill from Astralis, you can see the damage being inflicted upon them over the last few rounds. Even in wins, has put 2 players down on pistols immediately with Yabi and Hooksy having to play with a Deagle and 5-7.
Those are your 2 B defenders as well. Probably why we see FaZe kind of playing with the AWP over towards short. Don't want to have the 2 pistols at the same side of the map. But the nice thing about having a pistol is you can take a few more risks. So Hooksy takes a push at what? He probably started that about 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. Now making his way, he's gonna wrap through T-spawn. And gonna start putting this round together. Excuse me, he goes towards middle. He won't see anyone when he turns the corner, but there's an idea. It's either A ramp, it's either an AX or con.
Well, there's the Deagle, and then the AK for Hooksy. So Astralis crushed FUT in the follow-up round. Only losing 1 player, so I mean, that's a great feeling for Astralis. You concede the last one in close fashion. You come back and immediately snap back into shape.
Yeah, you need that too. Avoid that reset because you've had such a good start. You've looked clean. You look solid. That's a great opening provided by Stair, who continues being rock solid for Astralis. Pop flash peek as well. Great team play, great information. And Ryu with the follow-up peek. It all works perfectly, exactly as designed. 5-1.
They're definitely going to be missing Lounx in particular on this map. How many times have we seen him really take over the server on Mirage? You know, they're conceding opening kills time and time again here as well. Very tough to get into a strong situation if you're FUT. And they're just walking out, taking individual fights now and losing every single one of them. So comfortable for Astralis, 6-1. This is the kind of performance you would expect to see. Like if we didn't see the Counter-Strike played yesterday and we heard Astralis versus FUT today, they're playing with a coach. This is the kind of game you would expect.
Yeah, I mean, this is Astralis we wanted to see yesterday, and I guess we left that series being like, what exactly is this? Is G2 just being awesome, or is this Astralis playing really poor? Usually we kind of say it's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of credit over to G2 for how poorly they made Astralis look yesterday, for sure. But it's nice to see this bounce back from a team that we have some hope for. Like this Astralis team, we've on this little rise, you know, as this team has been put back together after the previous major. We've been excited seeing what they brought to the table this year. So seeing them bounce back after a really rough game yesterday is nice. A 6-1 lead, 5 rounds ahead, plenty to play with as FUT take their first time out. And still no signs that FUT has any answer in mid. I think what I'm liking most about this Astralis defense so far is I'm not seeing like any overextensions. I'm not seeing anyone take like crazy solo fights, trying to make a play to win the round right there.
It's starting to feel pretty obvious right now for FUT. Like they lose the fight in mid. The next reaction is Jugs trying to make the play out Palace.
Yeah.
Trying to get something back, and they're always ready for that. So
more effective if you get the kill in middle. Then Jugs has a little bit more to work with, but that's not happening at all. I think the fight selection from Astralis has been great so far here on Mirage. Stair gonna drop back through the smoke. Again, no pressure. So Astralis showing all that aggressive defense to start this half, and then changing things up on you. Yabi's stepped into a double op setup, and he's got Symmetry on the other side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this fight goes down. How far does Symmetry want to take the issue? Does he go all the way forward?
He's fast. He is quick.
Let's see what Yabi can do. Can he match it in any way? It's a tense fight.
That X-ray.
It's like a Western showdown.
Yeah, it really is. Nobody blink.
In the meantime, for getting into mid, no one from Astralis has killed them in mid this turn. So let's go. That's just finally some space for FUT to work with.
I'm so focused on Yavi's like Velociraptor pose as he does this. It's great.
Someone's going to scratch their noses at the wrong time. I feel it. It's that kind of fight.
Nervous for both of them. Okay, information. Stair spots 3 over in middle, 2 on short. Now Hooksy's got that intel. Yabi does win the fight, and so does Hooksy. Adds another on top, make it 3.
All right, Hooksy. It's beautiful stuff on that AK-47, just melting him at short, and that's the round done. Really, it feels like the T side's done for FUT. I don't see anything that's going to get them into this game right now. This is, Astralis has completely figured them out.
They're missing some mojo, aren't they?
Yeah, and there's just nothing going for them at all. No playmaking, no one really finding too much success at all. Astralis just dominating on the server right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you can chalk a lot of that up to Lonks. If you go back-to-back on the Mirages they've played, this one where they're down 7-1, the Vitality game yesterday, they ended that first half down 3-9 from their T side. So, yeah, the offensive engine without Lonks just hasn't been able to get going here on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, Hooksy said it'd be better if Rugga was, you know, harder rather if Rugga was on the server. Don't see Rugga doing that, so well done, Hooksy. That was good. That was a great play. I mean, that really tells you all the columns you need to know about FUT.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not going well. Hey, guys. While Stout just going to be charging out towards Connector, it's Cemetery that's got. Demon does get the trade at least a little bit faster this time from FUT, trying to get that punch going in mid.
Yeah, I think they know that fight's going to be there, right? That's where Stair's been able to punish them a couple of times. So both of them coming through that smoke, knowing that that's the fight he's looking for, able to trade it out. Doesn't really get you a whole lot of ground, but it does just give you safety over in middle for the moment. Look how passive Ryu's playing at A. He's tucked behind Ticket, not really even spotting anything. No one is spotting any of the ground at the A bomb site. So if FUT continue on this kind of contact walk to the bomb site, you're not going to get any like cheeky free kills. But I mean, you're just going to get a free plant. Now, what's interesting is if you're FUT, you might think there was an A ramp push by seeing no defenders around. Let's see if they can piece this together. This is the bomb. Kerbeni has lost the bomb.
Oh, Yabi tries to get his head down, but Coolio on the hunt does collect the kill. Now 45 seconds left. FUZI's all the way back at CT. They can get that bomb because FUZI's distracted about Coolio's kill, and that frees them up. And in fact, Coolio's got another one, so they know where FUZI is now. He's chasing after that bomb carrier, but the smoke comes up and keeps FUZI back for the time being. He's going to try and get up on top of Ticket, but eyes on it, and Coolio with a big round. So FUT have been waiting on someone to show up with some playmaking ability, and it's Coolio that goes forward and gets a triple.
Yeah, triple kill, but they get a huge reprieve in that with the way that Astralis chooses to play in the 4-on-4. So passive. So you don't have the information of them scaling towards the bomb site and CT spawn. Didn't have any information that they had stepped in towards jungle and window room and could attack through the murder hole. That's Coolio taking advantage of the fact. So a lot of real estate offered up by Astralis in this round that FUT take complete advantage of.
I tell you, this might be a bad situation for FUT, letting Coolio go back on the server. He might start enjoying this and leave the coaching role at some point. But yeah, he's playing pretty well for a coach at the moment. But second round here coming through for FUT, and we'll see if they can actually do anything with the half. I mean, still available is 7-5. It just seems very unlikely.
Problem is with how dominant Astralis has been in this half. Yeah, like some of the economy's been chipped away here or there, but for the most part, Astralis has just been building money. So after this full buy comes in that they just invest in, they've got plenty of cash for the next round if they're to lose this. So it's just FUT playing this on hard mode where you just have to grind so many full buy rounds away from Astralis. 5 rounds back, still trying to make this a respectable half. We go live into round 10. Have the op on FOZY, haven't switched. Yabi did the double op previously, didn't go back into it.
Yeah, well, FOZY gonna spot them but miss the shot.
I think FUT's very pleased with that missed shot because that gives the indication the op is over. It looked like they wanted to bring a lot of bodies into this attack. Doubled up on short with an op inside the bomb site would have been really, really hard to break through. So FUT, I think, will be happy to just at least give it a beat. Looks like they're just going to re-exec at some point. I think Coolio going back to T-spawn. A couple players maybe chuck out the window smoke, short smoke, make it feel like mid is going to be under pressure, and then you just back up and exec into the B bomb site. Here's the information crunch from Astralis as well. All 5 players in middle. Yabi's just cleared it out, so Hooksy's going to slide back. Oh, the window of opportunity for FUT is closing. If this defense gets entrenched back at the B bomb site, they're ruined.
Well, Hooksy hiding down in the site. Only the one kill this time. Jukes clears him out. Another rotation is arriving for this retake attempt. Now, they could go before the plant even comes in, but Coolio, again, a massive shot here for FUT. That's stared dead as he steps forward, and a 4v2 now just seems impossible for Astralis to win. They're going to start backing away, but even that save call might be unraveled by Krabeni, but he's spotted by Ryu, who's very aware of that possibility, and opens up the exit plan to get back into ramp.
Okay, well, back-to-back rounds. Well done from FUT. Weren't able to do that against Vitality yesterday, and unfortunately, they are not able to break the economy on Astralis quite yet. That next buy is going to be coming in, especially with saved guns. Astralis going to be fine. But a lovely hit and a lovely little audible in the adversity of sensing that up, having the op shot miss. They're thankful for that one, but pumping the brakes, throwing the mid fake, and you could see it worked. As Astralis has been doing most of this half, collapsing on middle when they feel that pressure and that presence is coming. Except this time, nobody's home. So nice access into the B bomb site. Good trade on Hooksy. And FUT have 3.
Coolio on the carry. Top fragging at the moment for a squad. This shot, really important reactions to bring Stair down as he pushes out of the market. 7-3 lead for Astralis starting to be carved away at here by FUT Esports. And now you can really see the issues of not having Lonks in the team. Astralis lead the opening kills in this map 9-1. Yabi gonna be in middle. Krabeni dead first. There's another opening kill in favor of Astralis.
So 10-1 for those keeping track at home. The only player with an opening kill on the FUT side is Krabeni. Having a very rough go of it, playing all these disadvantaged rounds. And Yabi and Ryu now executing a little bit of a push towards the A ramp. They're gonna push in, grab information, see it's clear, and the question becomes how far do they want to keep going? No footsteps made by FUT in middle as they begin their progression down the mid-ramp, which means Yabi can't hear any of that intel to pass it over to his team. So contact to a certain point, smoke window, give Symmetry the chance to peek up and peer into the A bomb site, provide cover. But the longer you wait here on short, this has been an issue throughout this half. If you get bottlenecked, this flank has a great timing.
Yeah, Fuzi taking jokes away, gonna block with the smoke in the middle of the site. Flashes, gonna go forward. He's got the scope up, Fuzi, to take down Symmetry. And that really should take everything away, especially with that kill onto Demon. It's now just Coolio left. No 1v5. There's a lineup. There's 2 for Coolio. And hooks you up on top of the van. Too much to handle. And an 8th round picked up here for Astralis.
Really well done from Fuzi. A nice defensive smoke to obscure the fact that you're switching sides and just finding a new angle. A couple kills with the AWP makes this a really easy defense, taking the teeth out of the attack.
It's just very unfortunate. Obviously, FUT do not have their player who gets the most openings for them, but the fact that they are being so dominant in terms of these opening kills for Astralis is just obviously leading to more success than not. It should be a 9-3 scoreline coming out of the half here, with the way things are going.
And I mean, Astralis just dictating everything on the map. Tactically, I mean, it's going to be one of the strengths of this team with Hooksy at the helm is tactically they're going to have good game plans. And you can see here, they open up the half with all that pressure in middle, spend 3-4 rounds not doing it whatsoever, and then you bring it right back when you need it after they've won 2 rounds in a row. And then you kind of surprise them, get that opening kill, makes the rest of the round easy. So you can see Tech Pause, we got the admins out there working on fixing whatever issues have cropped up, have reared their ugly heads. Probably TeamSpeak.
Always TeamSpeak, but it's a short one, Jason. So we're getting into the action again here.
Lovely.
Taking on down, and we're into the final round of the first half here. 8-3 lead for Astralis in pursuit of a 9-3 lead over FUT Esports. We'll see what they can do though on the T side. They still have a good buy. 4 AK-47s, a Galil here for Demon. Let's see if it's enough to get something going. It's going to be another opening kill for Astralis. Yabi picking one up again. Coolio dead.
And that's like 50%. I mean, I know it's only one player, but it's like 50% of where the location the attack is going to come from. Now it's a one-front battle if they come up short. So I think once again, FUT's going to have to work an audible and kind of change the idea that they had when it seemed like they were going to scale up short.
Man, at least you got Krabeni in the ladder room. So once he gets a little bit closer, you can play that extra player into the window as well.
Yeah, he can be a pivot point, cut off rotations, cut off lurks and flanks. The only problem is, at this point, like you could, yeah, okay, there we go.
Well, that works.
Yeah.
That helps a lot.
Don't need even to finish that sentence.
Well, Star backs into Krabeni. Then that frees up the Galil of Demon, but he's just spotted. Oh, it's so unfortunate for Demon. He backs in towards Yabi's AWP scope as well. And you no longer have that extra space to work with. It's suffocating once again here for FUT. They're funneled into the connector, going for their final play towards the A site. And FUZI's at the ready. Ryu's out towards ramp. And it's just going to be so tough for FUT to try and break through this defense. They're putting pressure on FUZI with utility. That will get the AWP to move off. And they can put the bomb down in the middle of the site, but the connector fight going the way of Benny's unexpected. Ryu out of ramp loses his engagement, and all of a sudden, FUT have the extra player here pursuing that 4th round win. Now, we got Yabi coming through jungle, but there's that one player's in con. It's Benny in a really strong spot, so Yabi crossing over to the bomb site. It's going to be really tough for him to make it safely here. Benny is so quick on the headshot, and they know exactly where FUZI is. He's been struggling to get out of CT spawn. Wasn't a great half here for FUT. Really struggled in the opening kills department, but they somehow scrapped together 4 rounds. We'll find out if it's enough after the break.
This was me just 6 weeks ago before I started my training program. Commentating, stressed, depressed. But look at me now. Headshots. Another headshot. Headshot again. It really is that easy. I'm here to teach you competitive Counter-Strike on maps such as Dust 2, the Power Plant, and of course, Meringue. And that's not all. We'll also cover advanced maps such as Infernio, the Egypt one, and Aztec House. With the Henry G system, you'll get your professional player certificate in no time. Have a look at mine. It's already arrived. Some say years of practice are required. They're wrong. I will teach you good habits, such as smoking, flashing, and of course, winning. For example, you throw the smoke, and now you wait. The enemy becomes confused. Come on, this is strategy. I've coached many players using this plan. Some of them improved, and some were already professionals. Now you don't need to memorize all of the smokes, of course, just the coolest ones, such as mid, the other mid, A room, and ban banana nana. This is a very strong flash. As you can see, it even blinded me. And this smoke will land somewhere near a bomb site. The enemy will not expect it and will run away. And if the smoke misses, that's fine, because you are smarter than them. I personally don't use smokes. I simply know where the enemy is going to be. And if you do lose a round, remember, it's not your fault. The other team is cheating. Go to http://www.henrygspots.co.com. Sign up now.
And here we are, Rugga taking a sip of water. It's been a, I don't know, not a tough day in the office, but you always got to hydrate. 8-4 lead for Astralis at the moment. They look clean today. Now, there is a little bit of a headset issue on the coach during halftime at the start of it, so we're going to give Rugga a few more minutes to be able to have his halftime chat with the boys, as he wasn't able to get that during the break.
Yeah, so we'll see what he's able to throw into the team. I think they're going to be mostly happy with how things went.
Perfect time for a listen-in. Strong cough. Okay, so yeah, just a lot. I mean, it was very general, very basic. Let's not sleep on these things. Let's not let this one. Let's not let this one slip away. Been playing good Counter-Strike up till now, you know.
Yeah.
We've heard it all.
Yeah, interesting to hear it at least a little bit here and there. But for Astralis, of course, I mean, this is a game where they're going to be feeling much happier than yesterday. I mean, in a position to actually win the map here, 8-4 up over FUT, pistol round really goes a long way in terms of trying to hammer those nails into the coffin.
Having seen the way like Hooksy seems to take like poor team performances so personally, I have to imagine he was so frustrated yesterday after that game. So yeah, today's feeling much better within the Astralis squad, you have to imagine. Just eye test wise, it looks so much cleaner. Obviously on the scoreboard, much better. And there's also the added like pride of you're not at the moment struggling against this team who's been like a rival for this 2026 so far, but with a stand-in. Like,
and now they're a Blast rival too.
And now they're a Blast rivals. They're every kind of rival.
Yeah, all the rivals going on here. But we are ready to get into the second half. Ready to get going. FUT now switch to the defense. We'll see if the opening kills get better now as they move to the CT side.
Yeah, well, we'll find out when we get into the gun rounds a little bit. This pistol round, let's see what Astralis bring out. It felt very much in the first half like they kind of had countered a trend and idea that they'd seen FUT do with the nade stack, with the Molotov drop as well. Here looks like they eventually want to finish with a split into the A bomb site. 3 going to be coming up con. You're going to have Hooksy over at ramp, FaZe up in Palace ready to pounce.
Oh, straight through the smoke. 2 appear on the crosshair of Jugs. He'll annihilate Yabi. Couldn't get to the second kill, though, as Ryu makes sure the trade comes in here for Astralis. Grenade lands right on Krabeni, and Astralis up into a 4v3. Fight towards CT spawn about to go down. Coolio all the way back in spawn itself. Symmetry just in front of him. And that flash is going to be set up to try and get Symmetry into these fights with some favor on his side, but flash ineffective, and Symmetry doesn't care. He goes forward, he gets 2, and then Ryu, important fragging still. And what is that from Hooksy? Flying backwards with the Chopperettas in the sky, nailing the headshot.
Talking some smack after the fact as well. Very well earned. That's both pistols now going over to the Astralis side. 9-4, strong lead. A grip on this map that they're not relinquishing. And a very fast, aggressive tactic. And I'm assuming this was just a blind call, but the idea, but like,
look at his face.
Yeah, I know. That's payback.
Oh, I remember during the final, he was like, this guy is so lucky because
like
Demon jumped out long.
Yes.
Yeah, Demon jumped out long on Dust 2 and killed Hooksy with a jumping shot, and he said this guy is so lucky with a few extra choice words.
I think Demon got 2 extra jumping kills in that game anyway, so maybe not lucky.
That's brilliant.
Man, I feel like as Astralis, I think just hardcore, there's like a level of anti-stratting it feels to this. And we'd have to talk to Astralis to get the full sense of it. Hooksy's going to lead the way with the MAC-10. And he's going to destroy everyone, except for Symmetry.
Yeah, Hooksy's fired up today. Wants some revenge against FUT, making sure it's quick work as well.
Yeah, this is solid. This is the Astralis. This is the kind of look from Astralis that gives you a little bit of hope. Now, granted, we're gonna get the full test in the playoffs. This is a team with Coolio standing in for Laux. We can stop saying that, I guess, right now at this point. We've said it plenty. But you know, like, just the way they're playing now gives you a little bit of confidence that, you know, they're not just gonna drop the ball when you get to the big games. You know, like against the G2. Like, this is the Astralis that we want to see game in, game out. 10-4, double digits for Astralis.
And it's going to get better because there's no money for FUT to get a good buy out here in the next one. Krabeni always has a couple of digs in him.
Yeah, he does.
He does indeed. So he's getting his quota, he's getting his fill. But for Astralis, 11-4 is the most likely outcome of the next 2 minutes here. As Hooksy, he's having a great time individually.
I wonder if this event is like, I wonder what it's going to be like for FUT after this event, right? Because like they built up momentum, they just won their first trophy, and then you have to come play this event without Laux. Is that going to like disjoint the momentum you were building up event to event of having some big upsets, getting deeper into the playoffs, getting a third place finish at ESL Pro League, getting the trophy at Bucharest, and now it's like,
I'd hope not. I'd say you probably just get fired up. Oh, Laux is back. Let's get back to it.
Yeah, now we can just get back to where we left off.
Yeah, I'd hope so. But it's the next event coming up as well. Atlanta, we'll see. Might be the same situation, but hopefully not.
I think two events would be pretty disjointing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Minute and 12 seconds on the clock. Astralis starting to make their move, gain a little bit of ground. HooXi's going to investigate this B bomb site. There's a lot of players to find here. Spots one.
There's the dig out for Krubeni, but fast reactions from Stairs. So opening frag falls in favor of Astralis. They move in towards the site, and really all out of position here. So the stack towards B hasn't worked out. Now HooXi, he's hoping he can catch them trying to come through the murder hole here. Symmetry trying to clear him. Was down close to the kill. But HooXi picks it up on the Mac 10. Ryu with his frag towards short and Stair assisting. So 11-4 is the outcome, and Astralis very close to ending Mirage.
Yeah, very, very close to ending Mirage. It's FUT's map pick as well. Nuke is going to be the second map in this series, picked by Astralis. FUT will at least get to begin on the CT side there, so a chance to kind of rack up some rounds on, quote, the easier side of things, unquote. Not everyone agrees with that. Nuke's been, it's changed a little bit over the years.
Yeah, I mean, talking about FUT on Nuke yesterday, I was impressed that they were so competitive again towards the end. You know, against Vitality, it's coming through as the third map. We thought it was Anubis for a long time, and then Nuke obviously comes through and Vitality got into shape. But for FUT, the fact that they came back into that game on Nuke, even though Vitality came out so strong on the third map,
yeah,
it was so impressive to see FUT be able to dig deep and get into that kind of form.
Well, they're going to have to find that again, because, I mean, they were getting opening kills against Vitality. They were being aggressive. Yeah. They were being very confident, and at the moment, it doesn't feel like we're getting that FUT today. Astralis has really punished them early on this map, but they've never been able to get in any kind of a flow. And Astralis now with an A exec, just keeping things simple. Smoke at the top of the ramp, they're going to ignore it and step right through.
Nate going out towards ramp, flashes through the sky. Astralis getting in, but taking some damage along the way here is Ryu and HooXi. They make it towards CT spawn. It's going to be Ryu to fall to Jugs. Just keeping himself back here with all of that fire spread to him. He's getting spammed down as well, so even if he has found a safe spot, yeah, we make sure there's nowhere for you to hide. Spamming down through the wood, gets the kill, and then FUZI fights towards the CT player as well, making quick work of Krubeni's initial frag and putting us into a 3v3, but the bomb unable to get planted, and they're letting HooXi go on the big wraparound, hoping he can be the release valve here.
There's plenty of time for it. Obviously, I think it's going to start raising some eyebrows on the FUT side of things and looking towards flank in a few seconds at the moment, but this, I mean, this is kind of a tough situation for FUZI and Stair to be in, where it's like, just stay alive. Stay safe in your positions, don't do anything.
I'm taking the longest route possible
it's like
to get to you.
It's a 30-second rotation, you know?
He's in market.
Now, it's also, I mean, to be fair, it's also kind of necessary. There's no utility available for the Astralis side to redeploy and get any kind of a safe plant and passage into the site. Well, you got to let HooXi play. You waited this whole time. Got to let HooXi.
Oh, or you just get the dink, make it a lot easier, pull a distraction. Now FUZI has died. HooXi needs to be successful here. Around the back, the Mac 10, there's the kill. Into the rifle pickup here. Now can Astralis somehow win this? 18 seconds left. Demon and Symmetry still alive, and Demon at Stairs. Symmetry with a scope up on that jungle angle. He's got the kill. Demon through the smoke connects on HooXi. And yeah, I like the idea of HooXi trying to go for the wraparound around the world, but in the end, just too strong at the start there from FUT.
Yeah, it's always going to be a rough round for Astralis to try and piece together without the utility, all the strength on the initial exec, and they didn't get nearly the kind of impact and kills they wanted. Well done from Krubeni, fighting between two Molotovs. Coolio again having some impact for the team. And you can see at the end of the day, just not enough freedom to cross into the bomb site. So Astralis falter just a bit, 11-5. Still a 6-round lead to play with. And as this game on, you can see the Polymarket chances of that Astralis victory just rising as this game has continued. More people believing in Astralis as they've continued to play good Counter-Strike. Jugs takes the shot. Stair's gonna drop him at a distance. And now Krubeni slides into some space.
Yeah, Yabby's pushed all the way up towards CT. Deep Molotov gonna maintain this angle for a little bit longer. HooXi's on another flank, this time through the underpass towards Connector. This could be very successful too, because he has a lot of players who can pull distraction. And HooXi is going to make the most of it, taking Symmetry away. We've got Krubeni at least stepping into the kill feed. A 3v3 retake still going to be tough, especially with FUZI taking Demon down in that time, taking a little bit too far beyond anything possible, and obviously Krabeni's so far away, so it's going to be a rough scenario. It's 12-5. It doesn't seem like there's any hope left, and it's going to be Astralis feeling very happy about this Mirage performance today.
Yeah, they really will be. And I mean, FUT's going to be the ones who leave this one disappointed at the very least, just because they're going to feel like they never got into this game. And they'd be right. It's felt like Astralis has had kind of a grip on this match. The first 2 rounds that were played, I was like, just watching Astralis, I was like, oh, focus, a lot of team play, communication is clearly there, and it's just continued. All the way up to round 18. Lovely shooting from FUZI.
Well, that's what you've got. You've got an MP9, the FAMAS, 3 M4s for FUT coming into this round. We'll see what the finishing call is for Astralis. Hoaxy out towards the top mid boxes. Got that mid space to play with. Quiet for now.
Yeah, I think Astralis is waiting to see if, like, at this 12-5, they're like, okay, you know, they're backed into a corner now. You know, like, let's look for something crazy. Look for something aggressive. Look for an opening move. Obviously, that hasn't come, so we're going to check out a little bit more utility. Here's the clear of Palace. Nobody's home in these halls. And Hooksy's got a kill on Krabeni. That's in the window smoke.
Sure does. Hooksy, 20-9. He's the star player today.
Beasting.
Yeah. Crazy to see Hooksy getting to this level.
He's also, he's lying to him. He told him at the start of the game that it's better if he plays instead of Rugga. Rugga ain't dropping 20-9.
No, he ain't. Yeah, Hooksy's having a great game here. You don't see this often, so I'm just enjoying it while it's here. And I'm sure he's loving it too. He's even got flying Joe Beretta headshots in there.
I know, he's been getting everything, hasn't he?
Everything's going his way. Let's see if this goes Astralis' way as they go for the B finish. It's Demon peeking out towards the window now. He does spot Stair coming through the apartments and gets rid of him. But he's under a lot of pressure now. He's running out of bullets and he gets pushed by Hooksy. Hooksy bashes down the doors of the B site here. Finally going to be taken out by Coolio on the other side of things. And that plant is going to go down in the middle of the B site. So 3v3 post plant for Astralis to try and close out Mirage.
Yeah, they don't really have any great eyes over towards short quite yet. So one player coming up, Symmetry, he can have some impact.
Yeah, there's one kid available. It is on the back of Coolio, who's moving out now. Side of the smoke, spotted, body bagged by Ryu, and now moving up towards Symmetry. He actually gets caught, and so the trade comes in. Ryu's gonna close it, and it will be Astralis to find success on the opening map. Mirage will fall for FUT, and a 13-5 win has gotta feel so good right now for Astralis.
What a showing for Astralis. To the stars indeed, fly in high as they absolutely dominate FUT, and FUT just looking nothing like the team that we were seeing yesterday. It was all Astralis right here.
Yeah, since we're in Texas and we're in the South, I think it's only fair to describe it this way. That was a good old-fashioned ass whooping. I mean, that's what we call it down here. I mean, from start to finish, there was never really a moment where FUT were able to find any type of, as you'd call, toehold into the game. It was just a dominant performance. Your boy Hooksy out there, Giga Chadding it up.
Oh my
All the
goodness.
Giga Chad means get him back out. It's a glorious day for Astralis.
Roll them back out. It's a glorious day for Hooksy as well. Really started to heat up towards the end there. I mean, he was strong throughout it, but that second half just dominating, spanking FUT. I mean, incredible. You just don't see performances like this every day. And I mean, everything working across the board as well, right? Ryu to close, the guy who was struggling so much yesterday. You just got to be loving this if you're in an Astralis jersey at home.
Yeah, this is the classic firing all cylinders, you know, cliche, right? I mean, everybody was able to do their job in that game. You know, we saw it kind of starting out with Gabby getting some big early plays. Stair eventually comes into the fold as well. And really everyone at some point in time found it. And, you know, we kind of talked about Gabby a little bit as having a resurgence in form. And I think that this is one of the maps that provides you an example of why that's happening. You know, he's been given more opportunities to play more quote-unquote star CT positions and just allow him to be a little bit more of a playmaker and be a little bit more involved. You know, he kind of got relegated to some, you know, crappier positions, I guess you could say, when like Stound and some of the other guys were on the team. But now he gets to be featured a bit more, and you can see the impact that he is able to have.
You can indeed. And I mean, if we talk about the way they set the tone early on, we were talking about the potential for the mid-fight. It didn't bite them as much yesterday. Today, I think FUT were really missing Loud because they couldn't match up against Stair in middle.
Yeah, I mean, FUT you know, basically fell to the same problem that they fell to yesterday against Vitality, is that they weren't able to control middle. You know, a situation where you saw Yabby was able to do it early, and then Stare had so many opening picks from this connector position, peering over the smoke, gets a spam kill there on Demon. We saw it multiple other rounds as well. Even FuZi gets involved with the AWP because there's a gap in that smoke. So there was just so many different fumbles, I guess you could say, from FUT in middle, whereas Astralis were able to maintain it. And again, Stare's been such a star performer for Astralis this year. Even, you know, yesterday when they weren't playing well, Stare was still delivering. They've given him all the star spots, and he's giving you what you want in those roles.
He is, again and again, delivering it, and it's exactly what you need, right? Because for Astralis right now, you've got a bunch of players that are strong or have the potential to be strong, but you don't necessarily have that one that you can look to lead the charge, and it has been Stare more and more and more, and this is the responsibility they're now heaping on him, Dust.
Yeah, look at those opening duel conversions. I mean, this is one of the other big things other than just Stare's like rating and ADR and things of that nature. So he's a big opening tool for this team now on both sides of the map, and you saw it there. He didn't lose a single fight that he took to open up a round. Meanwhile, on the other hand, you know, you have a very skilled FUT team that you expect to be able to, you know, play that pacey style and find those big space-taking moments. But Kerbini was like the only guy who found an opening kill at any point in time, and that is where they were missing Loungs. You know, that's the guy who's usually there for them to create that space, and that was missing today.
I think another aspect that we can talk about here for FUT is that we know this is a momentum-based team, right? We know that this is a team that feeds off of energy. Once they start rolling, they're very hard to stop. But the problem is if they don't start rolling, if they're stuttering and sputtering in the first half, they never get that chance. You see the confidence go against them, and you see that same volatile, emotional team come back to bite them. If you don't have that level, it's hard to return to it when things aren't going well.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we were kind of talking about in the pregame, and something that Moses even kind of mentioned in the broadcast, where, you know, this is a squad that has seen steady incremental improvement over the course of the last 6 months or so. Results have gotten better. They just went from being an academy team to being a tier 1 trophy holder not that long ago out in Bucharest, and you were kind of wondering, well, with Lonks not being here, does that take away from that, you know, steady climb that they've been on? You know, does that kind of knock them back a bit? And yesterday against Vitality, I think we saw enough signs of life to make you think that, well, FUT aren't necessarily skipping a beat as much as maybe we thought they were. This game, very different story.
I will say in their defense, right, we did see a little bit of this yesterday on the Mirage as well, right? That was where they struggled against Vitality. That's where we were thinking, well, maybe this one's just going to be a quick one. This one's just going to be a clean one. Part of that was due to Coolio shaking off some rust. Not as much of an issue here. He actually performed quite admirably in the first half to try and keep them in some moments, to try and fight a little bit. But you do have to think that maybe this is a FUT team that, again, can hit the reset button. Problem is they're going into the nuke earlier. They did have a nice showing on it yesterday. Still some cause for concern here, Dust.
Absolutely. I mean, again, just very flat-footed, I guess is the way you can kind of put it for some of these guys. I mean, we saw yesterday that Demon, Jugs, Kerbini, kind of that wide distributed firepower we always kind of talk about when we talk about FUT. They were, you know, on point. They're playing against the greatest of all time and still drawing blood even with the stand-in today. Again, we just didn't really see them exercise any of what we know them for.
All right, now we've waited long enough, Dust. We have to give the people what they want. And what they want is HooXi highlights. The Giga Chad himself, alive in the server, strong as you like. Broad-shouldered, firm crosshair, good flicks, and highlights galore. Sorry, the what there?
The chisel chin, you know, the Giga Chat. I mean, you know, you got to throw that meme out there. Yeah, I mean, he's been kind of hooksing, you know. He's been doing the thing. He had yesterday, he almost had an ace. He had like the big 4K round on Dust 2. We even have seen other games where he'll frag above the level you kind of thank him for. So yeah, it's kind of nice. Actually, what was funny in this game is that all the quote-unquote big brains with the top fraggers on the server was HooXi on his team, and then it was you know, Coolio essentially on his team, and Kerbini. You know, like basically all the brains of the operation, the ones getting the frags this time around.
We love a little brains paired with Braun. I mean, look at this, 114 ADR, 1.79 rating, 21 and 10. Those are bonkers statistics. You want firepower? HooXi's apparently got that thing in spades. This is going to be a great sign for Astralis, right? If HooXi's fragging like this, could be an easy day in the office for them.
Yeah, HooXi saw that Kerrigan had the highest rating at Bucharest. He's like, hold on a second. Hold up here. I got this. I can make this happen.
I can do the Danish IGLs. Yeah, I can do a little bit of that. If you want to play like HooXi at home, well, we might just have just the thing, because Refrag is the greatest training software in Counter-Strike, and they've got this little mode. Dust, you might have heard of it. It's called Crossfire. It helps you isolate angles, deal with players swinging you, in this case bots, help get better at these moments, these high-pressure, real-game scenarios, and train your ability. So you can get used to defending locations, towards taking space, towards isolating fights, towards setting up to deal with multiple opponents. You could play like Chev, you could play like Hooksy, you could be a Giga Chad all your own in your matchmaking games.
Shout out to Chev one time. Big fan of Chev.
Shout out to Chev, my goat.
Best observer out there. Also, really good performance on Crossfire here that you're seeing on screen. And yeah, get out there and check out some tools to help you be better at the game.
One of these days, we'll get Chev a pro contract again. But for now, we're going to take a little break as we load up and get ready for Nuke. It's do or die for FUT as Astralis look to burn them to cinders. Astralis stepped to the plate here in Fort Worth and knocked that thing right out of the ballpark. But now we have to see if they can hit a double and make this thing a 2-0. We're moving on to their own map pick of Nuke, and FUT, meanwhile, trying to change the game.
Yeah, they're going to need to make a big pivot here if they want to keep their dreams of joining the playoffs alive. They've been on such a hot streak lately. They've been dealt the heavy blow, losing one of their teammates coming into this. We saw life yesterday. They're going to have to show it again here on this map if they want to keep going.
And I think the reality as well for FUT might be that they just have to play a little looser, one would imagine, right? again, coming into this event, we know they're playing with a stand-in. We know they're playing with their coach. We know there's all these situations going against them. There's all these things that limit them. But you have that tight game against Vitality, and suddenly you're starting to believe maybe we could do some damage. Get a little bit of a snap back to reality here on Mirage. How do you reset, Dust?
Yeah, it's a tough one. As you said, the odds are stacked against them. You know, Astralis has beaten them both times they played on Nuke so far this year. Generally speaking, Astralis has looked a little bit more impressive, you know, as far as like their resume, the teams that they're kind of beating. You know, FUT doesn't have any real big wins other than when they were able to beat Mongols. So it's one of those things where a lot weighs in Astralis' favor. Again, you got Stare, who's just such a great star player in the yard position on both sides of the map and just gives you so much value. You know, Fuzi's been the hotter hand with the AWP, if we're honest, in this matchup. They were showing, you know, in the last game that head-to-head, he's been able to outduel, you know, Symmetry a lot throughout the course of this year. So a lot of things are in Astralis' favor.
His second highest rated map in CS2, by the way, for Hooksy. Kind of astonishing. Now, Dust, you're something of a sportsman yourself, a known golfer of the discs. How do you reset if you're mid-tournament to lock back in if you had maybe a rough start?
Yeah, it's just about having that goldfish memory, as they kind of say, you know, just letting that one go and moving on to the next thing. And the thing is, there are ways for FUT to make things happen. You know, for one, I do think Kerbini, in his own right, can be a fantastic yard player on both sides of the map to challenge there. He's very sneaky. He's able to find, like, really good timings. He's like a rat in the best kind of way, right? Like, when people say that where they think of it being a negative thing, but just the way he creeps around and finds these cool timings, these unorthodox pushes and forward angles, he can sometimes catch people off guard. Symmetry is actually kind of the same way. You know, a lot of the reason why he was the MVP of Bucharest was because he was taking these crazy aggressive maneuvers and unorthodox positions. And so, as you were talking about playing a little bit looser, you got to play a little bit trickier as well. You know, try to throw a couple of things in there that Astralis isn't going to expect. And so that's really some of the big things for me. And then the other thing is what we talked about pregame. You know, Demon and Jugs are supposed to be the pillars of this team in those anchor positions. We saw them play very well yesterday. A lot more weight is on their shoulders because Lonks is not here. And so we're going to have to see them come alive in this one. And
it's going to be an interesting circumstance, right? Because if we remember, if we think back to that Vitality Nuke game, versus Vitality rather, there was an 11-1 half, right? We thought this was over, done and dusted. They managed to drag it back to the precipice of overtime. So you imagine now with that belief inspired in them for FUT, maybe if they get a little bit of a better start here, if they don't have to be playing against a deficit like that, we could see a better face.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got to see a better T side than what we saw against Vitality. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's why I say more pressure is on Kerbini, because he's kind of the guy that has to open for you now that you don't have Lonks here. It also puts more weight on Demon, because he's kind of the other guy that you put in that trading slot to try to get out there and help you create openings or create trade frag potential. So, I mean, really those are kind of the two guys. And also get that big defense out of the anchors that we were talking about. You know, that gives you a lot of room as well.
Looking at the other side, we've got a little bit of time here. Astralis' Nuke, what are we expecting to see from them, right? We've touched on Stare outside a little bit, but what else are you expecting? What do you think Hooksy's going to do here? How do you think he's going to call?
You know, for me, it's just like what version of Astralis shows up. Do I get the Astralis that's been impressive, building up big results over the course of this year? Or do I get the one that looked shaky yesterday, looked shaky at Bucharest, even though they had the second place finish at that event? There were definitely a lot of moments there that were left you wondering. Their Nuke in general has been kind of 50-50 so far this year, 4-3 record. Some good wins, but also some losses that make you kind of scratch your head. Again, I think the good thing going for them is something we've already kind of mentioned, is that Stare has been so stable. Even yesterday, when they didn't look themselves, Stare still did, right? And he's been delivering time and time again. He's one of the best players in the world this year, if we're honest, and plays that key position in yard. So I think just having him continue to deliver in that position, I think is going to be big for them. I think the other big thing is Yabi. We haven't mentioned him yet. Resurgence in form so far this year. Gets a little bit more freedom on this team. Even though he's a lobby player on T side, he can be a playmaker there. He's not just the guy holding space. He can actually take it. So those are some of the things I'm kind of watching out for. They like to play an aggressive play style. They like to be punchy. They like to throw you a lot of different looks. They like to be in your face. And so I expect that they're going to keep that same tempo going into this one. It's going to be, you know, one that J.K. Simmons will like.
His tempo, indeed. We are waiting to resolve just a little bit of a tech issue, so we'll be getting into the server as soon as we can. Thank you for bearing with us. For everybody watching from home, reminder, if you are just joining us, Astralis came out swinging, Hooksy's second best rated map of CS2 ever. And now for FUT, it's about finding solutions. If you were FUT, if you're playing, you know, with Coolio in here, how would you change your tempo to try and best Astralis?
Yeah, I think it's about trying to figure out, like, what do you want to do with Coolio? You know, they try to talk about in some of the interviews where they don't really want to change too much, you know, so they're kind of putting him in one for Lonks in many cases to not really have to, you know, budge any of the other pieces. And I think to some degree that makes sense to try to keep everyone comfortable, but at the same time, it's like Lonks played such big positions for you. He was your primary yard player on the T side. Kerbini was more of like a secondary yard guy or an aggressive lurker or something. So now Kerbini has to be always the point man, so to speak, right? Or or you have Coolio just kind of sacking for you for information to set up trades. I'm not sure which way you want to go with that. He also, you know, yesterday did well enough on the CT side, right? They had that big comeback against Vitality, so that was a good sign. But, you know, I do think it just, again, puts that added weight on someone like Corbini. I don't think he can be as much of a, like, late to mid-round factor. I think he has more responsibility being that early front man since Lonks is not here. Yesterday, he struggled to do that. We'll see if he can change it today.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because it feels like it hasn't necessarily been how we've seen him deployed, right? He mentioned when I was talking to him yesterday in the pregame interview that while his crosshair was actually feeling better, he'd been playing a lot of DM trying to grind for this, it was the movement that was maybe a little slower to come back. And of course, if you are playing those entry roles, if you're playing those more dynamic roles, movement is so much a piece of that, of maximizing your efficiency, getting into angles, getting into fights, creating that space for your team. So we have seen him a little bit more in the late rounds. Even on Mirage, we saw him in some of those late round situations where maybe he's last alive or second to last alive, trying to drag back a spot. Be curious to see how they play that. We are going to be getting into this. Rug is cracking a Red Bull, and that means without further ado, it's time to hop into the server, time to hop on over to our casters. Take it away, Moses and Dinko.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I'm ready for the second map. I'm hoping we see a better FUT. You know, they were so good yesterday. They were looking great. Now it's not a great look. It's a pretty ugly FUT on that first map.
Got some warts. It's not great.
Not great.
Needs some motion.
Yeah, need to go check that out. But getting into this one, I'd imagine it's going to get a little bit better at least.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's find out. Let's find out, because I think the biggest issue, you were highlighting it throughout the game, was the lack of opening kills. You know, it's like it's not like if you can't even get the opening kills and can't even get to stage 2 of the round, and you're playing every single round 4 and 5, tactics don't really matter. You're not going to win a game playing so many rounds at a disadvantage. So we got to see what they're going to open up with. They at least start on the CT side. So if they can win the pistol and get rolling, you have a better chance of just kind of burying Astralis and not having to win as many rounds on this T side. That's been kind of tough for you to manage without Lonks in the roster.
Well, the Dallas-Fort Worth area is one of the top areas for podiatry, so let's see if they can get this sorted out for FUT. All right, so let's get into the second map underway. Astralis, well, that's a great start for Krabeni. Okay, melting them with the dual Berettas, goes in towards Hooksy, but the pushes come through from the ramp room, and Coolio is taking Hooksy away. So Fuzi's left 1v4, no chance at all. Dual Berettas coming out swinging. Krabeni has won the round in the first couple of seconds.
Yeah, it's exactly what you needed. Get started on a positive note. A pistol round like that, triple kill from your captain, is going to help push Mirage out of your memory entirely. And now it's full focus here on Nuke. Lovely sequence. Door breaks open, he's ready. Gets a little bit fortunate with both kills in that exchange, but damn, we'll give him the triple and a pistol for FUT. Now that FUT that we saw against Vitality yesterday is still in there somewhere.
Yeah, it definitely is.
It's still in there somewhere.
It can wake up at any point, you'd imagine. We hope, we dream. Well, let's see if it's going to pan out that way. Astralis, you know, the other side of it is, too, the Astralis we've seen yesterday versus G2 is still in there somewhere, Jason.
Yeah. It's still in there.
They don't want to see it, though.
No, they don't want to bring that one out to the play. Let them hang out. That was a 93 damage HE grenade on FaZe to start the round, so that's no fun. Thankfully, just a Glock as he saves up some money. And Astralis going to back away from the outside pressure. Yeah, this is we didn't touch on it too much, just because I think everyone who's watching Counter-Strike these days knows this is what, like the 6th time these two teams have played. These matchups just get so weird when you've played that many times in this short of a period. Like that was starting at Krakow.
Yeah, it's been all season. Literally
it's been like every event these teams have been at.
And I hope it
and twice at ESL Pro League.
Yes, and a grand final as well in Bucharest. So that felt like the Super Bowl of Astralis versus FUT was like a grand final. And now we get one here in America.
Don't say Super Bowl. Super Bowl's
the Super Bowl of this particular engagement.
It's maybe the World Series, you know? Go that route.
You tell me Astralis versus FUT is America's pastime.
Baseball's not even America's pastime anymore. Get it out. We don't want it.
Hey man, but ballpark hot dogs, they do slap.
They do. That's the only good thing about it. 2-0 as we head into the first gun round. AK's coming in for the Astralis attack. Op is out in the hands of Symmetry early on, so we'll see what kind of an impact he can have early. If he starts getting on a bit of a heater, grabbing a couple kills outside, I mean, you want to talk about a team that struggled to find some opening kills on Mirage, get that Op outside. If he's just going to be picking off one player as they cross, it's going to alleviate so much pressure.
We got Symmetry all about early. I like the FUT want to get going straight away. Get the Op in play.
You're getting aggressive.
Some fights.
Yeah, some deep peeks, trying to be disruptive to whatever Astralis is setting up. with the smoke wall outside. Symmetry's option is to drop down and guard Secret, but they're going to turn right in towards Mini. Oh, Tuck's against the wall. Stair can't win the fight. Ryu backs off, blinded, and taken down by Krabeni.
Well, FUZI and Yabi, okay, kill after kill coming through all of a sudden, but a 2v2 thanks to Demon, who delivers again from Rafters. One more player left is Hooksy down in Hut. And an important fight won here. Still a chance for the in-game leader of Astralis to win this out, up against Symmetry, who's on the AWP.
Yeah, but he switched to the pistol, he heard the dink.
And look at the damage here for Hooksy. He's down to 16 health. He's going to back away, try and slip into the ramp room, but look how proactive Symmetry's been about this.
Yeah, it doesn't, like, it's nice, it's good, and he's found some safety inside the hut, but you have to make a decision, really. Like, Hooksy's actually gotten away to the point where he controls this 1v1 for the moment, right? You can't obviously know if Symmetry's read this and just kind of gambled and come down here, but you're going to have time if you're Hooksy. Once this bomb is planted, to bail out and find the exact post-plant position you want. Now Symmetry's a mile away, and he's got to make the decision. No kit. We can see one on the ground outside. Does he want to make noise to increase the speed? Does he even want to challenge for this with the AWP?
There's the door wide open, and Hooksy's going to win it. So there's your answer to... Oh, he's giving a little...
He teabags him as well.
Yeah, he's giving a little teabag as well.
Just two? It was a gentle sweep.
Sweet tea. Sweet tea.
Is that what it is?
Sweet tea here in the south. Yeah. Well, it's a first round for Astralis. It's won by Hooksy clutch. I have to say, he was the star of the show on that first map, so yeah. I'm loving that.
Yeah, Mike delivered it to us. His second best map of CS2 in terms of his rating that he delivered. The clutch ability that he had, winning a big-time clutch early on to stop any momentum from FUT as well. And he's done it again here early on. There it is.
Love that.
Great form. Love the posture. Round 4. Still a buy for the FUT defense, but out of money after this and running low on utility as well. So they're going to choose to get aggressive. A lobby crunch coming in.
There's the Yabi headshot. There's a trade from Juice. So they're going to back away. It's a 4v4 now, but look at the space they've got outside here, Astralis. Stairs pushed up to the back of the garage. In fact, he's not slowing down. He's sprinting. He's taking as much control as he possibly can here.
I think Yabi spotted at least 3 in lobby, right? So they're like, we got a lot of room. There's a lot of resources in other parts of the map, so let's test this. Let's see what we got. Off looking for that push. Oh, needed to be a hit. That would have been a beauty for FUZI. Would have put Astralis in such a strong position in a 4-on-3. But still, with these advanced locations, it's all advantages still the way of Astralis, even with the missed shot.
Stare on the wraparound from heaven, but here comes the fight to a secret. Ryu not ready at all, so Jukes takes that kill with no issue. So more pressure on Stare to find something inside of the site. And you've got Demon down to a CT vent.
The scary thing is if he takes too long clearing out upper bomb site or working up the courage to take a peek, Krabeni at any moment can slip behind him, can come up the ladder, all depending on timing. Krabeni might just be able to ruin this round for Astralis.
Well, Demon could still do so out from CT vent if he's fast enough. Oh, what? How has he got away with that? Krabeni, a curveball as he runs up the top of the ladder. Krabeni gets away with something ridiculous out from heaven. Oh, Staro's going to be so mad about that. And fair enough, because that is something just stupid.
Yeah, I'm a little mad about that. Crazy. Just spears him coming up the ladder. There's the first kill. Great wrap. That kill prevents Stare from being spotted, but it just doesn't matter.
That sums up FUT right there. You take your time as their opponent, getting into position, working up the courage to finally peek at heaven at the right time. Then Krabeni just flies up the ladder and kills you offline off the top of it.
Yeah, it's a bit wild. That's going to be frustrating. So Astralis in a bit of a pit right now. Hero AK picked up. Only one rifle for this round, gonna lead the way over towards ramp room. It's Coolio to defend.
Yeah, Coolio, let's see what he can do. Misses a lot of shots, but gets a lot of information. And he's gonna stay alive, that's important. He can still be a threat on that lower bomb site, and the utility has slowed Astralis down. We did see Vitality run a couple of ramp hits, trying to overwhelm Coolio in that spot.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a nice place if you have a stand-in to just kind of park him, because you always have the option of just leaving. You know, if you're not comfortable with the protocol or the situation, you can just drop. Now, Symmetry's going to come back in, grab a couple, and that's the round pretty much over.
Well, Coolio gets his one. And Ryu stepping out into the fights and gives himself a couple of nice headshots there, but too much to really handle. And it's a 4-1 lead coming in from FUT, showing they're very capable right now on Nuke.
Yeah, let's just see if they continue rising up into this and this defense kind of holds strong. If they drop the ball at any point and let Astralis back into it, a little bit scary. They have to keep in mind, well, actually, you don't want them to keep it in mind, but they're going to have to, we'll keep in mind, their T-sides have at times just straight up stalled out. And we saw it a little bit earlier today on Mirage. We saw it on Mirage yesterday against Vitality. So for them, this CT side is all important. It's not about hitting a specific number. It's about getting just as many as you can.
Just taking the time now. Astralis is not a great buy. You've got pistols on 2 players, 2 AK-47s at Galil.
To build on how important this CT side is just a little bit before this exec begins, is the Vitality FUT game on Nuke yesterday.
Yeah.
FUT only got 1 round on their T side. Now it is against Vitality, but still, you know, with that kind of a knowledge and the struggles of the T side of Mirage earlier, this CT side better be banging.
Well, coming out towards the A site, it's Bast from Hooksy's Tech 9. Yabi also grabbing a frag here with the AK-47. Only Symmetry picking one off, keeps this round doable, but Stare, oh, he's got a free kill. Kerbeni had his knife out, not going to work out for him whatsoever. Nice shot from Symmetry. That's kind of ridiculous he gets away with that one.
Dude, he's gaming right now. He's actually kept this round in contention. That kill allows Coolio to slide in towards Mini. If he can find Hooksy.
Yeah, it would be a tough spot because you've got Fuzi down in the site as well. Goes forward with the flash, and even though Fuzi was blinded, just started spraying away, and Symmetry gets taken down. So Coolio not going to be able to win this one. It will be a second round found for Astralis, and a great round to grab it because, again, I highlighted at the start of this, he only had two pistols in play and 3 rifles, and the pistol gets the opening frags with Yabi, right? That's Hooksy coming out of hut, gets his one, and opens up the bomb site.
It's phenomenal utility usage from Astralis in that round. I mean, what activates the pistol? Because the pistol actually struggles. That Tech 9 took a minute to get that opening kill, but he's just so blind, it doesn't matter that you're struggling with it. So, great utility. Molotovs to force the defenders out in the open. Flashbangs well-timed to blind just about everybody. And 2 clean kills to get into the upper bomb site on a bust. Second round for Astralis, clawed into their favor. 4-2.
Oh, that's how Yabi got the kill then. The nade break even further. Solid utility usage from Astralis. And Symmetry was hitting some great shots here, but unfortunately none of his teammates really able to make anything of it.
Lovely crosshair placement from FaZe as well to hit that while blind too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Look at the damage done to FUT. So you no longer have the Symmetry op. Got an MP9 having to come out here on Coolio. Astralis have a chance to break the money here off FUT, which would really allow them to get into this first half of play. And you just highlighted how important the CT side is for FUT, that they go on a massive streak around victories.
Yeah, that's what's worrying is, you know, if you actually end up breaking them, that can just like kind of destroy the momentum that they've sort of built up with some nice plays. Dangerous round here for FUT. Triple smoke outside. Even the break isn't going to be able to give you vision all the way through. Hooksy chucking up utility into the upper bomb site. It's a fake based off the previous round success, and FUT don't bite.
Going out into the open, it's Kerbeni and Symmetry. Yabi got both, though. A little bit of barbecue here in Fort Worth. Yabi making the most of that. And now it's a 3v3. Stare gets such an important kill here on Jugs. That keeps Astralis ahead. And we know Demon can be good from the rafters, but he's got to worry about multiple positions. So they're pulling Coolio through the ramp progression. He's sitting here at the vending machines, and Fuzi's about to walk into him. So a chance here for Coolio. He's not being spotted. Michael, Coolio's just standing in the open, in the lobby. Hooksy finally spots him, and it will be Coolio to die. An awkward scenario. Now they know where Demon is as well. He's dropped down into the bomb site, and Hooksy, just a little shrug of the shoulder.
So focused over on ramp room as well. You could just, I mean, not on ramp room, excuse me, on hut. Looking for that push coming through, the dangerous one to the upper. So, yeah, almost drops the ball, but I think he always would have been able to recover. But that is the economic break. I think Yabi, I would imagine, when he gets these kills, I imagine his hands have to go up like, what are these guys doing? Like, why are 2... Yeah, that's kind of the look. It's like, what the hell? Like, why are 2 players bum rushing into my Molotov to fight? Happy with the kills, and a double for Hooksy at the end to seal the victory.
Everyone's so confused. Coolio is just spawning in the lobby.
It's one of those rounds.
Yeah, it really is. Stare, he's crossed towards red. He's got some good space here early on. Krebeni dig out though. Ooh, too far off. But Stare's going to move on up. Nice shot from Hooksy.
Lovely. He's on point today.
He is. He's been warming up. He's had enough of losing the foot.
Yeah, he's no more. Well, they can take it slow here. They know the economic situation. They know that foot's been broken. No need to press the issue too quickly. Good utility. Going to turn in towards Mini. Clears his corners. Hooksy, another headshot and a triple kill. Does get taken down from behind, but he does his job very admirably.
Yeah, wrecks those pistols. And NAVI out towards heaven will close things out and tie things up, most importantly. 4 rounds on T side for Astralis on Nuke, looking great. Obviously, opportunities to get even more. And I mean, every round that they win here on the T side is making me more and more worried about FUT's chances here, just for what you highlighted, you know, the fact they really struggled on the offense yesterday, and we've seen more struggles on Mirage as well.
Yeah.
Like even today, there's no real opening ability. You can really see they're really lacking any of that ability because Lonks isn't there, and I just feel like this is over if you don't get enough on the CT side. We'll see Astralis get over towards the ramp room, a little bit more direct again. Send Stare quickly out towards Secret. He's made it past those smokes, but there's a flank coming in.
Yeah, they heard the whole way. So one's going to drop down the vents to guard Secret, and obviously he's going to be flanked out very, very fast. So likely to go down over in Secret, so everything falls to this ramp hit.
Oh, Krebeni's got that kill, no issues. Stare not going to be turning around, not expecting the player to walk down those Secret stairs. And now what do Astralis do? You've lost Stare. Does that make you reconsider or go back towards the A bomb site?
You don't have the second prong to connect to that lower B bomb site. No one to backstab the defenders over towards control side or decon. So the little ninja vanish as they go back to the upper bomb site. So at the moment, FUT knows they can be here, but the last piece of information they could rely on was that Astralis was over in ramp room. Krebeni and Jugs trying to reassess the situation, reposition themselves. Astralis spreading out quite far as well, with Hooksy coming all the way outside. So this round is gonna go the full timer.
There's Hooksy dead, and then Demon goes ahead and FUZI is finished off. So now a Yabi Ryu situation, 2v5 just isn't going to be happening here for Astralis. So FUT to keep everybody alive. Really important that they do keep everybody up here. You can start stabilizing that economy again. Get the money back. Ryu dropping down, dies at the hand of Krebeni and leaving Yabi 1v5 now on Hut, 11 HP. So shouldn't be dropping anybody to Yabi here.
Yeah, a little bit of an ugly round for Astralis. The audible not panning out, not able to find any kind of idea after the player outside went down, or down in Secret, excuse me, Stare. Yeah, it's going to happen on a map like Nuke, and you can see, I mean, the idea of being disruptive was something that we noticed that FUT was doing in the first 2-3 rounds. Here again, it's like, you get this kill outside, Demon's like, okay, you're going to react to that kill, so I'm going to push up and make sure you can't get anything comfortable. Catches FUZI peeking into the angle. It's 5-4. Nursing a lead is FUT. Astralis just 1 round back, heading into round 10.
That cross set up. Krebeni doesn't care about the smokes. He's just going to fire right through and Stare. He's having a real rough time trying to make anything happen outside. That is maybe a bit too much from Krebeni. Stepping through the smoke, Ryu gets an easy trade without really having to go and fight for it.
Might be a little bit too much, but I think you're going to be okay with it if you're FUT, because Krebeni's been doing really good work for you. He's got plenty of opening kills, and that's something we tracked on the first map that was a nightmare for FUT on their T side. Here on the CT side, Nuke, they've had 6 opening, actually make it 7 when this round comes to a close.
And that is what Dust was saying before this as well, saying, you know, without Longs, there is more pressure. All the pressure is basically on Krebeni to go ahead and get those openings, and that is exactly what we're watching right now. But really good stuff here from Ryu. That's a triple. You know, we were talking about in the lack of impact he had yesterday, stepping up in this round and getting himself the trade kill on Krebeni, then the follow-up 2 towards Secret. He's put against the wall now with the AWP of Symmetry. 3v2. Okay, Symmetry's dragged his team back into this round.
Oh, okay, Yabi's got the kill. That means Symmetry's on his own. He knows he has a 1v1 at the lower bomb site. Does he want to press the issue? Bomb is still on the ground.
Oh, goes for the shot, but FUZI to finish Symmetry off. I'll be a 5-5 scoreline now. Like, Rio really the difference in this one.
Yeah, I mean, those 2 kills are great. I'll tell you this, though, I think this is an inexperience, opening those control doors and sprinting out immediately. You have that smoke, open it and just drop it. Avoid the complication altogether. But these are lovely kills to find them in secret. Good transfer over, just based off seeing the shoulder. And it opens up Yabby with space for the lurk. And yeah, more than anything, feel good for Ryu when you know you have that level of impact. You've basically won your team that round.
We'll move it outside, look at the brawl. Ryu taking some damage here, he's down to 61, but Stare again, 4 HP. He's got such a dangerous role on this map. Ooh. But Ryu is the danger right now, knocking on Krabeni's door. And it's going to be one big opening kill here for Astralis, but Ryu's not slowing down. He's going forward.
Oh, look how fast and decisive this is. What a shot.
Oh, yeah, you can see he's a little bit frustrated about losing that one. Symmetry just blinds him. And a 4v4, still a lot of time left. The round's basically just started as those fights are coming in.
Yeah, Astralis changing the pace a little bit. Just wanted to get stuck in immediately. Symmetry's got another one. And going to be able to back up the ladder. 4-on-3 man advantage. Now you can play things passively. You can make Astralis, you force them to make the next move.
Well, the next move's coming from Hooksy, who's got maybe a little bit closer than Symmetry might anticipate, but that's a big kill from FUZI. Wallbang through heaven. Reaction is for Jugs to push through Squeaky Door and get the trade on Yabby.
Not the biggest deal in the world, because Ryu's coming from heaven, and I don't think they realize it. Checking it, big win. Yeah, big win for Jugs.
Yeah, Hooksy going down. Now it's just FUZI, 1v3 with the AWP. 30 seconds to do it as well. At least he has the AWP on his back.
Ooh, Coolio's making a coach play, but FUZI's not going to head in his direction, so never mind about that. To the upper bomb site we go.
Jugs is just below. It's such a tough shot for an AWP hit. Yeah, not going to happen. Jugs is right underneath the scope. So that'll end up being another round here. 6 on the board. CT side, it's not going to be as strong as it was yesterday, but still staying in the game.
Yeah, staying in the game, absolutely. And I mean, showing better than on Mirage, it doesn't feel like it's enough with the concerns about the T sides. However, all you can do is play with what you got in front of you. So they're going to try and scrape together this last round as well. Take a 2-round lead into the second half. FUZI's going to have the AWP. Money is the biggest issue for Astralis at this point as they take their first time out of the game. They're going to have this AWP, but 2,800 on Yabby, 2,800 on Ryu. It's going to be pistols around the AWP. So I'm not entirely sure what you call. Maybe put FUZI up onto Silo to see if he can pick up Krabeni, who's been a little bit aggressive outside, has been peeky and trying to find openings there. See if you can punish that. That's gross. That's why he was frustrated. Yeah. He's expecting maybe like a jiggle or someone walking into the angle, and it's just this hard swing and a snap adjustment.
The commit, the full commit. Well, last round of the half, AWPL for FUZI. Not much else worth talking about here for Astralis. So definitely the better buy for FUT to try and close with a lead in here in the first half of Nuke. But if there is to be a round victory for Astralis, obviously you'd hope that FUZI can get some impact as he moves outside.
Well, this is the round that FUZI loves to play to a certain degree, because Hooksy certainly just said, you got to do whatever you want. You know, you've got the AWP. Go find us a kill. Whatever you need.
Ultimate freedom. And yeah, he did have a chance there. Just couldn't connect it up towards heaven. In a round like this, you can't afford to miss too many of those. Especially with Stare. You know, he's just got a magnet for bullets in this half. Like, it's crazy going through those smokes. It's not going to be a half that Stare's going to remember fondly. Hooksy gets caught with a bomb as well, so that goes down to top secret.
Yeah, this round's done. Now the stairs are smoked off, Ryu has to be aggressive into this fight, and that's his only option, and it's such a disadvantage. Krabeni, he's kind of checkmated Astralis here.
He's had a good half here on the CT side. Very disruptive outside.
And towards Squeak Door. Him and Symmetry have been punishing Astralis since this began. 12 kills on Symmetry, 13 on Krabeni. As the smoke clears, he's going to add another. And it's all on Yabby. So, 7-5 in the favor of FUT as this half comes to a close. A rebound from Mirage, but their hardest test is up next.
Welcome back to the ROG Laboratory. Today, we have on hand the ROG Harp 2 and the ROG Falchion. Now, back in Hong Kong, we used these launchers when we were testing the OLED monitors. And, well, today I was thinking we've got to find some kind of way to put them head to head.
Yeah, there's only some kind of scientific way to try this out.
You think what I'm thinking?
Dibs on keyboard.
All right, Launders, pre-game talk. What are your thoughts on the Falchion?
I have lowered the actuation point so that I feel like Xantares right now. I've got 2 sets of WASD. It feels like I've got like an N64 controller.
Okay.
Spacebar helps me shoot. Yeah, it's a new wave of minimalism that we've got for Counter-Strike players, keeping it very simple here. I feel like a Formula 1 driver right now.
Okay, so that's 1 thumb, 6 fingers.
Oh!
What?
That's a lot of mouse pad you got there.
That's because, Mohan, I plan on hitting you with the flick whenever I need to. You know, this harp is so light that I think that's going to play to my advantage today.
Well, what are you doing for your keyboard buttons?
Well, I have gone A and D on mouse 4 and 5, okay, because it's all about the strafe. Left click, still shoot. Right click is forward, just in case I've got to close the gap. And then M wheel up and down, both jump, so that I can hit some B hops while I style on you. All right, Mohan, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. And the inaugural ROG Cup is underway.
Oh my gosh, a headshot. Woo! That was a good shot.
Thank you. You're done. I'm gonna, you know what, mercy. It's hard to aim.
It's a bit of a
with
tease.
just the mouse.
Oh no, the switch. Did I hit you? Are you gonna be jumping right now?
No.
Wait, I can't jump though.
I'm closing the distance, dude, like a shark in the water. Whoa.
The one thing I have to remember is I can't actually pull down my recoil. Okay, I can see you doing this, I just can't stop you.
Winner takes all.
All right, winner takes all. All right, congratulations off that round, you win.
Thank you. I am the big winner, and to be honest, I had a hunch. I had a hunch that the mouse would be the victor here.
This might seem like mice are more important, but I've honestly been impressed by the utility of just using a keyboard. I didn't even know I could do all that.
And so, at the end of the day, we've learned 2 things. Firstly, that I am always humble in victory. And secondly, that when it comes to Counter-Strike, aim remains king.
Can you play with just a keyboard? I guess. Should you? Nah.
Probably not. Thank you guys for stopping by the ROG Labs one more time. And, well, crazy idea. How about next time we just combine the 2?
Welcome back to Blast Rivals Fort Worth. We're here in Texas, and we've got FUT finally showing up in the series. They definitely looked very weak on Mirage, but a little bit more strength here. But we have questions about whether it's enough, Jason, right? The fact that they now switched to a T side that they really struggled on yesterday doesn't give me much faith in them.
No, not at all, but let's see. Let's see if they can change that opinion, right? We came into the map saying something very similar, and Kerbeni on the pistol round changed our tune pretty quickly. So maybe here on this T-side pistol round, they can do something similar. Hooksie's feeling the pressure and hearing the pressure. Over towards ramp room. Oh, they're caught. They had no idea where that attack was coming from, and the second half of it just wrecks them.
I mean, that's a flurry of kills coming in real fast, though. Symmetry with the P250, getting rid of FUZI as well, and this pistol round wasn't even competitive. It's just FUT coming in, winning it in the first couple of seconds.
Neither pistol round is competitive. That's now both for FUT. So we talked about some of the issues and struggles on your T-side. Well, you kind of alleviate a lot of that pressure by winning both pistols and decreasing the number of full buy rounds you actually are going to have to win in this half.
Yeah.
So really good start, and now you just have to look forward to the idea of you just have to convert round 2. Easier said than done, but advantage is in their favor, and now a 3-round lead.
Some of the win cons being set up here easily by FUT, you know, winning both pistols, having a few rounds on that CT side that look fantastic. Kerbeni is having a good game, and that's going to have to continue into the T side. Obviously, we'll see if Kerbeni can continuously find some of these openings. Strong start here. We'll see Astralis have no investment coming up into this round, so it's going to be a 9-5 lead.
Nice easy conversion in the second round for FUT. That's quite nice. Chance for Symmetry to make a bunch of money with that Mac 10. Build up some cash for a T-side AWP if that's what he's looking for. It's a ramp rush here in round 14, and Astralis stacks the upper bomb site, so we're already in, and the slaughter is going to begin. Okay, I maybe called that a little bit too early.
It's paused. Yeah, it's coming. The slaughter has been postponed. Come back again.
Next
Another
round.
time we will have that slaughter for you. In fact, here we go. A little bit. It's not quite all the full slaughter, but it will be a sliver.
We're getting there.
And Krabeni's got himself 3 inside of the vent.
Yeah, building up into things. 2 more to find.
Here he goes. Symmetry, Mac 10. Oh, I mean, it's an ambitious effort.
Well, he doesn't care about losing the Mac 10 because with all USPs, he knows they're buying next round anyways. No, would have liked some of the bonus money. It's actually going to be Astralis coming in trying to do a little bit of damage to make the bomb kill a few players afoot, but that's not effective. 9-5, 4-round lead. Guns come out now for Astralis. No AWP available in this round for FaZe, so it's going to be all M4s across the board. Utility's fine. Kit's missing, which is painful, so watch out for those retakes, and let's see what FUT bring to the table. You have like a moment in this second half, if you're Krabeni, of where you can get pretty creative with the calls. Without the AWP in the field, without all the nades and all the Molotovs, you have a little bit more freedom to be aggressive at this stage. Let's see if he takes advantage of it.
Flash at the ready for Krabeni. Gonna go now. Plenty of flashes coming through. Ryu under a lot of pressure here, but they're not looking his way. Good trade from Demon, at least getting that one going. And FUZI not stepping out, trying to get a trade kill, not trying to be a hero as Utility holds him back.
Yeah, he was too far away. Missed the timing to be able to get over there and offer any kind of support. This leaves Yabi on an island, alone in the upper bomb site. Very, very strong anchor player. Been playing well for Astralis recently, but this is a lot to ask. One player back towards CT spawn. Hooksy's just come up secret. One player downstairs already. So for Yabi, this is a 1v4.
Waits back to the site. Coolio shreds it. Coolio's hit some good shots here today. Demon gonna be caught through the smoke. What? Hooksy getting away with 2. Finally dealt with by Coolio, but FUZI comes out of heaven. The distraction set up by Hooksy is enough to give FUZI those kills, and that round just comes crashing down for FUT.
Yeah, great job from Hooksy. Great awareness and good job lining up the shots. Obviously, a lot of luck going in his direction as well, but 2 kills through the smoke. You're exactly right. That creates so much chaos. So much chaos for the FUT side of things as they struggle to respond to this. There's the first, changes position. Track the bullets, lovely. And FUZI taking advantage by stepping into the fight when they least expect it. 9-6. And now we're gonna have to see this T side do it the hard way. They're gonna have to grind out 4 rounds now that Astralis has brought the guns into play.
FUZI over the top of the smokes. There's Demon trying to cross and miss smoke coming in. That doesn't help when you've not got many of them left.
And they're about to fade.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. Do you just risk it? It doesn't look like it, so they're going to start backing off and playing a little bit safer. Going to go through the final few pieces of utility they do have and change up their avenue of approach. Now, going for the fights outside, taking the jewels, and it hasn't worked out. Astralis just converged together on that one position. Stair getting away with 2 and putting Jugs in a 1v4.
Yeah, miss smoke, and yeah, that's painful. And obviously, it looked like they were going to try and turn over towards Mini or just fight outside after the fact, and that's exactly what Astralis was hoping for. 3 players in Midi ready to swing through the smoke.
Yeah, they were so decisive about it as well, quick on the pounce.
Very similar to their defense on Mirage as well, which was setting up a lot of traps, a lot of multi-layer peaks over in middle as soon as FUT took that space. Similar kind of an idea here outside in the yard.
And it couldn't have happened at a worse time here for FUT economically as well, right? The fact that this round now results in them completely losing all the money that they had. Best case scenario is some upgraded pistols in the next round here. Astralis have a great opportunity to start shrinking this gap immediately, kicking off the second half. And 4 players staying alive is great for Astralis too. They don't have a lot of residual cash left over, but you're getting these AK upgrades. There's 3 AK-47s now in the hands of Astralis.
That's quite nice. Yeah, really the only tool you're missing at the moment is an AWP. So try and save up some money and get up to that point. You should have a chance for it now, as next round for FUT is going to be a complete save. They got the saved AK-47 that they're going to bring forward, but everyone else is right around 2K. And I don't even think you're going to invest a whole lot into pistols either. So Astralis perhaps going to get an easy one to build up that cash, keep plenty of players alive, and set themselves up to close out this series.
FUZE getting dropped in M4 so he can keep some extra cash for himself and continue to grow that. Obviously looking here at just limiting casualties to a minimum here for Astralis. And then they can really make that CT money sort for FUT. Like you said, not investing around this AK at all. They don't really have that luxury. So it's jukes or nothing. Let's see what he can do with it.
Bait the hell out of the Glocks.
Yeah.
Somebody go first. It's not going to be me. Smoke towards Squeak. Little leg spotted in the hut, so HooXi just drops the Molotov and repositions. Yabi as well. Slides over. Smoke fading shortly. Well, the only plan that FUT has, clearly, is walk into this upper bomb site. And the fact that Squeak just keeps getting re-smoked is a nightmare for them. Double kill from Yabi over the top. HooXi as well. Doubled up on top hut. Krebeni's making his move outside, but you've got no access to anything, and Astralis shut him down, and it's the exact round they needed. All 5 players alive, and build up plenty of money. And now you've got an extra AK-47 on the ground, so the CT side is feeling real good all of a sudden. Coolio's AK-47 is named Happy 21 to me. This is his 21st birthday gift to himself, I'm assuming.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
What AK is it?
Let that be a lesson to all of you at home. Treat yourself once in a while, you know? Celebrate the good things.
Yeah, but I know that a few of our colleagues have done cool things with the AK skins as gifts. Like the Hugo, I think Scrawny did it too. Like
Scrawny bought himself the gold AK.
The gold AK.
Yeah.
Hugo did the same thing to souvenirs from games we've cast at the majors. There's cool ways of doing that in Counter-Strike, which I really like.
Well, FUT's taking their first time out, and it just comes to a close by the bell. 9-8. And that's a timeout that Krebeni's trying to come up with an idea to break through this defense at the moment. And it looks like a tech right out of the tack. So a little chat with the admins, we'll get back into the action. Actually, we're already good to go.
Oh, we're ready?
Yeah, we're
okay.
already good to go. Right out of the gate.
HooXi's like, yeah, tech issue. I'm going to talk about what we're going to do in this round,
I'm just going to ignore what's happening over there, and I'm just going to keep talking.
Okay, well, that's good. We're nice and quick here, ready to get into the action again. You know, FUT had themselves a lead, but what is happening right now is exactly what we were talking about, right? Was the fact that, yes, you can get yourself a lead on the CT side. You can come out, you can get the pistol, but this T side can come to a halt very quickly, and Astralis has closed this gap to just 1 round. Demon with the opening. Trey comes in, though, from Ryu, and we see HooXi and Yabi just collapse upon the hut, and the bomb is gone.
I like that. I like this play a lot. I love that selection from Astralis to go for the lobby crunch in this kind of a round out of a timeout as well. Change the entire round that you think you're going to be playing against. It's not going to be standard defense. It's up in your face when you're trying to think about the next step. And especially when you inflict a round like this onto a team playing without their starting 5, with a coach standing in for a player, a team who struggled without that player in the roster, getting T-sides going and getting that T-side engine running. Now all of a sudden you've just completely taken away anything they can use in this round and just destroyed any idea. This is a great little piece of mental warfare on top of everything. And Astralis is going to tie things up at 9.
There's a flash drop down, and Krebeni inside the lobby. The Tech 9
respect
will be taken out by Stare. Yeah, I like the...
Did everything he could.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for much more out of him.
If he did anything there, that would have been Superman play right there, but it's not going to happen. Coolio can be removed by HooXi. And I think Astralis are going to be very happy that call worked as well as it did.
Yeah, Stare just giggling right at the end. He spams him down before the rest of the peak. So he's just having a good time distracting his opposition, let his teammates have an easy one. 9-9. Different vibes over on the FUT side when we switch to those cameras. Here's the 1-for-1, but the push through Squeak door, the push through ramp room, and the push through hut all at the same time. HooXi, Yabi, Ryu, and Stare, they do great work. And I mean, you've also kind of, if you're Astralis, right, there's only so many gun rounds that FUT's going to get in the second half. You've just taken one away from him. Back to pistols we go.
Oh, big gap. Krabeni doesn't care. He's actually going to use it to try and fight with the Tech 9. And he's made his way down towards Secret. But Yabby is ready. Stare's got the first kill through the smoke. Yabby, not the cleanest spray, but luckily his teammates get a couple of kills, and Demon is in a clutch that it's not impossible, but looks very improbable. He's winning at the back of the site. There's still 3 targets to collect. He's 39 HP. Can maybe get away with the bomb player? It's the best case scenario I see happening for him here.
Yeah, I think you just got to stick it and just say, you know, I have 25 health. The chance of me winning this round, get the bonus money. Cash is a huge resource for FUT. So he's going to step forward a little bit and get, ooh, nice kill.
Let's maybe not doubt Demon, because now, oh, yeah, okay, Ryu was in a good enough spot. Keep doing that. That's happened yesterday and today. Keep cursing the players. Demon gets caught towards main, and that's the round wrapped up. But it's also Astralis taking the lead of the game, a 10-9 lead.
Yeah, their first lead of the game as well. They've got so much cash. Ryu has 12,000. You know, Hooksy's sitting at 10K as well. So even this kill at the end for Demon onto FaZe doesn't really matter. They can buy the AWP, keep the AK-47s, and it's all good. However, we've got an AWP out on the T side as well now. Symmetry gets to bring that into play for the first time in this second half. Let's see if it changes the nature of anything. They spot the jump up. FaZe's got him.
Nope, not at all.
Never mind.
Yeah, that's it. That was a great round of AWP for Symmetry. He really got to do a lot with that. And we're right back into a scenario of Astralis in the lead of the round. It's going to actually be followed up upon by FUZI. Coolio's dead next. And you really aren't feeling good right now if you're FUT.
I mean, it looks kind of silly just because there's no utility, like no flashes going around. They just don't have it, though. They're just at that kind of point of the game where you just need to be buying. Krabeni didn't have a flash to activate him around the corner, so just going to get a little bit more brutal. There's the peek from Secret. A lot of information. FUZI's still hitting shots with the AWP. Krabeni grabs one back, but no progress and no standing anywhere. Even if Jugs makes an incredible play, the bomb is outside.
Oh, 35 seconds. Yep, that's the big issue is the bomb is so far away. But Krabeni can be fast, he can sprint, but problem is FUZI's just absolutely destroyed him in this round. That's 4 so far. And Krabeni, at this point, the small victory is not giving FUZI the ace. So
yeah, and we take small victories.
Yeah, small victories, sometimes most meaningful. Not in this case, though. Hooksy has taken himself that 1 kill and no ace for FUZI, but the AWP out is looking fantastic here for Astralis. They got so much money. Not the same story for FUT, unfortunately.
Not at all. It's a tough opponent they're going up against though today, especially with Coolio playing. I mean, we talked about Astralis, like the eye test on Mirage felt like they were a very cohesive unit, everyone on the same page. Here on Nuke, you're statistically getting some evidence of that as well. 15 kills on Hooksy, 14 on Yabby, 13 on FUZI, 12 on Ryu. It'd be cool if Stare had 11, but he's only got 9. But you got 4 players pretty much right next to each other in terms of the fragging department. So yeah. Astralis playing really good in these small man groups, making sure they're trading kills. Second timeout used by FUT just comes to a close. Round 21 coming in. And FUT is running out of room. Running out of road here in this series. So they've invested, but it's not everything. So they're making the decision right now to play more for overtime than play for the win. A force buy here without all the bells and whistles that you were lacking in the previous round might just lead to another complete wipeout with no chance at a victory. So keep the pistols here. Give yourselves one really, really good buy at round 22.
Shug sprinting, Tech 9, spawning 2 players at the back of the site. Yabby at least getting 2 here from the top of the hut. He was in an awkward spot as that flash slightly connected towards him, but the bomb is loose on the ground, so FUT have to try and come out and get it. Yabby's trying to close that door, but the door is swung wide open. He has to get off the hut, realizes instead of reloading, why don't I just pick this weapon up off the ground? But ends up getting domed by the Krebeni Deagle, and that's a big round to win for FUT. They always have one of those at least somewhere, and it comes at a crucial point in the game.
Yeah, but none of this matters if you don't win this round right now with the AK-47s. Like, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. That's a great win to grab and a cool tactical and economic call to go for this low buy and hit the upper bus and be really effective with it. But if you don't win the round with the AK-47s and you can't build into this game, it's all going to go to waste. Now, because of that win, they get to upgrade plenty of money for free, or up weapons for free, plenty of cash in the bank for the next round if they were to lose, but they haven't shown us they can win gun round on gun rounds.
Well, let's see if that's going to change. AWP's really close, huh? This is a real tough spot for FaZe to get away from, and it hasn't worked out. The shake of the head in disappointment, because that has not gone the way Astralis would have hoped.
Well, they were going to boost him up quickly when they heard the rush, so just a blind call for the rush is the perfect round, as Astralis have a very, very weak defense for it. So FUT might break free here.
4v3. A lot of time, so much time to work with here for FUT. They're going to climb up the ladder and try and get in towards the A site here.
Yeah, but they need the information that this is going to come, because Stera's going to need to help out HooXi. There's a piece of utility. Now they know it's coming.
Stare. Good double. Symmetry, Demon, both dead. Stare stays alive. HooXi down on the bomb site. And even though FUT open up strong, it could still close in favor of Astralis, but that is such an important fight to win for Jukes. Bomb over the top. Bomb gone. HooXi now alive. Jukes, he's had 3 so far in the round, but he would need every single one of them. 45 seconds left. Otherwise, it's Astralis heading up to series point. He's going to hit the pause button for now. Where is that bomb? It did fall to the floor.
He needs a mistake. That's the only way you win this round, is if you get a mistake out of one of the Astralis players, but they're not making them right now.
Yeah, there's the information on the one player, but he hasn't seen the heaven. So right now, he doesn't have the information, and Yabi does peek out to secure it. Gets a little close towards the end there. Jukes with a nice try, but it's not enough. 12-10. Series point for Astralis. If they win this round, they're through to the quarterfinals.
And FUT, because of the buy in the previous round with the Tech 9s and the Hero AK, they've actually got a really solid investment again. And you can see, yeah, the setup it is just the worst situation. That up way too close for that kind of a fight. It's Stare who saves the day. The double kill up towards heaven that also keeps HooXi hidden inside the bomb site is a masterclass. 2 chances for Astralis to close the series.
There's FUZI. Open and kill, seconds in.
Ooh, he saw his third target.
And there we go! FUZI hammering the nails into the coffin of FUT. A disappointing run here in Fort Worth for FUT. Obviously not able to come with Wonks. Having to play with Coolio, their coach. A close game versus Vitality in their opening, but they meet their rival here in Astralis, and it will be their demise this time around. Coolio enjoying his last few seconds in the server here at the event, but it will be Astralis to close on the series in a 2-0 fashion, and they will two-step their way into the quarterfinals here in Texas. Looking forward to seeing Astralis and what they can do in the quarters, but for FUT, it's a disappointing exit.
Taking care of business in the second half of Nuke, locking in their map pick and looking like it was always going to be that way. This is an Astralis we expected. This is an Astralis that has earned the right to play in front of the crowd here in Fort Worth.
Yeah, definitely looking a lot sharper today in this match against FUT. We saw them, you know, even though they lost the pistol, they still won it with 5 rounds from the T side. It's a pretty good outing on Nuke, if you ask me. And then defensively, usually pretty, you know, shutting things down, right? FUZI obviously having a couple of highlight reel moments throughout that second half, in my opinion, and really just stepped up to the plate when they needed to, because the pressure was on them. They're up against a team with the stand-in. They've been having some shaky results in a couple of tournaments. Like, they needed something confident, I think, and they got it here.
They do indeed, and they have earned it. And joining us here to chat about it, we got the man himself, HooXi.
Hello.
This was a vintage GigaChad type performance for you. What happened today? What's going on? Crosshair was looking crispy.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my PC crashed 3 times during warm-up, and I didn't get any warm-up time, so I guess I'll just keep doing that then. I don't know.
I had a question for you because, you know, coming into this tournament, you obviously came second at Bucharest, which looks good on paper, but we kind of know that you had some issues at that tournament, for honest. What was kind of the focus for Astralis coming into this event to kind of course correct, I guess is the right way to put it?
I mean, first game against G2, it's a completely different scenario because we are not the favorites at all in any game. And then I think this one is the one I'm more proud of because I feel like we were favorites because of their situation with the coach and all that. And I think we dared to like take chances and play to win instead of playing not to lose, which was our issue from the final at least against them. So I'm happy about that.
That actually goes very nicely to a round that we wanted to show you. This is round 18. This is where you called the lobby crunch, the very aggressive play in. What's the thinking when you're in this situation going into a call like this?
I mean, we talked about it before the game that we wanted to do this, and we made a little adjustment to it with me rushing door instead of going with Yabi. And I think it was mainly just Yabi making the call because he saw that we didn't have any AWP, and I think it made a lot of sense. So we all just bought into it and, you know, sent it.
So that's Yabi calling for this?
Yeah, this is Yabi calling.
That's interesting as well, right? How much freedom do different players have to call that kind of a setup or say, hey, I think we should hit this right now?
I think on CT side, everyone has a lot of freedom to do what they feel like. And I'm also trying to push people to do even more than that. I think on T side, it's kind of like, there's also freedom, but it still has to fit into my like grand plan or whatever. So yeah, I think it's a pretty free style that I'm bringing, but at the same time, obviously on T side, it has to be a bit more structured.
Yeah, so I remember when you first joined the team at Astana, you were kind of coming in with short notice and you were able to make like some quick adjustments. I think Stan was one where you kind of got him a little bit more involved. We're seeing this year kind of a resurgence in Yabi's form, in my opinion. I feel like when I'm watching you guys play, it seems like he does get a couple of more star CT positions or he gets a little bit more freedom. Was that kind of something that you wanted to bring to the table coming into this year with Yabi?
Yeah, I mean, I know him from previous teams and I know what he's capable of and what he's good at. So I just try to bring that out in him, and I think that he feels comfortable having me as an IDL and knows like his limits and how to use that kind of freedom as well. And I think that's like what he thrives in. So I mean, it makes sense to me that he's doing good now and that he's not like scared to play basically.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you go now. You've earned that spot in front of the crowd. Congratulations on the win today, and thank you for chatting.
Thank you.
So we're going to send Hooksy on out, and it's time for us to get ready for our next games. Vitality take on G2 in just a moment, so let's get locked in with some interviews.
I mean, they are the #1 team no matter what, and I think they have had some of these matches in the past also, like close games, but they have the ability to close out the close ones as well, so that's gonna be the tough thing as well. I think it's a good matchup, like maybe they are not at their strongest in a way. They just won the Grand Slam and everything, so maybe there can be like a drop-off after that, who knows how that will work. But we just need to focus on ourselves, and we need to focus on the fact that right now we have our full roster at the event, and we can kind of take the next steps for our roster. But it's going to be a good matchup, and I think we can put up a good fight and then hopefully win the match and make it to the semis.
We get better with every game. Obviously, we don't want to reach a point that we might lose. We're like 2 rounds from losing. In Rio, we're playing G2, and we could have lost 2-0 very likely. So we don't want to reach that case, but we also want to improve with every game we play. You know, the first game you play after a while, it's always a bit rusty, the communication is a bit off. You're not used to do that. You're not used to that. And now I think the focus is with every game, more communication. Let's try to initiate. Let's try to bring the vitality that everybody knows, and that's it. And I think today is an opportunity to do that. And finally, I think we played G2 the last 3 times, and they had the stand-in coach, like this crazy shit over there. And so now it's an opportunity to finally play against them, and we've been struggling against them. So it's good. Like we don't want to struggle against it. We want to beat anyone dominantly, and so we want to take revenge on that struggle from last time.
I love when a team is saying we need to take revenge, even though they won the last bout. That just speaks to the way Vitality feel. They want to grind every team into the dust.
I mean, it's one of those things when you've already accomplished so much that you got to find new targets. You got to find new things to kind of keep you motivated. Obviously, every win they collect, every trophy they put in the cabinet just adds to the legacy and the resume of the greatest of all time. But G2 is a team that, with Nerts coming into the roster, this is, the next team up to bat, so to speak, to have a shot at trying to crack a team like Vitality. And honestly, in a BO3, in a seeding game situation, that's probably one of your better opportunities to try to make it happen.
It certainly is. I mean, you're stepping into the cage with the heavyweights, but we know that this G2 team's got a hell of a right hook at this point, right? I mean, they took them so close in Rio with the stand, and now we've got Hunter locked in behind them, the left hook, perhaps.
Sure.
And it should be a G2 team that's just all that much stronger.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to come in packing a punch, but they're up against a behemoth in Vitality. Yesterday, they cemented themselves making the playoffs of all 22 events they've attended together as a team. A win today would submit 21 events in a row of top 4 or better. I mean, it's just, continuing to list the accolades this team has acquired over time. It's almost been dulled, unfortunately, because we've been talking about it for so long, but I mean,
so it
is what it is. Yeah.
Let's talk about G2. There's a lot more to talk about, new fresh things. Vitality, old, sad news, winning everything constantly. G2, fresh, hot, sexy. Talk about them, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, they looked sharp yesterday. I was really impressed by how they looked against Astralis. I mean, I know they haven't had a whole lot of time with Nerts, and that even got, handicapped a bit more because they didn't have Hunter with them in-game leading in Rio and having Sun Pius call and having, a stand-in from the Academy team. So, definitely I think they're trying to sort things out as best they can, but so far so good. Nerts, we know what this guy is capable. Your 2023 Rookie of the Year, a guy who was dominant with Heroic in 2024. On Liquid, your time there doesn't count, Nerts, all right? I'm gonna go ahead and give you that one. Thank you, Launders, for that theory. As, he played really well yesterday. I think on this team he fits. He's with his old coach Saul. He's with Sun Pius, who he played with, for a time. So he's in a position where I feel like he can thrive.
And we've seen the results early, right? Which is that the vibes seem impeccable. They're all smiles when they go into the server, when they're walking in, which is always a good test of temperature on a team. But also that Nerds individually is really thriving, is showing some of those moments. We were seeing it yesterday. And again, considering what Astralis did this morning, that makes that win, the dominant fashion of it, that much more impressive. We were seeing the sneak outs, the little lurky plays, the aggressive moves, the things that we know are hallmarks of a Nerds playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, I think when I think of Nerds, when I think of him at his best, it's because he's an aggressive playmaker, but not a traditional entry. He's a guy who's going to get put in space taker roles. He's going to be put in positions in the middle of the map or in really, prime real estate, but he's able to kind of call his own number, pick his own timings, and really find what's comfortable for him as far as making those aggressive maneuvers. And then you have a guy like Natus on the squad who is also a very aggressive rifler, so they can do nice split pressure, or, it's not all on Nerds to create the opening, right? Even Hunter is pretty versatile in some of the things that he's been doing. He's been fragging pretty well.
He has indeed, and we can see they're huddling up right next to us here. So it's going to get loud in just a moment. Prepare yourselves for that. Headphone warning in advance. We've also seen the existing chemistry, right? That is one of the luxuries when you're integrating a new player. Saul was saying in the pregame interview, he thought maybe Nerds is at 80-90% of what he should be, but he does have that existing chemistry with Saul, with Sun Pius. Familiarity with Heavy got a guy he's known for a long time, right? When you have that, it does make the transition into a team environment a whole lot easier. You know what's expected of you. You know the ways that you can thrive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, Saul was the coach behind him when he played his best Counter-Strike, in the last 2023, 2024, things of that nature. Sun Pius was with him in the past when he was playing some of his best Counter-Strike. So familiarity there, but also the other pieces around him, suit what he wants to do better. Heavy God is that guy who will just be that, anchor, that tank on the site that you can just kind of rely upon to hold his zone, hold his zone on T-side as well. And then, again, he's got another guy in Natus he can kind of split duties with when it comes to aggression. And, he has some just experienced guys around him who really help him thrive and know what he needs to perform. So we've been seeing this team, look really good.
Yeah, I can just let that speak for itself. Don't really need to talk over that. But G2, look, this would be a huge scalp to take, right? And for a Vitality team that we've seen has had a little bit of the stumble, just not quite as prepared, as locked in, not as disciplined as we're used to seeing. There is that vulnerability. If we're using the heavy, the prize fighter analogy, their guards slipping a little bit. There might be some opportunities for some jabs, some body blows to soften them up.
It's going to be tough though, man. I mean, they've played 6 series against each other and Vitality's won 5 of those 6, man. And they're also leading them really heavily in maps, but G2 is the one squad of 2 ever to beat this team in a best-of-5 grand final. So some of these guys know what it's like to taste success against Vitality, and they'll have to hone that really in today because, this is another big opportunity for them to take a swing. The pressure, I think, is more on G2, right? Because they know what it would mean to get a win over Vitality. Whereas Vitality, they're already locked into the playoffs, it's hard to stay motivated sometimes, I guess you could say.
Well, G2, through many different iterations of this team, have always fancied themselves to be a little bit of the Titan killers, right? Whoever the top dog is in CS seems to be the ones that G2 get the most excited to play against, and we'll have to see if that's going to be the case here again. They're stepping into the ring. The bell is about to sound, and so your ringside announcers take over here. We got Dinko, we got Moses. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Mike. It's a super exciting game. I mean, this is basically a playoff game, it feels like. You know, you go into the semifinals if you win this. G2 versus Vitality. It's one of the best games we're going to get at this event.
This game excites me in ways I didn't think Counter-Strike could. Yeah. I'm really pumped for this G2 team. I want to see, this is the test I was looking for here in Fort Worth, was because G2 is a team that I've pointed at and I'm looking at and I'm like, by the time the major rolls around, if everything keeps going according to plan, this team can be very, very good. And I think they do have the ability to challenge for Vitality. So let's get the litmus test right now. Let's just see what they've got.
Right, yeah, let's see where they're at. Let's see how much development is still needed, what level they're at. I mean, yesterday, we didn't see Vitality play very well. I mean, they were complaining about it. Obviously, we heard Apex saying, you know, the way we're playing right now is disgraceful. Went out and made some tweets after as well. Rob's not so happy about the game's feeling, but
it was funny. It was like whiplash seeing like Apex say those things, but then Flamesy gives the interview where he's like, look, we're not taking these events off, but you know, we're not necessarily like required to win these trophies.
Is everybody on the same page? That's the question, right? Is like everyone coming in on the same page?
But regardless, whether you're kind of in a situation where rest is the priority and kind of chilling a little bit as the lead up to the major, I think for Apex, he's just like, no excuse for the sloppy fundamentals that we had yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely not. With the way they were playing against a team who were playing with their coach. But you'd imagine they're going to be sitting up, and really that could be a wake-up call for Vitality of, was yesterday, okay, that's the level we can get to. Still getting through, a relief to get the win versus FUT not having to go into overtime there on Nuke as that third and final map. We're just working through a headset issue before we get into this game, but for G2, I mean, they've got so much hunger coming back, right? Hunter, unfortunately having to miss out on their last top tier event in Rio. They've been on a run in the tier 2 circuit, just grinding and trying to get nerds implemented into the squad.
You know, he came in, Hunter, and even said, you know, he actually kind of enjoys the fact, looking back, that he almost got to take Rio off because of the injury. And the reasoning he said is, I got to watch my guys play without me and see like what they're capable of, what they can do, what they can improvise with, how they're doing things on the fly. And he's like, and now you come back into the team, and you're like, boys, let's start adding some of that shit in, you know, like bring it to me.
Just bring another level to the team. But looking forward to seeing how this one goes down. G2 versus Team Vitality. Winners to the semifinals here at Blast Rivals Fort Worth. And let's get into it. Kicking things off on Mirage. Now, this is going to be a fun game. There's one way to look at it. It's like, okay, Vitality are favorites coming into the game. But, you know, if there's a world in which G2 can play them close, then that's when the whole Counter-Strike world can get pretty excited, Jason.
Well, that's been what like the whole conversation in the Counter-Strike scene has been like since 2026 started. It's like, who's going to beat Vitality? Who's going to be the team that can challenge them? Not like one best of 3 now and again, but consistently. We've been looking for that next team to step up. Falcons was an obvious candidate, failed. Spirit was an obvious candidate, failed. So we're having to see these teams that have been grinding and rising up through the ranks and what they're going to be able to do. So we're still having a little bit of audio issues, obviously. So we stopped and started a couple of times.
But eventually we will.
But eventually we will get into this game. You gonna redo the hype?
I'm just looking at the team comms right now. It's a coach mic issue, okay. So they're joking about whether or not they want to listen to X-Test or not. So we'll get that one resolved and get into the action ready to go.
There we are.
No, don't trust that, Jason.
Don't trust it?
I'm not.
I'm trusting this one.
Until this pissed around stars.
I'm trusting it, Dinko.
Okay, half funds are going in chat. Okay, seems to be fakes.
Here we are.
All right.
G2 taking on Vitality.
Yes, here we go. Semifinals on the line. Quarterfinals for the losers. G2 versus Vitality, and we're finally ready to go here on Mirage. CT side start for Team Vitality. T side start here for G2. We'll see what Hunter decides to do with all that utility. He's got a smoke and a Molotov, and we're going to see ZywOo drop down into the underpass. Now, Vitality didn't have a great game as a team yesterday, but ZywOo is still ZywOo. So it's Flames to get the start. ZywOo looking for the follow-up, and of course, he's got a kill. Apex has come through there and nipped one away as well, and this pistol round has started very strong for Team Vitality.
I guess the question we haven't really asked yet is maybe after the performance yesterday, is this the one where Vitality come in and just take out all their anger and frustration on G2? Lovely shot from Flames to start, and then obviously the Apex ZywOo aggression.
Well, I was excited to see what Hunter was going to do with the utility, but it doesn't really matter anymore. Once you've lost everybody that early into the round, it's your plan A's out the window, plan B's out the window, and you really don't have a plan anymore.
No, there is no plan. You're just like, I'm gonna just keep moving forward and see what happens, and we'll take it. We'll take it every step of the way.
Off he goes through the underpass here, Hunter. And dead. Okay, that wasn't really competitive whatsoever. So Vitality finding everything they could possibly want. Pisteron goes smoothly. No bomb plant, of course, coming in here for G2 even, so no force buy in the next round. You'd imagine it's going to be a full eco, allowing Vitality a 2-0 lead. Nice clean shot.
What a brutal way to start the round as well. Or start the series, I should say. Apex and ZywOo combining also. Lovely aggressive setup, and part of the reason why it's so strong is because Flames hits that incredible shot, right? If he doesn't hit that, if that's an extended fighter, if he goes down, Apex has to give up that angle with ZywOo, and then all of a sudden things get weaker. See there, the people on Poly Markets saying there's 20% chance, I believe so.
Okay.
The G2 take this win? Not a lot of faith.
Not a lot of faith.
Not a lot of faith at all.
Pretty reasonable, to be honest, you'd imagine, with just how things have been going lately in the Counter-Strike world. Vitality hanging out, definitely going to win this round. G2 are just chilling, making a little formation, a stack of players in the corner. The good thing about this event is I feel like this is a game I would be excited to see if it's close and G2 lost this game, but also so that we could get a better improved version in the playoffs, like in a final.
Okay.
That could be a cool storyline, you know, like a grand final, G2 versus Vitality. I think that'd be fun. Navi, another team that honestly got through FaZe yesterday.
They're in the similar boat to like G2, where it's like you want to believe that they can compete with Vitality, you just need to see it.
Yeah.
By the way, while we're on the topic, and just because we got Glocks in play, that quote from Alexi I felt was pretty wild last night. Did you see that? He came out and he said like any trophy you lift without beating Vitality like feels like it's like not deserved. I'm paraphrasing, so maybe you want to check that one. I was like, yeah, I don't think any trophy without beating Vitality would be deserved. That's a crazy thing for a player to say in my
Especially since you won the trophy without Vitality there.
I know. What are you going to do if you win the trophy here? You're going to get on stage and be like, well, we didn't really deserve it. You know, like, I mean, I understand the sentiment underneath it all. It just seemed a bit crazy when I read it. Anyways, round 3. Vitality is up 2-0. AK is out for the G2 attack. A few pieces of utility missing, so they're going to go Spartan. It's going to be an A exec. They probably only have 1 round of utility, so they need to get in and get in fast.
Running out in towards the site there's Flames taking the first couple of kills, and they're all dead instantly. Trying to run out towards the A site. Flames is just unleashed, trying to just kill everybody as he runs up towards the top of the wood. Now Hunter going over the top of stairs smoked. He doesn't come away with a trade kill at all. So it's still that 4v2 that Flames set up.
Yeah, he pretty much ended this round just as it began. Your anchor gets a triple kill at the bomb site. Hunter brought down to 2 health, so the bomb does get planted, but you've got no chance whatsoever of winning this. And poor Heavy God, gotta be aggressive. ZywOo's not even gonna let him breathe.
No, not at all. Not allowed to get comfortable whatsoever. So first call for G2 gets absolutely melted. We heard Hooksy sort of in that short listen-in yesterday when they were playing against G2. He said they're not that type of team in terms of, you know, if they're throwing smokes and flashes towards one side of the map, that's where they're going. It feels like it's pretty well telegraphed. Now, obviously, Astralis didn't handle G2 at all yesterday. It was still, even if you knew where they were coming.
So take that one with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Even if you knew where they were coming, couldn't really stop them from shooting you in the face. But Vitality will be able to shoot you in the face. So if there is something to that, and Hooksy's idea about G2 is correct, and Vitality feel that same way, then I would be intrigued to see how Vitality set up and handle G2 today. And really test Hunter's in-game leadership.
They're handling them quite easily at the moment. There's 1 kill so far for G2. It's on Heavy God. Everyone else is on the goose egg. A lot of that has been Flames when he's been so successful in his opening engagements. Triple kill on the defense of the A-bomb site as the anchor, the 1-tap, 1 kill, and the pistol round up towards top mid. You're just taking players out of action before they can ever react. More mid-centric defense this time with the lean. Flames is going to back up to the A-bomb site. ZywOo and Apex working together with Rops.
ZywOo waiting top of the connector. There's Apex. The opening. Heavy God to trade out onto ZywOo, but Flames is coming in locked in today. Handling all the A pressure easily. He's got his teammates coming over as well to alleviate Those bullets being sent towards him. Apex has just snapped out towards Sandwich. Oh, he nerds to fall away. And a 4-0 lead for Vitality. And it's the way they've gotten to 4 feels so easy.
Well, you know, it's probably the most impressive thing. The thing I enjoyed the most about watching Flames in these first 4 rounds is that round he just played. And it's not even the kills, it's not even the shooting and the great shots he's had. It's when he knows there's a Deagle over in Cubby and he's just like parked behind the box because he knows Apex has the cross. There's no reason for him to take this fight. Yeah, 9 out of 10 times he probably wins. But why lose the money? Why risk anything happening? I like seeing that play because, I mean, it seems so small and insignificant to a degree, but the mentality it suggests for Vitality is we're just not giving you anything. You're going to have to take everything that you want. You actually have to come earn it because we're not going to make the mistakes that let you back into these scenarios. Right here, watch this. Peeking off contact from Apex, hiding. He can swing for the Deagle. He could swing and try and win that fight if he wanted. Just waiting for contact. Oh, he hit. I'm going to go back into the box. It's perfect work from Flames.
Zawu up into the apartments. We got Nert stepping up towards Zawu's scope. Zawu readying himself for the fight that's coming his way. Double scopes up now to get a clear view. There's a quick reaction. That's Nert's gone. Opening frag falls in favor of Vitality, and Zawu is going to fall away.
It's getting worse. Natus going to start pushing up short. They've got some room to work with in middle. No one's aggressive on catwalk, so no kind of crossfire they'd have to work with. Vitality happy to play containment and happy to trust in ZywOo's op back at bench to cover catwalk. Information now for Flames as well. Pretty deep on A ramp, calling it clear, seeing no presence, hearing no noise whatsoever. Vitality might be a little bit nervous playing blind at the moment, but obviously the 5-on-4 gives them the advantage. We reconvene to the B bomb site. Still, Flames hasn't pushed any further. So not enough information to secure any kind of a mass rotation, but Mezzi is going to spin real quick as soon as utility comes out from the G2 side.
Will ZywOo just destroy him though? That's the question. Heavy Guard dead first. We've seen ZywOo yesterday in this spot not really put himself in harm's way at any point. Very comfortable in this position, especially with Apex removing the short threat. ZywOo, doesn't take the shot, and then Hunter makes the most of that mistake by taking ZywOo and Mezzi both down. So 3v2, you know Apex is still around somewhere. Where are you going to find him? And Hunter does collect him. Apex is down, and all of a sudden it's just Flames coming out of the apartments. Hunter has dragged his team into this round. And Flames could still unravel it in favor of Vitality. There's the first. Surprise is down, and Flames is just on another level right now. He made that look so easy.
Man, that's got to be heartbreaking for G2. Such an incredible turnaround just to have your heart ripped out of your chest by Flames.
Dude, it's just so easy for him.
Yeah, what a game he's having so far. First 5 rounds have been all Flames.
Yeah, first kill towards bench is so quick. This is the reaction. The decision just to snap back to Hunter before he can really even have a chance of taking him down. But great round from Hunter. So unfortunate to not get anything from it. But yeah, great work from Flames there. G2 have got to feel like they just can't catch a break.
Well, this is when you start getting the feeling that everything's going against you. And you know what? We talked a lot yesterday in the G2 Astralis series, how it felt like everything was going right for G2. Now you're not getting any of that benefit. Great opening provided by Sunpius. Rop's a little slow on the jump across.
Good to get out there for Sunpius. Can they work with this 5v4 now for G2? It's been tough to get these openings.
Been tough to get the opening, so it means you got to capitalize on it, especially at a 0-5 scoreline, especially after losing the previous round the way you did in a 2-on-1. Now a 5-on-3. G2 in the pole position here in round 6, and they're going to get even further ahead.
Apex behind the fit. Oh my goodness, he wins that engagement. He's out fighting again in middle, and Apex has taken 2.
And he's still in the same spot. He knows he's got another player pinned behind that wall, so he's going to jump out, check the underpass. Apex is so locked in on the fight, and eventually Sunpies will win it. So ZywOo put into a really tough spot now with Hunter coming out of the apartments.
He's been hurt as well.
Should be no way. Oh my god, there is a way. In fact, all those bullets miss. Very luckily, Heavy God was around, so the trade comes through on ZywOo immediately.
Happens to the best of us.
It does.
We've all been there.
And at least, you know, Hunter had a great round in the previous.
Yeah,
so
he did.
Don't worry about it.
Yep.
That's just the bad one.
Well, here's the opening from Sunpies. He's also the one who puts down Apex, preventing Apex from clawing this round back for Vitality. Wouldn't have been able to survive that one if it ended up that way.
I love that Apex is realizing that situation. They're like, we're so down and out in this round.
Yes,
Let's
I
just
need to
fight, just fight. And he was winning them.
Oh, already been a frustrating game, and Apex is going to make it even worse.
Yeah, Robs dead first in the last round, and it's into the underpass this time. That's Hunter trying to duel. He actually took a dink on board, so he's left on 15 HP.
So he'll have to play a little bit passive. It's going to be up to the other three, Heavy God, Nertz, and Sunpies to create something. Nertz, the newest addition to this roster. A lot of excitement about him joining the team after a rough stretch in Team Liquid. They've spoke all positive about him, and
got to see that yesterday, didn't we?
yeah, and it's all like, it's the conversation that Hunter's having is like, this feels like when Nico joined G2 and joined me, and like how much fun and how happy and excited we were, how motivated we were. It's the same kind of vibe going on in G2 right now, with Nertz reuniting with Saw as a coach, and obviously Heavy God, a close friend of his as well. Surprising seeing him on the 0-6 though.
Yeah, really slow start. Nertz stepping up to the fight now though, and make it 0-7. Got Flame stepping into the next fight. Sunpies at least winning that one. Heavy God's got his way under the wood, but they know he's there. So ZywOo going for the wall bang.
Look at the HP on the other two players though. Hunter at 15, Sunpies on 25. How do you get in? Hunter starting his lurk in middle now.
And Mezzi on the flank too. Round the back. Apex taking pressure away. Attention drawn towards him. Frees up Mezzi to make his way through the ramp. And then Rops is there for the kill on Hunter. Comfortable round victory here for Vitality again after their first round loss. And no bomb plant means no extra cash, which results in G2 in a really tough spot economically. Again, you can't afford a good buy coming out here. The best you can hope for are Tech 9s and some Kevlar.
I think when the guns come back out, I think you have to just do a bomb site execute. I think it's time to just hit the A bomb site, throw the utility, just get in, try and trade Flames out, try and trade whoever's there out. This kind of spread out default, trying to take mid control, they're having the same issues that FUT had in Mirage in the previous series, where G2 only have the one opening kill on Sunpies just a couple rounds back.
Yeah, direct hits towards the sites though are tough because Flames is on an absolute heater, and the times you try to go towards A, he's got a multi-kill and the rotations come in. And then you go to the B-bomb site. ZywOo's here with Mezzi and Robs now, so this is going to be a very tough round if G2 stay committed to this B idea.
Yeah, but you need to avoid, when you're spreading out in these defaults at the moment, the way Vitality's winning this game is by just playing nothing special, having strong openings, finding an advantage in the first 30 seconds, and then saying, we have such an advantage that we will just back off and play mistake-free Counter-Strike, and you guys can't do anything anymore. And especially for Hunter as an IGL, probably at some point feels like, I'd like to call a mid-round in a 5-on-5, please. Or a 5-on-4.
No, not really the weapons for the job in this round. Saving money for their buy in the next. Or at least having some upgraded pistols to try and be potent enough. As they head towards this B-bomb site, Mezzi is lying in wait with the AK.
Mentioned Nertz is 0-7. He's got 4.8 ADR so far in these 7 rounds of play. He has not found any fight to be comfortable in.
Heavy God, a good start. 5v4, short-lived out. Rops only getting a triple kill. Will be taken down by the Tech 9 of Hunter. That's a weapon picked up, a spoil of war to play with for Natus.
This flank is so fast.
Yeah, but Apex is already in the apartments and no eyes are looking towards him whatsoever. Even less now with the distraction of Flames drawing attention. Apex has got the kill. Heavy God, and then the second quick snap over towards Natus. cleaning up. Apex very quick to come through the apartments.
They're so confident. There's no stress, and they know that they're just controlling the map in every aspect of this game. So yeah, you're starting to see them, you know, that ego kind of like healthily making them push, making them make some plays, making moves, and G2 still struggling to contain it. And now the moves are just getting harder because Vitality's willing to take way more risks, way harder to read the situation. 7-1. Well, this game is not going at all the way that I thought it was going to go.
Not at all.
Or want it to go, for that matter.
Well, I think G2 are feeling the same way. Yeah, they're down to the final timeout now. It's a really tough start to this game. Obviously, a few of the individuals just haven't got going. It seems like everyone in Vitality has turned up today on a completely different level to what they were showing yesterday.
I mean, that's incredible to see. It's one of the things that makes this team, you know, the greatest of all time, is just that reaction. That reaction to losing the first match in a group stage in the fashion that you did, and now bounce back and just kind of assuage any potential concerns that might have been out there.
There's some pious, at least getting the opening kill here. Out towards top middle of smoke break, but trying to get a second here, and he's under a lot of pressure. Rob realizing he just wants to spam him down, try and get some bias, but he takes a shot to the face through the smoke.
All right, a little bit of love going the way of Sunpius. That's a beautiful second kill.
I mean, the only round they've been able to pick up is Sunpius is opening in middle onto Robs. He's got another good start to a round here, and Nerds finally has some space to make a play.
Spotted. I think he's been spotted, though.
Flames says, yeah, that's the kill. Is he going to take it?
He's going to let it for his teammate.
Back,
yeah, leave it for Apex. Don't want them to know where Flames' position is, so they can't just exploit the A bomb site on reaction. Hunter and Khan, Heavy God with the bomb following up in middle. Sunpius, oh, lovely shot. That's Flames going down. And now things really open up. Hunter can start to investigate.
Apex swinging out into the site, and that's going to be Hunter collected by Apex, but he's just hiding away now behind his boxes. There's going to be plays to get bring down with him, but in the end, a second round victory coming out of G2. And once again, Sunpius getting the openings.
Yeah, that's the only place they've had success is Sunpius over in middle. Great read on the ZywOo situation. The Rops kill, a little bit lucky. The slow peek from the other side, Sunpius was ready. That one, just seeing the tracers. I'll take the luck out of the equation. That's a nice read. And the only round we've seen Vitality really get picked apart to that degree. Now, as bad as this half has been, G2 can still recover it. There's still a chance for 7-5 on the board.
There's Flames out into the mid-peak, and they're all lining up. It's Natus and Hunter both dead. Flames is worried about being pushed down through underpass.
Just look how proactive, how many different looks have Vitality given him on the defense?
Right, and it's different players in different spots always. You know, Flames down in the underpass now getting some fun. He's got himself a couple of kills, and in fact, he could track Heavy God back into connector if he got away with that. If Flames got away with that kill, I think that might just be it. But Heavy God at least getting the kill inside of Khan. Nerds stepping out of Palace. He does get responded to by Robs.
Hey, but he's got his first kill. All that matters. Heavy God's kind of held at bay at top con. Sunpius at the bottom of A ramp. That smoke is going to fade shortly, and he'll step in. But Heavy God's got a big role to play to create the distraction, because Sunpius is up. It's not exactly going to create the space you need, and it's going to go down.
Yeah, it's smacked against the wall by ZywOo's AWP. Now Rops winning just around the side of Tetris here. Heavy God trying to bait him into the fight to give himself the 1v1, but Rops is ready for any fight that's coming his way and will challenge Heavy God and find success. So just the lack of ability to find consecutive round wins here for G2 is really stalling out any hope in this first half. Now 8-2, they miss out on the opportunity to somewhat reset some of that money down to a lower point for Vitality. Now they're just gonna have to deal with the strong situation right down to the finish line in this first half, it feels like.
It feels like this is turning into one of those games where we say, like, okay, play yourself into the next map, you know? Like, and it's weird to say when you're only 10 rounds in. But Nerds with 1 kill, Natus with 2 kills. And you can see the offense is starting to struggle with all these aggressive plays. Flames is just relentless.
Wow.
Little mistake from Mezzi as Nerds finds the kill and opens up the B bomb site.
And we'll see if that mistake costs Vitality this round. Nerds trying to make the most of it. The problem is ZywOo is cut off market.
Yeah, Nerds has to slow down his pacing because all attention is going to be in this direction with that kill on Mezzi, and they might even feel like the follow-up is going to be at the B bomb site. They'd be correct. Sunpius with the bomb sliding over, AK-47 in his hands instead of the op. Natus as well. Gonna hang back a little bit further for a few extra seconds, make sure there's no flank coming from the underpass. Bomb will get planted. Flames and Rops setting up for a bait flank. Flames go first with low HP die. Hopefully they take their attention away and Rops can have a clean avenue. Apex gonna be heading towards Cat as market windows smoked off, and ZywOo's op is gonna provide support.
Natus just looks away, and here they come. Flames up first, but the spacing's good enough for Rops to get that trade, and now the pressure's on because Rops has got another one. Nertz is gone. Gotta be Sunpius. It's gotta be him again to win a round here for G2, and he just can't do it. ZywOo spots him out, turns with the AWP. Sunpius put in the ground, and Vitality put up to 9 rounds.
Yeah, it's brutal. Rops is scaling into the bomb site and just sees nobody home. There's no peek whatsoever from Sunpius, no one trying to take advantage of it, and that sends off the alarms in ZywOo's head. Turns and watches the smoke. Perfect. Everything Vitality goes for in this retake is absolutely perfect. It works away just as it was designed.
Yeah, I mean, we said coming into this game that this game would be a great test to see what level G2 are at, see where they match up against Vitality. There's a lot of work to do right now. Quite the distance between the two teams at the moment. G2 going out trying to get a 3rd round win in this first half. It's the best case scenario for them at this point.
It's going to slide into mid, and they're just going to turn the corner, it looks like, into Con. Maybe just contact play. Smoke comes in, they want to peek with it. Trying to mess with the timings of utility.
Break of the smoke, perfect timing. Nertz, nightmare half continues. Flames to assist and follow up as Heavy God is now dead as well. And you've got G2 scrambling a 3v5, under a minute on the clock. No real space to work with. Hunter is the only player that could potentially find something, but even that is watched by Apex. And this will come to a very dominant conclusion in the first half. It will be a 10-2 lead for Team Vitality. The question was asked, who is going to be Vitality's rival here in Fort Worth? Who will be able to match up to the level of Vitality? G2 were one of the teams thrown into that conversation, and right now there is absolutely no competition on display. 2 sporadic round victories picked up off the back of Sunpius opening kills, but that is all G2 find. Dominant from Vitality, and they are looking for the semifinals.
In the process, Apex gets the better of his teammate. Now, he's got the utility to keep Donk out of this.
He knows he's going to swing.
Okay! He knows. Apex, baby!
Oh, it's a fact! Charge your mouse, charge your mouse!
Look, it's plugged in.
Yeah, it's plugged in. There we go.
Yep. Char, even though you win, we love you. Merci, madame.
I'm gonna make sure that I always put 100% effort into it.
Don't know if that's coming through. Then you know you lose this timing that you get with the element of surprise. It's like worth it to almost lose a player there.
You, baby! You! You wish you would be here! Jimmy! Even in the fucking train on pop, you suck me!
And we're back, 10-2. This game has not started any way that we thought it would. G2 came in flat in that first half, and Vitality, well, they just look like badasses. They came in and they've handled business here. 10-2 lead, not even a struggle, not even an issue. Couple isolated nice rounds, but this has been so one-sided.
Okay, guys, I will repeat it, but we're fucking great on City side. There is no doubt, guys. We're the best City side team in the world. We are the best at a lot of things. But the T-side Mirage is not our best, okay? So we will need to step up.
Always humble. I love it.
Yeah.
We're the best at a lot of things. T-side Mirage ain't one of them.
Yeah, always, you know, I like that. I just love the facts every time I listen to him. But yeah, he's right. Didn't look great yesterday. Let's see how it goes down today. A pistol round might just make sure that they don't need to play that much of a T round. But look at this. Heavy God pushing through the ramp. Messi so ready, and Heavy God so sad.
Yeah, he's like, what the hell? Why is he watching that? Why is
he's holding.
Yeah, why is he so ready? He's holding T-spawn. Well, Flames is going to get some action. Nerds pushing up into him. And Nerds is going to continue having issues. Dropped by Apex. And now the defense has to scramble back and right into the arms of Rops.
Oh my God. There's just always
I know,
another Vitality
there's
player.
everything.
Like everything we try to do, there's just a Vitality player
It's
right
like,
there.
we knew you were going to fall back in towards Con.
Yeah.
We knew you were going to try and push Palace after this kill.
It's always on the perfect timing. Yeah, it's I don't think they have to worry about the T side. It doesn't look like they're going to need to play many T rounds.
Yeah,
like,
really.
as long as you can win a gun round on T side, I think it's all wrapped up here.
Just so comprehensive. What a turnaround from yesterday, watching Vitality struggle up against FUT. With Coolio standing in, the shock that was provided, dropping a map to them. Ooh, nice shots from Natus. Okay, yeah, get some headshots, get some confidence going. None of it matters at the end of the day. Bomb's still gonna go off, 11-2.
Another disappointing thing or worrying thing, Jason, is this is G2's map pick.
Yeah, that part's not great either.
Next is Overpass.
I think Blast put up a stat. I think Production put up a stat right at the start of the game that teams that have picked Mirage against Vitality have gone like 2-5 since Rotterdam.
Not being a great record, not a great decision coming against them on this map at the moment. But you know, yesterday I can absolutely see why G2 would want to come here. They're a good Mirage team. Seeing the weaknesses yesterday, points for Vitality, even though they got through that Mirage, didn't look necessarily that pretty. But this has been disastrous.
I mean, the other side of that too is that, you know, if you're Vitality in the last 3 months, you've got an 89% win rate on Nuke, a 90% win rate on Inferno, a 92% win rate on Dust 2, a 100% win rate on Overpass, and 64% on Mirage. So, yeah, we can dive into the details as much as you want, but I think that's a pretty obvious, there's a pretty obvious lean there, especially if you're not a team that enjoys playing Anubis whatsoever.
And then you come up against them on Mirage and this happens. It's like, okay, where do we go?
You're like, oh, great.
Can we invent a new? Can we do cash?
Can we bring it in now?
Yeah, can we do cash, please? All right.
Let's be real. Vitality is going to be amazing on cash.
Yeah, I actually can't wait to watch it on cash. It's going to be sick.
For those of you that weren't around when Cash was in the pool back in like CSGO, I feel like Cash is like one of the most like, it's like a Dust 2. Like it just gives you highlights. It's just like the action there is so intense. It's going to be fun.
Well, an opening kill here for G2. And it's Sampais that got it, so that's the winning recipe for the 2 rounds they've got so far. See if it happens again. Could be round 3. We can see Vitality try and convert a 4v5 deficit by heading towards this B bomb site. So they're going to be going into Natus, who's just waiting for them.
Sampais has 75% of G2's opening kills in this game. Heavy God has 1, Sampais has 3. That's it. No one else is able to find any production in the early stages.
You can see how quick Natus was communicating how many players he just spotted up into the apartment. So they're trying to rotate Sampais over here quickly enough that he can help out. Look at the rotation. G2 are arriving big time. Messi taken out at Van. Rops hasn't even left the apartments yet, though, with the bomb. So they don't mind that G2 are rushing in and panicking because they can start picking them off, or at least trying to. But G2 still hold the advantage. Rops is taking damage. So is Apex. So You know, Flames on 35 HP, and Hunter's going to connect onto Apex. Flames still getting a frag, and okay, Robs and Flames have brought this back. It's down to a 1v1. Flames against Sampayas, and Sampayas has won another round here for G2, the only player with round-winning impact.
It's triple kill in the round for Sampayas as well. That's great work with the MP9, and that's a tough round to win if you're G2. The weaker weapons, you have some of the advantages early on in that fight in the execute, but Vitality plays this so slow. They don't panic whatsoever. This team stays far back with these rifles, even things out. You got Rops working the bomb site, and all of a sudden it's a one-on-one. Sampayas is just a beast right now. Quick swing, pre-fire with the MP9. And they're still alive. There's still a chance for a comeback in regulation. 3-11, 8 rounds back. But survive this one and you get that reprieve of going up against mostly unarmored Glocks. And then 1 round at a time. Saw Vitality in the first half on their own CT side doing a lot of these extremity pushes out of confidence. G2 probably more out of desperation, but the timing is just about perfect.
On the back, Natus. There he is, that's the bomb. How many can he get here? FAMAS out in play. He's got 4 targets in his sight. He's got some help from his teammates, and Natus is going to make the most of it. That's 3 from him. And Messi to go down inside of the connector. So 4th round here for G2, finally getting 2 in a row as well.
Yeah, lovely, and not losing a whole lot. So money builds up, and things are going to start being okay for the CT side. Only real issue is the scoreboard, which is a big issue to be fair. 7 rounds back. But 5 rifles, 2 Galils of FAMAS, 2 M4s. You're going to be going up against the unarmored pistols. You're just going to clean things up in this round. So a chance for the last thrust of G2 to see if they can get themselves back into this map. And again, I brought it up in the first half, like pretty early on, just the way it felt was like the whole play yourself into this series, play yourself into the second map, warm up a little bit, whatever it might be. You're going to need like a little streak here of a comeback to make it feel like you're getting into this game. And then when that confidence starts to show up, we know we can have a map 2.
Oh, well, that's not confidence building, getting taken down by the Glock. Elise Hunter's come through with the grenade kill and then the M4, but he's also taken out by Rops' Glock. Should be no issue, though, in cleaning them up. Nerds comes on over. We lose a couple of players here for G2, but the round is collected, and they're up to 5. So the buy now returns here for Team Vitality. They're not going to have enough to get the AWP out, so it'll be AK-47s across the squad.
Advantage Sampayas, because he's got the op out on the CT side as well. So a chance for the sniper of G2 to reign supreme and have continue influencing the game in a positive way for his team. 11 kills, he's tied with Hunter and Natus, and Heavy God is not too far back, but it's the quality of the kills that Sampayas have gotten that have been so critical. No one on his team is able to match him in that regard.
Apex out through underpass. Smoke going to arrive at the bottom of Con. Head shows for Hunter dead immediately upon the opportunity there for Apex. 5v4 for Team Vitality.
Puts a lot of pressure on Nerds, who we've highlighted a couple of times having that rough game. 3 kills, started out 0-7. But puts him into the pressure with Hunter going down to be worried about Con, to be worried about window room. Natus has slid over to provide assistance. 58 seconds on the clock, and really Apex is the only one challenging anything. The only one showing presence whatsoever. Vitality now going to follow up in middle, and that's where the defense is going to meet them head on.
There's a kill on ZywOo, going out again. Heavy God responds as Mezzi's out of there, and it's now 3v2, still favoring Vitality. Time at the 40-second mark as Rob starts to make his way out of ramp. Crossing over towards Sandwich. He's in a strong spot at the moment. That bomb is drifting back through T-spawn on the back of Apex.
Yeah, they're taking it slow. He doesn't want to show himself just yet. He wants G2 to think the possibility of the B bomb site is still there. Now the information going to be gathered with that smoke being chucked out. Rops can start making his move. Line of sight of Heavy got taken away, but the AWP of Sunpius is going to deliver. That's the bomb down in 14 seconds.
Yep, you got to sprint either Flames or Rops has to go get it, but it has to be Flames. Rops is gone. Flames has got the kill, but it's a 1v1. 7 seconds on the clock, in the open, denied by Heavy God. Oh, time really forcing Flames into the commitment of the plant. Heavy God give him a chance to win it by peeking top stairs, but Flames' hands were so busy, and another round for G2.
He had a split-second decision make. Do I plant default or do I plant in the front of the boxes? Can I make it in time? That's a tough scenario to be in. Might have thought Heavy got rotated back around, but here's that good mid-push that does some solid work.
Again, Sunpius with the impact.
Yep. He's just been an absolute beast, which is great. Yeah, remember, the start of CS2 for Sunpius was really, really rough. We lost a lot of faith in him as an AWPer, and slowly, he's been grinding some of that confidence and faith back in his favor. The gap is closing. And Apex's words ring out in my head at the very least. We're great at CT. Our T side has a lot to be desired. So every round on the CT side was critically important for Vitality. And as G2 continue putting rounds on the board, Vitality's gonna have more and more pressure mounting with that knowledge. Or at least Apex on his shoulders to call them back into the map.
Well, that is Rops. Sunpius saying see you later. ZywOo and Mezzi now in a 2v5. See how much damage they can do, and none so far. So just Mezzi in middle with the Deagle. It'll be a 7th round for G2. Good to see them playing themselves back into the game now. Would have been so disappointing to see Vitality just come into the second half here, win the pistol, and close it out in the first gun round, but the opportunity is there now for G2 to work their way back into Mirage, and a timeout being taken here from Team Vitality.
Good sign. You forced the timeout out of them. You forced them into a situation where they needed the extra time to talk things over. Xtaz on the mic. Very, very vocal. Seems very focused over towards Mezzi and Flamesy at the moment. Not time for panic just yet if you're Vitality. Still a 4-round lead, still just 2 rounds away from a map victory. But it's starting to get to the point, I think, where they've lingered around long enough. Vitality's feeling like they've let G2 stick in this game way too much. And the problem is, you may no longer have a say in whether you can force them out, because Sunpius is starting to heat up. He's got a hot hand right now. And if he continues having this kind of an influence with the AWP, he's going to tear apart a lot of your rounds. ZywOo's picked up an AWP on the other side as well to challenge up against it.
ZywOo once upon his teammate's head. Not going to be finding the chance he was looking for to kick things off. Apex now moving out through underpass again, putting himself towards connector. Will Sunpius peek him though? This could be the opening kill available to Sunpius. Apex has crossed away from the danger zone now and is looking up towards the ladder room instead, where Hunter currently is waiting.
Quiet on the map, though. Feels like Rops is a little bit frisky. Just seemed like he wanted to turn that corner and maybe try and find a timing for a fight. The knowledge of Sunpius is off, probably dissuading him, and the rest of the team is now going to rotate back to the A bomb site. Here's that push from Natus again. Did this a few rounds back to great effect with the FAMAS one in like the second or third round of this half. Getting a lot of information for his team right now. So we should start seeing Nert slide over to be more committed to the A bomb site. Sunpius' op is here. Heavy got over in Cubby.
There's Sunpius. Opening kill. Going back again. Trying to challenge ZywOo this time. He actually did. He's down to 2 HP. ZywOo's only left on 2 health. There's Apex gone. Mezzi inside the middle, finally getting something going here for Team Vitality, but a lot more needed to be done with 15 seconds left. Not a whole lot of time to do it. And you've got Rob trying to get out of Palace. You need this kill now, and ZywOo's got it. Nert's still on stairs, fighting forward. 7 seconds, everybody's dead. Natus on the ramp flank. Make sure it's all over, and they wrap things up. And even after a timeout, Vitality not looking much better at all.
Man, they are falling apart on this T side right now. Sunpius is really making it hurt.
Man, you might just go back and listen to that Apex clip, and it might just become legendary if they do choke this in the end.
Well, maybe you could see the future. ZywOo's be the one who's got to be aggressive in that scenario, but at that point, so much time has passed. The rest of G2 arrived, and they're within striking distance, man. They're 8-11. They're within 3 rounds.
Feels like Sunpius has kept them in it long enough for the rest of the team to start to wake up.
Exactly, that's what I meant when I said they've lingered too long, is now you no longer get to dictate that you can just destroy them at will, the way you were for the first, 15 rounds of this game.
Not much going for them in this round as Tech9's a little bit of utility.
Vitality hasn't even smelled the bomb site since the pistol. They haven't gotten a plant in these gun rounds at all.
Yeah, Sunpius heavy goal. What a combo towards this A site, shutting down Team Vitality, not letting them anywhere near the site. Another round that ends in misery for Team Vitality. And a 9th round added to the tally here for G2 on their merry way back into this game. And we've now got Apex trying to get up through Korn, and Sunpius is taking him down with the 5-7. 9 rounds for G2. Sunpius, again, another huge round from him, a triple kill with heavy impact being put onto the server.
All right, well, it's panic time now for Vitality. It's time to be worried about how G2's playing at the moment.
And you've burned timeouts, you tried, you've even won the pistol. It's
7 rounds in a row for this G2 defense. They have just snapped into place. Nert's struggling, but the lack of impact there is being more than made up for by Sunpius. Now, unfortunately for G2, Sunpius this round away from the action. They want to shut down mid, but Vitality is lined up for a hit at the A bomb site right out of the gate.
Heavy guard waiting on default. Really reliable. Nert's getting a kill towards top middle, but Heavy guard gone. ZywOo is taking him away. Hunter, look at his step. There's a big gap in the smoke, trying to work with it here. And he goes out into the open. He makes the most of it. Vitality were trying to replenish the smoke. He put a new one down in place, and it's worked out here for G2. Mezzi's still fighting, though, and that kill brings it back to even numbers.
Yeah, and you know who's sliding over right now is Sun Poppy, and he's been delivering for G2. Smoke is up in his face. 21 kills on the G2 sniper. Out of the action for the initial thrust. But now in the clutch, this all pulls up. Did you not see the legs?
No.
Yeah, he did.
No,
His teammate called out. Teammate called out. Teammate called out.
You've seen him, and he goes back to it. Rops will fall off the top of the wood, and it puts it all on Mezzi. Let's see if he can clutch up here. He's got 40 seconds to do it. He's got the bomb on his back, and he's got 100 HP still to his name. Sunpius intelligently backing off, getting beyond that murder hole, and holding the angle, holding the line. And it really should be a kill here for Sunpius.
Time is an ally.
Mezzi goes into the open, slow peeks into the scope, and Mezzi goes down. We are 1 round separated between G2 and Team Vitality.
This is getting dicey. One more time, production, can you cue up that listen in one more time? We listened to this coming in from the halftime break. This is Apex talking to his team about the CT side and the T side of Mirage.
Okay, guys. I will repeat it, but we're fucking great on CT side. There is no doubt, guys. We're the best CT side team in the world. We are the best at a lot of things. But the T side Mirage is not our best, okay? So we will need to step up.
At the moment, it's looking like not our best is a bit of an understatement. 8 in a row now for G2 coming storming back into this opening map of the series. Semifinals on the line, and they're standing tall up against the best team in the world.
Heavy guard going out for the peak side of stairs. Not able to make the most of it, but Sunpius certainly will. He's sitting back at CT spawn. He's not been missing much at all in this second half. It's going to be Nerds dropping Robs, but this time Sunpius does miss. Heavy guard makes up for it, though. A kill comes through. Sunpius falls back. Heavy guard with another. Vitality have lost the lead. It is going to be tied here on Mirage. Sunpius chiming in. Flames dead, and now it is G2 who are dominating all over the server.
Yeah, lost the lead and lost the grip on this map. Unreal, the turnaround in this second half. Pistol round won by Vitality. They go up 11-2, and G2 finally wakes up. Sunpius has carried his team to this point. Now Heavy God's delivering. Now Hunter's making plays for you. Natus being aggressive. Nertz is starting to climb the scoreboard as well. Vitality have disappeared off Barrage. And it's their final timeout they have to burn as their CT side dominance for both sides today.
Apex just can't find the answers. It's gonna be...
Probably can't find an idea at this point.
Yeah.
This is where you're hoping and praying, Rops, Flames, someone's gonna say, I can exploit this, give you an idea, give you just a crumb that you can build an idea around. 11-11. We're gonna go the distance, but who's gonna have a chance at winning in regulation?
"24 kills for Sampayas. We got Hunter moving out short with Natus. Confident now. RG2, you see it just oozing out of them. Willing to take fights, break open the smokes, trying to search for these openings. Vitality come to fight them in middle.
They haven't selected their finishing play yet. Nobody's close up to the B-bomb site or the A-bomb site, so it's no indication of where they potentially might want to split. It seems like they actually just called the idea off. Yeah. Apex and Mezzi were scaling a little quick through the underpass, and halfway through decided to switch things up. Nert's playing over at bench at the B-bomb site. Mattis is on short. Hunter in ladder room. Sampayas at ticket at the A-bomb site, and Heavy got up on the balcony. Underneath the balcony, excuse me.
It's all well and good coming back into the game. But how many times have we seen the underdog team come back against Vitality, seeming like they're going to get the win, and Vitality figure it out in the final couple of rounds? Seen it just yesterday on Nuke against FUT. Could be another scenario like that. G2 are going to be very aware of that possibility. Hunter climbing down the ladder, now steadies himself to try and join with Natus to deal with the threat. Vitality with 3 players, 30 seconds left. Hunter and Natus, first 2 kills in. Robs gets 1 back, but he's held back. He's held in position. Nerds from backbench successful with that kill, and Heavy God's got the other. It's just Mezzi. 15 seconds left. Ballman is back, but no hope in hell. It is 12-11. G2 have map point first, and no one seen this coming.
Look how jacked up Hunter just got with that win. He almost had to settle himself down. They probably cannot even believe they're looking at the scoreline like this right now. 12-11, 1 chance, and again, they have a perfect setup. 2 players at the point of attack. B-bomb site, it's been a while since Vitality gave it a little bit of love, and G2 was a step ahead.
The move, everything, we need to talk more, we need to do more, guys, and that's exactly what I said on CT. It was too easy, and we fucking don't step up right now. So let's fucking step up and don't look at your fucking score and play like us for the team, boys.
All right, there's the frustration coming out. Saying they got complacent after a dominant CT side, very possible.
Well, might not be able to figure it out in time. 12-11 here for G2. Coming into this one with pots and pans, you've got 2 Tech 9s, 2 Galils, a single AK-47 for Team Vitality. Look at the lack of utility left now as well.
But they've got some sneaky positions. Nertz doesn't have eyes on this. This is a disaster. Rops with this kind of a space will ruin you.
Yeah, well, there's the first kill. Nertz, is that the first domino to fall? Could this collapse the defense of G2 and bring this one into overtime? Apex with the Tech 9, it's Hunter dead. Out goes Mattis, can't get it done. And now Heavy God trying to step up in the bottom of the stairs. Apex is dead. A rare missed shot here from Sampayas. Rops around the back. He's read it though, Sampayas turns. But it's all gonna be Sampayas. 12 HP. And he's left back towards CT spawn. There's no way, surely he can pull this off. He's been fantastic, but this is just asking way too much.
This would be a miracle if he gets it.
Look at the positions he's got to peek as well, and it's just not going to happen. Vitality figure it out in the final round, get this one into overtime. The money resets, and of course, it's a Rops round where he gets in behind them. They lose track of him, and he starts to unravel the defense.
After that whole run to come back into this game and get up to 12 rounds for G2, the thing that is they're undoing is missing the timing and not keeping an eye on the window boost. Rops gets that kill, that's one thing. But with like 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock and Rops is in CT spawn, he controls the map. And that's one of the smartest players to ever grace the game of Counter-Strike. He is going to wreck you. 12-12, we hit OT.
And now the reset, the fact you get everything you want again. If you're Vitality, you got the ult back out, the AK's utility. This game is back on again. Vitality were in free fall, but I feel like getting into overtime is a moment to breathe, a sigh of relief. And hopefully, for Vitality's sake, they're hoping that this can be a mental reset as well. You got Sampayas and Nertz moving up into the underpass.
Tell you what, you could bet nobody on Vitality's feeling complacent right now after that second half. Good shot from Mezzi. Prepared for the peak, for the aggression, and Sampayas, there's a little bit of a clock on how long you can stick around. Heavy God's going to be under scrutiny. Bomb on Apex, joining up with Rops on ramp, and they're going to start turning the corner.
That's a good kill. Heavy God going to die at the hand of Rops, though. Hunter and Natus, 2v4. Hunter coming back over towards CT. They know where he is. Re-peeking would be his death because Zai was holding it from Palace.
And he missed the Molotov that would have taken that angle away. Vitality even get that kill and then back off just a little bit, so Hunter's not finding the fights he expected whatsoever. Awkward situation for him, and he's just going to slide back.
Yeah, Vitality regained the lead. 13-12.
Yeah, I'm saving these guns too. No reason to go for this retake. Vitality now 2 in a row after losing so many in that first half. 10 rounds straight, G2 won. They had the single chance to take it in regulation. That was ripped out of their hands, and that might have been the best opportunity they'll have. Vitality can get ruthless now. 13-12.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, guys. More. I want more. Let's go, boys.
Well, Apex demanding more out of his team, and so far they're answering his desperate pleads towards the end of regulation, just finding enough to get this into overtime, and a strong start to kick off the bonus rounds.
More. I want more now.
That's a guy you run through a wall for, metaphorically, in the game of Counter-Strike. 13-12. ZywOo found a nice pick on Sunpius in the previous round, a little off-on-off action. Sunpius is going to have that up on short for the moment. Flames and Apex on the other side of this smoke. They'll scale to behind the mid boxes. Spamming at the angles, trying to figure out information, seeing bodies out in middle. But G2's giving up the aggression, happy for the stalemate and to just back off.
Heavy God under wood. Here comes Robs, hoping this is a good timing for him. And he does not get spotted. Then the flash comes up. Hunter sends Heavy God into the peak. Rob's completely blinded by it. And so opening kill does fall in favor of G2. Let's see if they can convert this 5v4 advantage. Apex is moving out towards Tetris. Heavy God under the wood. And Heavy God getting spammed. Apex has spotted him. Utility's coming in next. Trying to heat things up. Now Nerk's inside of Khan. His fight, so only one being picked up. Apex and Flames able to take a couple. And Hunter's still keeping G2 in this fight. It's ZywOo and Apex, the French connection, trying to win this one out in style. They've got flashes going over towards CT. And ZywOo climbs up on top of the wood. In through the smoke, Natus goes, he just got underneath them, but Apex spots him in the end. Natus is out of there, and Sunpius, look at his flank. It's arriving very, very late, and he hasn't got a kit on his back here, but there are multiple kits available down.
Issue is no smoke. Issue is how do you get the kills? How do you find the players? How do you actually defuse the bomb? The answer is you can't.
Yeah, ZywOo up on the wood as well. Maybe you can catch him on the retreat, but even that's a missed shot. So Sunpius gets taken down by Apex. And the energy's back in Vitality. The belief is back that they have what it takes to close this out. They're finding success in the T rounds of overtime. And they could even just close this out on the CT side now, even if they don't go on to win the next round here in OT. This is a very, very solid reset here from Vitality.
Yeah, it's been great coming in OT. Heavy favorites, they snap into play, snap the focus back in. That could have almost been something a little bit crazy, but Apex able to find it right at the last second. He's going to be exhausted after this game. Apex has given enough energy for all 5 players on this team. Window smoke is blocked.
There's the peek in from Sunpius. Rops is going to be taken down. So an opening kill again for G2. Didn't matter last round because of ZywOo, and it won't again here. Hunter goes down through the window. Sunpius missing the chance and dropping back into Khan. In fact, getting spammed as well. Get out of there, Sunpius. Get back to safety. Get around that wall.
They're so focused on this engagement at the smoke and Khan that they don't even realize they're scaling up towards the B bomb site. They've hit a very nice timing. Now, this position is going to be tough for Vitality to deal with. It's got to be a trade. Surely he's got at least the first.
Yeah, there's the first, absolutely. But the trade is immediate from Mezzi. We've now got Sunpius just waiting for that cross, but Utility coming forward. Not going to block the scope of the Opera until that flash comes in.
Not only does it block his vision, but it gives the information away as to where Sampaius is playing from, and that bomb gets planted. A 2v2 again here. Vitality trying to round this out to map point on Mirage.
Oh, they actually have terrible positions for this. They're scrambling to get into some better places.
Can they do it? Can they get to better spots? They do have the space to do so, but they don't know that. ZywOo's got the scope up, checking towards short. Feels like he can get behind bench, and now having this spot, it's going to be death to Heavy God's door. And Sampaius again, 1v2, stepping out into the open, and he will not be able to stop it. Vitality are back. It's 15-12. Map point once again.
Yeah, Apex really willed GOAT Vitality into this overtime. That is a very dominant stretch of 3 rounds. Back to what the first half looked like. Switch sides. And if the T side is supposed to be the weaker one for Vitality, you just rattle off 3 dominant rounds in a row. You get over to that defensive side, which you already know is awesome. Vitality with 3 chances to close it out. G2 had that one moment of opportunity. And now it all slips away. A hard-fought comeback. 10 rounds in a row in the second half. And just cannot find the finishing one. Last chance for Saw to talk to the boys before they head into this T-side overtime campaign. Here's an X factor though. We didn't really see G2 come alive until the second half. Now that they're here, does the T-side look any different? Now that you've got Heavy God having some rounds, now that you've got Sampaius in his op.
Well, it's got to be perfect. That's just to get another overtime. So a real tough task in front of G2 here, but they have proven that they are able to come back into things with their backs against the ropes. Well, Vitality do switch to the more favored side for them. The sending Flames in aggressively hasn't worked out. Nerds gets the opening frag in favor here of G2.
That was a winning recipe though in regulation in the CT side. Flames was super aggressive everywhere on the map, pushing multiple different locations round after round. Now they have no idea about ZywOo.
Yeah, he's staying committed inside and middle. Sampaius just around the side of the smoke. It's a missed shot for ZywOo. He's able to get away into the connector. Apex getting information on the jump. He's confident. Look at this. He's chasing after the kills too. He's looking for them. Oh, Apex confidence, but only success on the first fight.
So information is there, and you have time to kind of adjust the defense a little bit. And clearly, and obviously, you're going to have a lot of faith in ZywOo to grab you 2 in this round if they come to this direction. Actually, Vitality very committed to the B bomb site being the final play. Rops and Mezzy both there. Far, far away from where it looks like the action is going to come. Window smoked off. It's all ZywOo.
Yeah, look how much he is responsible for defending. You can see he's checking towards the window, making sure no one's climbing up there. And that smoke is going to sever off his information flow into the site. So it looks like G2 have positioned themselves very well to win this round. The only player that can do something about it is ZywOo, and he's charging over towards CT spawn. Not able to deny the plant, and now waits on his teammates to come over for this retake attempt.
Not able to deny the plant, but he gains control of the staging ground for the retake.
Natus on top of triple boxes. A player in Palace, one towards ramp, one up to the bench. It's a strong post plan set up here for G2. One in which looks impossible to get back into as Natus takes 2 kills towards CT spawn, and Rops is left alone with this M4 all the way back. So that'll end up being another round for G2. They won't suffer a flawless defeat here in overtime.
I think you got to scale back if you're Vitality, those aggressive plays from Flames. I think here in overtime, I threw one at him, it doesn't work. I think you play something a little bit more standard. If you want aggression, team aggression, 2-player aggression, but obviously G2 in overtime is like, thank you, we'll take this 4v5. We love having that kind of an advantage. 15-13. I think ZywOo spotted his head on the jump, but couldn't get the AWP out in time. Great double kill from Natus, stopping the retake before it begins.
Rops up short, good quick movement to get into position. He died from doing this earlier in the first half, but this time a lot more efficient getting into his spot. Sampaius, it was the success story in the first half for G2. The few rounds that they were able to win came off the back of his AWP in mid.
He's cooled off though a little bit, right?
Really
We've seen a few more misses, a few more situations where it's a kill we would have seen 6-7 rounds ago. But yeah, these past few engagements he's been in off the mark just a bit. No one going to be flushed into the open by the Molotov, so Senpai stands around with not a whole lot to do at the moment. Defensive smoke deployed, offensive smoke put down in Con as well. Vitality trying to exploit an underpass play with the boost up and window room peering down, and nobody's home up to the 1 minute mark, so they break up the stack and just clear mid. Good information gained. Now where do you want to relocate to?
Oh, heavy commitment towards this A site coming right up here for G2. Can Vitality defend it and close out Mirage? Opening for Natus, trade in from ZywOo. There's Flames again, big hold. And G2, they were kept alive long enough by the heat of their offer, but the determination of the best team in the world was enough to eclipse G2's Sun.
They've done it. They've done it. They did it the hard way. They clawed it back after getting clawed back. There were a lot of clawbacks there, Dust, but in overtime, Vitality do manage to seize Mirage, do manage to get this over the line.
You know, a wise man once said many years ago that if you come for the king, you best not miss. And unfortunately for G2, they had a bit of a miss there. They missed all first half long. They built themselves back up in the second half to not do a cosmetic comeback, to do a real one, where they looked really good. Like, we were seeing some great form out of them. But right when they were about to cross that finishing tape, they just couldn't quite get there. Vitality digs deep. What a win.
I mean, quintessential Vitality as well, right? Not the dominant Vitality we've maybe gotten more used to this year, where it's just all clean all the way. This was the scrappy one, the one where they're never quite out, even when they're looking diminished, even when you're looking at the momentum, when we're hearing the listen-ins, when we're hearing the timeouts, we're seeing desperation almost from Apex begging his teammates to give him the energy, to give him the communication, to give him what they need to win. They start to get in there, they start to win, and then in overtime we see the explosion of energy, the explosion of emotion to coax them over the line. I mean, as much as the scoreboard might be split between a lot of players, I think this one does tell the story of Apex as a leader. When things are looking dire, managing to drag them back into contention and managing to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality is many things for us in the Counter-Strike scene, right? They've accomplished so much. We can praise them all the time for different things, but one of the things that they rarely have to do, but they have when they need it, is resilience and composure, right? When they get put in pressure situations, they're able to find a way to come back, right? And while they were way out in front for the majority of that game, and all of a sudden it went from scary to reality that they were going to have to deal with G2 for extra rounds, they were able to get themselves there first off, snap out of a losing streak in the second half, and then they dominated the overtime, right? They were able to fix the flaws that plagued them in that second half comeback to be able to get this one across the line.
Absolutely, and we do need to tell the complete story of the game.
Of
so
course.
one of the big things that was different from yesterday to today was the non-French members of the team. This quote came through from FlameZ yesterday after that close game against FUT. He said he didn't feel like they were the sharpest. The French players, ZywOo and Apex, were playing well, but the other three weren't at the level that we expect them from. And then today, FlameZ and Robs came out and corrected that, particularly in that first half. They were sharp, to say the least. A huge part of what was stymieing G2 in so many of these rounds, just making things miserable, peeling away kills on the sites in towards mid, moving around the map and taking that space, Dust.
Yeah, I mean, kind of what you're talking about is kind of something we've seen really all year long from Flames. I mean, the meteoric rise of Flames, when you compare him second season of last year and how he kind of cooled off a bit compared to that 7, title streak that they had in the first season, this year he has really stepped back into the limelight and really showed you why he's such a key piece of this team. Yes, he's going to sometimes get overshadowed by ZywOo, oftentimes actually. Robs too, he's going to get his MVP in there. I think Flames, in my opinion, was the MVP at Cluj-Napoca, and just in general this year his performance has been outstanding, not only as an entryman, but just generally speaking as an anchor defender, and just whatever this team needs him to do. Like, he's been doing a really good job. And then with Robs, he is just the pillar of this team, right? Oh, so consistent, the actual MVP, I guess you could say, of Cluj, a guy who puts up the big numbers. He role balances his team very well. And, Robs is an interesting one because he was kind of talking about how he wasn't feeling Anograph 2. This is the first tournament that's featuring that update. And he was talking about how some things kind of felt a little awkward to him. That was taking him a little bit of time to kind of get used to some of it. Maybe that was a part of the reason why he was a little bit colder, as you were referring to, but today, certainly right back where we expect him to be.
If you're just joining us now and you're watching those highlights and you're wondering, well, with them playing like that, how on earth did this get into overtime? The answer came from the other team. The answer was Sun Pius. That second half from Sun Pius was unbelievable here, Dust.
Yeah, he shined bright in the second half. There's no if, and, or buts about it. He was just, it didn't seem like he missed. Like, I mean, basically the first, I don't know, what, 8 or 10 rounds where he had the AWP, the guy just wasn't missing shots. Anything that came in front of him, he was finding it. Really, really accurate with the op. And this is some Pius we were hoping for, right? Because this is the guy that when he was with, you know, Nerds and Saul in the past on Ents a couple of years ago, you know, he was a guy who showed that he could play at a very high level with the AWP. I feel like, you know, he kind of in CS2 didn't quite hit the same mark, but now he's starting to do it here, and a brilliant performance from him. And yeah, you got to give it to him. It's unfortunately not enough to get them the W.
It's particularly that CT side stat, right?
Sure.
He was unreal after the half switch. I think at one point he was like 12-2. It was just disgusting in regulation. Felt like, as you said, he just wasn't missing. And then in that final round at the 12-11 where it could have closed, there was one miss. Barely a miss, and it felt like the spell just broke, and he couldn't quite find that flow state in overtime.
Yeah, unfortunately not. I do also think, you know, and this is not to take away from Sun Pius at all, he performed very, very well. I don't want to get away from that, but what I will do say is that for a team like Vitality, who's usually so well prided on how they layer utility and how they use it to push and pull people out of position, they really didn't like move Sun Pius into awkward space. Sun Pius was pretty much able to have free reign. He never really got blinded or smoked off when he was opping from ticket booth, when he was trying to go for aggressive peaks in middle. Nothing was really kind of stopping him. It wasn't really until overtime where we actually saw kind of a little bit of an adjustment where they were able to find ways to get gaps in Sun Pius' rotations and set up, you know, for the angles as he approached them.
This has to be troubling if you're a Vitality fan, right? This scoreboard, this run of 10 rounds to secure a map point, it's reminiscent of what was happening against FUT yesterday, where that nuke game, 11-1 half, it should have been done. It ends 13-11. How on earth does this keep happening to Vitality right now, Dust? What is happening with these T sides?
That's an interesting one. I feel like when you look at their map pool, Mirage has actually been, of the maps that they actually play, because Ancient obviously is usually a permaban, this is the one map where I've seen them just not have the same streak. Like, they have so many streaks to their name, right? And Mirage is the one map where you kind of see them run into trouble a little bit more often than some of the others. So I'm not sure if that's part of it, or if it was just GT with the hot hand, right? They played like a team that was fearless and it was playing to win. They knew that they were super far behind. They knew they needed to play with a lot of vigor to have a chance to get this one back into contest, and then they did. So I don't want to necessarily, you know, hamper too much on Vitality as much as I want to celebrate the fact that G2 found a way to dig deep and show us why this match had the potential to be a barn burner.
I think it is still important to highlight the flaws with Vitality right now, and the best way to do that is to compare overtime Vitality to regulation Vitality, because once they entered overtime, once they hit that moment, this was a different team. We saw the T-side control, we saw more of the utility hitting, we saw them keeping G2 uncomfortable and stymieing some of those aggressive plays we had seen.
Yeah, this time around, you know, they catch Nerds in underpass. They're also able to get Ziwu in a position with the AWP to catch Sun Pius in a rotation, not to, you know, send Ziwu into a duel against Sun Pius where he's already settled and comfortable. They found a way to move Sun Pius' op a different direction, put Ziwu into a different angle, and allow him to collect Sun Pius in the rotation. So kind of that split pressure that you saw there in that round where they catch Nerds in underpass and that pulls attention towards middle, it allows Ziwu to get set up in Palace and catch Sun Pius rotating. So that was the big difference maker in overtime, is that they didn't let Sun Pius' AWP have as much impact as we saw in regulation in that second half.
And you just saw the difference, right? We started to see the frustration creep in for Sun Pius. He had been in such a strong state in that second half. We started to see the flaws for the team as a whole when you didn't have one player injecting that kind of fragging prowess. And that's where the wheels come off. So, look, the end result is that we do see the Vitality we expect in that overtime. The question's going to be, do we get that consistently going forward? And if you're feeling like you might be good at predicting whether that would happen, well, you might enjoy heading on over to our live prediction partner, Polymarket, to do some predicting of your own. This particular market we're taking a look at is which maps will Valve remove by June 30th. You can wager multiple. Now, there's two aspects to this, which is which map's coming out for cash, and is it going to happen by June 30th?
If you think Valve's going to be timely on getting a map out to put cash in, you're wrong. This is going to be in July sometime. That's my opinion. But I think the more interesting discussion, I guess, if we're to have one very quickly, is like what map actually comes out for cash. And the reality is that no one's going to be happy with the answer, right? There's going to be a portion of people who are going to love it, portion of people who are going to hate it.
What do you want?
What do I personally want?
What do you want personally? Stake it. You know the map pool. What are you tired of seeing? Put it out there.
Inferno, I guess. Like,
yes, correct answer.
It's just been
correct answer. Absolutely coming on through. And with that answer, I'm going to cut you off, Dust, because it's time for us to take a quick little break. When we come back, it's time for map number 2. So let's talk about the integration of Nertz here. He's now played a little bit with you guys, still very fresh. How do you think he's doing?
I think he's, well, he's fitting the team pretty good. I mean, with the roles he has and everything. So he's vocal guy and also socially and everything. He's fitting the team good. I do think, like, it will take some time for him to be like 100%. Maybe right now I would estimate it to be somewhere around 80, 90, where he feels comfortable. But there's still a lot more things to go. And I feel like having a stand-in in Rio kind of slowed down the process a bit. But overall, like, he's fitting good, and like we kind of expected, it's mostly been good.
Been feeling good with Nertz in, but maybe not so good that they let that opportunity slip away on Mirage there, Dust.
Yeah, that is a tough one, right? Whenever you're so far down, you feel like you're kind of out of it. Maybe even to a degree, you start to mentally check out and just get ready for the next game. But then you get yourself back into it. All of a sudden, you feel that high of like, man, we can make the comeback happen. And you get right to the finishing tape and you can't quite cross the line. That is definitely a whole different type of mental game that you have to try to get past in the situation.
It certainly is. But for G2, what would we be looking for? Because we're headed into the overpass now here, Dust. What should we be keying in on?
Yeah, I mean, they were talking about it there with Nertz. Saw the coach talking about his level of comfort. I think for the rest of the team, it's also nice that Nertz just kind of gets to go 1-for-1 for Mouths on the A side of the map. They didn't really have to do a whole lot of, tinkering with the system. They're able to pretty much keep the same roles, which should keep people happy. The issue is just we haven't seen consistency from them on overpass. Kind of a 50-50 team, if I'm honest, on the map, and not many reps with Nertz, obviously. Meanwhile, you go to Vitality, who's the best overpass team in the world. I mean, it's pretty easy. They're kind of the best team in virtually every map that they play, right? But they've won their last 12 games in a row, and I just like they have a level to their overpass game that other teams just don't have. Everyone kind of has some fundamental understanding of how to play overpass if they actually play it. But Vitality, the way that they use utility on this map is obscene. Like, just the way that they layer it and use it and how they time it for executes. Also, just they can do so much damage with their utility on this map. The way that when they do their B executes, for example, they will flush people out of position with the Molotov. They know where they're sending that guy, and then they nade stack it. It's just really crazy what they can do.
Eyes on the nades, eyes on the sky. Your eyes in the sky, Dinko and Moses.
Thank you very much, Mike. Yeah, getting into this game now, I think for Vitality, a relief again to get through Mirage, and now, again, favorites to close this out in 2.
Yeah, and I think really the confidence that would have been gained from Mirage, I mean, they're already going to have confidence in spades, but, I think the fact that they actually come back and win that, yeah, you come into this, and it's going to be a really, really tough Vitality to open up. Step number 1 for G2 is to calm down that energy, right? Is to just kind of say, all right, everyone chill. You guys are coming in shooting hard. We need to make you respect you, slow you back down like we did on Mirage, and that's going to be the only chance. Now, G2 coming into this, it's a huge win rate for Vitality. It's their map pick, but G2 have won 4 overpasses in a row. So not exactly like slouches on this map, and let's see what they bring to the table on the CT side.
We get into it now. Let's see if some Pies can get a similar performance going as well on the CT side of overpass as he had on Mirage. Highlighted very well by our wonderful analysts. We'll see if they can continue that. Rops gonna start backing away, just making sure that if any aggression does come his way, he's ready to detect it. G2 have overtaken the water, but unfortunately for them, Vitality are fully running up long.
Yeah, well, Hunter's starting to make the move now. They're starting to kind of peek a couple things and put it together. That information, Sampaius has just got to survive. Sees another, sees 3 total. So now you're going to start getting a shift in the defense, and the question is, Vitality, they're going to back off. They don't want to scale up long. So is Smoke to take away, well, Smoke will take away information, and Vitality going to move elsewhere on the map.
And they're moving out towards the connector, about to walk down the stairs. You've now got some Pies looking to try and tap them away. And they make their way down through the door, swing open the condor, and now move their way towards Hunter. Jewel Beretti's at 30, trying to shut them down, and melting away too is Hunter. Finally taken away by Mezzi. But the bomb is now racing through the monster tunnel on the back of Apex. Still 3 targets to collect here for G2, and Apex just gets annihilated. So unfortunately for Mezzi, he's got to piece this one together with bullets and brawn. And he goes back and spots out Natus. He's run out of ammo, and he goes for the reload again. The longest fight in the world, but finally Mezzi is actually going to win it. And now he's on for the ace.
Wait, did he realize the repause? I don't think he realizes the repause.
Yeah,
Nertz yeah, he's completely slid to the side. He has no idea. Nertz has just won this by default, it feels.
Yep, he has. Great removal there of the information that Mezzi once had. Great decision for Nertz to move off, and that finally goes in favor of G2. But Mezzi really making that one difficult.
Yeah, some precise shots with that Glock. We didn't have to talk about him too much in the first map. This is a very nice attempt at a clutch bringing this back. Vitality, as they're working their way back to the B bomb site, send Rops out maybe 5 seconds a little early just to try and soften things up, get you that opening kill that's going to snowball into a bomb site take. Just doesn't pan out that way. Pistol round for G2. And they get a chance at the hot start.
Hunter has grabbed the opening kill on Rops. Good start to the round here for G2.
G2, that conversation after Mirage had to have been something along the lines of, look how well we played, look how well we can play, look how we can compete against this team. We just can't start in such a massive hole. It cannot be a 2-10 half that we're trying to recover. There goes Nertz, backing off and blinded. Hit by the Deagle. Hunter's gonna try and save the day. Sprays down one, Apex brought low.
Yeah, well, that plant is coming in here. Locking in some extra cash for the next round here for Vitality. But ZywOo still has an AK in play. And it could get a little bit messy here in the bathroom. Some bias is going to fall away. ZywOo looking for the next fight, changing up his position, being unpredictable in this post plant. G2 have to all come in from bank and stairs, and ZywOo is ripping them apart. Flames is there to close it, and the hero AK given to the main protagonist here of Vitality, and of course he comes out on top of the round win.
This has been, I think, one of the biggest improvements on Vitality since, like, for the past year and a half since they started becoming and building up to that greatest team of all time, has been the attitude shift of ZywOo. There was a time when you wouldn't see him step into the bomb site to make these plays and take these fights, but he realizes he's the difference maker with the AK-47. So the attitude to just be the guy who's gonna go win you the round, that switch has been such a problem for every team in Counter-Strike.
And it's just killed a good start here from G2. They're going to try and scramble back and try and get into it again. They've taken out a scout. They've got 5 7s on 3 players, a P250 for Natus. They're hoping that they can somehow respond to Vitality's round victory and try and pick it up again. But if you let Vitality get away with this, they're going to have a good start on T-side overpass, and they're going to have a nice foundation built up already, which just makes this game a lot more difficult for G2. Got Natus getting into the monster smoke with that P250 scout on top of the head of Nertz, going for the peek over the smoke. Hasn't resulted in the kill.
Would have been a nice smoke to break open. Apex probably would have had a pair of kills. Now he's going to come back, get surprised, and be like, oh god, they were actually there. Teammates gone down, Apex has gone down.
They've lost the bomb as well because of that. Apex is the bomb carrier, so he's dead. And now G2 can get better weapons.
Yeah, they don't have anyone spread across the map either. Flamesy and ZywOo are running. Nertz is tracking all of this. Mezzy's just straight up gonna die because he doesn't have the time. Oh, no, he's not. What a... All right. It's got that 6th sense.
Heavy guard. Okay. Hard cleared by Flames, flying through the sky on the Mac 10. So numbers are actually evened out somehow. 23 seconds. That's the problem here for Vitality. They may be getting these kills now, but the limited time is going to cost them. They can't be that methodical clearing out these positions. And now Mezzy, well, he's got 3 players all around him, so very difficult round to win after the initial push goes the way of G2, so fantastic work to get back into it.
Yeah, answering the rebuttal with one of your own. Good steal back of the momentum of the advantages. Back and forth to start this second map. Good push. Great push, actually, although, you know, that's one of those rounds where we hear all the listen-ins of Apex trying to get everyone hyped up and focused. That's his miss nade. That might have been those 2 kills and negate that entire situation. And we get a little bit of a tech pause in the action.
I think it's the Flames hair clips started to come down there.
Excuse me, admin. This one's
technical issue here.
Sliding it a bit too far.
Yeah, it's got it. It's nice and firm now.
These tech pauses have been quick throughout the day when we've had a couple scatter in here and again.
Okay,
we just saw you thumbs up, I'm good. Let's rock and roll. Freeze time begins its countdown. Round 4 coming in. Out of the loss, Vitality is going to reinvest and fight back for this. 2 AK-47s, a Galil, and a couple upgraded pistols on Flames and Rops for the round. I gotta feel like if you're G2 right now, priority number 1 I mean, after winning this, it's got to be getting the AWP in Senpai's hands. With the way he performed for you on Mirage, and I know he started kind of cooling off towards the tail end of it, but man, a map like Overpass, get that AWP out as soon as you possibly can.
Well, giving an AK to ZywOo again and Apex this time around. Let's see what they can do with them. It's going to be Rops. Handle the task of being the only player on this side of the map representing Vitality. Everybody else making their way through middle at the moment. Up towards the bathrooms, yet to be detected by anybody from G2's defense. How close can they get to this A site without being spotted?
Oh, that far.
Yeah, there we go. We got the answer.
Yep.
Right there, at the divider. Another spot here for Senpai's confident to fight against Apex, and he's won that engagement.
Taking a decent amount of damage though. Now he's just got to be the guy taking attention. So Vitality get a little bit of information to set up they're working against. Nert's pushed up long. Senpai as well is playing underneath the sign, but you essentially have two players out towards long. Third player unknown. And Vitality are going to reconvene this attack. AK and Tech9 at long. AK challenging in the main choke point as well, but it's Nertz to come out on top.
Sure is, and with Mezzi dead, it's now an opportunity to follow up here for G2 and just keep crushing Vitality as they try and get towards the bathrooms.
Time's about to expire.
Yeah, 10 seconds. Don't want to die after the time here, and only weapon worth saving is a Galil at this point as well. It's it's not pretty from Vitality at all here at the moment. Luckily, Rops and Flames both holding on to their weapons, but it doesn't make you feel good if you're Vitality. This is a situation you find yourself in.
Yeah, Flames going to enter this round with $0, Rops with 100, but you know the rest of the team's going to be saving too, so they just wanted what little weapons they could have to kind of work with and try and create something. You can see Apex there actually having a pretty big conversation, hands out, pleading almost with Flames, saying, just listen to my call. Not really sure entirely what that's about yet, but bubbling to the surface very, very early on in this map too.
Well, grouping up, getting ready to go into the B site. We've got Flames just on the side of the smoke. Heavy guard close up towards Monster will obviously start to back away as he senses the fade timing of that smoke. He'll replenish it. Natus connecting onto ZywOo first inside the connectors. He's dead. It's been great that G2 have been able to withstand that hero AK round from ZywOo and just answering back immediately and keeping this good start on the CT side going. Should be 4-1 in the next minute here as well.
Yeah, just a matter of how many weapons can they keep alive, or what kind of impact can Flames have. Rops' Deagle can chime in, but you're going to really need that Galil to find you an opening. Soften up this defense just a bit. Smoke's going to fade. And as that fade starts coming in, G2's defense backs away from the choke points. Don't want to be close up against the pistols. They'll play behind the bomb site with Hunter as a supportive element. 33 seconds as Vitality start marching in.
Natus going out into the peak. Heavy guards right there with him. And that's a shutdown. That doesn't result in a kill from Vitality until this point. Rob's just getting the one, preventing the clean sheet for G2, but I think they'll be very happy regardless. They've got plenty of money swelling within the camp of G2 at the moment. And you can still see those awkward situations over there for Vitality economically, because you had Rops and Flames both having to save earlier and resulting in no money saved over in the next. So they've still got to play with Tech9s coming into this. This is a missed opportunity to get a full buy for Vitality.
Yeah, mismanaging things a little bit. That's, that decision is going to have some of these long-term consequences. Going for a spam, just maybe a half second early. All right, a little scattered on the defense as well. Natus had to drop back and pick up a smoke, or pick up utility. Looked like they almost wanted to have some attention over towards short, towards sandbags, but give it up due to the timing. Heavy got playing close behind Monster. Vitality's already lined up for a pretty aggressive timing hit. And it's a risk hoping that Flames can survive walking through the smoke and get flash activated around the corner, but Heavy God close up negates that play. Yeah, you're exactly right. This economic situation is very weird and uncomfortable, but ZywOo still giving headshots out.
Yeah, he can rectify it. Seen it already so far earlier in this map, and ZywOo with the AK. No slouch at all. So let's see what the reaction from G2 is. It's going to be a double push through Monster on the fade of that smoke again. Previously, there were Vitality players here to watch this kind of play. It didn't go well for Vitality. This time, there's no one there on that side of the map. So information being gathered with every second that ticks on here for G2 to prime themselves and be ready for what is going to be an A finish. Now, Hunter stepping up. ZywOo walking through the smoke. Bomb in his back. ZywOo's dead. Robs gets the trade. Sampai's backing off, trying to get the bank. And just around the corner in time, he goes back out for the peak. This time, death to Robs and Heavy God flank activated. G2 playing a very good CT side at the moment.
Yeah, once again, great CT side back on Mirage as well. Bomb trying to be planted, it will go down. Heavy God hasn't peaked yet. Apex can't get away. A 5th round now for G2. They're looking clean.
Yeah, T-side struggles today for Team Vitality.
Yeah, it's weird seeing that be pretty kind of a consistent factor now, right? Does seem to be just by comms, not entirely on the same page, which is unusual for Vitality. And G2, at least to start this map, is happy to take advantage of it. 4-round lead. And they're continuing that good play from Mirage G2, even in a loss, but coming all the way back with 10 rounds straight in the second half. It woke them up. Now overpass they're challenging for. So hard for Vitality to progress in any way with these pistols as utility just comes in, as proactive play just keeps coming in. Aggression keeps coming in from the defense.
Yeah, here comes Natus. Oh, there goes Natus. Drops Tech 9. Okay, shredding through 2. Kind of an incredible overperformance there from Rops. Will it result in anything? We'll have to find out because he's dead in the hand of Heavy God. It goes again. And wants his 3rd kill, and Heavy God has recovered the round for G2.
Thank God for Heavy God, because that play from Natus and Nerds almost just ruined this round. That not executed very clean whatsoever. One player trying to come through the squeak door, or the door smoke. One player coming down the ramp and just trying to double up in the fight in short sewers, but it didn't seem as coordinated as it probably should have been.
Yeah, Heavy God cleaning up the mess.
He bails you out.
Well, it's not over yet. I mean, we have an AK here for ZywOo, an M4 for Flames, and 30 seconds to play with, coming at a 2v1. So Heavy God again, 7 HP. He's got Hunter, who's actually now smoked out.
Yeah, and he has to tuck his head down because he doesn't want to be put in a situation where he's fighting 1-on-2. He's hoping they're just going to bypass this position, not realize it. He can pop his head up, but ZywOo's ready.
Humbling the god himself. ZywOo with the kill. And now we've got Hunter over the top of the site, looking for them, but they're gone. They dipped out, so he's just going to get on that defuse. Denied by Flames. Sunpius now required. And this round, it looked like Heavy God had saved him, but it's still going against G2. Spam is coming through, kills him from Sunpius. He's got a kit now, and he's on that defuse, but ZywOo, never a doubt, comes out to deny. And that is a horrible round to let go if you're G2.
Yeah, they brought it right back. That does end up getting punished. That play towards short, not effective whatsoever. Double kill, and that is a reprieve that Vitality desperately needed. See, the smoke's fading. I think he got trapped against the wall, but they wanted that time a little bit differently so they could be involved in the fight at the same time. I thought maybe Heavy God pulled his back under control. But that's a sick reaction from ZywOo, quickly shutting down Heavy God, walking through the smoke so Sunpius can't get off the defuse, and a devastating loss. Timeout is called, though, by Vitality out of the victory. Still not pleased with how things are going.
You picked the jump at the start?
Yeah, the jump or the boost.
3-round lead still. Apex and Vitality talking out just the details of how they want to play this. The jump on the boost, telling Rops to make sure he keeps his eye on Monster during the 4-1. ZywOo trying to exploit it. Timing's not there, so happy to give up the angle. That's the opening gambit that gets Vitality nothing. And Nerds hears the sound cue of the Molotov ticking.
Nerds swinging and taking away Mezzi. He'll block out Connector with the smoke grenade and come away with the advantage, untraded by Vitality. No opportunity to do so for now.
Yeah, sick piece of flashbang from Hunter as well. Just blinds ZywOo deep as well, so there's no chance for him to protect his teammate. ZywOo's the sportive element, but taken out of the fight just for the moment. Apex starting to step forward into bathrooms. There's lone player challenging towards this A bomb site at the moment. Just happy to clear out that kind of front half and make sure nobody's aggressive from the G2 side. And they will try and finish over at the B bomb site. They're running the clock down very, very low. 32 seconds. They're just about to cross. Great kill from Rops. And now we start moving in. Heavy Gods here on the defense. Nerds has arrived, and Hunter's on his way.
Oh, well, Hunter blinded for the time being, had to drop back, and just that second allows Rops to get the advantage on him, the swoop on him, and then they swoop in on Heavy God as well, and they've now taken the site. So bomb gets planted, Vitality in a 4v2, and this round, once upon a time, was looking good for G2.
Yeah, well, what are you supposed to do when Rops hits shots like that? Like, those two kills are insane that he hits in this round. Nerds is stuck, he's gonna go down, he's gonna lose this AK-47, Apex finds him. So the op will be saved, but Vitality starting to claw themselves back. A 1-5 deficit at one point, now 2 in a row.
And we know how strong the CT sides can be. We've seen it. So, a few T rounds here and there definitely help. Up to 3 now. This is the initial fight. Being picked up, and then watch Rops' kills he picks up here. It's like first on Natus is great, and yeah, just the adjustment onto Hunter.
You know, unlike Mirage though, this is one of those maps where, you know, there's, you know, no excuse. This is 100% win rate for Vitality, so it's not the same kind of like thing of Mirage of like we're awesome on the CT side, we really struggle on T side. You actually kick ass on both sides of the map, so there's no excuse. G2, obviously going to be a tough map for them to win and take, but they're challenging the best on one of their best maps. At the moment, nursing this lead, this 2-round lead that they've got, and nursing a weakened and diminished economy as Vitality has strung 2 together. Op in the hands of Sunpius still, that was saved previously. Nerds has picked up an M4. And then the money starts getting really sketchy across the board. Hunter with 4K, Heavy God 1,700, Natus 2,100. Not a lot of funds to fight here going into round 9. So they'll be content with the few weapons and resources they've brought forward and look to next round to flesh out the buy with everyone else having rifles. Sunpius Op is going to get boosted over towards the B bomb site. Looking for Rops.
Yeah, Sunpius. Elise making it sing for the opening, realizing he's the player that has to do everything here, and unfortunately that opening kill is very short-lived because you get that follow-up push from Hunter that just walks right into the waiting arms of Vitality, and the kill comes through. 4v4.
Well, now it gets hard too, because like the opening kill that you get with Sunpius is a nice boost, but that's you kind of dictating it. You know they're going to want to take short sewers. You know Rops is going to come from that choke point, boosting up to punish that. But now that you don't really have anything set up and have any information, have any resources to set you up, it's all just going to be Sunpius going and trying finding fights.
There's Heavy Gods, 5-7, and then we got Sunpias and ZywOo blow for blow, tit for tat. Now a 2v2. Sunpias, good shot from inside of the site. Now he's got eyes on short, and it's ZywOo stepping up to try and clutch him. His shot from the offer of G2, and will that cost him? No, because the pistol comes out, and Sunpias wins it against ZywOo.
Yeah, I can't believe I doubted him even for a moment there. Sunpias is having himself a day. Quad kill in this round, but that'll be what I think Vitality points out and goes over in tape and says, we can do this one better. Lovely work, though, from G2. 4-on-4, you brought 2 guns into this round, an AWP and an M4.
And as Sunpias, he knew he had everything to do. He gets the opening kill, then he's holding on his own, and then he misses the shot. You think, oh, is that it? Is he going to get punished? And he doesn't. Ooh. Oh, he's close that time.
I want to see it. I'm hungry for it now. ZywOo once again going for this shot on the jump for information. 2 rounds now we've seen him set up with this angle, and in both of those rounds, no one's given him the look he's wanted.
Sunpias to take away Flames. A 4v4 with low HP on Apex. Doesn't feel good right now if you're Vitality. But maybe Mezzi can make this feel a little better. Sunpias is close by.
It's timing for Sunpias. Is how often are you checking things? Where do you want to shift off to? It's Hunter spotting out towards long for him. Sunpias starts moving for a wider angle. Mezzi waiting right on the other side of Divider. Hasn't made his move just yet. Vitality all across the map. Standing passive, looking for a push that's not coming.
Walking towards ZywOo now, yeah. Here they come, through short. Unable to get the kill as ZywOo. Rob's gonna move in. Here's the steps going back. 35 seconds left. Now they peek towards Sunpias. They're running him down, closing the space. ZywOo's made the rotation up, and Sunpias hung around. He stayed with that angle, and so it punishes. And now we've got Mezzi moving up towards truck. Hunter is gone, and the smoke will drop towards stairs. The bomb plant is in. Vitality have found a way.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, I gotta say that Sunpias kind of trying to do a little bit too much. Taking the shot, missing, and not just backing away, but stepping back into the fight, trying to shave off one more player. The overextension when you're the solo defender at that bomb site, it just makes it impossible to shift over and pick up the pieces. So Vitality punching back. 4th round now. And we head into the final 2 rounds of this opening half. This one has been a fight right out of the gate. Mirage kind of took a little bit of time to warm up, to heat up, and for G2 to snap in, but here it's just been it's been close affair the whole way through. Heavy God leading the way, tied with Sunpias for G2. They've both got 9 kills. It's ZywOo and Mezzi at the top of the scoreboard for Vitality with 9 and 8 respectively. And 3 of the last 4 rounds played now in the favor of Vitality's attack. Whoa, what was that voice?
It was good. It sounded cool. Last 2 rounds of this half. And to see which direction it's really going to go in. So, money on the line. All to play for here in the first half of Overpass. You're just tuning in and wondering the context of today's game. The winner goes to the semifinals, the loser to the quarterfinals. Vitality 1 map up. Spread out on the default this time.
A lot of room for Nerds to be an aggressor as well. Flames has control of front bathrooms. Apex going to join up with him. And Sunpias has done a good job of grabbing 1 or 2 of these kills in these situations. There's the first and the second.
Okay, yep. Sunpias confident, re-peeking in, grabbing the second kill, and still holding that very same line even now. So it could be a 3rd kill for Sunpias about to come on up.
And you haven't even gotten the information on the M4 that would, in theory be protecting him. Someone paired up with him, a 2nd player at this A bomb site. Have no idea where he's waiting for you. Missed shot from Sampaius.
Oh, and the rifle's found too. And once again, Vitality have found a way back into the round. 35 seconds left. ZywOo coming through. And even when Vitality look down and out and around, they keep finding the response to stay in it. And we've got Heavy God and Natus trying to come up and change this back. Here goes Natus marching forward. And he's taken away by Mezzi, who turns and gets both. How have Vitality done it again?
That's the most dominant 3 versus 5 I've seen in a long time. Like 3 versus 5, once contact hits and the first kill comes out, the missed shot from Sampaius is brutal considering the way this began. But Jesus, Vitality in a 3v5 was just like, yep, we just win. We just absolutely
Apparently, yeah.
The clear from Rops is great. The Mezzi shots are great. This one, Hunter's just trying to recover the situation. But these shots from Mezzi are just beastly.
Nice! If you're Sampaius, you're sitting there, you go from 0 to 0, you get the first 2, you miss a crucial shot, it all unravels from that point.
And final round of the half, you're fighting with Deagles. They've run out of gas here at the end of the half. MP9 on Sampaius.
Heartbreaking here for G2. 6 T rounds is going to be great for Vitality if they're able to convert this.
Once again, spread on a default, essentially in a straight line across the map, just looking for any pushes. Apex and Rops outside the D-bomb site. Flames and ZywOo currently at Fountain and Playground, excuse me, and Mezzi just watching for the pushes over towards Blue Door and down the stairs. Now they start stepping forward to take some map control. They can start reconvening. Bomb is going to be brought by Apex over towards Rops' position. Monster just gets smoked out. And by the time Vitality arrive, that'll fade. Heavy God's got another one in his back pocket. But most of the forces look like they'll be coming through sandbags.
Look at this, look how much space they've got. Getting close, now they go. Flames runs in, first kill's good, second's even better. And now we have Nerds swinging in with a 5-7, at least getting 1. But Mezzi and ZywOo double that. So we now have Sampaius left. Nothing he could do. Oh, it'll be 6 T rounds here for Team Vitality. A slow start on Overpass, a little shaky. And they had that hero AK round from ZywOo. We thought that might be the point where they dominate from the beginning. But a strong enough half from Sampaius and 6 rounds on the CT side. I think G2 will leave this feeling a little disappointed, Jason.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is also, remember, one of the strengths of Vitality. They got 4 players who can take over a game at any one point. We saw a lot of that here on Overpass. 6-6, we're all tied up. Vitality looking to make it to the semifinals in just 2 maps. We'll be right back.
Counter-Strike finally came back to London.
Let's go back to check Ivy. Okay, Hunter's still in a strong position. Has his cross to the site. Does lose his teammate in the meantime, but they line up, and Hunter redeems 3.
Worried that they're kind of tunnel visioned on breaking through this A-hold. Okay, that's gonna help. Dude, that's a huge kill. Like, Ultimate, he's not exactly topping the charts. He's not up there alongside Nerds, but that's the 2 top performers, both felled by this Deagle.
2v5 back for Twist and Nav.
Oh, up close in the smoke, Mattis Deagle continues, and he's gonna seal the deal. Huge round from Mattis, what a 4K.
Heavy God awaiting some kind of an action down ramp. He gets what he was looking for, and he takes minimal damage in return. He doubles back to sight. As they're trying to chase down Shiro, he strikes. But Shiro, that is crazy. Looking to emerge around the side of the smoke as Donk was still a couple steps back. And Donk doesn't get the Heavy God kill right away. In fact, Heavy God takes his head off. Man advantage in a clutch.
They're going to double swing the other way.
He makes loud steps. They know they slide right out, and this streak of rounds keeps going.
But look at this cat presence coming out of FaZe. They are tiptoeing closer to an unexpected gunfight for G2. G2 fully focused here on doors. If Frozen draws their attention, the cat swing comes over top. And the bomb carrier's dead. Heavy God's got the trades going. 3 kills on the round.
Oh, that's excellent. Now he's low. Has to be a
headshot. And again, they lock horns and Heavy God rips Rain's head off. Hunter's calling the correct move at 25 seconds.
We've got an incendiary down on short side. That's going to make this problematic for
bomb has to
FURIA.
go.
And then we get this activation out of Sunpius. Bombs down. Oh, man. Again, it's the multi-frag. Again, it is G2 throwing a wrench into FURIA's works.
It's been amazing to be back, London. Thank you for having us. Let's enjoy this 5-map final. This pistol's gonna feel like everything.
Whoa, okay, never mind. No chance at catching your breath whatsoever. It is immediately out onto this outer yard. Natus continues to tap players out of this round. Oh, quad kill! Hunter and Mulbs within this bomb site versus 3 of 2025's very best.
The old bones of this new lineup.
Hunter waits for the presence. Oh, it's an instant headshot. Seconds. The Kovac blood runs deep. The talent knows no bounds. But with Flamesy from the bottom of the board and a smoke on the bomb, he's gonna just try to stick this. You are denied. And G2 do what no one else could. Not Mouse, not Falcons. G2.
Well, G2 would need to channel their inner London G2 to get back into this game right now, but looking like Vitality have put themselves in a very strong position to take the win today and move through to the semifinals here in Fort Worth. 6 rounds T-side, they now switch over. Jason, it does feel like with a pistol round, they could be off to the races here.
Yeah, let's find out. I mean, pretty even game so far. Obviously, the scoreline tied 6-6, but both teams going on a 5-1 run, to start the half for G2, to end the half for Vitality. And both teams have some players popping off right now. Sunpius delivering another good performance with 12 kills. Mezzi and ZywOo leading the way for Vitality. And they already have an inkling of what's coming. ZywOo's pushing down the stairs right now to start flanking towards this B bomb site.
Well, Rob's dead. Nerds has taken his own teammate out in the chaos as well. So it's a 4v4 off the back of that. At least there's some space to play with here for G2 to try and get those bomb plants. And Heavy God really taking the pressure off, assisted by Hunter. Flames and Mezzi now. Mezzi, can he get another one from Heaven if he can? And it's back on. He's been smashed down low with 9 HP.
Yeah, now it's on Flames to create the opportunity, so going to go quiet. He wants to turn this corner without anyone being able to peek on it. Needs the kill, but the reposition from Heavy God is way too strong, and that's a pistol for G2. Yet again, both pistols here on Overpass in their favor. Vitality can't contain it, so once again, they'll start on the back foot in this half. Rops flashed in, but just a nice blind kill from Heavy God. Even the team kill isn't going to slow him down. Oh, hello.
Last heaven. Nice! Let's go. Sick, nice kill, Nikita. And the mouse.
Well, a force buy for Vitality. Able to get this win in the first half.
They converted this round in the first half and then lost the next one.
Yeah, difference was they had an AK for ZywOo
Yes.
in the second round, where obviously they do not have anything of that equivalent here.
Would be cool, though.
Would be, but they've lost Rops now as well, so 5v4 for G2.
Yeah.
Even more advantages on their side.
Can start working across the map, though. It's a big map, and you don't want in a round like this to come down to timing and fall prey to like a gamble stack down at the end. So got to start taking some space now and moving across the map and figuring out where players are, seeing if you can shave a defender away. Molotov in towards stairs to help clear that out. Apex steps up to Divider. He's got Flames. Actually, everyone's there. The whole team's there.
Okay. ZywOo's got a deep shot, and then Natus and Hunter come in and eradicate any possibility of success for Vitality in this round.
Yep, Ed cleans him up. Sunpius tracks the footsteps. 8-6, 2-round lead, and the force buy is going to put Vitality back onto unarmored pistols. A weak buy here. So another chance to for G2 to just blow up the scoreboard a little bit. All right, this is like we came into this event and have G2 in that kind of category with like a Navi that's like, we know you can be a really good team against the other top 10 squads, the other top 15 squads. Show us something that's going to make us believe you can contend with Vitality, not in a group stage game, but when you get into the playoffs, show us that you can compete. G2's showing us that they have the ability. The map pool might still be a huge question, obviously. But going toe-to-toe with the best right now, and sure, it's not their best day, but next time around, G2 is going to have a different level of confidence.
Well, I'm hoping they can still pull it off in this series. I mean, an overpass, and who knows what you might be able to do as Natus cleaning up inside of Khan.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to make that sound like they were definitely going to lose this game. It did. That might have been worded in a subpar fashion.
I mean, it's fair enough.
But you know what I mean? Like, let's just say, even hypothetically, if they do go on to lose, even in the loss, the close overtime, the comeback on Mirage, a very close, grindy overpass game where they've kept it close this whole time. Like, the next time you step into a server with them, like, you're going to remember this game and be like, well, we know we can compete and beat these guys. They did win in London, but that was, what, a year ago-ish now?
Different team now, too. Got Nerds in there.
Yikes.
Still twitching.
Yeah, still moving. 9-6. Heavy God gets the final kill onto ZywOo. Round 16 is up next, and we'll get Vitality buying some weapons and investing here. AWP out in ZywOo for the CT side as soon as he can get it. M4s otherwise. Good amount of utility. Kit's missing. A big test for Vitality in a round where if they drop it, G2 might just be able to run away with this second map and take us to a decider.
You've had the start you were hoping for in the second half of your G2. How long can it continue for, though?
Third map would be Dust 2 if we make it there. ZywOo's off.
Yeah, we see Subhias really light up towards the bathrooms in that first half on the CT side. I mean, you're imagining the world we live in is the same for ZywOo. We're going to see him pop off as well.
And there's so many angles, so many different positions you can put so many off angles, so many places you can retreat to and still be a nuisance and still have impact.
Well, let's see if ZywOo can immediately start picking up kills with this AWP. He's got support. He's got Rops right beside him. You know, Nerds is... Well, we know Nerds is just around that divider. Rops was patiently waiting for that, but there's information. Hunter just walking on by.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what caused the sprint there, to be honest with you. So that's an easy one. Nerds is going to wait patiently, but now he feels like he's maybe held in place by the AWP, which he was. And you have no information that Rops is aggressive in bathroom, so even though the AWP has fallen back, you're still going to get beat by Rops on the lurk.
Well, let's see what Messi can do. Holding down the site. He's got Flames with him. Elevated up in the bomb site itself. Flames gets one and then peels off. Has more cover. Messi caught by a flashbang. Rops has taken Nerds down on the other side. And while Heavy God still going, ZywOo's shot rings out. But Subhias, damn quick shot out towards ZywOo. That's clean on the Khalil. Just too many targets to still take down.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of a big deal, though, getting that kill onto ZywOo up top. There's no AWP in play this next turn, or this next round, excuse me. Yeah, there's not as, you can't do anything with that. So he drops the AWP up top in heaven and can't be recovered. So kind of a positive out of the loss there. Here's how it began. It seemed like Hunter was in quite a hurry. It looked like he was running towards bench to maybe line up some utility to chuck out to activate Nerds a little bit on the lurk, which could have been a fake for this B hit. Either way, none of that comes to pass. And we move on. Nerds, AK-47 stepping into Fountain. Sunpias in support with his AWP.
Off Nerds goes into the bathrooms through the smoke.
I think you just love watching that happen, where you're just like, oh, you're just flipping a coin. Is he on the left side or the right side?
Yeah. You just have to back your reactions, your aim in that scenario. Like, oh, if he just appears on my screen, we gotta be able to win that fight. Some bias now having a look over here. He knows ZywOo had that angle in the last round. He's trying to make sure he can't stand there any longer. Different setup this time, though. Break of the smoke. Rops is flirting with the idea of peeking it.
Didn't see anything. Sunpias is in a position where he's trying to punish some of this aggression when the opportunity presents itself. Now, I wonder what the mindset is. Because you know you killed ZywOo up in heaven, you know the AWP wasn't able to be recovered, but would you expect them to just not have one? Or would you maybe just take the assumption that an AWP is still in play? I assume he's pretty confident his counterpart is on an M4 for taking this deep angle, dry peeking into it. There he goes, ZywOo taken down, and Rop's playing up close.
Rops gets blasted away, and then Nerds to follow through. So that's the site taken for G2, and I mean, there's no way Mezzi and Flames are getting back into this round, so we're at double figures for G2 here in Overpass.
Those kills were so sharp.
Yeah, they really were. They're sticking in this. They're staying competitive consistently through this game, not letting Vitality catch any wind, not letting them grow at all on the CT side. And they're now up to double figures, first on Overpass, which is Vitality's map pick.
Yeah, this is, and now you're in a weird situation. Money's in the hole, your G2's creeping up to a map victory, and there's not a whole lot positive to discuss quite yet on the CT side. Still pretty early on, but for the first 5 rounds going to G2, in pole position to take this and bring us to Dust 2 for a decider. That's not where you want the bomb to explode. That's a rough day.
Yeah, real rough day. Not recovering from that one, I don't think.
Why did they show us that angle?
You know, curiosity, Jason. What would happen if? Well, yeah, these kills were really sharp, especially that one. Yep, not happy about that. That's a unhappy word in French.
Sampais is a beast today, man. He's playing really, really, really well for G2.
Yes, it's really nice to see that. I was reading, you know, the community consensus on that first map, and everyone's like, oh, Sampais is having a life game. Why does it only happen versus Vitality? And he really does rise to the occasion against them, I suppose. But it's great to see Sampais when he's having a good game. He's a very fun player to watch.
Oh, it's been fun seeing like this, as I mentioned earlier, like grinding back into shape, right? Because at the end of CSGO, he's one of the best operators in the world. He's one of the most fun to watch, certainly. In that ENCE roster, he was just a monster flying around everywhere at the 8 of the UP. So I feel like we're starting to get a few flashes of that back from time to time. But more importantly, is about finding the consistency to be able to deliver impact. Gonna start scaling towards the A bomb site through bathrooms. Natus clearing things out close. G2 taking their time, just passing the 1 minute mark left in the round.
Rops ready and deadly onto Nerds and Hunter. He goes again, flash this time in his face, and obviously unable to do much about that once his screen is completely white. 35 seconds left. G2 a player down, and got Heavy God slipping his way into the B bomb site. He's got a lot of ground here.
Yeah, well, they don't need to defend the B bomb site, Vitality. They don't care because Flames is in this position. It's like you're going to rotate back from the A bomb site. Your only option with 20 seconds is to go down the stairs. We've even cut you off there as Sampais falls. So yeah, you can try and make your way in if you're Natus, but you're definitely okay. Well,
you're just going to cut through Flames first with a great headshot.
You're just going to destroy somebody with a beautiful shot.
Yeah, and then you're going to smoke Heaven, and then you have the site, and you can actually go in and plant the bomb safely because you missed all the nades, and Heavy God gets the kill on Apex, and you know, it's exactly as they planned here for G2 because they are going to win this round. Mezzi's left alone with an MP9 versus 2, and yes, it looked like Flames had the checkmate position, but he did not account for Mattis's headshot. So that's a massive 3K from Natus, and now Mezzi's trying to piece this one together, dropping down into the water, but they're doubled up at Monster. He's got no utility and really no chance, so taps the defuse. If he stuck it, maybe he won it, but he hasn't stuck it, so there's a quick reaction. He's not going to expect the second player to come from the same position, and Heavy God's not even going to peek. So Mezzi gets on the defuse, he's going to hold it, and he comes off. Heavy God's got the kill, and G2 pull through to 11. An incredible turnaround, especially from Natus, and Xtaz is not happy as he goes for the timeout.
Well, now it really is just like Last Chance Saloon. That felt like kind of the last chance because of the money situation. Now staring at 7-11. This one right here, I don't think Flames needed to take the fight at that point. I think you just crouch in that corner and wait for him to jump over the railing. That feels, you know, I'm sure Flames, he knows best. Not being critical, it just felt like you wait for that kill and that's secured. Either way, an incredible turnaround even beyond that. Heavy God still chiming in. Natus grabbing one more after the bomb plant inside the site.
Well, G2 see the opportunity to take away Overpass from Team Vitality. Now we've seen Dust 2, the streak that got ended yesterday.
Are we about to see that overpass streak ended too, Jason? It feels like it's really opening up now.
Yeah, it feels like it's on the cards, but I mean, remember, what we just witnessed this on Mirage is when it seems lost. After G2 went on a 10-run run, they still snapped into shape and won in overtime, right?
Is this the buy to do it? You've got 3 MP9s, 2 M4s, barely any utility.
On Mirage, it was an AWP, an AK, 2 Tech-9s, and a Deagle.
Wait, that's a good point. At least the AWP was in play, but now the MP9s are in play, and they've just run over the top of heavy guards, and now I've got an extra AK. So it does get immediately better here for Vitality.
Yes, it does. Nice setup as well. Get an AK in play. Now that rifle is on the board. You got a man advantage. You can be a little bit more mobile around the map, and they're in advanced positions to grab information as well. They're not going to let G2 scale across the map without knowing what's happening. Timely peek with the flashbang, and ZywOo's going to get caught trying to retreat slowly, backing off. So Rops has to back away from stairs as well. That's not a position you want to poke your head up in once your teammate has gone down. Apex needs patience here.
He's flashed, so can't really do much at all. Hunter just rounds the corner. G2 have done well. They pulled this back. 3v3 now, 40 seconds on the clock. Still enough time. But look at the Rops flank. Is he going to undo them again? He was the player that did it in regulation on Mirage. Can he get behind them again here?
This is just the factor of this map being so huge. It takes so long to clear these positions and scale up as the T side. It buys time for Rops to push all the way through the underpass up the ladder and have a great timing. Flames just needs one and then to survive.
Yeah, lost a crucial fight in the last round. Looking to make up for it. And he does survive.
Bombs
now here comes Rops. Yep, that's the bomb. 10 seconds. There's the bomb. It's down. And that might just be it. Rops reveals himself at the perfect time. And once again, Rops is their reckoning. It will be Natus to hop onto the site, but not enough time to confirm the plant. He'll back away. He'll run off. Get the AWP for some pious, but an important round win for Vitality.
I think I'm calling a timeout if I'm Saul right now, just to get like a mental preparation for these last few rounds, right? I'm just saying, look, we knew this team was going to have a response. They're not easy to put away. They're always going to fight back, and not anything tactically. I think tactically G2 have had a solid approach, benefited by Vitality playing passive in a lot of rounds, so they've been able to scale pretty quickly and get up and get map control without a whole lot of contention. But now it's about just reminding the team that this is the best squad in the world, and you're going to have to go through this adversity. So calm down, don't panic. They took a round away from us, and we've given them a lifeline to get back into this. 3-round lead still to play with for G2. And the AWP is out for Sunpius. 2 AK-47s, a Galil, and Hunter yet to invest. He'll get a Galil as well with utility. Can Vitality start a comeback by stringing 2 rounds together?
Rops wrecked. Nerds straight away to an opening kill. Can he get another one here as well? Zywu going to back off into the bathrooms.
ZywOo was thanking his lucky stars that he was actually able to escape that situation. He was in a position for a moment there that was just like, I have to fight to the death.
Yeah.
Able to get away with nobody following up a peek towards bathrooms. So this time that aggressive positioning, even more aggressive than previously, designed to be disruptive and get information, just gets negated immediately. Great shot from Nerds.
ZywOo turns away at the wrong time, and Nerds follows up.
The reverse flash clear. He flashes if they're going to be clear in the front of bathroom. ZywOo turns his gaze. He's not blind, but he's not looking in the right way.
Super cool move that's completely bamboozled ZywOo. Okay, you've got 2 big openers. Make it 3. That's map point. Out of the Saw timeout into map point here on Overpass. G2 really challenging Vitality. They've got Dust 2 in their sights. Plant is in for Hunter to secure it. What are we looking at money-wise here for Team Vitality as well? What can they even put together in the next round?
That's why you're seeing Mezzi and Flames just taking the really early opportunity to bail out and not even consider rotating over, not even considering to try and save the situation. The priority is the AK-47s, because you're right, the money is terrifyingly bad for Vitality. They're going to get a $2,400 losing bonus. I'm going to put Apex up at Gonna do math. 3,700, excuse me.
Not good. Not enough. Not enough to get a really solid buy here at all
No,
for Vitality.
but you drop an AK over to ZywOo, right? So he can have armor, get some utility yourself. You can come in, or not an AK, M4.
Well, maybe Mezzi will give him the AK. He's that kind of guy. He's a good teammate.
All right, so let's see what they can scrape together. They have one timeout left. You imagine it's going to get popped. Although Xtaz ain't moving. So maybe letting the guys play, maybe letting Apex work with it. Good kill from Nertz. Great round from Nertz overall, finding Rops and ZywOo, both aggressive A defenders, and then Sampaius just takes advantage of Apex having to push for information, of feeling like they had to know what was coming.
And taking advantage as well of Apex's quiet performance here individually. He was actually very solid so far at this event. A couple of good maps from Apex, but there we go, almost perfect timing for that lower third to come on up. I mean, he's really, really struggling individually on this map. Rops has got the opening kill here on Hunter. He's looking for another one as well here, Rops, realizing something needs to be done. Someone needs to step up and deliver in a round like this.
There's 4 Vitality players here. They've set up a perfect trap. They've been like, keep running this default. Keep running this fountain default. We'll bring more bodies this time. You took out Rops first last time, but when we have 4 people here, what are you going to do about it?
Yep, Flame sharp shooting as well. Nert's going to be caught. It's Heavy God trying to be the pressure release here over towards B. Can he connect onto Apex? Now, yes, Apex is 2-17, but a kill in a round like this is going to...
He's going to get hard cleared after this flash.
Be worth his weight in gold, but let's see if he can get it. Flash goes up. Apex wins it on the MP9. Now the pressure's on. Apex is going to handle it. 2 kills collected. Missed shot from Sampaius. And Vitality have 5 players up. Starting to build that money back.
Did he just say, I promise you we win this game on short?
Yes, that's what he just said. That was Flame saying that.
Yeah, Flame setting up the plays. I like seeing him take that initiative, especially as you mentioned it. You have to imagine Apex having this quiet game. He just gets his kill total up to, what, 4? With those 2 kills that he gets at the B bomb site here. So you have to imagine a game like that with some of the frustrations we've seen out of Apex with the way they've played on Mirage, with the struggles that they've had throughout this series. Maybe he himself has dropped the ball a little bit on the energy department, so Flame's trying to pick it up and provide some information and some ideas of how they can actually win this map. Trying to infuse the team with confidence, and saw once again an opportunity to let them know 3 chances. You answered the bell last time when Vitality won a round. Let's do it again. 4 rounds straight have been back and forth. G2 up next. And that would be the winning round. But all eyes shift over to Flames in whatever setup he wants to pull off at short.
G2 trying to resist, trying to keep Vitality back. Don't allow them into overtime. They've shown so much success once they get to OT, but look at this, much quicker, a different approach here from G2.
They're sending bodies to exactly where Flames wanted to. He said, we're going to win this game on short.
Yeah, well, Flames is going short. Can he back up his claim? He's got the first kill, and the second comes in from Mezzi. It's worked out well here for Vitality on the initial fights, and then Apex has started to get some kills now, back-to-back rounds, delivering from behind the barrels. Nertz on his classic MP7 play, switches out to the M4 at the first opportunity for an upgrade.
Wants that fight. Love seeing a target out in the open. Spots 2, Sampaius goes back for more.
Yeah, this time Mezzi connecting the headshot, and Flames was right. They have won that round towards short. Will be a 10th round here for Team Vitality, and not only that, but it gets rid of the money here for G2 as well.
Okay, well, Vitality have put them in a position that they were exactly the one in Mirage, which is you're setting yourself up to tie this up and win the game in overtime. Now, on Mirage, they only had to win 1 round to force it. It was 12-11 for G2. Now with these 3 chances to win, Vitality have a bit more of a task, but it starts out well. It's going to ease up in the next round with pistols, and then the final challenge comes. Unless Nertz has something special here in a 1v3, but he's very low on health, and without that first kill quickly, everyone's ready for the fight. Double peek. And Vitality storming back with a bit of control here at the tail end of Overpass. Down by 2, but have the advantage of economy. They're about to string 2 in a row, you'd imagine, with only USPs, or excuse me, Glocks on the board. G2 all hovering around 2,000. They can't invest anything.
All right,
in
this
round.
is down to the final round of regulation again.
Yes. It feels that way. And I think G2 is like, let's just get it over with. One flash, come through the smoke, see if someone's close up blind.
This time it's Mezzi at barrels instead of Apex. Mezzi, the top performer for Vitality right now, 19 kills, 14 deaths. He's gonna have a flock of Glocks coming at him now with flashes over the top. Or flash, as it comes in. Mezzi goes behind the monster pillar. We've now got Flames getting the first two. He does get eventually overwhelmed by the Glocks, but the rest of Vitality are here to shut it all down. Mezzi with the double. And Apex chiming in. So last round of regulation coming right up.
Final chance for G2 to take this. I remember the one map point on Mirage, 3 here on Overpass. They haven't been able to capitalize on any of them yet.
Yeah, and we just see the amount of success Vitality get when they go to overtime as well. I mean, even on Mirage, how closely contested that was up until the bonus round started, then Vitality ran away with it.
It's just a reset. It just brings the confidence back in full force, almost like just restarting the game to an extent. 12-11. Rops and ZywOo sticking with this more aggressive setup that they've ran towards the tail end of this half. The passive one was getting punished. And now so is the aggressive one. Nertz has really come online. 12 kills, not the most, but he's done a great job finding 1 or 2 kills in this Bathrooms play.
Oh, look at this. Natus through the smoke. A big risk. Oh, it's going to pay off. He gets the first and the second. Natus stepping up when it matters most. And he's now moved into the side. Apex, he better go huge here. And he can't connect the first. Natus. That's his moment. That is it. Overpass will come to a close in favor of G2 unless ZywOo can 1v5 this. He switches out to the M4 and he descends down into the depths of the B bomb site. All the util landing towards him. They'll throw all their resources at making sure ZywOo cannot get even close to a clutch in this scenario. G2 withstand against Team Vitality on Overpass. They break the streak of Vitality in Overpass, and they now move to Dust 2 to decide who is heading to the semifinals.
Magic from G2. Looked like we might just get another overtime classic. Vitality starting to claw back, but when they needed it most, Natus finds the gap, finds the space, and finds the multi-kill to put them over the top, over the line, and into map number 3.
Yeah, Vitality's streak on Dust 2 ended yesterday. Their streak on Overpass ends today. They had won their last 12 in a row, but G2 dig deep, let that last map fade into the background, and came out swinging here on Overpass. Kind of a tough first half, if we're honest. They probably didn't get as much as they wanted out of their CT side, tying 6-6. You kind of want more than that on Overpass, but hey, when the going got tough in the second half, they were able to, clamp down and get the job done.
And when we're talking about streaks snapping, map streaks snapping, right? That's been kind of the story of this event so far for Vitality. It was Dust 2 yesterday, now it's the Overpass as well. Usually strong picks, bastions, fortresses that they can rely on. Now in doubt. That's got to be a little concerning for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking a lot more mortal this event overall than just, what you've kind of seen the rest of this year. I mean, when you've won 4 titles in a row, you won your second Grand Slam, you're kind of on that high, right? But it's a team that is just trying to build the resume as much as they can to leave the biggest legacy possible behind. And you can definitely tell just from how Apex is reacting to some of these situations that he doesn't care this is a seeding game. He doesn't care that it doesn't necessarily matter they're still in the playoffs no matter what. He wants to win everything that he can, right? And you can definitely tell that this kind of haunts him a little bit how this is going.
And it's the fashion in which they're losing some of these rounds, right? There's a nice round that we can highlight that's just really what allowed G2 to put this one over the top, a situation where it absolutely should have been Vitality in control. This is round 18. Rops does God's work here, puts them into a massive situation, brings it into a 3v4 that would eventually become a 2v4, and yet still they managed to find a way. Natus opens up the opportunity, and it's Heavy God who slams it shut. The combo of these two, such a dynamic pairing here for G2. If the first map was about some pious, this one was about this duo right here.
Yeah, I mean, Heavy God's been the pillar of this team for such a long time. I mean, just continuing to show the Swiss Army knife nature of his play, being able to be that anchor, but also make plays when it needs to happen. And this also just shows a little bit of composure out of, G2. Like, you're having the game all of a sudden go against you. You're having the comeback kind of starting from Vitality. You're kind of wondering in the back of your head, maybe, does what happened to us on Mirage happen again? Do we somehow let this game go overtime minutes slip through our fingers? But, Heavy God and company did well. And, honestly, we haven't talked about Natus a whole lot, I feel like, in some of these segments that we've done, just because of how well Nerds and Heavy God played yesterday, how well Sunpie has played on Mirage. We haven't many opportunities, but Natus has been a great addition to this squad. This guy 100%. Is a guy who can get aggressive, get in your face, and he's kind of the secondary space taker of the team, so to speak. And he'll have his moments where he's able to, make impact plays like that one.
He is sharp indeed, but he's not the only one, right? Because as much as Sunpie was the story on Mirage, he continued his strong form here on Overpass as well. This is a guy that we've looked at various versions of this G2 and other rosters as well and thought, maybe he's never had it in CS2. Well, he's got it today. He's got it today. This is Sunpie at his absolute best. He is not missing. He's such a presence with the AWP. He is holding court on the map. And against a team like Vitality, we know how difficult that is. We know how difficult they make it to play against them as an AWPer with the utility that you highlighted before we came into this map of Overpass.
Yeah, we saw a lot of great defensive AWPing from him on Mirage in that comeback effort. We saw some of that as well in the first half of this game. But you also saw him flip the script, and on the T side, I believe we even showed the comparison last time we had him up on the screen, the difference between his T side and his CT side of Mirage. In this game, he kind of had it on both ends, right? Even with different weapons. I mean, there were moments where this guy was hitting some nasty slugs with the rifle, and again, it's just like, that's the Sunpie that we hope to see. That's why people can start to get excited about G2, because when you bring in Nerds, if you get that guy comfortable, he can be a star player for you. Natus has already proven over a pretty extended period of time that he can perform. Same with Heavy God. If he gets online, this team gets way more dangerous.
There's one more aspect of Sunpie I want to talk about as well, which is something that happened when they went to Rio without Hunter. Sunpie took up a more vocal role. He took up the IGLing primarily, right? And there's a lot that Hunter liked about what he was seeing. He talked about listening back to their matches with the voice comms, and it was more players giving ideas, calling rounds, giving situations, Sunpie in particular, but everybody as well. And that's something that he wants to highlight and focus and bring forward. So I think that's another aspect where when Sunpie is having his strong individual performances, it feeds into his ability to read the game and to call things, which then probably feeds back into his performances and helps highlight the entire team.
I mean, what you want is a proactive AWPer who takes agency, who decides what type of plays he wants to go for. We know, especially on a map like Overpass, how much impact an AWP can have at either denying space or holding a pivotal line for your team. And so, yeah, for Sunpie to go from in-game leading in Rio in a stand situation that they were dealing with to, yeah, that probably does put him in a situation where he's going to be able to feel a little bit more confident and maybe going for certain maneuvers.
We've already talked about him. We'll talk about him some more. It's why not? God, man. He's got God in the name, and there's a reason for that, because he is holding it down for G2 in just so many of these moments.
Yeah, the deity of gravity himself. Just, once again.
3x.
You got me there.
Hey.
I'll shine a little something there. But no, Heavy God again, just so good for this squad. Being that B defender in a lot of those critical moments, obviously kind of being that mid to late round specialist. And while his numbers aren't quite as impressive on this one as some of the other games we've seen, he's still just doing his job. It's just, he's so reliable that it opens up everyone else.
Yeah, and maybe these numbers aren't eye-popping, but the eye test was, right?
Oh, absolutely.
The impact he has, the gravity, as you were saying, that he has on the map is huge. And even if the numbers don't wind up telling the full story, we know what the tale is. We're headed into a third map here. Let's touch on Vitality a little bit more, because this is another troubling map, even though it's so close. And one of the things that wasn't working for Vitality here, that was such a huge piece of the comeback on Mirage and locking down on Mirage, was Apex. As an individual, we saw the effort that it took him on Mirage to get his team locked in, to get them online, to get them into that overtime, to make it possible. It took a lot of emotional energy. It took a lot of individual energy. He was popping off in the OT to try and get them over the line, trying to will his team to the win. And I think here you see the effect of that. Yes, it's Counter-Strike, but it can be wildly draining, wildly physical, and you see it on his face right here. This was a map where it didn't feel like Apex had anything in the tank.
You might be able to hold it off for some time, but every now and then it's still going to get you. That IGL tax that you got to pay, right? And it's one of those things where we pride Apex so much on being able to have impact as a frag, particularly in a lot of their grand finals appearances. This guy just pops off in big moments, and it wasn't just the last map. I mean, certainly he was a big factor there, but even yesterday against FUT, he had a couple of big performances where they were struggling in those games as well to get those across the line. So I think, yeah, like if you're a Vitality fan, you're a little bit troubled that they look a little bit shakier than normal, but at the same time, we know the bounce bounce back potential is there as well.
Yeah, and that being said, right, it is so very rare that you see 2 such maps for Vitality in a row, 2 such maps for Apex in a row where he's drained. You know he's going to go out, he's going to be frustrated, he's going to refuel, going to come back in with that fire, and we're headed into the Dust 2. And even if they dropped the Dust 2 yesterday, we know what this team can do on Dust. So Dust, we'll get you to talk some more about that, but before we do, we're going to take a quick break here and be right back with Dust 2. You know, Moses was a prophet, and it's so only fitting that to see if Moses' prophecy of G2 as the Vitality Killers is going to come true, that we need to wander through the desert of Dust to find out. To guide us through that desert, we've got Dust here. Dust, I've said Dust too many times in this sentence. What do we think is going to happen on this third and final map between these two Titans?
I think Vitality is going to part the Red Sea that is those G2 jerseys, man. I think that this is going to be a really, really tough one for them. But what I will say is that of all the teams that Vitality have faced on Dust 2, G2 is the one team that has actually given them some trouble. They beat them with a stand-in in Rio not that long ago, right? And they've only played each other twice on this map, and it's been tight. So I think that this could be a great contest here.
And if we're now looking at the sum total of how these two maps have gone, considering the titanic effort it took to bring Mirage back into play for Vitality, considering the manner in which they let Overpass slip away after what should have been enough in the first half, to be quite frank, I'm thinking momentum's on the side of this G2 squad, and they're all smiles heading back into the server.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out. I mean, obviously, you'd be crazy not to pick Vitality to be the favorite in this situation. I mean, 45 games with Dust2 played, 40 matches won. I mean, that's just a ridiculous stretch of dominance on a map, unlike really that we've ever really seen before. But G2, that's always kind of been in their nature. Like, the core of this team has played D2 to a very high level for a really long time. And again, they have been able to go toe-to-toe with Vitality in the past. So I think this could be a good one.
Could be indeed. Will it be, though? That's the big question. What are we looking for here on Dust2? What are our keys for either of these teams?
I think for Vitality, it's less about the tactical approach that you bring to Dust2 and more about just the mentality shift that you have to have in this situation. You know, you went down deep on the first map and you were able to claw your way back into it. You found yourself in a similar situation on Overpass after having a brilliant first half, but you're having to try to claw back in the second. You couldn't quite get it done. It's about letting that go and just finding a way to focus up. I mean, I think that there are definitely times even in their comms that we got to hear where Apex was having to get people focused up, having to get people riled up. You know, this might be a seeding match. Playoffs might already be guaranteed, but you still want to win every damn series that you can. It's about building that legacy. For G2, this means everything to them, right? They're kind of the next team, now that they have Nerds in their roster, to have a crack at this squad and see if they can get a series win. Something that not many people have been able to do this year.
It's also about keeping an ascending rival down, right? Because this G2's team, it's still very new after the addition of Nerds. It's still very new to what they want to do with this form of the squad, but we are seeing their power, we're seeing their prowess, and we're seeing that they are on the rise. And so for Vitality, you're looking at a rival that might not just be a problem for you here in Fort Worth, but might be a problem for you down the road as we're talking about that major, as we're talking about future trophies. You do not want to give them the leg up over you and put them into the semifinals here.
Yeah, what I'll be curious about is when we saw Vitality play FUT on Dust2, and that's what that snapped their 16-game winning streak, by the way, yesterday. What we really saw was FUT was able to kind of expose what's usually very strong for them, which is that mid-B defense. Like, usually I pride Vitality on how good they are with Mezzi and Rops on the B side, with Apex being that rotator, with Ziwu being an X factor to really handle those situations very well. Natus is a guy there on G2 in the B tunnels that is such a good playmaker there that they could really test that same defense that FUT was able to find success against yesterday.
Well, he's a man who is a prophet of Counter-Strike, and it's time to see if he has indeed seen the future. I don't know if his bush is burning, but I know that Dinko's voice probably is. Dinko Moses, take it away.
Well, Jason, you want to let us know? Is it all good?
Yeah, it's all good.
All right.
Everything's great.
Good to know. We have a burning desire to get into this third map, though, don't we? Dust2 is going to be very exciting. The fact that G2 withstood, I thought, honestly, we were going to overtime. Natus making the big X Factor play, pushing through that connector smoke. That's the kind of play that gives me the belief that G2 do have what it takes to beat Team Vitality today. When you have players like that that are willing to make plays like that in rounds that matter most, then that's the kind of attitude that will get you a victory here.
I mean, I think importantly as well, the victory comes on the map of Overpass, which was a 100% win rate. So today they lose the 100% Overpass win rate in the past 3 months. Yesterday they lost Dust2. This event for Vitality has been like the air of invincibility getting popped, right? That whole like bubble, that whole like mirage that you have of being like, how are we supposed to beat this team? Now we're seeing teams put it together. Very, very interesting. I think there's a point to build on with the desk with Mike kind of as he throws it to us. Not the burning bush part, but more of
you want to talk about that?
Yeah, more of the like talking about this is a rival that can kind of emerge down the stretches. You just don't want these guys to have any belief that they can do it. Like, you know, like you don't want any of that hope to be there. And at the very least, G2 is carving some of that into their favor.
Yeah, this is crazy to see, and it's great to see from G2. We'll see if they can go all the way and get the win versus Vitality. I mean, Dust2, for Vitality, yes, they lost it yesterday, but it's the fact that it has so consistently been reliable for them that obviously this should be a great game of Counter-Strike between these two teams. Hopefully we get it into overtime and fully send it. You really have to fight for that semi-final spot here in Fort Worth.
Semi-final spot in Fort Worth. One goes to the quarterfinals. Yeah, sorry, I was just reading some of the chat, and they did the knife round, and I think they picked the wrong side. One team's
oh, there we go.
G2 won
now.
Okay. Yep.
LOL. Oops. Yeah, they got dominated in the knife round. I watched that. It was only a single kill from Flames. Everybody else died immediately from Vitality.
Hey, knife rounds are an art. They're a skill. Yeah.
Luckily, they don't matter a huge amount on Dust2. So
sure. Yeah, pretty even side of things. This is gonna be interesting. I'm actually like because normally I'd come into this and I'd be like, watch out for Ziwu, you know, obviously with his AWP roaming around the map and all the different positions he can play. But Sunpius has been the best opper in the server today.
He sure has.
You know, like Sunpius has been killing it today. He's coming into this Coming to this map, let me see what he's got in this series so far. Just been an absolute beast. On 2 maps, Sunpius is 45 and 32, leading the entire server in terms of frags. Highest round swing percentage on HLTV as well. Like, just been a beast, and the level of impact he's provided is crazy.
Hunter making sure he adjusts his beautiful black light chair. Getting comfortable for this third map.
Outside of the first half of Mirage, every half of Counter-Strike has been competitive.
Yes, it has.
There's been no like crazy blowouts, nobody just disappearing.
And honestly, some great moments from both teams, all players, so let's get into it. Let's decide who is going to the semifinals, whether it's going to be G2 or Team Vitality, decided on Dust 2. And it will be Vitality starting on this T side, moving into the tunnels.
Heavy, 4 players here as well. They're all gonna just play buddy system. Rops will stick around and lurk to make sure there's no aggression in the upper tunnels. Smoke is taking away information towards Catwalk. G2 not fussed about it right now. They've got Natus playing long and they've got Sunpius playing at the rail, so nobody's close up on Catwalk to need this information at this moment.
Well, Nert's long-range engagement is going to take a lot of damage on board, so no longer feels confident enough to continue that fight. He'll back away, and things will settle in the 5v5 for now, but it does give Vitality some control towards short.
Yeah, smoke, flash, and a Molotov on Mezzi. I imagine that would be for Goose or Rail when they eventually turn the corner to attack into the bomb site. How exactly do they want to play this one? Spotted jumping up on the Xboxes, spotted Apex scaling towards short, so Vitality have to have an idea that they know kind of what's coming, or they have an idea for it. And Hunter's gonna hit a nasty timing.
So Beretta's from the back, they're blind. Oh, you really gotta land the shots though. And he hasn't been able to make anything of it. At least he stays alive. Nert's eventually getting his kill on Flames. Opening frag falling in favor of G2, but it's short-lived as Sunpius, a victim of Mezzi.
There's confusion in the Vitality camp though. Some fell back, ZywOo continued pushing forward, and finally they realized it was safe.
Yeah, but the time as well. But ZywOo goes ahead and makes sure Vitality feel a lot more comfortable on this side. It's 2 from ZywOo, finally dead, but Apex and Rops have the rest.
Oh, that's nasty from ZywOo. He was running out of bullets as well. 2 precise shots staring down. He really was the only one who had the courage to step forward. Everyone kind of backing away, a little bit scared of the resistance. And ZywOo just cracks it open for the team. They lost both pistol rounds on Overpass Vitality, but not gonna happen on Dust 2. They started out with a win, alleviate some of the pressure, and a chance for a really nice start on this T side. And Hunter's gotta be frustrated.
I don't think he can believe he missed those shots when he came up on top of the Xbox. Well, trying to pull it back, trying to answer back immediately on G2. They've got the scout here for Sunpius. Yesterday we've seen a lot of missed smokes. They've put the work in. They've got the smoke landing now for Team Vitality.
Oh yeah, they were.
ZywOo just couldn't get it to land at all. I couldn't get it to leave spawn.
Yeah, he was bouncing off the awning. There's Natus, he goes down. Yeah, I was curious of how much it was going to be like, okay, this is a lack of focus or just a bug from an update. Saw some evidence of that on Twitter. Regardless, so far so good today for the one time they've thrown it. So into the B-bomb site, save the weapons, let Vitality have the A site, let them have a second round, all good. G2 will just move forward with 5-7, Deagle, and Scout if they're allowed to keep it. Apex already on a little bit of a hunt, spots the jump, spots a second player inside the B-bomb site. So how ruthless are Vitality feeling here in round 2? Surely you send the MAC-10 at the very least.
Unfortunately for G2, absolutely no resistance being put up in this force buy. And now Vitality are actually just sending weapons at them, hoping Flames can make some money, carve them up with a MAC-10, flying through the sky. Flames gets 1. At least Nert's holding on with a 5-7, doing a decent amount of damage, gets a 3rd kill out of the Galil. So Nert's really does the best he could in that scenario.
Yeah, they made it as costly as possible, but Vitality doesn't give a damn about the money in a round like that. Happy to take all the rifles away and make sure none of those make it to round number 3. Force all the reinvestments possible, force them to dig into the economy if they want. And Nertz does want. Nertz is gonna have an M4, Hero M4, and see what he can do with it. Other than that, pistols. P250, Deagle picked up.
Okay, nice clean Deagle shot for Heavy God. And when you get the first so clean like that,
you have to go for the second one. It's kind of a rule.
Yeah, you get a chance.
He goes out there, but second peek does result in immediate death. But Natus is coming forward, 5-7 behind the car. It's worked out very well for him. Can he get another? No, as Mezzi just continues to shoot through the side of the boxes, preventing himself from having to walk into the waiting arms of that 5-7. And ZywOo stopping Natus from making anything happen in this round, putting Hunter in a 1v3 in the lower tunnels.
That 5-7 felt really dangerous, though. I was surprised that no one from Vitality was taking an angle to prevent that scale towards Car. I was surprised he was given the freedom and the space to actually make it. Another kill. This is, I mean, now, you know, they don't care about the 3 kills in the previous round, but you add 3 into this one on top of it, and an Galil, a rifle given over. Now it's really painful. Now Vitality, even in a 3-0 start, going to be on the verge of real economic issues if they lose the first gun round. So G2 doing about as good a job as possible in rounds 2 and 3 to set themselves up nicely for the bye rounds.
Hunter pushing down and towards CT, and he will be stopped by Mezzi. So 3 in a row for Team Vitality. A comfortable start to this game, but things will start changing now. You've got the Sampaia's AWP is going to come out.
Yeah, Nerds drops the AWP over. He drops an M4 back in return. So we do have that AWP in the field. And actually, there's money on Mezzi if ZywOo calls for an AWP on the T side as well. Not going to, they'll stick with the 5 rifles.
He's been really sharp on the rifle today.
Yeah, he has been. AK looked real clean on overpass.
Well, let's see what Vitality can do with 5 AK-47s and 5 players towards the B bomb site.
Yeah, stylistically opening up, just playing the grouped up deathball style. Gonna really make G2 be concerned about the point of attack.
And well, Rops taking the initial damage. He's down to 57 HP, detected towards tunnels early. Notes has looked pretty sharp to kick off Dust too, but it's just a single kill as he stands in the open. And now a heavy guard under a lot of pressure. Utility being dropped upon his head and he can't get away. That smoke ineffective. The flames still burn him. He steps up into the open and Mezzi drops him. Hunter trying to stop them from getting into it, but such a tough pill to swallow, but you have to. G2 going for the safe call, giving this one up, and it's 4 in a row for Vitality.
Yeah, we'll have to keep track of G2 on the minimap as this half progresses, but if you're going to keep bullying with 5 players into the B bomb site, if you're going to be playing this like kind of grouped up style to open up, G2 might be a little bit quicker on the rotation. They might have a few more details missed of watching for a lurk. Could be a couple things that, you know, take their attention away and something Vitality can exploit later on. Because there will be a switch eventually where these rounds kind of slow down, spread out, and you play the map a little bit more. But really, none of these rounds have been under too much contention. And another round where 3 players of G2 just have to concede and try and keep their guns in their hands for the next round. I don't think there's any motivation to hunt after the way the last couple went. Vitality's like, you guys are cool. Keep your weapons, it's all good.
It feels like Vitality, for the first time in a while, are very comfortable. It's a smooth start into Dust 2. And the pressure is certainly on G2 to figure out a way to break this momentum they're building before it gets out of control.
Yeah, I mean, the reset between maps is a really powerful thing, and Vitality are going to be kings of that considering the amount of experience these 5 guys have together. So yeah, whatever frustrations were there on Mirage disappear after that map. Whatever frustrations on Overpass, you get rid of those between maps as well. Come into Dust 2, calm and collected, you got out to a 4-0 start. Doing a lot of good work to make sure all those frustrations are in the past, and now Apex can have everyone driving forward towards the victory. Got them in a good position, some money grows as they refused to hunt in the previous round. Mezzi, 7-0 to lead the way for Vitality so far here on the 3rd map. Rinse and repeat, baby. New timing. Sampaia's this time is here with the AWP, though. He's outside the B bomb site. Depending on the timing of when they actually enter an attack, if they try and pop before the smoke, he might be able to snag 1. But Sampaia's still firmly committed towards middle.
Here they come, out towards the side. It's gonna be Heavy God. Okay, 3 as he holds them back. And that is more like it from G2. Heavy God and Sunpius stop Vitality in their tracks.
Yeah, a bit too cheeky with that one. Heavy God just saying, all right, I'll play in this sneaky corner. I'm not gonna take the fights you want to. Sunpius was gonna be there quickly with the AWP, and Nertz was even playing in CT spawn, so he was rotating over real quickly with Sunpius as soon as that happened. I don't mind it, a little cheeky to try and go for that again, but it's worked a couple of times. Worked on the pistol. And another victory here, and you just condition G2 to just fear that B bomb site for the rest of the half, but they don't get that benefit. 4-1, they spend all their cash Vitality. Up in the hands of ZywOo. But they've got no funds after this. Sunpius hasn't really had a whole lot of action head his way yet, so we haven't been able to see on Dust 2 if that AWP is going to be having the same impact it did on Overpass and Mirage. It's flashed off the angle this time, but Vitality is setting up to split this A bomb site, and Natus goes down. So now G2 controls neither long nor short, which puts so much pressure on Sunpius to deliver.
That smoke break.
Oh, timing of that, timing of that.
Apex just got away before being fully detected. And so just peeks on up, catches some bites. He's run out of bullets here, Apex, though. Trying to use the cover while the rest of his teammates move up through short. Now, Apex has acted as a distraction, but can Heavy God get anything? And the answer to that is no, as ZywOo comes forward. A second from ZywOo, but Nertz keeping his team in it. It's a 1v1 against Rops.
And the bomb's down. Rops is going to have to go back to get it. A little bit nervous with that flashbang coming out, so a stutter step and a gap in the smoke. And will be picked up. Nertz going to be coming through CT.
Yeah, it's given a lot of time because of that bomb for Nertz to get towards CT. Not only get into the position, but look how deep he's got towards this reposition.
Yeah, but Rops is one of the best clutchers we got in the game.
Yeah, he'll have that ticking over in his mind as a possibility, I'm sure. Playing back from Goose, I'm sure he's even considering the long play from Nertz. Rops has put himself in a position where he can fight anything coming at him. This is going to be tough for Nertz to put this one together, but timing. Will Rops be looking the right way? It doesn't matter when a headshot like that comes in. Nertz sits him on his ass and gives a second round here to G2.
Jesus, Rops had no chance in that once Nertz comes around the corner. That is a filthy fast shot. I thought for sure Apex is just like won the round at that point. Control the pit. I mean, G2, the way they're able to come out on top of this, despite this defense literally crumbling, they were in like 3 different decisions, 3 different ideas, 3 different minds, falling back, pressuring long, where do we want to play? And they still somehow managed to come out on top. What a big save from Nertz. And that takes all the money away from Vitality.
Right. It's down to Deagle, a scout here for Apex.
It's a 2-for-1 special.
Scoreline most likely going to read 4-3. Vitality still in the lead, but G2 closing this gap very quickly.
Oh God.
God, no.
I think that must have been miscommunication between Hunter and Nertz. Oh no, not like this, boys.
That is gonna kick them so hard in their own teeth.
I mean, it looks so silly, which is why it has to be a miscomm. Because you're not playing that position with just nade in hand so confidently to nade lower unless you think you have a teammate giving you intel and tracking things, right? Like tracking
and if
the
you are,
play.
it's kind of like a brain fart almost, if that is the case, which would be strange to see Hunter make that kind of mistake. So yeah, absolutely. Well, either way, it's going to be very frustrating, no matter what caused it. Because G2 now find themselves in a 3v5 up against weak guns of Vitality. You've done the hard part. You put them down to the reset.
They could recover this round. They still can. I think the problem is Vitality's playing it so well. Like, you'll notice they get those kills and they haven't moved a muscle. They're still just like, you know, again, you guys have to have a reaction. You have to try and find a way, find out where we're going so you can stack, peek, and get a cheeky kill. And now they just disappear on the map with this silence. Matt is desperately hunting to find something. He might just walk into his death. Spotted Apex up on short, who comes back to take the shot. It's going to be on Sunpius.
Oh, he'll peek out towards short. He'll go again. This time a missed shot. Keeps his head down. He's worried about long, and for good reason. There is a threat there, but Rops has used the rifle to devastating effect on Sunpius. Mezzi arriving out long. Body shot finished off by Rops, and they're into the site.
That is a nightmarish round for G2. A mistake at the beginning of it just completely unravels the entire round effort.
It's so painful.
Such a missed opportunity.
Yeah, and it's so painful losing the players in the middle of the map as well. It forces so much movement. It takes away so many options of how you can play the map. Okay, that's mean. That's just overkill. Once again, Apex and Vitality hitting that mood of we're gonna be on top of every single detail, and we're not gonna take anything off. No mercy for G2 as the final weapon is ripped out of their hands. Three-round lead, and surely a round win that must just crush the morale of G2. They've got money. And even after this buy, they've got 2,100 on Sunpias, 2,200 on Nerds. They got cash in the bank. And a 3-round losing bonus would give them 2,900 after this round ends, if they go on to lose.
That sounds great, but you're 6-2 down at that point. There's a jump up from Flames. Hunter, at least with a quick response.
Look at the emphasis on the middle of the map. 2 short, 2 close double doors, including the Opera who peeks into ZywOo.
Yeah, so ZywOo quick to the kill. Numbers even still, a minute, 5 seconds left, and you know Hunter is still around short. Definitely know now, but ZywOo has found a piece of sanctuary inside the middle and can move past the Flames, so he's going to join up with his teammates inside of the B tunnels.
Yeah, Rops is taking his time making this play. It looked like he was going to peek out and go find his 1v1, but at the moment, what's a little bit scary about this is obviously the long push is about as far away as you can get from Heavy God. So Heavy God's going to be all on his own. The longer Vitality take, the closer Hunter will get, but he's still miles apart. And you just contact at this point.
Oh, here they come. Towards the heaviest of all guys holding this B site. Let's see if he can win it. Rops about to go into the rifle, and he's up first, and Heavy God, no problem on the first, the second. And although ZywOo's too much to handle, he'll move in. But now ZywOo required to clutch.
He's got a full set of utility as well. Smoke, Molotov, and 2 flashes.
Look how quick Hunter's moving through the tunnels.
Yes, indeed.
He's already out. ZywOo's not ready for that. And so Hunter's quick decision to make the play through the tunnels has paid off.
Yeah, also to give some credit to Heavy God, right? That play has no business having any impact if Heavy God's not giving you a double kill there. Slows things down, thins out the herd, takes away anyone who'd be able to watch the flank. Really, really nicely done from Heavy God. 5-3.
Here we go. This is the Heavy God pulled in 2, and ZywOo, you think he's gonna, you know, we haven't seen a big ZywOo clutch like that yet, and Hunter making sure there was no chance to even get going.
Yeah, it's lovely. We saw him actually in the, what was it, Mirage? He kind of missed a few shots in a situation like that. ZywOo was able to turn and shut him down. So this time he's like, nope, not again.
Not happening.
I've got it here. Round 9. We've got the op out in Sunpaya. Same with ZywOo. 3-player opening towards the B bomb site for Vitality. Flames, Rops, and ZywOo. They open up rounds like this quite frequently, and if the smoke doesn't get put in place, they try and challenge. They try and find a fight. And it's just always when that smoke pops, ZywOo just backs away.
Sunpias, missed shot. Takes damage too, but able to get away.
Forced off the angle. Apex is going to be pleased about that one. Nerds and Heavy God, they got so much punishment early on. They haven't really executed a whole lot of aggression. They're going to try it here. But it's Rops, and he's been spotted. The jiggle went a little bit too far. They're prepared for the fight. And now Vitality lose a critical piece of the map.
Rops making a mistake. Doesn't happen that often. And now we've got Sunpias over towards the ramp. 45 seconds left on the clock here. Vitality trying to get past the Spanish sniper. They'll do so with a flashbang, but he's still standing. Flash after flash, though, blinded by the lights right now. And Sunpias goes on up. He's run out of bullets, though. ZywOo on the hunt forward. It's going to be Flames who gets that kill. Apex on the follow-up. Flames just wraps around the back of Hunter and then deals with Madison Long. Spectacular
coming out of Flames, and leaves Nertz in middle with a 1v3 ahead of him that he's just backing away from. So Vitality have found success. They break through into the A site. 6-3 lead on the T side of Dust 2 now.
I thought they were in for a nightmare. Without like nades, without Molotovs to flush Sunpius out of the position, the constant repeaks. He dropped the bomb on the ZywOo kill as well. Looked like he was going to mount a pretty damn good defense. But man, when it turns in Vitality's favor, does it ever? Two players trying to retake this bomb site, trying to get involved in the action, are just stuck on the ramp. And you're just sitting ducks for Flames inside the bomb site. They're still in contention, G2, but just having trouble build any momentum. Three of the last five in G2's favor, but now you start getting into the financial issues. And a timeout is called by SAW to talk things over. They're going to have to manage their economy and their buy here. Not going to have the AWP that they've been so used to controlling and so used to having on the map. No money for it on anyone on the G2 side of things. And if you want to risk a buy here, what is it? Nerds 3,700. He's got an AK. He can drop a weapon over. Sunpius 31, Hunter 3,500, Natus 3,100. Like if you want to buy here, you're gonna empty the coffers, right? And then all of a sudden you're sitting at, you know, if you lose that, the half is just firmly in control of Vitality. This is a very big swing round if G2 invests, if they shove all in. And they won't. Settle back to just pistols upgraded with utility. Much more reasonable investment to be able to get the op out along with the full buy in the next round. But it does give Vitality a great opportunity to secure a lead going into halftime.
Sound like Nertz was calling his own play there as well. Calling the smoke play, but not going to be pushing through the doors into the lower tunnels. He'll drift back over towards B. He'll sit there with Heavy God. Miss smoke. Fell off the ledge.
Well, look, one miss smoke is still the improvement over like the 7 in the FUT game, you know?
And in a round like this, it'll probably be the least punishing round to have it happening.
That's all you can ask for, really, is just get a little bit better. Each and every time. Flame's going to be up. Again, back to the death ball style that we saw to open the half out of Vitality with those repeated hits towards the B bomb site. This time it's just going to be streaming off short.
Yeah, no weapons really to shut this down, so should be overwhelming.
Any kind of utility inside the bomb site is devastating.
Well, there goes a Molotov. Two of them, one of them to the bomb site, and into the open they go. 5-7 actually gets away with one. The smoke is covering them for the time being, but eventually Flames gets that kill. And the rifles of Vitality come trampling over the defenses. They've got Sunpius trying to back off, but stayed alive. Just, unfortunately, the rotation and the reinforcements are all being picked off. And Vitality, yes, they lose 2 players. They lose quite a bit of health here on Flames, but regardless, the round will fall in favor of Vitality, up to 7-3.
Up to 7-3 and looking good. Next buy round for G2 to keep things close. We mentioned coming into this, the only half that was really a blowout was the opening half of the series on Mirage. And that game ended in overtime. Everything since then has been very competitive between these two squads. I guess both halves of Mirage were kind of a blowout. Didn't feel that way at the time, though.
That's true. It was, it was back and forth, but it was very back and very forth. You know, there's just huge streaks going on for both teams. And then overtime, Vitality took control of it.
All right, well, this round is everything for G2. AWP is out in the hands of Sunpius. M4s across the board. Full sets of utility. All right, Apex going to fake a default. Sending someone lower. Had some instruction for Flames out towards long.
ZywOo picking up information on the cross. Hunter's moved up to this aggressive catwalk presence that he's shown a couple of times in this half. Grenade goes into lower, catches a bit of ROPS. Isn't going to affect him too badly here at all. In the meantime, Natus needs to ready himself. He's got a quieter map here. Natus was the player with a big moment, but kind of in transition of multiple different ideas there. Couldn't find himself a good position at all. Messi's going to punish that indecision and then move on. And because this mistake is costing G2 everything at the moment, there they are, falling apart. Messi tapping into the site. Heavy Guard so far removed from the rest of his teammates. They know where he is as well, thanks to that kill on Rops. No element of surprise. Cyber goes back and will adjust. And it is going to be 8 rounds now for Team Vitality. Apex is happy with what he's seeing. And they're moving into the last round of this half with a real shot at taking a 9-3 lead.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality at this point is just working them tactically. They've shown so many different philosophies and looks. You have the grouped up style towards the B-bomb side, one hit towards Catwalk. You've had the executes off Catwalk. Now you're just having a lot of contact plays, walking into B lane, walking out long with no indication it's coming. You could see Natus trying to select a position.
Yes.
And just not even prepared for that timing whatsoever.
Sure, it was the worst feeling, realizing that, oh, they're here now, and I'm not in a good spot to really do anything about it.
There's no consistent trend from Vitality that as a defender you can latch onto or to understand what the map is looking like.
And you see very, very emotional there. Natus like frustrated immediately in the comms after getting caught in mid. 2 back-to-back, extremely frustrating rounds for Natus individually. Throw that in with the fact he's 3 and 10, and they're going to have to really make the most of that reset in the halftime break here just to try and cool down a little bit. There's Mezzi taking Hunter. Nort's around the corner, going into the open, and of course, Mezzi gets away with that one as well.
Yeah, he does. Now you can just exploit these pushes. Zaiwu missed the timing on that from Sampaio, so now in Op in Sampaio's hands, he can actually do something with this. Gotta be aggressive at long. Gotta basically think, I need to win this round.
Yeah, worried about a second player coming out long, thinking Zaiwu might not be alone, but he would be wrong. He's trying to deal with this, but a flash comes in, and even the AWP can't do anything in Sampaio's hands. Just Heavy God left. And we've had a competitive series all day long, but Vitality in full control right now on map number 3. 9-3, and the semifinals in Fort Worth await.
Linus springs his trap, but he's left as the last man standing.
That was brutal for FaZe. I can't believe they get out so cleanly. It didn't... Yeah. Someone call an ambulance.
Apex, they've been yelling at you the whole game, calling you names. What do you want to say to them?
That's all you can say. Took you Apex.
Look at this man. Yep. He's enjoying himself. Oh my god, he's playing the guitar. What does this man not do? Man, you think to yourself, what the...
Is it a bat? Is it a plane?
No, it's an eagle.
No.
It is actually a falcon.
Should be a dead man, and it
is.
Zaiwu secures it. A triple kill out of Vincere elbow, and now
We've never had a trumpet.
outstanding.
You think barreling down from Banana and getting this double kill out of the gate.
Yeah, it feels like this is where the rubber's meeting the road a little bit. They're gonna
We've been looking for evidence that there's any team here at Blast Rivals in Fort Worth who can contend and compete and challenge Vitality, and we're getting some of that proof right now. We might have found a contender. G2 has played a tough, close series in the first 2 maps. Now they stare down yet again another hole. 3-9 they're buried under going into the second half, but they had to come back on Mirage, and it's time to dig deep and bring that back.
Yeah, you think back to the Mirage comeback, and it does give you a little hope, a little belief, and optimism around this G2 team. But the thing that worries me is the fact that they've now got to do it on the T side, right? They've got to come back on the T side. All those comebacks for CT side. So let's see how it goes. I feel like we got to give them a shot just with how they've always exceeded expectations today. But it does feel like Vitality have done enough at the moment to get this one over the line.
Yeah, and it's going to be a really quick flank. If contact is made at the B halls towards Mezzi at the back of the platform, this flank is going to come with some fierceness to it. Hunter's here with the bomb. Sunpius up on top of the boxes, not committed to anything just yet. ZywOo and Rops to be playing in lower. There's the swing, there's the double.
Yeah, ZywOo so fast on those triggers when it comes to the dual Berettas. Melts 2 opponents right in front of him. There's a third for good measure. Natus, he knows where you are. He's coming for you as well. ZywOo, the boogeyman, living in the nightmare of his opponents right now, as Rops will deny the ace opportunity, but Vitality have the pistol round. It's 10-3, and that is one giant step towards semifinals here in Fort Worth.
Yeah, ZywOo wants to get back to the hotel. He's had enough of this. It's been way too close for his liking. This is sick. Good double kill with the dualies. Precise shooting here. Another one. And again, the confidence and just the aggressiveness to step forward, hold the angle, and shut him down before there's any chance he can get involved. 10-3. It gets even worse. Both pistol rounds the way of Vitality here on the third and deciding map.
Heavy guard, has he got it? Off it goes. Boom. Heavy guard nails it.
Always knew I could rely on him. You know, just seems like a reliable fella.
Yes, a reliable guy. Well, G2 coming into this run, Tech9s, Deagle. It's going to be spread out at the moment. See what they can do with them. That B bomb site defense is going to be pretty tough to get through.
It's going to finish at the B bomb site. The question is, what do Hunter and Nerds do? Is this going to be like them coming out mid and being a distraction, try to mid to B split? The answer is no, as Nerds joins up into the upper tunnel. So it's going to be Hunter chucking out mid to B utility and probably turning into a lurk. One player just running out and making footsteps isn't going to sell any kind of a fake.
Dust was highlighting yesterday how Vitality's mid to B defense is just so solid, almost unbreakable at times. Well, here comes the B hit. You've got utility about to be set up here for G2 to try and get into this site against Rops and Mezzi. Apex is going to play over towards CT spawn. Rops, will he go unchecked? Yes, he will. And so, because of that, it's 2 kills for Rops. Mezzi uses the distraction well. Apex has died in middle, but that's it. That's all you've got is a 9 HP Hunter in mid. 4 players up for Team Vitality, 11-3 on the scoreboard, and no money going into the next round for G2. So it's going to be series point for Team Vitality off the back of that.
Apex getting just so loud as he's looking to close this game. He can feel the team building up to critical mass. Rops, this is nice and easy. Nobody clears it. Everyone's looking towards car. Everyone's looking to the right. Not enough resources to burn him out of position.
Let's go!
And Vitality marching towards that victory. It's been a very, very tough, grueling series for them. A lot of frustration in it as well they've had to overcome.
A very tough, grueling group stage, Jason.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
They play for a team who's playing with their coach as a stand-in, and they lose a map. They get pushed to the brink on map 3-13-11. It was crazy to see Vitality struggle so much across this entire group stage. More understandable against G2, but lots to learn. I think it's a positive sign seeing how competitive G2 made this on the first 2 maps, but you know, you were mentioning the map pool issue. Will they be able to deal with Vitality down the stretch when they go deep into the series? And so far, failing to meet the level of Vitality in map 3. Stepping into the open, dying at the hand of ZywOo range.
Third map, ZywOo, 16-9.
Yeah.
Leading for the team, Mezzi at 14 kills.
Every nade just landing where it needs to go. Apex finishing off Nerds with a FAMAS as well.
Yeah, not really a plan here, right? It's kind of like move around with the deagle, see if you can get a clean look, see if you can give us a 1-deag to open up something, but nothing to really set up any of those shots or those fights, so it's all just kind of falling apart slowly one by one. Good shot from Senpaius, and that's one of the B defenders. Mezzi's down, so they might try and pick up the pace and exploit Rops being alone.
5 seconds, ZywOo's picked up Hunter, Rops, no issue. That was a very clean headshot on Senpaius walking out into the open. And then the second cleanup as well on Heavy Guard. 12-3, series point for Team Vitality. 1 round away from the semi-finals here at Blast Rivals Fort Worth.
Yeah, 9 chances to get it as well. I don't think they're going to need nearly anywhere close to all of those. And what does G2 have in this potentially final round of theirs? ADVP in the hands of Senpaius. 4 AK-47s. It's got to be perfect Counter-Strike. Not only mistake-free, but it just has to be awesome the whole way through. Has to be perfect. All 5 players towards the B bomb site. Rops is going to be there on his own. ZywOo close by.
Well, Rops cleaning up Natus. The last charge of G2 into the B bomb site. Going to be a quarterfinal showing for G2. For the Dickies Arena here in Fort Worth, Texas, will open the doors for Vitality into a top 4 finish at least. No surprises here. They've come into the event as the heavy favorites. The question was, would anybody be able to even get to a level to make a competitive series happen? I think the first 2 maps have definitely shown G2 have it in them. But right now, a lot more growth needed to see them out down the stretch.
Well, remember as well, Nertz is still very, very new in this team. And that's why I wanted to see this as kind of like a litmus test, a barometer of where they're at. Because they got some time heading before they head to the major to improve his position and his feel within the team and improve his understanding of the playbook within the team, get him more comfortable and more involved. And I think there's another level for G2 that I'm hoping we get to see at the major itself.
Well, Apex is moving through the tunnels at the moment. He's just going to miss the timing as they go past lower. ZywOo's going to check it. Quick shot. Apex closes. And Team Vitality go into the semi-finals. Apex stands up relief because this was a group stage that wasn't easy for Team Vitality. They struggled through both of the series, but eventually they get the result they were looking for. Texas has been good to Team Vitality. We'll see if it's the same story in the playoffs this weekend.
Well, they may stretch, they may stumble, but when push comes to shove, the Kings of Counter-Strike reach up and straighten the crown. They are making their way into the semi-finals here in Fort Worth. They've secured their spots, waiting for a challenger to emerge. G2 may just be that challenger, but they will not overcome Vitality today.
25 series played this year by Vitality, 23 wins. Unbelievable. This is now also their 21st event in a row where they are guaranteed a top 4 finish or better. I mean, I just don't know how many more pages we can add to the resume of this Vitality squad, but they're trying their damnedest to just keep it going, and they're doing a great job of it.
I mean, at this point, it's a scroll of achievements going through, and this man just keeps adding one after another. Dan Mattis-Clare joining us here to chat. I just want to ask you, what was the conversation between map 2 and map 3, right? Because obviously we saw a different beast as we hit Dust 2.
Well, the first thing is obviously I needed to do a couple of frags because I had 5 on the whole game on 13-11, so that's the first thing I said. But then our problem right now is that obviously we didn't practice last week coming up to the event because we came back to Rio on Tuesday, pretty exhausted because Rio was our main event. So between Rotterdam and Rio, no break. Before Rotterdam, a lot of work. So as you need goals, you know. But the thing is, when you play too much, then it can not serve you. So what I said is just, it was pretty easy. It's like we did actually a good T-side after losing that anti-econ overpass. But what happened is on City, we didn't make plans, we didn't play together. It was like more, it wasn't Vitality. Like it felt like it was a bit of a bug. So I didn't get angry. I was angry after Mirage, but not after Overpass. I just said, guys, the only thing we need to do right now is to play together. Because the individuals are maybe clicking a bit less and we feel maybe a bit less the game because we have less hours. But let's play as a team and it's gonna work. And that worked on those 2.
So going back to Mirage really quick, what did it take for your team to be able to come back? I mean, we heard a couple of different comm listen-ins on you just trying to get the boys riled back up and back focused, but what do you think was kind of the key to get you that game into overtime and ultimately come out on top?
Well, overall, we played a poor T-side. We had, 11-1, 11-2 at some point. We lost the anti-eco. But then the main problem was not like the calls, or it was more like the mood we had and the plans we were making together, you know. We're a team that are really good at making plans and doing ping pong in the communication, etc. And that was not the case. So we just found like a last round, like putting Robs going through the window smoke and while we put some pressure. And then I think everyone relieved and we're like, okay, now we can start winning rounds, and we won 3-0. We know we can be good on our map. Our T side have been a bit of a mess at this tournament. I think we are, of course, the best team in the world, but so far also the best T side team in the world. But yeah, here we didn't show it yet. I mean, mostly before on Mirage and also yesterday on Nuke. But today was better, like the Dust 2 and the Overpass was better, and I'm happy that we bounced back because that was not easy.
One more question about those T-sides, right? Because that has been the storyline for you guys so far at this event. Is it the communication? Is it something that you think teams are now maybe prepared for what you're dealing? Nope. No? What do you see?
No, as you can see on Overpass, we were 6-1 down or 5-1 down, we do 6-6 and 9-3 on those two. No, it's just more about like, we lack a bit of course, when we lack practice, and we're a team that are also working a lot on our strategies and how to play with each other. And yesterday, for example, we missed like so many things. We had how many rounds we had advantage against Sweet and we lost. And that's not something Vitality does. Vitality win around 80% of the 5v4. I think I checked yesterday, after yesterday was 50%. That's something that I never seen from us. And it's just a lack of, we took things too easy as well yesterday. And that's exactly what happened also today. That's what I actually said after the halftime on Mirage. I said, it's 10-2, but I feel we have low energy. It's weird to say because you win 10-2.
Yeah.
So you can't like be mad at your teammates. But I say, I still feel low energy from us. And we could have seen on T side because we just click on CDB on T side where we had to make more plans, etc. It was a bit of a struggle. So now I think our T side are fine. We just need to be a bit more like and having a bit more energy, etc. But we lack energy right now. We could see from the players, but we still managed to win, and that's what matters.
One last tiny question before we let you go. What are you going to be spending the day off with since you now have the spot straight into the semifinals?
Yeah, another semifinal for Vitality, 21st.
Yep, 21st.
Not bad. I think we've been pretty good at the game. Now for us is probably take some time off. Gonna try to get as much as energy as we can because, I mean, people might know, but after this tournament we have a week off. We're just all gonna enjoy the US on our sites and do all the trips. I'm going with Mez in New York. They go maybe in Yosemite Park because for us, what's really key is to have energy, and energy is key for us. So if we keep practicing, it's gonna be tough for us. And our main goal is what? Cologne Major. So it's not to win Atlanta, it's to win Cologne Major. So we're gonna take some time off and come to have like the most energy possible coming up to the major.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
I'm talking too much.
Final spot, 21st. And yeah, good luck with all those very lofty goals.
Thank you.
Strong words from Apex as always. He knows what his sights are set on, what the team's sights are set on. He knows how to get there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question that maybe some people have is that what drives this team when they've already succeeded so much? You know, what kind of keeps them fueled to put these trophies in the cabinet? Yeah, the major's always going to be a big thing. Yeah, the Grand Slam was a big motivation, but how do you keep it going in events like this? And when you listen to Apex in the interview, it's very clear why. He is taking attention to everything. He is on top of it, and he wants success no matter where they're at.
Obsession with the details. It's the signs of the greats, knowing that even in a strong half, if the energy's not there, it might mean diddly squat. This is the result of our Group A through. We have Vitality into the semifinals. G2 and Astralis will be starting in the quarters. That is a very interesting banquet set up for the Counter-Strike in the playoffs, but we haven't figured out exactly who's going to be making it through to that next level because there's more games to play. We're hopping over to Group B. We're hopping over to the night shift. That's us done for the group stage at least. We'll move into different roles now, and we'll say adieu. See you soon, Dallas/Fort Worth. It's howdy time in the arena in just a few moments.
It's never easy playing against a team that you have no material to prepare against. We know how capable they are as a team, even though they're going through a bad phase right now. No pun intended. I'm just kidding. But they're going through a hard moment, but they have very good players, a very good system, and in the end, they just changed one player, and Twiz is used to IGLing. If you compare to his days in Liquid, I mean, he has maybe the same level of players, so he knows how to manage the team. Yeah, we are expecting a very difficult game. Like you said, people are looking up to this match because it's going to be, I mean, a brawl inside the server. We both want to be in the playoffs, so yeah, it's going to be a cool game.
I mean, I think we are capable of upsetting, you know. I mean, even yesterday we could have upset the NAVI on the second map at least, you know. So we definitely have it inside of us. I mean, you know, it matters. I mean, I guess it just matters if we show out, if we can show it up, you know. They're obviously in much better form than we are. They've been a team for a longer time than we are. And yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise that we're on like in a bad spot at the moment, but it doesn't mean that we cannot turn this around, you know.
Thank you. Never count FaZe out, or at least that used to be the moniker of the team, but will it be the same with Netu in the ranks and Twist at IGL? They're up against the ropes and up against FURIA, who did not have a good start yesterday, even though they should be expected to breeze into these playoffs. A lot of people are super excited for this matchup, maybe for reasons that I can't fully grasp. What excites you so much about this one?
I feel like this matchup is a sign of the times, that both of these teams are down on their luck right now, that FaZe are scrambling to put the pieces together at present time, and FURIA themselves are in a bit of a lull. So both of these teams have to prove it to themselves, even some of their teammates around them, that they have what it takes to get into the arena.
Yeah, Twist has said, well, I want to make this count. I want to be sure that they trust me, and I want to be sure that David and Frozen believes in this project. I mean, what a quote. And I feel like it's almost like Saving Private Frozen. What's going on there?
It's almost a bit of a tryout for the rest of the FaZe team to prove to Frozen that it's worth it to continue to don the black and red jersey. Twist himself spoke about the fact that he wants him and Frozen to be the pillars moving forward on this FaZe lineup here, because Frozen, he's got a lot of suitors, okay? He's like the hottest girl in town right now. A lot of the teams that look like they can find an upgrade are probably looking towards him as a potential replacement for a weak link on their own rosters.
It's true, but it seems to me that it has been the story for FaZe. Of course, Kerrigan is no longer there anymore, and I have to say it's still very weird to see them walk into any playing ground, right? Any station with Kerrigan not trailing behind, not making the noise for them. I think that's such a big one, but it's not like it was going that well in the last couple of months, even with Kerrigan on the roster. I think there's a marker on any of the players' heads in terms of having to step up.
Every single player on FaZe has a chip on their own shoulders right now. Obviously, Frozen looks the best for wear because he's still improving, he's still showing a lot of individual form, but Twist has to show that he belongs as a captain, as an in-game leader, that his second crack at the role is going to actually prove better than it did on Liquid. But a lot of the other guys, I mean, Brokey right now is looking for a little bit of a resurgence in his performance. Natu is finally getting an opportunity on a tier 1 team. I'd say the eye test right now it's decent. It's not, yesterday wasn't all bad. The second map was, but the first map, I liked a lot of what I saw. And Jacob, to me, he's finally freed from the shackles of whatever was going on in that last system, and he needs to step up too.
I completely agree with you, and I think there were hopeful signs from Nature as well, right? Hopefully that parlays into today. But let's talk about FURIA a little bit. We've become so accustomed to seeing them hitting those playoffs, but we've also unfortunately become accustomed to seeing them fail in matches where they really should be winning. That's what happened versus GamerLegion yesterday. What was your read on that first showing?
The GamerLegion one to me kind of felt like a trap game where I feel like if you just play your game 9 times out of 10 and you're Fury, you think you're going to be good enough versus GamerLegion, but GamerLegion had just been kind of slowly climbing the ranks, had a lot of tier 2 LAN experience, so FURIA just get a wake-up call yesterday. They couldn't just go through the motions, they were tricked in a couple of rounds, and I would even say that Molodoy, a guy that I'm putting a lot of the spotlight on, was unable to show up in that kind of moment. It feels like ever since Fallen announced his eventual retirement, Molodoy has just been too misty-eyed to actually play properly.
Yeah, I also gave a quote there. There was a lot of back and forth, right? Fallen saying, yeah, like a father to him, and then for Molodoy, it came out of nowhere, really. He was taken aback as well. And I think as a player, there is a lot on his shoulders, though, right? We can remember that he hasn't been in this position for that long. His life completely changed, right? There's so much to adjust to. There's also the communication he talked about, right? I'm understanding more and more of the game every step that we take. Now this has an emotional hit. I feel like it's not like I want to make excuses for the guy, right? Because yesterday really wasn't the showing that it should be, but you know, with young players, I'm always looking at that a little bit.
It's really, really difficult for Molodoy, who's just going through a roller coaster right now. He was plucked from the tier 2 or even tier 3 online circuit handpicked by Fallen, and now he has to repay that debt. He has to show that it was worth it for Fallen. And I feel like in some cases he already has the 3 trophies that they won in 2025, already justified his position on the roster. But now when the stakes are even graver, that we know that there's a time limit on this team. It's a ticking time bomb. Molodoy has to just step up to try to secure some more legacy points for Fallen. Like Fallen right now is looking at his entire career. He's seeing his achievements versus people that are rising in the ranks like Apex, like Kerrigan. He already is chasing the ghost of Glaive at this point. And so Molodoy, he's gotta just help him get a little bit more here. And I don't wanna look too far into the future yet, Shocks, but I just wanted to know, okay, you're surveying the scene yourself, okay? You're looking at Fallen, you know that he's maybe out of here, or he is gonna be out of here at the end of the year. What are you thinking for potential for, where do they even go?
You know what? I have 3 possible answers, but I heard that we have to go to the caster.
Okay.
So shall we pick this up after the game?
Okay, cliffhanger,
All right, it's time
here.
for FURIA versus FaZe for one last spot for them in the playoffs.
Shocks, I want to know what those answers are. But it's really true. I mean, does Molodoy need this much pressure? But can I say, it is paying off so much to have this Fallen 1 year out retirement announcement. The narratives that it's driving. It's so good.
Yesterday,
I love it.
Yesterday you said maybe the rest of the team should retire because of the amount of work Fallen was doing in the server. He was holding his own. He was way and above some of his teammates in a, let's be honest, a poor game from FURIA. So poor that the coach tweeted after the match, sorry to anyone who wasted their time watching this game. And now they have to take on FaZe in the opposite of a cutthroat bracket. This is meant to be easy. 3 out of 4 teams make it to the playoffs. Only one of these squads do.
And it was so poor that we come into this match, and I'm not entirely sold that this is going to be a 2-0 for FURIA.
And that's not even you believing in FaZe bullshit, isn't it? That's you out on FURIA right now.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion of FaZe right now. I'm sure they don't really either. Like, there's no reason for them to just suddenly be good, even if they will eventually. That's sort of a question we don't even get to answer yet. It's too early for the amount of stuff they just went through. But the question is, like, can FURIA just like guarantee this series? I don't think so.
If I'm FaZe, I'm feeling like inner circle at Bucharest because I'm going, hey, these guys are down. Let's kick them while we're down.
Yes.
You know, FaZe come into that tournament 0-2. They bomb out. We see roster changes, and now we see Netu in this team standing in. We see a new coach as well. I think Netu had some good moments yesterday, right? He brought a lot of energy.
He has a very good yell.
FaZe clearly need.
He has a very good yell, definitely. He went deep in some of those growls, to be honest. And I think, well, what was cool already was that they clearly are playing so different.
Okay.
What was that?
All right.
Wow, it was just possessed all of a sudden. They were playing different already, which is fun. I think it's probably a little bit of fun for Twist. I feel like he's now amassed so much experience and got a break in between and got to play again with the IGL. That sort of taught him IGLing. And now we get to see what that all accumulates into. And yeah, if Netu's going to be decent, then they do have a real team. They do get a firepower upgrade. I mean, that much should be true. So maybe it's not the end of the road for FaZe. Maybe.
Still, a lot has to go right here. This is FURIA we're talking about. You may be down on them, but their floor has been considerably high in the last 6 months. FURIA starting off on the CT side of Dust 2 and starting off with a couple of clinical headshots. It's long control for FaZe. They've got no more utility but smoke and Molotov. That smoke is on a timer. Molodoy will not let them cross, hiding out in plain sight behind the car. Nice trade from Frozen. And he doubles up as well. Suddenly, there's a conversation in this round as Frozen takes a 3rd kill. The flank is coming in, and it's got to be quick.
Get that with the bomb in his hand. They're hyped about it.
Is it FaZe pressure off? They're feeling
pressure off,
invincible.
Yeah. I mean, that's what should happen. I think on the first map, what was weird was Twist and Frozen were both playing badly yesterday. And like they should be kind of carrying in a scrappy way in these games. And I mean, the way that Frozen deals with this is fantastic. Running at the car guy while there's still a smoke half blocking you from the site, and they try to approach him from the top site, but then he hit a great shot to follow. So that's the freedom that I think will get them rounds. Absolutely. FURIA are tiltable. We can put it that way.
Oh yes, they are. Explosion out long here for FaZe. Somehow no one capitalizes because of FURIA's own flash, but then the swing comes in and everybody gets mopped right up. FaZe can take a breather here, smoke down. No hurry on the cross, and they've got 1 more, 2 more, 3 more to replenish. So FaZe can play with their food here. It's kind of what Molodoy's hoping for. He'd love a couple of shots off on this scout, maximize damage.
You'd love immediately for them to... I mean, grouping up is totally fine with numbers at long. That's always just a winning solution. As long as you have time on your side, you don't really need to change this. Even if they know exactly how you're grouped up, it's still hard to stop. Now, 2 HEs is a funny thing to add into this because they can counter smokes.
But FaZe can throw multiple smokes. So if they don't go on this first lineup, I feel like Furia might just waste their own utility. Question is, with their current positions, do they want to save the nades for the bomb plant? If FaZe leave this too late, we have a double nade on default. That's the way I can see this going really wrong.
Okay. I mean, they are in actually really good spots to go for it. They'll have a lineup from CT, and Cat's easy. Just go for that pizza grenade.
Closer. And I mean, there's still paranoia here for Furia. There could be a lurk for FaZe right now, but they're going to play together. I'm coming in last.
Yeah,
I'm watching that clock.
I think you're onto something, man.
They're holding it for a reason. What is that reason?
Your lineup's going to be blocked, though, right?
Molodoy needs to live. It might be, but you can eye it.
Gotta wait it out. Okay.
12 seconds.
Right.
Here's that double nade.
Time it up.
Will it be devastating? 1 goes in, 2 go in, but it's too short to find the killing blow. Close enough to entice Furia back into this round. Yuri, he could have isolated long there. Goes for jump shots. Tries to skin him for Molodoy. Lots of damage done in this round. Just no open kills here and nothing being given by FaZe. Oh my God, that's smoke shots again. Yeah. But this is a save or an exit here for Molodoy. All of them tagged, none of them killed.
Damn, that's successful from FaZe, obviously. I mean, they had the... Yeah, if it was lined up, everything was lined up. Do you think it was the pizza nade that actually didn't land?
It was the one from Molodoy.
Yeah.
It just bounced off the wall, but I think a little bit more humph in there might have got more damage.
Yeah. Wow, they get away with murder here. 3 players alive, 3 Galil saved.
Messy scrap along. But yeah, it's one thing for, not Brokey, Frozen and Twist to start slow, on CT side Anubis against Navi, who were calling rings around them, dodging every stack site. T side Dust too. Like, I don't think there's many excuses here for these players not to start stronger.
I find it incredible that Vitality's best map is Dust 2 of all the maps.
This is the first time Brokey and Molodoy have faced off against...
Okay, B-Trams, you can't just come on here and lie.
That doesn't even sound real. That can't be true. But it is.
But why say it like that? Does that just mean FaZe have never played them? What is that possible?
I guess because Brokey was out during Austin around that time. So maybe they didn't play... Maybe FaZe played them during that time.
That's even almost the whole year already, which is crazy.
If I go core to core, there is no head-to-head on these squads.
That's just... I didn't even look at that because I didn't think there would be any way that would be possible. Well, that's interesting.
So what we're saying is, Furia, they may be good, but they've never beat FaZe.
They've never, ever beat them. They haven't proved it.
That's crazy to think.
Interesting. Wow, Brokey's only heard about Furia.
Oh, dear. That's crazy.
He's only read about Furia.
Well, he just learned about Molodoy. Quick headshot back from CT in this first clash. Molodoy will let them in. That molly pushes Furia back, and they're going to have to set up on short for retake. Yakinda's got an M4. And Netu is low. Is there a flash for this corner? Yes, Furia pop him in the face. He'll take 1 with him, but then the rifles come in swimmingly. And Yakinda, nothing to say. Oh, this is ugly. Molodoy's recovering it very well, but he doesn't get that next shot to connect.
That would have been everything. He actually did such a good job of isolating those fights. But FaZe get away with it. Great start.
I just still don't believe that FaZe haven't played Furia.
Yeah, I don't even understand how that's possible. That's crazy.
The last FaZe Furia I can find is Shanghai 24 at the Major.
At the Major?
That was full Brazilian Furia, and it was ROPS on FaZe.
That was like ROPS. Oh, yeah.
So, pre-25. Impressive. That's what happens when you go to Draculan, I guess.
Yeah, Furia weren't good enough to be at HLC Belgrade.
All right, gun round coming in here. Furia with everything they need. Moloduy's orb, and in that couple of rounds we've seen, he's looked solid. Had a bit of an off day yesterday. For a group stage, I feel like we have higher expectations, so...
Yeah, I mean, for in groups, if you don't get like a 1.40, you get roasted. That's how it goes with us. No prisoners.
Nice setup in middle. Queserato with cover from the orb. FaZe, that molly might force him. They actually had the flash.
Very good.
Anyway, so
whoa, chill.
Could not have done better. The aggression countered here by Twists in middle, and he's just going to join his team on this ace split. There's nobody home. Molodoi saving.
That was kind of perfect. What are we watching right now?
Couldn't have gone better really on timing. The timing Furia put that molly down is as FaZe were going for it anyway.
Yeah. Flash caught them both. Bomb will get planted, and it looks like a 5 alive round unless they try to hunt down the exits. But I think just let them stew in it, man. You know, Molodoi's got an op in B. That's pretty mental. Okay. They don't want to have to deal with this next round. Yuri's playing outside the site. Oh, no, he's not. Just jump spotting. Ooh, now they're gonna get a little hungry. They're ready. They have nades, actually? Yeah, they can just retake the B site right now. They have the utility.
Yeah, Molodoi, no surviving that.
Oh my goodness, they killed them all.
The impact is coming up right now for FaZe, making this a very uncomfortable CT side. Converting their pistol, dealing with the first gun.
As
No
Semphis always used to say, power of a dead team.
I don't even know how to... Is FaZe a dead team, or are they a yet-to-be-born team?
Yeah, they are that that ship problem in philosophy. It's like how many planks can you remove before it's a different ship? Because like Kerrigan was a big plank. Ooh, that was a nice shot.
You want to philosophize more on that?
Yeah. Do you have something?
No. I mean,
yeah. I mean, just it's like Kerrigan. You know, was he the heart and soul of the team? I don't know. You still have Brokey and Swiss and Frozen, so it still feels like a huge part of it. But the calling.
That's the question.
You know, the Canada call. Is Twist going to call that for himself now?
Right now, Brokey with 2 opening kills.
Currently the best op in the server.
I mean,
we'll hold on to that as long as we can.
Keep in mind, Molodoi's only heard of Brokey.
Yeah, that's true. It goes both ways.
On one side, but that means they're going to have to fight CT right now, FaZe. They do have one to replenish, and there it goes.
And it's another perfect call, really.
Nobody home.
This is getting freaky now. Because not only are they winning rounds, they're winning rounds with so many alive.
And, you know, the veto, interesting, considering we have obviously pretty even maps in this series, if you go off the numbers. Furia picking Mirage. But then that decider, Launders, that decider is Nuke. And if we recall Furia's Nuke yesterday, it was not pleasurable.
It wasn't the best Nuke that they've had. They struggled on their good side. They didn't come back on their CT, which, again, should be easy. They've got really interesting stats in that perspective on that. Like, probably one of the better T-sided Nuke teams out there, but not right now.
Not yesterday. For its GamerLegion, who play NAVI later on.
That'll just paint the full picture for us.
Yeah, like are Furia bad or are GamerLegion good?
Yeah, exactly. And we'll be able to figure it out. Wow, a 5-0 start for FaZe.
I don't think this 5-0 could have been better here for FaZe. That's one player lost in the last 2 rounds. That is a converted pistol, and that is no survivors until now for Furia. So here comes the buy. And it better come quick.
It's crazy how much changes in CS. Like Furia last year, they win their first 3 trophies for the kind of the team tier 1. You know, they had Espu before for Queserato. They had to get him on something. But then, like right now, it's still FaZe that they haven't won since Chengdu. That's 2 years.
Furia, what you got? Double AWP. Queserato going to join Molodoi.
Interesting.
It's not the most common double AWP team, to be honest.
Yeah.
Lay on the mid-cross. Don't want to give anything away to FaZe.
Also, Fallen's right there.
Yeah, true. You want it on that B site. Queserato hanging outside of it. Could just be spawn. Here for Furia, Fallen often locked in along.
I love how Fallen's long-lost son isn't even Brazilian.
A wild night out in Astana. Happens to the best of us. Molodoi, this is a nice line. That's easy pickings. Jacob shifting in as they speed up on short. This is heard by Furia. Full info right now. FaZe feeling maybe like they have to commit. They're going to bait out. No util comes out. Molodoi wants that push. And so Furia actually focus on the mid to B.
They have a real quick plan for this. I mean, yeah, they're already in the mid to B. Kinder's in a good spot to support if he needs to push through. And they don't know about the second op that's over here.
Really trying to make it look like a double fake, but this one still edging in middle. FaZe pull back through door. Yakinda moves in.
Lovely move, man. 30 seconds. I mean, he could still think it's Cat right now. That's possible.
Oh, that's a disaster.
I mean, that's just...
Brokey bomb drop, and they don't clear the corner. Yakinda bunches them up.
What a move.
Triple kill on that close reposition after Twist departs. And Netu 1v5, but 10 seconds, and he'll just die. Yakinda, beautiful combo, does it all himself.
Insane round. Yeah. The bomb hitting the floor didn't help, for sure. But they weren't going to clear him anyways, it looked like that. No, they probably were a little frazzled by that. So, such a great third kill. Ooh.
And Yakinda can AWP too. Nobody talks about that.
Well, now they have 3. Okay, they're not going to keep him.
That would be audacious. Ricky sees a cross. Jacob maybe wanting to start in the long doors after last round. And heavy long control for Furia, expecting FaZe to go back to what worked for those first few rounds. There's a missed smoke in middle.
Funnily enough, I mean, they still didn't know about that second up, but now they've seen that Yakinder picked it up, so they're going to entertain the idea that there could be 2.
Makes a B site a little more scary here.
Definitely the best part about double opping is that first round where they just don't know where it is. You get 2, players walking out on the other side of the map and a couple of free frags.
Especially if your main AWPer strikes first and then they try and avoid him, they run into the second. Frozen coming out mid here. Fly mid to B, and they make a move. Queserato down indoors. A lot of posturing for FaZe, but no commit. They are all over the map, pulling back from long.
I mean, Fallen might be ready to call out a flank. It's already 40 seconds. If they're not in long right now, unless it's a cat play, he can make that happen. Swiss trying to sell him on the idea they could still come cat, which is important for conditioning. They're actually pulling a third player back to the A site. Which way is this bomb going, though?
Double smoke exec, but I feel like they're going to go back, drop into the spawn here.
Yeah,
Twist,
it's safe.
Cut off rotations. Now
the right
it's down to this B hold. Spotted Yuri in a lot of trouble right now. That Tunnels player has him locked in, and Twist is killing rotations. It's just Queserato who has to peek, and Peaky Shao dropping in with 5 seconds on the clock. He might have won it with the no-scope. That's close, but I think Brokey's got it.
Woo! It's locked in. Woo! And Yakinder's now, he's the guy who committed to the A site. He's so far away, and he's not even going to try it.
Damn.
Damn, that was very fine margins. What a no-scope out of Queserato.
What a nice try. His whole team just got eviscerated there.
Luckily,
and he still gets 2 shots off.
Luckily, the bomb carrier didn't get shot down.
FaZe, thin margins, but again, on the board.
It was still a pretty good-looking exec, and it was the right site being called, which are like the 2 things, I'm looking for Twists, that he's calling into a map where the other team's shrouding their presence. He's still making the right call, and the spacing is there. It looks full committed. It's versus 2 players. He Even the molly landing at the mouth of that tunnel's exit was perfect.
That was the first kill as well.
And that smoke got mollied, right?
On Cat.
Yeah. That was like half a waterfall.
Yeah. Well, it worked in his favor. Got 2 kills off it. csgo almost saved the day. There was not a second in that round. But FaZe still pick it up. 6-1. And okay, FURIA keep the orb. They keep some money, but they need this round deadly. If they lose it, they're back to pistols soon. It's crazy rooting for Brokey to not even flash Cat.
Yeah,
Gets confidently up on that line.
It just looks so alive right now.
FaZe moving with ease around the map. FURIA not challenging anywhere right now.
Whole goal of this map really just comes down to, can you trick the mid B rotator? Last round they pulled it off. This round they might not.
It feels more like a Cat hit here for FaZe. Yikinda holding on to a lot of utility. That will buy some time.
Doing a great job of working the map. They're going to keep Yikinda guessing. He doesn't have his cache of HEs as well. They haven't really been trying to punish Cat plays.
Oh my, okay.
Wow.
What? I feel like he was still on the ground.
Yeah,
there,
I
but
didn't even see that, why that bullet went up in the air.
Twitch just got popped, and that's still FaZe stuck on Cat. They're going to get tempted in, beating the molly on one player.
Ooh, but that guy going down. It's Molodoy is the only guy on the site. Fallen will have to fall back.
Fallen's having his time wasted on a non-existent long lurk. FaZe are going to get that bomb down. Do they get it for Cat is the question. Jacob puts it in. Brokey knows he wants to shave one more off. That is big info for Brokey.
Oh, this is such a wild push. Like, they could be rotating. Holy smokes.
That's audacious.
Yeah, and they're all in CT spawn.
I mean, you've got to hold something, right? But at the same time, FURIA going to have that height advantage coming in on the catwalk. Yikinda re-clearing mid right now. They were not ready for an AWP in CT this late. With that smoke down, FaZe have a few seconds, but Brokey on scope at the worst time. Frozen smoke spam, low ammo 1v2, and Fallen will not let him have it. Waiting for the right time to strike. No kits!
Oh, they don't have a kit. Oh my goodness.
They lose it.
They lost. It's actually, that's a 1v4 then, technically for Frozen.
Oh my god. The smoke spam, the kit was behind it. And that's with Yikinda going back and catching 2 kills on players looking the wrong way.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Well.
FaZe with some daylight robbery.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, a little revenge for how Twist died, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. He knew it.
Dude.
Oh dear, this is frustrating now. FURIA, that was their round back into the game. Without it, sure, they can rebuy. They saved a couple of orbs, but they're running out of room here on the CT side.
They're running out of timeouts on CT side.
Woof. It's not their tournament right now. Falling to GamerLegion on the first day, and now dead team walking ? FaZe kicking dust up in their face.
And I'd like to see them skipping some protocols and taking some risks to get tempos. And it looks like, yeah, Brokey's down for it. Like,
Brokey's playing audacious.
Yeah.
Oh, there's going to be pop, aren't there? Yuri has nades out. He's not ready for this. Barely recovers in time for one. No door smoke. There's the downside. And csgo gets a pot shot before it blooms. That's going to tempt FURIA in, but oh man, even in these positions, these 4v3s, they can be difficult. Ooh.
That's a close call.
And will it tempt FURIA in only to burn them?
I feel like, yeah, Brokey really wants to get back. He misses that molly.
Oh, that's a problem.
I mean, he could take the soft line. It's Moldo who has to make the next move.
Boy, Moldo misheard this. He's scared about T-Spawn right now. He's more scared than he is about Brokey.
Oh.
And so looking the wrong way, Brokey's going to come through that smoke. We know who we're talking about here. Yeah, and he is going to fight for the last breath here on this B hit. You may as well save. Yikinda's come through. Where have they gotten off to? Brokey waits, hits his again, and csgo must run away. That's FaZe another man down round, picking it up in this B post plan.
And Brokey will be able to survive, and Queserado is dead. Oh, no, he's dead. Sorry, they're both dead. That's the board cleared. They win that, what was it, 3v4?
3v4 when they got B.
Damn.
But Molodoi heard Brokey run across, but you could just see he was so paranoid about spawn. Is that the call, like someone's late? Watch out for the late player?
I have no idea.
Or did he just miss here?
That was strange. I thought for sure Brokey was going to come back and die. They called him in for the molly. Molly missed. Felt like that was the last mistake, but no, not today, man.
Dude, Brokey can do no wrong at the moment. 6 and 4, but I feel like his impact is higher than his kill count. Frozen and Twist performing when they started slow yesterday. Now, Brokey is, or whoever, sorry, that is missing. That's not Brokey. It's Twist. Second time we've seen that miss, but there's no punish. AWP is on long. I've never seen anyone do that.
I know. I like that innovation.
Brokey's reinventing Dust too.
I put something in his coffee today.
They're saying, guys, if we win this game, we get to see Brokey Friday in the arena. Quarterfinal on the line here. FaZe are gunning for it.
Are they going to let go of this half? That's the main question.
No. Okay, Fallen hasn't had a fight at long. All half, really. And Molodoi is supporting.
Their flashes have been good. Uh-oh, careful with this.
Will this go before the flash picks Brokey? It's worked out pretty well as Molodoi can follow up. So, you asked if they'll let go of the half. This is a deciding round, and FURIA are offering it up. Third kill for Molodoi. Nice. 2 AWP shots and the Molotov at long. So FURIA breathe easy, knowing they can recover somewhat.
Okay, so just one in the end. That's a successful round out of FURIA. It's a nice hold to long, and Fallen's just like, just give me my chance. He's been on this door angle so many rounds now.
It's a lot better than the last time we saw FURIA on long, getting caught by that util timing.
That's a great shot.
No way FaZe are broke.
Man, I thought FaZe had more money than that.
We all did, but then they didn't buy Simple.
That took me way too long.
He's trying to get it to B. Send it in first. Gotta get a long way.
Yeah, so a long way around.
Do you think it will freak Yuri out?
I hope so. I mean, he's Brazilian. It's probably going to hypnotize him.
Yeah, true. He's back plat though, so... Oh, whoa. Not the fastest feet. Oh, triple nade lower. Get out, Frozen.
That's good information.
And now Yuri. Waiting. Backside. Simple stuff. And he'll put in 4 kills to secure the round. FURIA fighting for 4 on the half. Make no mistakes. FaZe have come to play today.
Yeah, even going broke when you have 8 rounds, it's like, job's kind of finished. You've done a really good job this half so far. You have CT side to look forward to on Dust 2. They would obviously love to end strong, but this is way better than you could have expected from this team coming into today.
Yeah, prospect of a North American crowd for the FaZe organization. You know they'll be getting cheers even with Carrigan's departure. Serato had enough. Flash, dodge, he picks Twist to start this round off. Finally, FURIA making moves. It does leave B susceptible, but
they play retake so much.
That was the opportunity. But we've already seen what happens when you don't get that door smoke in. Serato is hanging around. FaZe maybe feeling like it's too much of a throwaway just to hit this B site. I think the problem is they don't have the util for much else.
I mean, before that last round, Yuri had 1 kill, so he hasn't really been a strong B anchor so far. It's been a lot of Queserado.
Smoke to Make it look like a cat hit, but this is that delayed B pop right now for FaZe.
And they got the 3A look that they're trying to find. The push can come out from long. It's on a decent timing. It'd be better if they were maybe going mid B. Sometimes you can catch those stragglers on the split, but the majority tunnels play is really going to come down to these two holding.
They know it's coming as well. Fallen already top mid, trying to find Frozen in the downtime phase, just charging through this smoke. Yuri inside of it. Careful, boys. But he's looking at the floor. Pacerato still needs value from this position. If he dies for nothing, this is a disaster waiting to happen. 20 seconds as FaZe put that bomb down clean. They have one more smoke as well.
Oh, he got spotted.
Kinder waiting to strike. Team coming in from the middle side.
No more utility.
They're already in. He's blind, but he recovers in time. And a 2v3 with Molodoi given nothing. Yakinda waiting in tunnels. Orb missed shot. Molodoi tries to punish here. He's going to miss as well. This is going very wrong for Furia. Yakinda not meant to be. And FaZe Clan are here to play with quarterfinals on the horizon.
Zway's gonna be burned out. Do the library players swing to help him? ZywOo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Yeah. And that op is right in front of him if he ever wants to switch over. Ready for some kind of a peek. And with Short not being able to be pushed, they're gonna take a second here and throws Yellow over to this side. He gets behind the tall box, looking to cut down library. ZywOo 3 kills into this quad kill! 1v5! If he can, and he always can! The best! The absolute best! Pacerato trying to keep himself slim by the pillar. Oh, okay. Dude, he's had some... Oh! What are you doing? Surgical precision on these shots.
That was Xantaris on roids. Because they don't have a teammate just yet, and this is...
Oh my god! ZywOo is an animal with a shot like this.
It's another KW
He's not
play.
even on his screen.
Oh my god,
he didn't see anything.
FaZe are not messing around today in this quarterfinal preceding game. Furia falling flat on their face. 3 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2, and it's a bit of a brokey masterclass with Twist calling some perfect rounds to get them there.
They find the open sites. I don't think they ever went B when there was 3 guys waiting for them, so they did a great job from that perspective. Definitely Twist. Want to give them loads of credit for that. And also, you might look at the scoreline and go, "Oh man, Furia must be playing bad, like super badly." But it really wasn't that. I would say FaZe just outperformed them, at least in that first half.
Overwhelming. Everyone's in lower. They're camping down here. On the long cross, Furia will make it despite the taps, and now FaZe is set up for retake all the way around the world. Furia, careful, Fallen's caught, crossing in, does get whittled down. Molodoi doesn't want the smoke, backs out for a second, they jump the corner. Beautiful work here for FaZe, maximizing damage as they get out with 4 alive. Pistol locked in.
They're not messing around. You can see how free Frozen's playing, hunting down that kill from lower as well, as K-Serato's falling back. Twist jumping out long, and then jumping the long corner after getting tagged as well. That's the kind of selfless play to guarantee a trade. So you kind of love how they're moving at the moment. He just kept getting set up. That was Netu. Damn, 10-3.
What happened?
Is Kerrigan the problem?
Slow down, buddy. I watched them against NAVI yesterday.
Yeah.
But this is definitely a renewed phase on this afternoon game. Forced buy for Furia. Let them have it. Both barrels. Oh, Brokey with all the utility here.
Oh, chunky.
They run right through.
Oh,
they know he was
completely.
out of position, but he gets back to spawn in time. In case Serato just blowing on that smoke, trying to hide out in the corner. FaZe forcing the fight. Brokey lines up a spray on 2.
It's Brokey day, I think.
There's not much you can do. 3 kills before all is said and done. And you're not getting this bomb down, Furia. You're not even getting the bomb picked back up. Serato 1 more, and then Yakinda left late.
You got this much firepower all playing to trade like this and playing this free and explosive. Whatever happened in the team talk before this game started, I think it feels like it's paying off. It was probably something along the lines that we have nothing to lose, you know? Might have been the right words. Damn, this is crushing.
Yeah, just lining up for Brokey. 11-3. Mirage on next map, Furia's pick. And a chance for a bit of redemption. Definitely don't count them out of resetting. It just doesn't feel like anything's going right now. Furia fell to GamerLegion on Nuke and on Mirage last night, despite a 9-5 lead on Mirage. Wait, how did Molodoi get tagged there? He's off.
Yeah, right in the legs.
Did he get wallbanged?
I feel like it.
Might have just missed him.
81. I think it was in the legs.
Yeah. Well, the Eagles will scout all you have to hope for here.
This is where you want to be versus a cat hit.
Twist
Playing
watching,
goose with the palm flash.
Yeah, Twist is watching Brokey's monitor as well, so knows when to throw that flash off his contact. Welcome to the middle seat.
Welcome to
Welcome to land.
Everyone's so excited to be in a middle seat.
Woohoo! But they're going to fall in. That's one player making it down to spawn. Brokey doesn't concern himself. It's the cat hit they've got to worry about. Twist getting team flashed. Brokey in the open. It's a bit of classic FaZe right now, but they should still be fine until you can picks Frozen. Should is the key word here, but Twist is not swinging into that scout, and so 4v2 cleanup crew is in.
Okay. One more mistake and they might have a round, but...
Yeah. Okay, nice save for Jacob, and it's not happening.
12-3. Yeah. It's just not stopping.
Business for FaZe. First
Middle
class.
seat in business. That's conflicting.
That's true. Then you get served from both sides.
Okay.
Furia.
Well, I mean, they lost the pistol, so we're seeing the rifles now here for Furia. Obviously, just not doing themselves any favors. How they started.
Brokey wants, Brokey gets. Boost up on Cat. One wrong foot can cost Fury the map at this point, so extra careful down lower. All these smokes. FaZe with the room to keep the pressure on. So Twist pushes right back in. Even Jacob with the Falcons-esque setup here on the corner, but they're just going to go for the swing together, catching players jumping around the corner. There's one more where that came from, and so Jacob strikes as well. This is FaZe not just winning, but forcing the win here in this final round. Can they make it so? Frozen 2v2 with that kill on the Queserato. Bomb is back up a green box. Furia can't move quick.
Yeah, they're super close to middle, which, you know, they have a huge blind spot over towards A. They're going to see the smoke cross. They could go for a double push. I feel like I like the move from Furia. They can wait here.
Oh, we missed that. Oh, they both missed that. And is that how the map disappears here for Furia? A second off on the timing. Yikinda baits it. He goes back. Oh, he forgot the bomb.
20 seconds now.
Oh, dear. Gun's not even out. Low health on Netu. This is the round that Yikinda should be winning to keep Furia in, but he has to run. He's got that clock in mind. 10 seconds. He has to stick the bomb straight away.
Can he even get around the plant?
He must have to. Can't go open. Yikinda going safe. Netu doesn't swing. Goes up, goes over, and looks to finish the job. Position revealed. Yikinda AK. One bullet is all it will take both ways. Netu.
Hey, what's he doing?
He's looking for something. There's no nades to pick back up. He's just got to get this one done. Yikinda
nice.
won't allow it. Netu, bit of self-doubt there maybe on whether to fight or not.
Yeah, could have gone out wider. I mean, if it was a fake plant and you die, obviously, you feel a little silly when there's no time to put that bomb down again, but he still would have been in a pretty good spot to take that fight. There's a double here for Queserato. First kill was critical. The fact that Frozen even trades that's a miracle. Now the buy gets a little sticky. They still have Brokey on an off though.
Sticky on both sides.
Oh, they've made it lower. This hasn't been spotted actually.
But they might get cleared by Queserato. Look at him go.
Yeah. Wait, no, he's on Cat.
This double lower setup going to get dirty. P shooters spotted by a jiggle. Double face, and still FaZe come out with the first. They know there's two. Netu will not last much longer. Somehow FaZe are in a 3-on-3 in this moment.
Yeah, Twist is right side of the tunnel, left side, excuse me. With an op on the line.
Oh dear. Nice shot. Brokey follows up. Bomb loose, and that is it. He's going to finish it. How he started, Brokey standing tall and FaZe standing up. 13-4, a dominant opening map in this playoff berth series.
Well, we asked the question if the FaZe magic still existed, or some would call it FaZe BS. It's not even Friday. Maui and Brokey has an unbelievable game. Actually, every single one of the FaZe members stepped up to the plate. This was a wash.
One map away from Brokey Friday. That's what we're holding out for, folks. Great stuff, I would say, from the T side there. That's something that I definitely have to go through. We're going to get into the nitty-gritty on that one. But all in all, I'm concerned about Furia.
Yeah.
This was not the look that I expected from them whatsoever. When your back's against the wall, when your life's on the line here in Fort Worth, this is what you come up with. I'm extremely disappointed.
Yeah, and it's incredible to see also maybe they didn't expect that FaZe was going to be firing on all cylinders, because that was well and truly the case, right? If you bring it all the way down to nature when it did have to hold his own, maybe not that one clutch, but who cares about that at this point, about twists in that T side. Now, we saw, I think, hopeful signs already from the T side yesterday, that Ancient game. I remember that for sure. Talk to me about what really took your attention of how the way he called that.
Just the variety of plays here from Twist, and also the switches in tempo to go to round 4, to have your opening gun round be kind of based off of this late long control, totally caught Furia by surprise here. There's a molly that flies into the long tunnel, but they go for a flash play at 120. Twist is already playing to punish for a mid reaggress there. That starter right there from FaZe is not what you expect from a brand new team that's just putting the pieces together. You would expect more defaults, you would expect more set pieces, but this was a play that just kind of understood some of the timing. And the one thing that I really liked about the NKJ pickup, people are probably scratching their head, who the hell is this guy? Why is he on the team? Anti-stratting. I feel like that's always been something that when I got to pick his brain back in Finland after he won the Espo event with ENCE, that was something that he clearly had down pat when he was against Heroic in that grand final, which gave them their victory there.
Wow, that's really good info. Also, of course, he's uniting with Nature once again, right?
Yes.
So he probably knows the ropes of how he does like to call these strats. Talk to me about round 7 then.
Well, round 7, round 12, I mean, we saw a couple examples where FaZe kind of showed that they've upped their game, okay? One thing that was a hallmark and kind of a negative for Twist was the lack of mid to Bs when he was an IGL back for Liquid. It was almost kind of laughable. I remember looking at this period where it was 4 consecutive Dust 2s where they called 1 mid to B, and they're going for it, okay? They're using the whole map. That's something that so many rookie IGLs fall into the trap of, that even though you get this great performance from Kserado, the multi-kill out of him, the mid to B is still pulled off. They still use the entire map. And then round 12 as well, even as they were trying to take the rest of the map, they still had the firepower to burst through regardless of that fact. Good counter smoke here from Yuri. And as you can see, the mid to B is not really coming together. Frozen doesn't even get anything in middle, but the 3 guys that burst through the tunnels have enough oomph for themselves that they're able to breach the bomb site, take it over, win the post plant. So FaZe have multiple win conditions. That's what I'm liking about what I'm seeing from them. It's not just good tactics or just good individuals. You're getting a little bit of a mix of both.
Yeah, and it's like one of those sides of a coin that you don't know where it's going to land when someone like Kerrigan leaves, when there's a reshuffle, you know it can end badly, or you could feel a little bit unleashed. But I really like that you called that out for Twist. That it's going to be different than the last stint of him as an IGL, that he really wants to approach it differently. I think that's great to see. And also seeing Brokey having a game like this, I mean, it's rare these days, right? So we love it when we see it.
You got a little bit of flair there. You got him hitting all the shots that you wanted him to hit. He had a nice start in this one. He had a great close there on that round 12 we highlighted, where even in a 3-on-1, he should play the numbers, wait for the crossfire, let the other guy get first contact first. Nope, not Brokey. Not Brokey. He's just going to peek up, just take the shot. Doesn't matter if he's giving up a 1v1. That's the flair that we want to see from FaZe Clan.
It absolutely is. Before we go to this break then, Furia, right? Not a good showing yesterday. Again, not in this one. Can you see a denominating factor, like one thing that is in focus that they really have to shore up?
It's difficult to say because I feel like sometimes I'm watching them play and it just looks a little bit too default for me. Like they're just going through the motions. I'm not really seeing that extra little play from the individuals. You see on the final round of that first half, they finally say, okay, let's start pushing into lower. Let's start to flex some of our individual firepower there. And I'm not really seeing from round 1, do they have a serious plan about how they want to upset the balance of the game? And that's what so many favorites are used to doing. They're used to setting the tempo, making sure that they throw enough blocking utility to just perturb their opponents. But I think Furia are kind of looking like a team to me that's just sitting on their hands. They're saying, if we just play default, we're the better team. Right, guys? Right, guys? But not quite.
Not quite. It's something that we do see happen more often than not when you play against something that's more unquantifiable than that top-tier opponents of those top-tier opponents, rather, that they've been playing for the last couple of months, because this is a whole different bag of chips. Talking about Frozen, we talked so much about the quote from Twists, and it's almost like it's the voice, and he's the one judge, and they're all singing. And they're all trying to impress him, right?
Yeah, he's doing his best Simon Cowell impression on this team right now. But the problem is that he's actually still, practically speaking, their best player. He was their best player in the match yesterday that they lost. He's been their best player, I'd say, in this map. Maybe got a couple more highlight moments from some other guys. But Frozen is just this other guy that he's also always going to get his. He's so reliable. The trade fragging ability is top-notch. I remember seeing a stat from Luz Online Twitter that his dual swing, or just the way that he's able to win kind of tough fights, he's always just so consistent at playing a little bit above average. So, and we saw more of that here today, that when he's given opportunities against Furia, even if it's, say, a 40-60 fight, the other guy's a little bit favored, Frozen still stands up.
Yeah, it was their map pick, but it's not like Furia are slouches on Dust 2. We're going to Mirage next, and we'll talk all about that when we come back. did yesterday. You tweeted, "I'm sorry for everybody who had to watch that." Now, I hope that you watched it back. What did you identify as the main failings of this first opening game for you guys?
I felt like as a team, we failed to connect just in the most basic rounds of the game. We were lost in moments we should not be. And it's not that we didn't take the match seriously, but I think as a team, when we were sitting there playing, I think we're not feeling the match, you know, like not having this good mentality as a team to grind to the game together. So we were a bit zoned out, I'd say.
It is, of course, a very different story from a crowd in Rio that has your backs completely to a studio environment, but also the fact that the news of Fallen hit everyone really hard, right? How do you try to manage expectations with that kind of cloud hanging over you?
I'll be honest with you, for me, it actually hit the team pretty well in terms of we need to do our best for Fallen until he retires. So we know we have 230-something days to do our best and bring him the best last 6 months of his career. So we need to just keep grinding and keep doing our maximum. So we were quite emotional when he announced. So the moment he was there on the stage, everyone had tears in their eyes. So it was very, very sad for us for some minutes. But after that, we looked at each other and said, "Hey, we got to do this for the old man, and we need to do our best." And this is the mentality in the team right now. Even though it's a bit sad, and I mean, I would say we're not living with this thought of Fallen's retirement, just trying to do our maximum.
Molodoi didn't have the best start yesterday. He was also someone that was very vocal about, "Oh my gosh, this is kind of crazy that he'll be leaving." What have you maybe identified as factors that make Molodoi thrive, and what is not as good for him? Because we see a big up and down in his performances.
He's a very young player. He's going through the process of, I would say, maturing his mental side. So he's right now going through, I would say, quite of a slump if you compare with how his last year was. But we were working with him in terms of having his mentality ready for the games and trying to develop more mental strength in him. This is our main focus right now. It's not like he forgot how to play, but since last year, a lot happened to him in his personal life as well. I mean, so he's going through this, I would say, natural process of maturing as a young adult. So yeah, that's the focus for him.
Yeah, a lot for Molodoi and for FURIA to deal with, and you can't put it all on his shoulders, right? When a team like FURIA is here on the ropes trying to make it to those playoffs, because nothing was working for them in that first map. It was all FaZe all day, who do seem a little bit unleashed. It's like a juxtaposition of stories where you have a Fallen retirement looming above them and needing to incentivize them, with a FaZe with Kerrigan leaving, also incentivizing them in a different way.
Both of these teams have a fire lit underneath them for drastically different reasons, and hopefully that is able to spur FURIA in some fashion, because the level of Counter-Strike that they've shown so far at Fort Worth is well beneath even this season, which is not really going as well as 2025 by any means, but this is a new low. If they crash out in last place here versus a FaZe clan with a brand new in-game leader, stand-in player, new coach, I don't even know how you're able to justify that to yourselves. I get that the Rio event was supposed to be your major. Fallen talked about the fact that it would be bigger than a major for them to win that kind of one. So I don't want to see a FURIA team that's just still reeling from the fact that they didn't win what might have been their biggest event of the season.
Absolutely so. 260 days, something like that. But the thing is, we have to be honest, there's not maybe that many events that you actually really want to win and show your best. This is one of them. Paint me a picture for FaZe on Mirage. How do they make the dream happen, make it to the playoffs?
Well, I feel like this is a huge trap for FURIA here. I don't know if they scouted FaZe as much in depth as I did, but this is just a seamless transition for them to bring in Natus, who was already a B anchor on his last team. That's where he gets to just slot in perfectly for Kerrigan. Now you just have a pure firepower upgrade on the CT side, and so things will get a little bit dicey probably once they move over to the T side, which was one of Twist's worst calling maps when he was in a Liquid jersey as a captain. But that CT side may be too formidable for a FURIA team that is not communicating at the level that they normally find themselves at.
You highlighted Twist's changes in his T side, calling on Dust 2, using the entire map, using that mid to B. What do you want to see him change up to make sure that this T side on Mirage is as successful?
Just be able to use lurkers. I feel like that's something that when you're starting out as an in-game leader, you don't recognize what it's like to have guys on the extremity that are willing to make plays. Well, you should be able to trust some of those guys, because mid control, not always going to go your way against a Yekindar, Molodoi, Quesarado trio, which is
devastating to play against at times. You have to let those guys activate at times too.
Yeah, and then for FURIA, I think you said it there, right? Are we going to see Yuri? Are we going to see Case Gerardo? Yuri also having a bit of a stinker of a tournament so far. It's not working, and I do wonder how much of it comes down to what a high last week in front of that crowd the entire week. Not the result you wanted, but then all the emotions from the retirement. And now you have to sit back here in the studio and make it all happen again, the exact same way you did when you were as successful at the end of 2025. I mean, is it too big of an ask? Has the ceiling been reached?
I don't know what possessed Yuri there in Rio, but it unfortunately doesn't feel like that flew over with him when he got to Texas. But he's going to have to find some semblance of it here if he wants to even up the series.
Absolutely so. It ain't over till it's over. Can FURIA make the run, or will FaZe make it to the playoffs here in Fort Worth?
FaZe one step away. What could go wrong here taking on FURIA on Mirage? When you decide if we need it, but do we need it, Mohan, or are you impressed enough?
I mean, we didn't even get to see FURIA like stage any kind of comeback. Like they looked, it was so one-sided. It was so well handled. The calls were great. The players you want to see playing well, Brokey and Frozen, were excellent. So the question is, does that transfer over to 2 maps? FURIA, surely they wake up at some point. Like they just logged onto the server a little late, monitors off, whatever. Form wasn't right. Mirage, I'm expecting it to be better for FURIA. A 2-0 would be so unthinkable. So I'm not going to put that out in the world, but from what we saw, there's no reason not to believe FaZe could also close here.
It has to be better, but that T side of Mirage yesterday was anything but for FURIA, falling from a 9-5 lead. They managed only 3 rounds on their T half against GamerLegion, 2 of them with a pistol and conversion. So here we go, FURIA, what have they got?
Damn. First, last place exit.
With this roster? This would not be optimal. Let's see if we can at least make it competitive, because FaZe just blew them out of Dust 2. Twist starting off on the pistol. Cornered in this position. Maybe they boost up for the kill, but that smoke gives them options. Oh, Yakinda hit his head.
That's
awkward on the boost, and now cancel here for FURIA.
It's definitely the plan disrupted a little bit.
Cat instead anyway. They got Yuri up and Ab, so they're going to make this split happen. Netu going to be called upon, but Molodoy destroys him with a P250, and that is a nice combo on the entry. FURIA looking to lock down a pistol now. Lurker dispatched of, but this retake will not be easy.
3-man retake. You normally wouldn't try it, but it is a pistol. Ooh, great shot from Fallen.
That might just be the end of it. Keserato ensures it, and Jacob.
Well, he's always got to get his on the pistol. We know that much. But still going to be a save for him. Nicely done for FURIA. Plan got disrupted a little bit with their lurk in the window. But with mid control, you got your options, and they turned that into a really good-looking cat split. Oh, all right.
I was going to say he's back, but
time to get mad.
He wasn't really the problem last map, you know? We had some trouble with Molodoy yesterday, maybe, but I think on Dust 2, he held his own. He was forced to save a lot of those CT rounds.
It's true. Yeah, there was. Had the most kills on the team for what it's worth. Yeah, definitely a team effort in that loss. So, but Molodoy's, stats aren't that handsome at this event so far. He had 1 good map in the series yesterday. That last map was only okay, but they still got destroyed, so, it's for what it's worth.
FaZe Force. Twist makes a move on ramp. 2 players on B. Netu has been shunted into some unfavorable positions in the few halves we've seen from FaZe. So let's see how he does with this B site. Makes do. FURIA slow and steady. 2 AKs. No challenge in middle here for FaZe.
They might be right about it being B. I like these spots. Normally it's never believe in a B stack. Still comes down to shots, of course.
Prime opportunity. Boost could be nice. Natus saves his teammate's life. 2 MP9 strike before the first kill from Furia, but they feel like they're committed now. That bomb is dropped near default. They've got to go get it. They want these fights, and FaZe aren't giving them anything. 20 seconds, Jacob in the open. That feels like an overextension here, as it's given Furia room to move inside of this site, but they are getting toyed with by the MP9 until they swing together. A perfect 1-2 punch for FaZe. Is it that knockout blow? Where has Twist gone? He can't find the kill. He can't find the bomb, and Furia dropped the round.
Wow, it is not often you see a B stack workout. I mean, it's the place you go in Antique when you're playing Mirage with the cat split. That's everything in place. But again, you take a shot at that site and you look at the positions they're playing. They're all in great spots to get the jump on the first guy and also just stay alive for as long as possible. Obviously, some good shots had to be hit, but they organized very well in a tough situation.
That's just a huge force. They had nothing, right?
Yeah.
Couple MP9s, no nades, no kit.
Usually that's still no problem if you have a full split.
Yeah.
You just slowly win the round, but no, not right now.
Furia already starting things off on the back foot. That's a big opening kill. You know, Yukinda played well in Mirage yesterday, but I did notice how it felt like he spent his entire T side just on 50-50 fights in middle, and he lost all of them.
Yeah.
Right, he was getting smoke breaks, he was spamming smokes, maybe not even 50-50 fights. He was just kind of 4v5ing them in fights that typically I think he'd win, like this one. He's picked up an advantage for Furia.
It's totally possible now for Furia. I mean, Kinder give the AK over to Molodoy. That's safe pair of hands. A lot of CTs here, ready to cover the swing. Not a ton of utility for a retake. No kit either.
That break may be a bit too early here as Furia cross after the fact. Bomb can go down. Keserato considering this push through the smoke on stairs. Actually rotating out, so this is going to go very well for him right now.
Careful with alerts. They're trusting that molly right now. It doesn't matter.
Full push towards jungle, and Furia crunch onto FaZe right now. Careful. It looks okay. The Eagles connect. Tech9 follows up here for Yuri, so 3-on-1. Nitu out of there. Furia, nice control towards jungle. All of FaZe in that position, and they get nothing to show for it.
That's how it's nice, because it's, you know, so much leverage they found off of Yukinder's kill. Then they hand the AK over, get some extra damage. And Nitu is surely... Oh, okay. Not a bad reaction.
Bit of a whiff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Nitu saves it, so 1 M4 in this round. Ooh, FaZe, yeah, they're buying back in. They have no loss, and some players below 2K, so just hoping. That M4 save will make all the difference here for Nitu.
Yeah, he was on the AK as well. They won't have one now this round.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a weird-looking win.
Yeah, who lost? Although he keeps a bit of cash. And there's the M4 being put to use. Even if he's in this B site, he's not able to force a kill.
Going out in front of that molly, too.
All right, are we going to go for some back and forth here at the start of Mirage? I mean, 5-7. This is...
Only Twist, though. Only Twist could just make a clip happen inside the window.
Yeah, it's a nice fight if they're boosting up.
Ooh, this might be the right move as well. Ready to push off of Cat.
Right there.
There's a moment here where they walk up connector. This is everything.
Head of the molly, he's committing for this. They're going to try fight together. But Twist bails back from window as Nitu dies.
Oh, interesting.
M4
Going up
down.
Cat is crazy.
Temps him back into this B side. Brokey is alone right now. He's wasting his ammo. They're going to go through that smoke on the reload. Jumping this corner. Deagle spam really needed a kill. They can't find that M4. Just got to send it in right now. That MP9 run and gun on the low health Yukinda. But Frozen will need multiple kills from the back of the site. Good molly. That will stop the plant. They've got to flush him out. Molodoy can do so. But no guns here for FaZe. No hope. That 5v4 diminished quickly as Furia put the bomb down with time to spare.
Excellent job of landing on their feet.
They'll consider this with enough time. Right?
We're at like a 1% chance, surely.
Now with the info, he knows it.
No gun to grab either, right?
All right, maybe they're back.
Yeah, that was not an easy situation to win. Great kill from Fallen to clip off of Cat when they were pushing. It looked like the right time to push for FaZe. Still like the timings and the rotations and stuff like that, so. The funniest part about this team.
Yeah. 3 languages at once. And the only one they all speak is not their mother tongue.
I think Fallen is better English than me, though, honestly.
Maybe.
He's really well-spoken, that guy.
And, he's had some frustrating rounds in this game. That frozen drive-by. Save onto Netu. Now down on a Mac 10, but it is echoing FaZe. So FURIA already looking like they're going to beat out their T-side record from yesterday, which
damn
doesn't mean much, but
bars on the floor.
Yeah, it's reassuring. They picked it up. Can they curl it?
Well, they passed the hog line.
What's the hog line?
No, the Olympics reference.
Okay, no.
So the Canadians cheated. The Swedes called them out.
You damn
because they were past the hog line. They touched it past the hog line.
You can touch my
Just
hog
sounds
line.
terrible. Yeah, just sounds awful.
Okay, what? Goddamn Canadians.
Oh, how do you like them hogs? No, surely not.
Not like this. Not like this.
It's just a raw USP. The bomb gets dropped.
Okay, Quesarado, clean up. Who's got the bucket for his mop? Get that bomb, Yuri. Put it in. Oh, no. Wall bang for Frozen. This is on now. FaZe have nothing to lose in trying.
What guns did they come into this round with?
Absolutely nothing. Deagles and USPs. That's a sharp shot, though, from Quesarado. He is living on the edge and thriving, in fact. 3 kills deep. Jacob Deag and Quesarado has had enough.
No kidding. Another not easy situation that FURIA could have absolutely lost. I can't believe Netu even gets, this kill, first of all, but...
Yeah, the double dink on B
playing
as well.
Get Right with the USB.
Everything.
Crazy.
At least Quesarado's sick.
Yeah.
Would have been a devastating round to lose. Instead, FURIA full control. First buy now for FaZe delayed. And Holodoy on a blind banger onto Frozen. What was he up to?
I know.
FaZe are full fighting middle here. Everybody home. Kinder sneaking through that smoke. His kill got taken away from him, but that one won't. He'll deliver it instead. Nice swing for Jacob, but Orb is primed and Molodoy is not missing today. 2 more kills, Brokey says, remember me? Molodoy says, yes, I do. 10-3 on Molodoy.
Oh, jumped into his arms.
Kill.
He was ready for every single peek. And even though the last rounds were close, this round really wasn't. A couple of moments in there, but it'll be NKJ to chime in. And sometimes on these pauses, he hasn't really been talking that much, and I'm sure he's sort of feeling out, like, Twist probably has just tons of ideas right now.
Interesting that that's FaZe's first buy, because yesterday it was GamerLegion on CT side who didn't give FURIA any fights in middle, right? Maybe they'd go for the first, the 1v1, and then they would completely concede mid. Molodoy never really got a chance to use his AWP in middle, was waiting around on some really slow defaults, but FaZe give him exactly what he wants.
That first shot was just elite.
Now Molodoy calling his shots, he's feeling it.
No, it's an anti-eco, which is, you know, mentally an interesting situation for Furia. So one round they lost. They turned it into a game plan up cat. They spent a lot of rounds going to B. But they're going for the same lean, it looks like. But it's actually another anti-eco setup that I really like. They're still covering both sides of the map. They're playing fast rotation spots. The smoke will be kind of annoying to think, well, where are they right now and how much money do they have? Twist also has another smoke, which is interesting. Man, these are ideas. I wonder if this is an NKJ anti-eco idea.
He was talking a lot in
Yeah.
the timeout.
You don't normally see this. Re-smoking cat. And Jacob gets a first kill.
That's interconnector as well. So that was the lurk of Yakindar as Furia go up cat.
With K-Serrato up here, it just shows you they're almost certainly going to go B. Whoa,
No Twist! Electric in middle. Sparks him there with the 5-7, and that's the eco win, just locked in.
Oh, a bit of foreshadowing when we saw him in window with that 5-7. If there's one guy who could put together a highlight with that weapon, it's going to be him.
Oh my goodness, Furia were not ready for that. The swing through the cat smoke.
I mean, I love the setup again, though.
And they knew it was happening. After Jacob kills Yakindar and Connector, that's when FaZe immediately double push ramp. They realize that's a lurker. It's probably a B hit. They cleaned it out. Brokey's rotating back to B from CT. Twist just knows they're behind the cat smoke.
And we don't have full comms, but we saw NKJ was basically leading that entire pause. I mean, I didn't see anyone else kind of trying to talk with him on this spot. Obviously, a lot to do with Twist getting all these kills, but even with one or two of them and Jacob got that first frag, it's over.
That's what we like to see. You said it yourself, FaZe do look different.
Yeah.
No surprise, but nice eco win here to kick off this half. Both FaZe's wins have been ecos though, so what can they do with the guns? Remains to be seen. That's an annoying round. At least Furia can stomach it. They've got the money. What a flick for Jacob. Another moment of mechanics that we see from this guy. Because when he's on, he's on.
They had a full plan for him right there. Smoked a ramp, naded it open, flash to go through. I don't know if K-Serrato got hit by it, but he probably should have. Either way, it gave Jacob the confidence to go for the swing.
You sure? No. Yeah, can't smoke in. A window to follow. This is the A hit though for Furia.
Timing to focus is everything here for Jacob. Can he get distracted?
Needs to take something from this position, and
doesn't have that much health either.
The AWP is just left to care about middle. There's not even a lurk in sight, so Jacob just pre-fired there by Yuri. That Molotov in the way of the AWP, and Molotov was on the angle. Either way, it's Furia all over the shop. 25 seconds, bomb going down. One more nade on Brokey will end it, but
not a lot of utility.
Yeah, this is a tough call for FaZe right now. Would love a smoke, but regardless of that, they're going to need the kills to get back in.
This post plan is retakeable, but also Molodoi could just light it up.
How many shots will he get off? Where's the first? Yakindar lets him in. Brokey spotted on that jump, and he's not escaping for free. Molodoi's got it boxed in the corner.
Damn.
Shoots him through it. And that is a nice, clean post spawn out of Furia. When Molodoi maximizes shots, that's when they win rounds.
Such a forward aggressive setup, and him being on triple. They were probably expecting something towards Palace and Ramp and Sandwich. And it's against a 5v4. I kind of wish, looking at Jacob, that, I mean, obviously the way he dies is tough, but that he's more playing to delay for time and just in a spot that a trade could come out right away.
Especially after
under
Brokey
balcony.
left him.
Yeah.
Had nowhere to go. And so FaZe go down to their last legs.
Sometimes it's a bit of a joke when a team just wins ecos, but the FaZe ecos that they've won just brought so much ingenuity to them. I want to give them credit, but on these rifles, Furia have had no problem.
FaZe eye away from middle now because Furia have been happy to sit back in this position and let the kills come to them. Molodoi searches B initially, no jump spotting. FaZe playing more towards the short side. And that That will be a nice nade, right? So head onto Frozen, half health gone. And so full mid control, where will Furia go with it? Options are open on both sides of the map. Lurkers in either apartments. Bomb down to the valley, got to be very careful here. Because Frozen is up and over. Oh, great flash. Yeah, Frozen, right call not to just stomach it. Does fall back, but now they know there's the heavy short setup. Yakinda heard the drop, so this B stack right now might be getting pulled into by FaZe.
Are they gonna want to? They think it's a doubled up.
Right.
Whoa, what the?
Moldoy came out, saved his life from the top of middle. Lurk out A, going nowhere fast. Jacob deals with him. This is a chaotic round right now. The nade doesn't go out. Keserato just caught fumbling. Fallen with bomb. 20 seconds. You want to call it off, but it is too late. There is nowhere to go, and FaZe are giving you nothing. Brokey back at the site, and that is the round. Moldoy's single kill is all Furia take out of it.
Man, it felt like the entire time working towards B, it couldn't have been the right idea, right? They knew there was at least double up on cat with no cat pressure coming in from the other side. It felt like they really wanted to try to duel from connector, get Yakinda to get a kill, and that would open things up, but kind of forced the issue a little bit. And yeah, it was a little awkward. Wasn't that easy. This was kind of a crazy move when the B play was always going to happen. Not exactly sure what they were going to get out of that. Maybe if Yuri got the kill, they just changed plans, and that's what they were hoping for. Break it down for me, Hugo.
I have no idea. Like Yuri jumping out of abs, yeah, they were. I thought they were going to pull back under into A, but then Moldoy leaves B to support top middle, and
yeah,
it's just a bit all over the place here for Furia. Things not going their way, and FaZe playing passive enough in the middle that Furia lose track. And that seems to be the way, right? Based on some of the rounds here, you know, even the eco win when Furia were behind that smoke where Twist gets 3 kills, there were 20 seconds on the clock.
That's true.
Furia are leaving the clock very late in these rounds. They did the same against GamerLegion as well.
Yeah, and you can be a great team into, you know, the final seconds of a clock, but it also means that if you make one mistake, you don't have time to fix it.
Yeah, if the team gets one good read and puts an extra player in their bomb site, suddenly that's more resources to flush them out. FaZe have used the time very well here. And this is not a great buy. It's just Moldoy with the save and everyone else on Glocks. 1 P250. Moldoy essentially has to go hero mode.
This is wild.
Look at all the nades. They're out right now. Ooh, surprise, surprise. Double sight. Frozen just going to tap those Glocks out, and Moldoy will not get a shot off on the orb. An overwhelming defense with double nades to boot, and Yakinda lost the middle.
Got to appreciate the way they just jump on that with everybody. Okay. There's Brokey going down. And it's a bit of a bounce back here for FaZe as they pick up 2 rounds. They quickly get themselves into an anti-eco because they did considerable damage in all those ecoing rounds that they had for themselves. So it's been a pretty wild half. Like, it's been a full test in terms of how well Furia played. But I'm not surprised to see that FaZe are starting to come back into it.
Yeah, 3 out of the last 4 rounds and only 2 casualties across those rounds. So FaZe are building bank for the end of the half. Furia forcing up, but they're not going to break FaZe. This is just about maintaining a winning half. They won't have the orb to do it, and it's felt like the centerpiece of this T side. 13 and 5 on Moldoy. Who else has been reliable for Furia? It's hard to say.
Yeah, the answer is no one, really. Just players in certain moments, but no consistency.
Fallen trying to pull the shots. We have double lurks again. This is more standard for Furia with Keserato late in B. This is great for a post plant, but anything prior to that is going to leave Furia in essentially a disadvantageous hit. Yakinda with a lot to do out under. You wonder how long Brokey holds on, considering he's solo in his position. Jacob with a nice jiggle. Gonna hear that drop, C2, and put that Molotov down. So it's big info right now for Furia, or for FaZe rather.
And late in the round again.
You can't leave. It's either now or never. Fallen is looking pretty committed to this side of the map, so they jump through the smoke. Molodoy, an outstanding entry. Yuri as well with eyes on him from the jungle, but Molodoy is taking it all. Deep smoke is going to give the room to move, and there's nothing Twist can do here. There are too many players. That lurk not even needed. Brokey is boxed in.
That's just ridiculous, the way that Molodoy gets his kill, but that's kind of just what needed to happen because that smoke block was at the right moment. Jacob got away without dying, and now Furia get a 7th round. And this is where we can see that, you know, they're in a tough situation, but it's still 5v5. It's a little late, but now, like, these are the kinds of rounds that Furia should be winning. I mean,
the jump.
That's ridiculous.
That's one way to clear the corner.
Yeah. He's hard carrying right now.
Yeah, definitely. Found his triple here, and he picked up the AWP after time, so Furia are going to have that for this final round of their T side. A far better look on Mirage than yesterday. And Brokey has gone absent.
Yeah, such a
key
round to win. This would have been like Furia saving and very likely 6-6.
That was them forcing up to get here as well with Galil's. So Molodoy literally puts them on his back. And Furia hunt for one more. Kinder, there were a lot of risks taken in middle yesterday, but he is being far more quiet in his position today. Might get an engagement later v Twist, but again, it looks like Fallen teeing up mid-utility to give Kinder a bit of a fighting chance. As they go back towards the ramp, Jacob and Frozen, double set. Flash is good, Jacob jumps out, and Frozen is committed to this corner, but Molodoy missed shot. Molotov comes in. There's still time to bail with Keserato towards B, and maybe that's the best option here for Furia, but Yakinda says, I have connector. Will he get value from this? Twist run and gun, shows him how it's done, and now they pop through the ramp smoke again. Jacob twice over is felled in this position. That bomb is going back.
Yeah.
Keserato is looking for the entry.
And Netsu's going to miss that second window. Keserato will get out ahead of him, but he's making noise.
Oh, and that's Netsu, 6 health, the difference. It's enough. Can he stop the bomb is the big question. Molodoy jumping in, put down low by that dink, and Netsu has time to reposition. Easy kill with a bomb drop. FaZe do recover with 5, but make no mistake about it, Furia have woken up in this bottom of the group match.
Welcome back to the ROG Laboratory. Today, we have on hand the ROG Harp 2 and the ROG Falchion. Now, back in Hong Kong, we used these launchers when we were testing the OLED monitors. And, well, today I was thinking we've got to find some kind of way to put them head to head.
Yeah, there's only some kind of scientific way to try this out.
You think what I'm thinking?
Dibs on keyboard.
All right, Launders. Pre-game talk. What are your thoughts on the Falchion?
I have lowered the actuation point so that I feel like Xantares right now. I've got 2 sets of WASD. It feels like I've got like an N64 controller.
Okay.
Spacebar helps me shoot. Yeah, it's a new wave of minimalism that we've got for Counter-Strike players, keeping it very simple here. I feel like a Formula 1 driver right now.
Okay, so that's 1 thumb, 6 fingers.
Oh!
What?
That's a lot of mouse pad you got there.
That's because, Mohan, I plan on hitting you with the flick whenever I need to. You know, this harp is so light that I think that's going to play to my advantage today.
Well, what are you doing for your keyboard buttons?
Well, I have gone A and D on mouse 4 and 5, okay, because it's all about the strafe. Left click, still shoot. Right click is forward, just in case I've got to close the gap. And then M wheel up and down, both jump, so that I can hit some B hops while I style on you. All right, Mohan, you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. And the inaugural ROG Cup is underway.
Oh my gosh, a headshot. Woo! That was a good shot.
Thank you. You're done. I'm gonna, you know what, mercy. It's hard to aim.
It's a bit of a
with just the mouse.
Oh no, the switch. Did I hit you? Are you gonna be jumping right now?
No.
Wait, I can't jump though.
I'm closing the distance, dude, like a shark in the water. Oh.
The one thing I have to remember is I can't actually pull down my recoil. Okay, I can see you doing this, I just can't stop you.
Winner takes all.
All right, winner takes all. All right, congratulations off that round, you win.
Thank you. I am the big winner, and to be honest, I had a hunch. I had a hunch that the mouse would be the victor here.
This might seem like mice are more important, but I've honestly been impressed by the utility of just using a keyboard. I didn't even know I could do all that.
And so, at the end of the day, we've learned two things. Firstly, that I am always humble in victory. And secondly, that when it comes to Counter-Strike, aim remains king.
Can you play with just a keyboard? I guess. Should you? Nah.
Probably not. Thank you guys for stopping by the ROG Labs one more time. And, well, crazy idea. How about next time we just combine the two?
They may have woken up on the wrong side of the bed, but at least they're off the floor. Mirage offers much more here for Furia after their first T side of play. A nice start from Molodoi to this series, popping off as Brokey goes a little bit quieter, but FaZe are not out of the chance.
I was very impressed by the 5 rounds they got. I mean, it showed us why they won Dust 2 in the first place. I'm just glad to see that.
Let's keep talking, let's keep suggesting things. We cannot put a wrong foot forward. We just had a great Dust 2, okay? And we've stayed very proactive.
It's like your teacher.
Yeah.
Positively reinforcing.
Definitely. I mean, encouraging the comms. But yeah, I think Twist has actually done a great job so far. It seems like NKJ's actually doing a good job when we've, from what we can see. But, oh.
I feel like he...
And Netu, look at him, 10 and 7.
Yeah, and he was Bianca the whole half as well. That was K-Strat. I think he got spotted, or at least thought he got spotted. He saw them, so he tried to storm out of that position, but...
Interesting position. I mean, even though it's 4v5, like, look at the map. They're not worried about A. They believe FaZe are just going to pause and then play again and hit this B site. They're pretty correct about it. The longer they wait, more insecurity can breed. But at the moment, they have Molodoi watching the B flank. They have an underpass player. And now the rotations come in.
Julie's up close, and Netu nails the headshot. Triple kill. We can't have two good pistol players on this team, but Netu makes the case. 5 kills for Netu. Get him out.
It's too hot, man. What an ace.
Oh, dude.
Wait a second. That's not even something we've really talked about.
No,
like,
I mean, that's his best moment yet.
It's an emergency, lone substitution. And he really is showing out now.
Well, he's putting on his highlight reel because this guy has 3 events in the FaZe jersey to prove he's worth their salt.
Ow.
Right now, he's making a case.
No kidding.
I feel the aura as well.
Man, Kerrigan really can integrate anyone.
He's so good with standards. Make way. Oh, dear.
Oh.
That's just mean.
Yeah. Meanie.
Oh, Yakinda. Not going quite in this round. No, not through the smoke. One pistol highlight to another. Yakinda back sight, causing concern here for FaZe. Crack their way back in onto Fallen. There's players flooding out the market right now. They line up for Brokey and Jacob, so no problem here for FaZe. So you'd like to think, unless K-Serato can get back in this game. Oh dear. This 5-7 can hit like a truck.
Jacob's painfully low. This could easily be a 1v1.
He doesn't want to move, but his teammate has the cross. Netu says he can't get to you, or can he? Jacob won't swing for the trade. K-Serato knows he hasn't boxed in. Netu moves into the site. They can peek this one together. Serato is absolutely squeezing all he can from this position. One bullet will do it either way. And K-Serato is back in the game.
And just as you say his name.
0-5 since round 5, and then puts on a 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, they played that. They definitely played that wrong.
I feel like B-Trams is in the future with some of these guys.
They needed to double peek from the inside of default.
Yeah,
it was actually Jacob just going out wide, and he's the one who's low. He really is relying on, obviously, the kill to come down, but why leave it up to chance like that?
Because the whole time Netu has his cross, I'm just thinking it's fine, right? K-Serato won't wait forever.
Yeah,
But as he moves in, I was thought surely they'd peek default together.
He could have also swung to trade as soon as he peeked. Get right and had a really good chance at that, so.
It was messy, wasn't it?
We'll definitely call that a mistake for Jacob.
Yeah.
Sours the ace a little bit last round.
And suddenly, what was a tied game on the line looks very favorable to Furia on the better half.
And for their greatest feat yet, they'll come in with no utility, no pistol upgrades. It's a round that's won, it's like 1 out of 10,000 times.
Yeah, greatest defeat, I think. You know what, getting through this one. Got Furia full out in middle. Guns blazing. And K-Serato woken back up in this game, so... something here for Fallen. Good grenade to back him up. Fallen's not letting them go down into that B site. So Yakinda triple, and there we go. Furia taking a concise lead here in the second half.
Closing out on T side was already going to be difficult, but you don't get your anti-ecos. Almost want to say forget about it.
I mean, that was the chance, right?
Yeah.
Convert pistol, win first gun, you're in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're thinking about nuke. But I don't want to get ahead of myself because Furia have been rocky lately.
It's true. Yeah, and not necessarily delivering on their commonly good sides.
Threatening mid control here for Furia, and just has to use his smoke to stay behind that top mid box. Oof, barely skirts out of there before top mid fades. Furia in his sight, picking off Jacob, who has had a bit of trouble in these last few rounds, and so FaZe have to bail him out. Netu with a nice trade. Molodoi spraying away. 3-on-2 now, and FaZe on their last legs. Little smoke shot might be enough for Molodoi.
He's suspicious about the right thing.
Yeah, back in spawn as well. Yakinda, this is cheeky. This is not your first clear.
He's such low health, too.
One bullet is all it takes. A single step made by Netu might just activate Yakinda, but he's patiently waiting as that bomb goes down. Default, they will line up for Yakinda.
That's excellent. The trap laid and a 10th round won here for Furia. Again, we're going to have to see some kind of answer on a rifle from FaZe to see if they've got anything going for them. Getting those first 3 to start the half off, we could say, okay, now they've got rounds to play with, but that's not the case right now. We know Furia at their best are damn near unstoppable on Mirage.
Even if it's not their best, it's feeling pretty damn good right now. Back and forth at the start of the first half. Furia winning it out, finding the force buy after losing pistol here. They are in the swing of things well and truly. It's another eco round for FaZe. Just a couple of bits and bobs here. Eagles and Tech-9. I don't really know how you win the game from this point, FaZe. 11-6 likely, and you've got to be near about flawless.
Yeah, super impressive what the kind of setups they pulled out in that, you know, on the CT side. And think that whatever they brought there, you'd get even more on Tweet T side, but already a couple nades missed.
Boy, just doing it with every gun you give him. Plant would be nice, and it is being conceded, but yeah, he doesn't take the chance in case K-Serato cleans up house. 5 alive for Furia, just to wipe the sweat off their brow as we get into, safe to say, the final chance for FaZe on Mirage. Any ideas?
Brokey not the same beast he was back on Dust 2. That would have been unthinkable that, you know, we end this series and Molodoi is not playing as well as Brokey in current form right now, but every little bit of effort that, like all of Molodoi's kills when he's top fragging, he's just such a high impact player that if he's getting 2 kills, it's usually just the whole round is won instantly. wild because there's so much pressure being put on him as a not just the opper for Furia, the guy who's taking the op from Fallen, you know, considering how popular he is in Brazil now of all places, probably couldn't have expected that 2 years ago. But he's also getting all that new pressure, trying to serve Fallen's story because it's going to be his last year, which might be nice as well. But on top of all that, he's had some problems in some of the big games.
Yeah, and you know, for a while it was just, okay, he's got 2 majors on his record that were blemishes, but, you know, he's done well in arenas, he's got wins, he's got some finals, you know, 4 trophies towards the end of last year, 2 in big arenas. But now we're looking at this year and we're saying, okay, there's more notches where he's disappeared. In fact, in Rio, I think they could have beat Vitality on both those maps in that playoff game if he just played 15-20% better. If he played like his normal self, I honestly think they would have beat Vitality there in Brazil. Same can be said when we look
this
at
year. No.
Are you talking Yukinda?
No, well now I thought you were going to go into Yukinder as well this year because he was, I mean, he was like top tier in the last year, and his form, I think it's them too who just, when they get kills, are so high impact that you can feel it so much. Like what I always say with this team is that, you know, Cacerado, I didn't put him higher up on my top 20 list last year because I felt he was pretty much the same guy that we got every single year. Always very good. He just had a better team, so they won more. He got deeper runs. His stats looked better overall. But I think he still relies on players like Molodoy and Yukinder to get opening kills to make sure they can convert rounds. He can be a great closer, but the real difference in this new Furia, the difference between a Furia wins trophies and not, is really those two.
For sure. That's been proven in the trophies they've won. Yukinder, the grand final merchant. Right now, we're just talking about getting out of a group stage. And that's proven easier said than done for Furia here in Texas.
You probably couldn't ask for a better draw as well. I mean, GamerLegion yesterday into FaZe.
And they don't play NAVI, who they've got bitter history against. And a bit of a back and forth as well. But hey, a more reassuring Mirage. Or let's just say, if they win this round, all the problems are out the window. Because Furia will be swimming into a third map. Good Molotov there to flush out Natus and the double Palace push. Furia don't sit back and wait. They rip the cord and soar through FaZe 5v4. They're just going to walk up connector. Well, so will Molodoy. Perfect flashbang to put him in position, and just like that, you blink this round and game might be over.
Damn.
This is a Molodoy masterclass on Mirage.
Yeah, completely. It's almost with every weapon as well. Yukinder comes forward with the Palace flank on top of it. There was no chance that FaZe were going to win that round.
Right through the con smoke, and all of FaZe fall blind. The moment we saw in E-Box on Anubis yesterday, everybody, the one player who's not actually blind has his back turned. And not back in time. 12-6, and Final punted it with 1 AK here for FaZe Clan. Nuke is our decider. A lot of question marks there. Will it be just a moment? Fallen tries to make it so. A final ditch attempt on this B rush for FaZe, getting 1 entry at least, but it's messy on short. Molodoy traded, low health, and Molly's burned through FaZe. Look at the HP. This is absolutely worth considering. Oh, that Molly almost put Netu dead. 3 health of difference as the bomb goes down. Are Furia really going to save? I guess they don't know how much they've done.
They've done so much, but yeah, it's those Netu entries. I mean, maybe we get
the timing.
Yeah.
They've wasted so much time planting that Furia are now considering it all over again. They're going back out under. Is this going to be like a last second hope FaZe think you save?
I think they know they can get every kill in the exit.
Yeah. FaZe shouldn't exit CT, so that's the position that Furia have given up. This bomb is big on Cat. They're going to have to get past these bricks. Yuri has apps, so feels like all 3 kills are there for Furia. Cacerado with a 1, and now 2 more given over, and so at least Furia maximizing damage on the way out. except for Brokey, but Bomb will do it for him. 5 rounds in a row going to be needed now from FaZe. Lucky to get through that one, I'd say.
Big time. It was close, but again, it's Natus entries has just been so good when it comes to hitting B, at least for this team. It's the pistol ace, that 2K. Pretty much the only bright spot about this T side so far. Still hanging on to a timeout apiece. Looks like this one's for Twists. Oh, actually, it's FURIA taking it, so. FaZe already solidified their idea. And I think someone's still cracking jokes, which is good.
It's the low pressure FaZe. In a honeymoon phase?
Yeah, maybe it's a honeymoon phase. Almost what I said. It's so fast for that to be possible, but.
Haven't even consummated the marriage yet.
Yeah, congrats, that's you. You're on the team.
It's just the same thing here. For a moment, Fallen's alone, but Molodoy is moving quick with that orb. Nice pick for Yakinda up. Molodoy gets a cross shot, and that might be it. Beginning of the end of FURIA's map pick. A far reassuring return to form for FURIA. They came in cold here to Fort Worth, but now under the Texas sun, heating up into the 3rd map of New.
One more to go for FURIA on the road to recovery after it didn't work out for them on that first map, and a Molodoy masterclass, which Hugo said so masterfully. And it's with all of the setup in terms of what the stress that he is under and the development that he's going through and the fall in retirement and to have a performance like this when elimination is on the line, kudos.
This was serious business from Molodoy, and he got it done in a way that was really impressive. I saw a lot of great rifling from him. I feel like that's something I don't usually get to praise him for. I mean, even for further context here, people may not really recognize, you know, his op is amazing. When he has the AWP in his hands, he is there to rival the likes of people like ZywOo, like m0NESY, in those kinds of moments. But this was a game where, if I counted it correctly, it was maybe 7 or 8 op kills total, but a lot of the work was done with the rifle. And that is an aberration for him, because with the AK in the last 3 months, if you just look at his ratings on those rounds, it's a sub 1.0 HLTV rating. Like that's a pretty bad offer for on the rifle. Like you have even a couple guys in the space that you wouldn't really rank as highly as oppers tend to have better numbers. So to get it done in this fashion was instrumental in their victory.
Yeah, love that picture you painted there, right? Because it's not only about the incremental advantages maybe in one style, but in both. And he did just about everything they needed him to do. It has to be said that all of FURIA had a better showing than they did before this. So let's break it down a little bit in the start, because we were singing the praises of Twist's T-sides before this. This wasn't where they started though. And you did want something out of Nature in terms of being that B anchor. That did work. So what didn't work for that CT side of FaZe?
Well, what didn't work is losing the 3rd round. You have this great round number 2 before this one where you're able to find the upset yourself, even the scoreline 1-1, but opening pick goes the way. And I just loved in this round from FURIA how little utility they had, but how every single piece mattered so much. The initial flash to get the fight for Yakinda in favor of him over Frozen, but then they used the last 2 smokes that they have as they group up, go for the A hit in total. And this was in a moment of transition where FaZe were saying, okay, we got to recuperate, figure out what's going on. But because FURIA reacted so quickly to their own opening pick, they caught FaZe as they had nobody on the bomb side, as they were still trying to pick up the pieces. And then you could see just all hell broke loose as they had that space. The players are just kind of dancing around these corners, and FaZe couldn't get back into this one. So a little bit of egg on the face of the FaZe players who were unable to pick that one up. But also, I just think that was the clinical nature of what made FURIA such a devastating team to play against in 25.
Yeah, I saw the glimpses of that in that first half for sure. Then moving on to the second half rather, it starts with an ace out of the new guy, but the problem is they can't parlay it immediately in the next round, and I feel like that's such a backbreaker.
It is, because you're not going to get many highlights out of Natus. He did have a great map in total, but to have an ace in the pistol like this felt like it was setting yourself up to even the score line, and then it immediately kind of comes crashing down. But props to the new guy on the block either way, because I think he's already proven a lot here on this roster, filling some pretty big shoes. And yeah, there it is. The crazy deagle spam here from Yekindar. Like, that second kill, that's unheard of right there. And K Serato, man, just beastly in this moment. The way he just slinks around the angle so carefully. I just love players that no matter what the situation is, they're totally locked in.
Yeah.
K-Serato is one of those specimens.
Yeah, I love that. You see it. They're just like, okay, we're going to take this one kill at a time. Bam, bam, win it. Because honestly, they had to stop the momentum, because for the same money, FaZe could have run up this side and maybe have won this map. But Furia, have they now truly and well woken up? That is the question. Can they parlay it into Nuke? We'll talk about that a little bit later. But when you look at the positives, right, what then faltered for FaZe? Because I'm starting to think that this is a bit of a gambit for them, right? They didn't have that much time to prepare. Twist as an IGL, you only have so much time to prepare this many T-sides, that much scouting. So is there not only their luck running out, but maybe what they have in the chamber?
They were just painted into a corner in this veto in general, because in the second phase, even though they banned Overpass and Furia's win rate on it lately that hasn't looked that great, it's a map that they were the best on in 2025, so you're scared of that. And so you leave Nuke in the pool, and I get, you know, we'll get into the nitty gritty of the map later, but there's just not that many places to go for this FaZe clan. I feel like they want to play maps like Dust, Mirage, Anubis right now. They even got 2 of those in this veto here, but if you want to get into what went wrong on Mirage, yeah, some of the CT sides, they lost those opening picks. Molodoi was super clutch in terms of his rifling, which I was really unexpected for me. And then on the T side themselves, they just couldn't take space cleanly. They every time they tried to get into middle, felt like the Furia players were picking one off here or there, thinning the numbers, and by the time they're getting into a bomb site crunch, it's already with 3 guys alive.
It's also extremely demotivating to have to play the game that way. We'll see if they could do it on Nuke. We'll talk about that later. We do have a Polymarket prop to talk about as well. And this one is, will FaZe make a roster change before GTA 6, which is alleged to come out
November
19th, something like that.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think?
I mean, I'd have to read the fine print on this one a little bit more, because technically Natus is a stand-in, so I don't know why they wouldn't make some kind of move before November. I mean, I don't feel like they, and I do think that things are working out nicely for them, but we know that Frozen probably has a handful of suitors, so they're gonna have to try to retain him in that time. That's a lot of time to try to keep a guy impressed with a roster that is working with a couple rookies here and there. I would say, if I just had to pick, don't follow my advice. Yes, they will. They will make a change.
Follow his advice. Blame him.
No, please don't.
Awesome, amazing. All right, so with that, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk all about Nuke. Frozen, tell me a little bit about the first day playing with Natus, Twist as IGL. Obviously not the result you would have hoped for, but how do you feel overall?
I mean, we lost the game. As you said, we would have obviously liked to win. You know, first map, lots of takeaways for us. Also on the second map, I mean, we could say that we almost had them on the second map over there. But, you know, they're still a better team. We don't have that much experience together. We only had 1 week of practice before this tournament. And yeah, I mean, we're just taking this tournament as a learning experience to see where we stand against the good teams over here and see how we do.
For you as a player, can you tell me a little bit about what must also have been a shock for you, you know, with Kerrigan leaving and you've been under his tutelage for such a long time, switching IGLs. It's a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it's life. People come and go. Yeah, we just have to move on, you know, cannot think about the past. Just, you know, focus on the future.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are thinking about your future, right? There's a lot of noise hanging around. There's Twist who obviously gave that comment of, I really want Frozen to feel comfortable so Daddy can build this with me. So I was wondering how you try and keep all that noise out and how you make sure that you can be the best player that you can be, even if the cards are not really in your guys' favor.
I mean, you know, throughout my career, there has been lots of ups and downs. Lots of different lineup switches, you know, people leaving, coming in, you know, had to rebuild from scratch multiple times. And, you know, the only way to keep moving forward is to just focus on the task, you know, what's ahead of you. Take it day by day and not think about what could have been, what can be, and, you know, just be in the moment.
Life lessons from Frozen. Be in the moment. Don't think about what could have been. Well, now you're only 1 game away from the arena, so perhaps you should start thinking about it. Furia is back in this one. Just like yesterday, they have to go all the way, all 3 maps. They didn't do it versus GamerLegion yesterday, but they've got a chance on Nuke to set the record straight.
We got some stoic answers there from Frozen, but I want a little bit of emotion here from Furia.
Okay.
Backs against the wall. This is a moment that you probably did not foresee to even be in the losers bracket game here. We got some of that there on Mirage. I expect them to continue full force there on Nuke, right their wrongs from their yesterday loss on the same map versus GamerLegion.
Talk to me a little bit about what you saw yesterday. What absolutely has to be rectified for Furia on Nuke specifically?
So it felt like Furia yesterday had a very clear game plan. They wanted to punish that outside yard, but it was GamerLegion that just kept throwing wrinkles at them, that they had so many different setups. It wasn't really necessarily mid-round re-aggression as much as it was just a lot of great option coverage in different formations from the side of GamerLegion. If I'm FaZe, I'm looking at that as a blueprint. Which ones worked? Which ones didn't work? How do we meld that into our system? Because there's a lot that FaZe have to change themselves here. While integrating Natus into this lineup, there's overlap. I mean, he played the same position that Frozen likes to play here at Ramp. So I think you have to try to bootstrap yourselves by looking at what caused Furia such a difficult time yesterday and try to apply that to yourself.
You feel like that Natus had a comfortable time in the past on Nuke?
It would have been one of the maps that ENCE showed some more strength on.
Yeah.
But ENCE were kind of in their own, they had their own problems. I'm not going to get into it. As an individual, I'd say, yeah, actually, it's a map that he caught my eye on, along with a couple of the guys from ENCE, especially back in their Espo run, although that was a while ago.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is maybe copy a bit of GamerLegion's homework from yesterday on Nuke outside, build in some contingency plan.
Yes.
So you talked to me earlier about Andy stratting from the side of NK and the coach, and then in combination with Twist, right? We have some tape, of course, of him being IGL on this map. I don't know if we can delve too deep into that, but what does he have to show?
Well, I feel like this is where it's going to be really difficult to just try to mid-round because this was not in his real wheelhouse. And with the comms patched in that they did, in fact, Furia won the knife. They're probably starting on the CT side. So Twist definitely has his work cut out for him. I don't even know how he's going to try to right the wrongs because they had, I think, around a 40% win rate with Liquid on this map when they were playing with him at the helm. I saw some improvements, okay? So on Dust 2 and on Anubis, I saw some nice signs of what he's bringing on the T side. Mirage is a little bit more of what I sort of expected in his first outing as a leader. So he's gonna have to pull up a lot of data here, pull up a lot of strats with NKJ. And that's the one thing. I mean, I think NK himself probably has more than a handful of ideas of just kind of set piece plays that they can run to make things easier for Twist.
Yeah, big question will be, does this FaZe have enough in the tank? Does this new FaZe have enough in the tank to immediately parlay it into a playoff berth? It would be absolutely huge, but Furia and playoffs, they are almost synonymous. Let's see if they can bring it home.
This is what it all comes down to. Nuke decider between Furia and FaZe, and only one spot left in the Dickies Arena when all is said and done here in Fort Worth, Texas. FaZe were never meant to be in the conversation, and neither were Furia in this lower bracket. This felt like a safe opening game against GamerLegion, but they got beat out on this very map yesterday.
I'm a big fan of the way that Maui's kind of characterized this map so far. I think that it's definitely true. This is where we saw some struggles with Twist. Of course, his time on Liquid didn't count. We have a new team that he's playing with, and honestly, the firepower and the team are just a lot better overall. So I feel like he's shown a lot of improvements. I'm actually quite liking NKJ. Of all the recent coaches that FaZe have had, it's been hard to see their direct impact on the game. And for some reason, as soon as he's taken attack pause, you see the round is super unique and it works out very well. So liking that synergy a little bit. Got some words from him. I do think this is still, 70-30 situation for Furia, especially considering how they look so much better in map 2. And Molodoy is now the best player in the server, as he should be.
Well, which ex-Liquid in-game leader will win today? Will it be Twist or will it be Yakinda?
Okay.
We'll find out.
Or Fallen.
Oh, yeah, he's here as well.
Wow, they've had a lot of them.
FaZe on T-side start. Furia with knife. We go right into the lobby. Julie's top hut. And a bit of a standard pistol round these days. The silo nades, and the nades you can drop into main. Yakinda playing very late behind red though, so might be an easy fight here.
He's the right guy to put up there right now, with that ace.
Not Twists on the main
Twist
drop.
somehow, I know.
Let's see what he's got. Queserato, careful. Frozen's got the pick as well, and they just storm this site.
They didn't even need the main drop.
He doesn't even get off silo. Furia dead at the door.
Damn, that was impressive. And here he comes in slowly now. In through that heaven smoke earlier.
Go on, get inside of it. Yeah.
I mean,
creepy.
Make it a... Oh. What the... Yeah, that's the energy.
Go crazy mode on it.
Yeah, this is crazy style.
Bouncing on it.
Damn.
What the hell happened here? Straight outdoor. Trees galore. And a bit of a giggle on the way out.
Yeah, that was peak. We gotta come in and do it differently, baby. You got a new roster.
New vibe just dropped, and it's phases.
I don't think Neo would ever laugh like that.
I think you're onto something. Double HG's here for Furia.
Every nade landed perfectly last round. It's bound to happen.
We've seen some 5-7 moments today, that is for sure. But Furia gambling in this round. They're double lower. Yuri alone top site.
Well, you know what they say. If you're gambling, keep going.
The win is right around the corner here for Furia, but maybe not in this round because FaZe are hitting the weaker site. Only one man in position. Yuri does phase a smoke, and so out hut they go. Yuri, good timing. And he needed that one clean. We could be onto something here. Just gonna storm it. MP7 treads through two heads. And suddenly Worry's avoided for now. Frozen will let his teammate take this fight. They don't need the smoke. This is converted pistol here for FaZe.
Frozen down to 7 health, but still kicking.
Someone's dying outside.
You're with me though, right? This is still like, it feels like Furia. It's like almost an eventuality until FaZe prove otherwise that they can pick this win up, or are you feeling higher about FaZe right now?
I'm feeling higher than I was after yesterday for sure, because I feel like we just saw like bare bones FaZe and they didn't look too didn't really have anything amazing, and Netu was fine, but wasn't exactly popping off. Despite feeling better about FaZe, yeah, they're still proving, right? Like, I'm going to hold Furia as a favorite. Let them know.
You had to be there.
Yeah, you know. I'm not holding Furia as some like Titan that can't be beaten right now because of yesterday especially.
True. That's true.
So favorite, yeah, but until proven otherwise, if Snacks can do it, why can't Twists?
I love that logic. It's really true because, to be honest, even the way that Snacks called the rounds, I mean, he wasn't calling. I feel like Twist actually calling a little bit better, to be honest. Some of the plays that we've gotten so far, some of the setups.
He's put himself in a strong position here. Option to play on his own timing. The rest of FaZe wait in lobby. There is a bit of a stack on this top side. 4 players in position right now. He gets that spot. That should be good info as to where FaZe are ending up. If Twist is in this position, you've got to be extra careful on this A site. This is a prime heaven wrap.
I feel like his position definitely would lead them to imagine that it's going to be an upper hit. Smallest bit of information, but it is accurate.
Weaker pistols, gonna get shredded again.
So good.
And so nice spacing, nice, not even trading needed. No kills here for Furia, but that was
Dude, they didn't take
eco.
any damage, actually.
Wow.
500 HP win for FaZe Clan.
That's just a reassuring round on this T side, but let's see what Furia have now that guns come into play.
I think of all the things, I'm really impressed by the spacing when they've exact or like the one huge mistake they made was that one, 2v1 versus Quesarado on the B site where Jacob went the wrong direction. That was the one moment where they didn't look connected. But almost every other round we've seen from FaZe, like they really know when they have that trigger point, it's time to hit. They all explode at the same time.
Main roof molly here for Furia, but it's late smokes for FaZe, and so no disruption on that execute. They get everything down here. Well, the players join them. You can shift vent. How do you feel about the nerfed ladder movement?
Nah, not a big fan of that, to be honest. Ladder's just getting easier every day.
And slower too. Kinder waits. Is he jiggling or is he pixel gap? All right. We talked about the dangers of either one.
Actually, I think this speeds up Twist a little bit. He saw that Molodoi went back into heaven, and now I feel like, yeah, his guard's going to be down. This is free for Twist.
And he doesn't take the kill. Yes, he does. Grabs that one, falling on ramp. Twist goes up heaven instead.
Wait, they got to be watching this properly.
Oh,
he's jumping on the ladder.
Almost let down there by Yuri, but Yakinda backed up, and he gets caught dropping out vent. This has gone so wrong for Furia. They really thought that was the A hit with Twist's position. And instead, B has been lost in the downtime. FaZe get that bomb down. Fantastic spot to be in for FaZe. Furia are probably considering the save.
That was just a heads-up lurk from Twist. I mean, he saw Molodoi looking towards the ladder, just saw his back while he was walking inside and used that to get from Unbreakable all the way to Hell. That's a moment of timing that you've just got to write off if you're Furia. You can't hyperanalyze that because you don't even really know what happened. But in the end, this is a 4th round on a T side here for FaZe.
And even just the detail of him going up heaven, yeah, he dies for... well, no more kills, but look at what that did to Yakinda's position.
Yeah.
Right, if he goes ramp, it's obviously going to just be the B-lug, but Yakinda pulls back into the vent, loses that info on lower, and then gets caught in between positions.
Yeah, he was just going to make his way back to decon, maybe go on the stairs for a headshot angle.
And he could have put his smoke down, bought more time, and can rotate. There were so many other options available for Furia, but...
I also love that he just takes the kill.
Yeah. What else are you milking him?
Yeah.
All right, FaZe, just a spectacular start to this map. Still no Molodoi Orb either.
It's Furia who, won the pistol, or won the knife round, so I don't think it would be FaZe who want to start here.
NKJ always utilizing these timeouts as well. Furia is cool in this one, but he's always talking. You know, it's not just Netiu with a point to prove on this team.
Yeah, he maybe just laughs maniacally in attack.
Mental warfare is still warfare. All right,
0 damage.
Rubbing it in.
For 3 of them.
Not a great start, is it? And it's going to get worse because Molodoi gets shot behind the box. Kisarato crouching.
Yeah, here's the second of 3.
Oh, there's still 2 players here, and you're not clearing. Wait.
No, he's missed it
right
totally.
Right through the eye of the storm. Twists into main. How's he gotten there? Sure, the backstab comes in, but you've lost the A site in the process. No, they're not. Backup goes frozen. FaZe are on top. Take the win while you've got it. There is nobody home.
I mean, however they're doing it, Twist is actually winning rounds off these lurks.
Dude, he has just walked past 2 outside players.
He didn't even clear Quesarado tucked, and that's just a matter of Furia not watching that.
Why would they?
How does Quesarado not see him at all?
Is he watching Silo? That
I
wouldn't
don't know.
make sense.
He's just making sure his gun doesn't stick out.
I
Is that what he was doing?
the smoke was quite deep.
Yeah.
That's why Twist didn't even see him. And because Quesarado's tucked behind the box, he just doesn't have vision.
But it's insane. You have 2 players outside. Yeah. Not even playing passive.
Oh my. Twist must be, and like now you're calling the game with the gaps you've had in this T side. You must be feeling pretty invincible right now. This is your read.
And this is also a great opener. I mean, it's a perfect read on Molodoi's play here.
Yeah, look at
insane. Yeah, he's just kind of got his gun.
He's holding Silo, but Fallen is on main roof. He has Silo.
Yeah, that's overlapping 100%.
I mean, I guess it's an angle you can peek the red box there from, but damn, that's... Whew. This is a hot start.
Looking in all the wrong places.
Can Furia look within? Can they find what's been going wrong? Because Twist has shot them in the back twice now.
This is going to be a fiery finish. I mean, the way these rounds have gone, surely, you know, it's a matter of timing, so... Again, it's not like Furia are getting totally crushed right now, just maybe a little confused.
Waiting for the fire starter.
Been good on these upstairs hits.
God damn, Jacob, that's a hell of a kill. And back turn for Quesarato. Should be a trade, but he is fast as well. Almost line up, break on smoke, and chaos endures by FaZe. 2v2. Pressure on from the heaven side. Molodoi doesn't take the swing. He gets shown by Brokey with his own orb. Put down low by that HE. 2v2 now. Both orbs known.
So what do you do in this spot? Because you'd love to be able to cross up in front of the vent and maybe threaten the drop. And they're planning open for Mini. That's wild. But yeah, there's no way it's getting peeked.
They call the bluff perfectly.
But how do they post plan? They're going to be floating here. Opposite vent.
Molodoi back around the world. He's gone towards the hut, but this cover is... This cross is covered, rather.
It looks pretty good for FaZe.
Yeah, and that's Fallen. Oh, they could line up. Molodoi goes first. Easy kill. 5 bullets. Brokey orb. 1v1, and it's Fallen. Will he wait for the mistake? He sees his leg. He knows what side of the site Brokey is on, so Fallen finally puts a round down range here for Furia on this CT side.
That was an excellent trade to win through that smoke. I mean, I think he just had to hope he triangulated him perfectly through it, and he did. So, taking out Twist. That was, again, good post plant. Great entries out of Twist to get 2. And an even better clutch necessary for Fallen. These upper execs have been something else.
Yeah. Nice double for Quesarato, though. I mean, feels like a necessity with how clean that entry comes in for Jacob. It's not too late for Furia. Molodoi is yet to start in this map. So there is still time to recover this half, but... start right now, looking for the boost over again.
Let's see how well they can support Twist.
It's moving outside again, but this deep position for Yakinda and shallow smoke. That is a bad smoke from FaZe to allow them to cross safely. And so they jump through ramp instead, and Fallen gets nothing. So Molodoi here, good quick kill. Jacob outside and keeping things even onto Yakindar. Down B they go. Resetting for Jacob is anything but easy.
He's coming in slowly to this, but surely it's free.
Just going to give it away. Fury gets his, and okay, you know, FaZe in these post plants. Let's see what they got. Netu, time to shine, young man. Brokey with the AWP. Here's one on the ramp. Goes for a quick shot. He's still got util to work with. Brokey boxing himself into the corner means he can't miss from this point out. And they beat that Molotov. It hits it. And it falls short. Netu has the cover. They're going to go out double door together. Brokey hits one more before all is said and done. And the random... Oh, it's not going to happen.
That molly?
It hits him.
What is that molly? I was thinking he's going to hold this because time's now a thing. He could actually drop it on the bomb. He throws it towards ramp. It bounces back. It's perfect.
So bad it works. And my oh my, FaZe in a post plant today, even in disadvantages, they have just been despicable. Hello. Dude, that's stylish.
Insane.
That is crazy style.
They're dying. That's unreal.
Just winning ridiculous rounds. And Brokey might start off again strong.
He's thinking about it. The flash is coming over secret, surely.
Kinder doesn't need this fight. He'll take a tag and he'll be happy to survive. Kinder even.
How is he already here?
Blocks Jacob off. I don't know how. That's a
he
really
already
good
here?
question.
And nobody knows about it.
Did he drop main or did he just walk red? Queserato. This corner is a coffin. But everybody's missing now. Twist, okay, can he get something done on the hut roof? Stuck up here, the entries come in. These upper hits brutal again as Brokey picks Molotov from the sky.
It's all that information from Twist. He just called out the 2 spots upper. Didn't even have to get the kills.
Info is power. Twist run and gun out of danger. There is no re-smoke, and so Furia might just consider this, but Fallen sees an AWP and he sees an opportunity to save. But what are you saving?
This is ludicrous. The amount of attention that Furia have outside, and Twist is just teleporting into Mini every round.
How did he get there?
It must have walked, right?
Yeah.
I didn't hear anyone drop.
Like you'd hear the drop.
This game, man, I have no idea.
Oh, he is just calling rings around Furia right now.
He's finding every gap. Yeah, he just walked. Just walked. Just went for a walk.
7-1 lead. Elimination on the line. We're talking about playoffs, but at the same time, bottom of rivals here for Furia if they fall on Nuke.
This is kind of depressing for Furia because, like, I think the way they look at their game plan, like they caught Twist outside last round. There was the bad smoke and they had someone playing in the back of Mini. The one round it's worked. Every other round, Twist is able to get away with all the space he's wanting to. He saw Molotov walking into Hell one round. He's walked into Mini on another. He's gotten the kill straight up, shooting someone in the back. Queserado's just gotten screwed over, honestly. But also Queserado's been a guy who hasn't spotted him as well when he's gone for that wrap. If they just played, in theory, back big garage, watching for lurks, all of these rounds, they would have just countered Twist like a million times.
Now we got a Mac 10 on a full buy with 7 grand in the bank. So is somebody getting quick here for FaZe? Maybe looking to send a message to Furia at 7-1 up. Fallen's retake on the ramp, so he's not even committed. He's going to get his one and get out. So this could be worse for Furia, but don't think FaZe are going to slow down in this position. You give them the space, they're here to take the site. Queserato, good damage, but it is sent back the other way. FaZe need to get some util in, block some positions before they take B. Yeah, they're going to come down to this post plant.
Abandoned any kind of split, so they need to move pretty quickly. Oh, that's a huge frag.
And dude, what have we seen all day? It's FaZe's post plants where they've done their best work. These retakes have just been locked out, so util gets thrown everywhere here onto Furia, and now the clock begins. There is no kit.
I like them getting out their util early. I mean, they just established the bomb getting planted. They have an op in play. 1 foot gets spotted.
Only Kit's in single, so Yakinda can't go down for nothing. Him and Molodoi in position, and Brokey has bested him yet again. Yakinda moves in with that Kit. He is the pinch on this site. Netsu caught from ramp, good trade. Frozen up above, and Yakinda on his own. He's going to be drowned, just like the rest of them. This is FaZe Clan running you down all the way to the playoffs.
We saw that 9K in the bank for Jacob, and he has a MAC 10 and one objective. That's take ramp control right out of spawn. They gave up on any kind of lurk. They didn't want to do anything outside this time. I think in terms of conditioning, they have Furia scrambling to figure out how to kill Twist. And they come through while he's playing retake on Turnpike, take it lower, and again, used all their utility right away. But I don't mind that because they have an op. Like, they got an op in lower. They can get clock. They can get dark. They already have a kill when they're coming in.
It's just so rare to see those rounds won without control.
Yeah.
Without the double doors,
Definitely.
right? Sure, like you say, they're buying the time with the nades, but Furia still have both door controls as they come in together, plus a ramp flank that gets a kill.
I agree. The only thing they did is they blew control door open and double mollied and maybe slowed down rotations, freaked Fury out. That's the only thing they could have threatened.
I just love the call to go from these slow walks to get Twists in audacious positions and then just call a ramp rush on a full buy round and blow Furia out of the water. And then they go back to just shifting around in lobby because this ever-present threat of the A execute all game long. And it feels like one of those games again where Molodoi just hasn't been in the position to succeed. Sure, he's had a couple of late 2v2s, a couple of chances, but for the most part, he's been avoided.
Avoided totally. I mean, he even got opt once trying to go for that aggressive walk outside. Starting Secret and back Big Garage. This, I feel like, just solves your problem.
And
But here he is.
Oh, that molly
off his
bounces.
head.
It falls back side twist. They've got to be ready for him. Keserato turns, but it's Yakinda spam to flush him out. Oh, what a flake
did he
back for
switch to
Jacob.
burst?
I think he did. Yuri, wrong finger on the mouse. He wishes he only had one button. 4v3, break on the smoke, but Frozen tucks in, and he takes a headshot angle on 10 health. Furia are already considering throwing in the towel, and how can you blame them? They have just been locked out again.
Dude, they caught Twist and didn't get a single kill after that.
Again, another 4v5 for FaZe.
The follow-through on the upper hits is phenomenal. The amount of players that are delivering entries when they're trying to hit this top site, it's remarkable.
And not only is Keserato getting humbled in this game, but yeah, that was a burst switch for Yuri in the middle of a fight.
Yeah.
On a 90-degree turn for Jacob.
Yeah, it seemed like there were 2 deaths because of it.
Oh my goodness.
As if the FAMS wasn't bad enough.
Terrorists win.
I mean, this is... It's the most one-sided game so far. We already saw Dust too. What? And they did this without their molly landing. I don't know, like... he even got one bullet out of the end. Actually, that doesn't make sense.
I think I felt like I heard it, but... Either way, got nothing done.
Oh my god, it's a game
This is the kind of game I don't think you even watch the demo back.
No. Go next. Go next tournament.
Go Astana.
Go Astana.
Warmed up.
Okay, Yakinda. Smoke spam on the cross, and FaZe again bring pace, but nothing has failed them yet. 4v5, and it's not held them back. Molodoi supporting on the ramp. They get mollied out, and they push close towards him. Frozen with a banging shot. If you want Frozen in playoffs, maybe you're going to get it, because he is coming for you. Double entry down ramp. B is gone. Keserato throws himself into the site, but Brokey hits the combat shot. Door shut in your face. Shifting in, but they've got the cover on the door, and FaZe are everywhere.
You actually can't make this up. How'd they even get lower with their secret guys? Into the site before ramp even gets taken, and that's perfectly successful too.
Yeah, there was a vent drop. Did he just go straight decon and let them go?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not enough to...
Everything that could have gone wrong for Furia this game has. This is going to be horrible for their confidence.
Yeah, GamerLegion 13-5 them, but that was off of a 2-round T-side for Furia. This is them on the defensive half. Now, I know you mentioned their T-side is often better than their CT on this very map, but safe to say, stats are feeling relevant at this point for Furia. And he's gone as well, so no AWP here saved. Molodoi has enough money for glass.
I mean, yeah, if they make this 11-1, who cares if they switch over? It doesn't matter how good you are. It's totally up to chance. I'm loving the way that Frozen has been playing the series. Completely freed up.
FaZe are just playing rambunctious, rowdy CS with a little bit of spice from Twist on these smoke walks, getting himself into excellent positions, getting information for his team, making Furia doubt their own rotations. And that's before you throw in the once every 3 rounds, just run into a bomb site. And safe to say, Furia are feeling lost in the sauce.
Best case, 2-round CT side. That sounds fun. At least Molodoy will have an op here for round 12. Nobody with a positive KD on Furia.
Look at him go. No, okay, that'd be too far.
Hey, but they've killed Twist the last 2 rounds and still haven't won.
Yeah, 4v5, FaZe advantage
Still
as
up
they go
there.
storming into this top side. Yuri recovers in time with the MP9 and delivers a couple before FaZe gets shut down. So Furia hold onto just 2 rounds as their tournament life dangles in the balance.
He's not warming up. He's hunting.
It's just a fluke. You can't drop 30 like that every match.
What possessed God in heaven to make a player like Molodoy?
God did not make Molodoy. I made him.
You trained him, right?
I teach this kid everything. Discipline, positioning, grenade lineups. He's ignoring it all. You wanted to see me? Come sit, Daniel.
I've seen your flashbangs. Did Fallen teach you nothing?
Utilities for people that miss. That's not game sense, bro. That's madness. Madness? No, confidence.
He's not blinking. I don't think he's blinked since he walked in.
Look, Daniel, the teams out there, they know you're dangerous. They're planning around you. They don't want to end up in another highlight reel from you. If they don't want it to be in highlight reel, they're gonna need one thing. And what's that? Disconnect.
He's so intense.
You think you can keep this up every single match? They can't stop me. You remind me of me. Just younger, TikTok generation. A little bit less patient, but still very good. You can't coach that. You can only survive it. Stop trying to coach me. Start following my goals. Ha, be careful. Last time I said it, they made me an IGL.
Is this how roster changes happen?
Yes, that's right. You read the headlines. It's FaZe looking for playoffs here in Fort Worth and looking for playoffs in a ludicrous fashion. 10 rounds on their T side of Nuke, a Twists masterclass here in this last game.
I mean, I don't even know if he even knows about it totally. Like, so many times he got into mini, didn't even see a target.
I need us to do everything with 100%.
Yeah.
Clear comms, talk to each other, call names, respond. It starts with that.
I love it. I mean, the only way they could mess this up is like losing their fundamentals, because it definitely looked like they were communicating perfectly in that first half.
Well, this is it for Furia. I mean, sure, you can always hope for a force buy win, but if they're not winning pistol, pack it up and put them on the next plane to Kazakhstan, because...
Dude, that's such a bad way to start that event. Like
10-2. You have nothing left. Full send, A site, back site, and it's Jacob picking them off with a pistol. This is something FaZe have been good at. If it's not force buy wins, it is straight up opening rounds, and they have done it again. Jacob 4 frags, pushes FaZe that one step closer, and Brokey just slaps him out of the server.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, what can you say? NKJ, I feel like he said exactly what they needed to hear. Just don't get too excited. They know how to win. They've been great on pistols. They have so many good pistoling players right now, especially with Natus putting together an ace. Here's Jacob again.
Just another multi-kill pistol.
I mean, this series. FaZe are like 4 odds coming into the series.
Yeah.
They can actually just take down Furia right now. That's going to be a headline.
Yeah, they're on fire. And it's not just taking them down. It's not like, you know, we had this back and forth and FaZe clutch out at the end. They have smoked them in this map after Furia woke back up on Mirage. Brokey trying to clean house. Space taken outside. Whittled down now, and Jacob up above with pinpoint precision. There is nothing in this eco. It's a sign of the times that Furia don't even force buy. They want their guns. And this is their last chance.
This is unreal. I mean, just like, I feel like this actually happens sometimes, and I'm always perplexed by it. I mean, of all players to come off the team, and in the fashion that it happened, and with the confirmation from that Twist interview that, you know, everyone was caught off guard a little bit, no goodbye tweets on all of that. You couldn't, how could you expect to bounce back like this? This is unreal.
Yeah, they got banged out by NAVI yesterday, but FaZe still want those playoffs. And against Furia, no less. Felt like the easy run was gone with GamerLegion getting an upset. You can just drop into main. Furia trying to replicate what FaZe did on that T side, and there's nobody home. Not now. Double entry. And so, delayed gratification here for FaZe. Furia do find that integral rifle round to open up the game with a chance. The slimmest chance.
The slimmest chance, yeah. It's a long comeback. It's not the worst way to lose a round either for FaZe right now. They keep an op. They have 3 guns. So they just have a surplus in their economy at least.
Frozen's laughing on the save.
Yeah. It does feel like the win is imminent, and like we're still looking at a Furia with no heroes on this team. No Molodoi carry, no one's positive KD. Not even remotely, to be honest. It's... Roki's back to form. Is he just laughing? Like, what's he even laughing about?
Who's cracking
jokes? Who's cracking jokes, man?
They play in heaven, bro. They play in
What the hell is going on?
The scariest face possible. Everyone's just joking around, man, while losing. It's like it's like the major final, except they're winning.
More than one round here, that's for sure. 12-3 game. You really can't mess this up. I mean, I've cursed some games before.
My day.
Not this one. Furia till their last breath. Keep it coming. They're going sweaty here. Look at this fake.
crazy
A lot of
play.
exec on this A side to get players down secret. Yuri hopes for an overextension, and Twist doesn't give it.
This is
Get down
Broky's
B.
first time playing against Furia. So he doesn't know about their T side just yet.
They don't know about his orb.
Yeah, that's true.
Pushing the door, denied. K-Serato 1-for-1. That opens up that rotation for 2 lugs.
Wow.
Not ready for that, are you? Brokey and B.
But they're gonna
Is
go
he
back
after
up?
much? He's going back up, and so are they. Into this A side, the spin in the air for Fallen. He's still got tricks. 4 on 2. And that should be enough here for Furia. That shouldn't tempt FaZe.
That was a seriously good T round. I mean, we could say that.
Yeah.
Every single adaptation that they had to try to go for some map control back was countered. They had a player waiting in Squeaky, a player waiting in Hut, while they had a lower cross and an outside player. I mean, it felt like they had 6 players on the map, Furia. So
They made it. Wait,
oh wait,
no,
no,
FaZe.
are they gonna
FaZe-
dive in? No,
FaZe
they're going for the
bullshit.
full
Molotow's
embarrassment
still
finish.
here. Molotov and Yuri, look, they're not. Furia aren't falling for anything right now. They say, no chance we're letting you do this. No chance, FaZe. You're not meant to. You're not allowed to. Backside stick.
Do they have
And they're
time?
going to playoffs if they get this bomb defused. There it is. FaZe Clan taking down Furia in a despicable fashion. And they go all the way here in Fort Worth. Furia, their first bottom placing at an event with this roster.
FaZe do the unthinkable, and they do it in a classic FaZe way in that last round. Everything going against them. The bombshell of Kerrigan leaving. Nachu having to step up to the plate. Twists needing to right his wrongs from his last time when he was an IGL. It all comes up FaZe.
I just checked the chalkboard. FaZe bullshit is back on the menu. That was ridiculous.
You can say that.
T side was absurd. That last round was crazy. And to do it to Furia, no, one of the top 5 teams in the world right there. Unbelievable, unthinkable.
Absolutely insane. It was they all took a hit of laughing gas in those final rounds. Like they felt it. They felt like something changed up here.
The mood in this FaZe camp, I haven't seen it look like this since back at Budapest, where they didn't even know how they were getting those rounds over the line. This was just, it was so crazy to see the fashion in which they looked so prepared and were able to dethrone Furia here.
Yeah, I will talk a bit about Furia's exit later, but the time goes to the victors first. Twists, after the week you've had, after the work you've had to put in, right, to make it work, how good does this feel, man?
It's a very rewarding feeling. We had very long days, you know, starting like 10:15, ending at like 7:30. Super long days, a lot of hard work. I'm happy with the trust that this team has put into me and the coach. It's been a very, I guess, loving feeling. So, yeah, happy.
You're so calm. This is crazy. We were jumping up in our seats.
I know. I mean, that last round was crazy. I want to just zoom out for a second here. Obviously, you've had your time as an in-game leader in the past. Coming back into it, just roughly a couple live matches now under your belt. How does it feel differently this time?
I mean, I'm happy that I had at least like 7 days to practice, because like the first 2 days I was like, oh, I'm fucking captain again. You know, I have to get into the rhythm of always calling, learning how to find spots where I can idle and have the overview, and also learning what I can micromanage and what I cannot. It's difficult, but I'm happy. I have a lot of versatile players in this team, a lot of players that kind of just want to go and kill. So yeah, it's good.
We have a round that I feel like went probably even better than you drew this one up early on in this half, where you get Brokey boosted up here. We'll run it a second time, but just so you can remember how this one played out. And then you were able to actually sneak in outside, where you actually passed Yekindar and K-Serato both there. I mean, is this how you drew it up, or what do you think about this?
I mean, the initial starter is how it gets drawn up, right, with having him on the box so I can take space outside. How I bypassed 2 players is new news to me. I had no idea what was happening outside, what they were cooking. But yeah, a lot of our stuff, you know, I mean, the way the game was going out, we didn't have much prep for a nuke third map. So this was more on my feeling of having a lot of Furia games on the VOD, and knowing, you know, kind of how my ex-teammate plays a bit of a factor in it. And yeah, obviously that worked out better than expected.
Okay, so obviously you scouted their footage a little bit. We're able to use that here to devise a game plan. One thing that I've talked to NKJ a little bit in the past, especially after they won Espo, I got to talk to him for an hour or so at the airport. He seems like a guy that can anti-strat. How did he help you guys put this one together?
I mean, at the moment, because we're a new team, right, I don't want to focus so much on anti-strat, rather than people don't really know what we're doing yet. and I want to follow our plan and make sure people are comfortable with what we're doing, right? If I come on the day and I'm like, yeah, I have this ante for this, that, and another thing, I don't want to overload my players with too much new information that's not, you know, kind of how the past week has gone. So a lot of this is stuff that's in our wheelhouse, in our playbook, that, you know, is there to be good against any opponent. And it's about adapting, really.
Yeah, it's a balancing act because it seems like you had to take in so much information. You have your own muscle memory. You need to readapt because you've not been in that IGL position for so long. But then you also have guys who can just make it work. I want to take a look at the last round because it was just, he said it, but it was some FaZe bullshit, right?
Who's coming up with this plan?
I mean, you know, when the guy dies trying to go main to get the exit frag, Helvis is like, you have kit, let's go for it. And that's kind of how it goes. They count down, they wait for the 10-second timer, they go. And yeah, you know, Helvis was doing a lot of yapping this game, but that was his most successful yap for sure.
Did you see how much time was left?
No.
It said 0.026, at least on the HUD right there.
And I think out of this game, that's the FaZe bullshit moment for sure.
Okay,
Absolutely. And tomorrow it's Friday, so...
It's got to be Brokey Friday coming tomorrow.
Brokey Friday.
Yeah,
we all know it's happening.
And one other thing I want to ask you about is about Nature. When we had this pregame interview yesterday, you already said, like, he's doing great. Like, I think he's going to do great. But of course, it's quite unquantifiable until it actually happens, right? Is there a lot that had to be changed up within the team, like between Jacob and him, or what? Like, is there a lot that changed, or was he able to play the way he really liked to play, or what did you prioritize?
Well, the first thing I thought about was that we have 3 events that we have to play with him. So first thing I thought about is how can I slot him into his roles the best I can, so that he is comfortable throughout this duration. And it was more about shifting roles between Frozen and Jacob and finding what pack positions can I put David in and what lurk positions now can I put Kuba in that he's comfortable with. And yeah, I think having Ryan in his roles is a better, you know, it gives us more potential as a team. Yeah, I think he has a brilliant mindset. He is really friendly, a good teammate. He knows, I mean, he's excellent with utility. So it's nice to get a player like that I don't have to teach things to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ryan is doing a very good job.
Awesome. You're all doing a very good job. Final question before we let you go.
Of course.
You get to play in an arena, you know, in the
It's
FaZe
been so
jersey.
long, bro.
It's gonna
been
be
so
like,
long.
tell me about how much you're looking forward to tomorrow and the weekend.
I said in previous interview that it means a lot to me to play in front of these arenas again, especially in North America. So yeah, it's hitting a bit different right now to be able to do that again.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. Thank
Congrats.
you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good stuff. Yeah, there we go then, Maui. It happened. We got to hear from the IGL himself. Look at this. Pretty measured in the interview, but not in the winning moment.
No, I mean, how could you even hold back your emotions after this? I mean, I don't even think FaZe themselves really expected things to go this well, this quickly. On a team that's really on the precipice of falling out of the invite range for events, this is just so massive for them. To get a win here against Furia just breathes more life into the team, more opportunities for them moving forward. And I think when you have this kind of project, you have to play yourself into believing. You can't just keep saying to yourselves, even if there were a slew of losses to kick off this new look FaZe, you would fall out pretty fast.
Yeah.
So they needed something like this.
They parlayed incredible circumstances into an incredible result. I think one word maybe about Furia then, not able to do it. 2 straight losses, like not making it to a playoffs for them. It's kind of insane.
It really is. And I didn't foresee this whatsoever.
No.
I mean, to lose the first one versus Gamerlegion, felt like that one could be brewing. That was a bit of a trap game for them. But then to also lose to FaZe for Furia, you're going to have to rethink a lot there. I would say that their T sides have just looked a little bit more one-dimensional for me in general. I feel like some of the heroic performances you got more regularly in 2025, people like Molodor, Yekindar stepping up, Yuri especially. Yuri was kind of teetering on being a top 20 player last year. He was really close. This year, anything but. One good event, the rest of them have just been disasters. So they got to find a way, both as individuals and as a unit, to rethink and revitalize themselves, because Fallen needs it, man.
Yeah, Fallen needs it, and maybe that exactly is the issue. We'll see in the next events for Furia, but next up is GamerLegion versus NAVI, our last match here in the Plains, to see who punches their ticket directly to the semifinals, and I got to catch up with Rez earlier. Let's listen. Rez, congratulations making it to the playoffs. Of course, tell me a little bit about how you let that all sink in, the great performance you had yesterday.
I mean, overall a great feeling throughout the team, and I think this is was a real confidence booster for us, and we're gonna take this with us into today's game, and I think it was important yesterday.
Tell me a little bit about kind of grinding in Tier 2 for those VRS points and the adjustment to being here again, a Tier 1 LAN. And I heard from Hypix that he said, well, it's actually harder to play in Tier 2 because everyone expects you to lose, whilst here we are underdogs that can do great things.
Yeah, of course. You definitely have more like pressure when you play these Tier 2 LANs and all. So I feel we're much more comfortable in events like this. That's why we're really happy that we got this invite, and also like we're playing Atlanta later as well, like all these Tier 1 events and also the major. So yeah, I feel like this is where we belong, and this is what type of Counter-Strike we are comfortable playing. And like he said, like Tier 2 and Tier 3 is like it's very unpredictable, and that's why it can be really scary because it's a lot of points on the line as well when you play these events. So yeah, this is less pressure for sure for us.
I can understand it's a real motivation boost for you guys because you've been working towards this. How have you been feeling overall with Snax coming into the IGL role? And of course, you were so long under an Ash system, which I think obviously had its consequences. How are you adjusting to all of that?
It's definitely a new type of leadership and new type of playstyle we have right now, and I think it fits us really well. It fits me really well. I'm really comfortable with Snax's leadership and how he wants to play the game. And I think it fits my my individual playstyle really well and how I like to play CS. So yeah, I mean, definitely it's a different way than before, but I think it benefits us a lot in how we're playing right now with IMD and Snax together, because they knew each other in the past. So yeah, they are really good, like in sync and all. So that's why I think it's working out really well.
I don't know if this is a dumb question, but can you give me a TLDR? What is it about Snax's calling that you feel so comfortable under?
I think I can feel like he's really calm because of all his experience he has in the past years, and I think he understands Counter-Strike the way I understand I would say. Like I think we think pretty similar, and I think that's why I understand him a lot of times when he does like mid-run calls and all, because I feel like I want to do the same thing that he's calling all the time, and I think that's like I feel like I'm in sync with him most of the time, and that's why I feel like I'm comfortable around him.
I think yesterday, just like the boy band on the server, as they kicked FURIA down, who eventually got eliminated. But that wasn't an easy match to come from playing the Tier 2 circuit into playing those heavy hitters. So we have to believe that it is possible. But in their opponent's NAVI, that is a very, very tall order. I mean, maybe there's some favorites to maybe take this whole thing, perhaps. I know Maui would be very happy. But yeah, another Makaze masterclass yesterday. It's probably going to be the same today.
I would say that's the most likely outcome here, but I'm not counting GamerLegion out to at least put up a fight. I didn't expect them to put up the fight that they did against FURIA, or really a winning bout at that, but seeing how competitive they were, seeing the way that this team is integrating now, I'm gonna even pick up on a point that Rez brought up when he was talking about him with Snax. Just feel like they're a little bit more of that old school mindset. You let the action fly in the first 20 seconds of the round, you feel the round out a little bit more, and then you make an educated guess as to what you should be doing as your finishing blow in the round. Whereas I feel like some of the guys that Rez has worked with lately were a little bit more quick on the trigger, that they just think that one thing needs to happen, then the next thing's to happen. But Snax is a master of time. He knows exactly how much clock to bleed, what kind of reactions he can expect, and that's where his experience has really just shown up the most to me as an in-game leader in this stint.
Yeah, yesterday outbraining Fallen as well, although, you know, there was a lot that went well for GamerLegion, but now up against this guy, Alexi B, and of course the Blade system. How different is that going to be?
Well, I feel like the amount of plans that you're going to be facing up against when you're finding yourself in the server against NAVI is just, it's so much more drastic. Against the FURIA team, which in some way just felt a little bit flat yesterday, and now you can safely say at this tournament, given their loss to FaZe, this is a NAVI team that sees themselves as the second best team in the world, that it's not a trophy, if it ain't, you know, they're looking to actually take every single victory they possibly can. One of their biggest contenders in FURIA is now out of the way, so their sights are on the prize now.
Yes, indeed. Well, LXCB said it doesn't count unless you beat Vitality. They have to start by beating GamerLegion. Of course, they're both already in the playoffs, but who gets that berth directly into the semifinals in Fort Worth? Let's find out.
Oh, you know that nothing's guaranteed now after what we just saw happen to FURIA. And because of GamerLegion's results, they're here to play a match they probably shouldn't win because they've already done so well that they got this opportunity. NAVI, even though they're so strong, obviously, we know that at this point in the tournament. It's still early. Teams will power up by day 3. It's just that day 3 is not promised. I think that based on the calling and the coaching and the individual level, it's a total mismatch. But that's how I felt about FaZe Furia as well. There were good things to say about GamerLegion, but I want to say probably a little bit too much simplicity to be able to take this one over the line. Maybe they step up just like FaZe did.
Well, with the pressure off, anything can happen. That we just learned. Safe to say, with GamerLegion already having done the hard part, why not just find another upset? Safe to say they had things in their pocket. They showed us against Furia some nice set moves on the T side. So let's see what this pistol's got in storage. Straight up connected through their own smoke into a quick ace split. NAVI have the shooters to answer back. Wonderful and Bit in a 5v3, and they're going to keep going. Extend this advantage until the round is over. Not a kill in sight for GamerLegion as NAVI lock in pistol.
Yeah, completely. I mean, there's so many good things to say about NAVI. I don't even want to start now.
Yeah, you got time.
Yeah, we got time, and you know, the rounds will speak for themselves, and Makaze will have his moments, and the calling and everything. What we're just really shaping up to see is like how firmly are NAVI in their world ranking, like how consistent are they across their team? Because I think from the calling is about as good as it can get. I would say that. I don't no problem with that. Their coaching is about as good as it can get. And yesterday, Bit was about as good as you can get. But how strong is their core is just a real question for NAVI. But in games like this is just where they do their best work. They don't have trouble making sure that if they're the favorite, they win.
That was always the way with the older iteration of this very core. They showed it against FaZe yesterday. I mean, think about how they started off the tournament. Sure, first rounds for FaZe with this roster, but NAVI went 11-1 on Anubis T side to kick off this tournament. So it's an uphill battle for GamerLegion, no doubt about that. How do you feel about Navi's consistency, right? Obviously, it's hard to pin down, but at least this year alone, multiple finals, multiple runs, playoffs all the time.
I think like Copenhagen was kind of fugazi. Like the way that they pulled that off, it was against all odds. The team today is so much better than they were back then. And I think that's really exciting in terms of them as a threat at this event, them as a threat coming into the major. I feel like we've never seen a better topic, to be honest. Besides maybe 2021 or something like that.
Yeah. Even when they're team of the year in 24, that's quite a statement.
Yeah, because in 2024, they had a really good summer and they won Copenhagen. But outside of Copenhagen in the spring, it was bad. Inside of summer, it was great. In the winter, it was only okay. So it was, you know, they were an excellent team for the wins they got and like that period of time where Imma just started to come into his own. But now they're at they did not have the 5-player consistency that they do now. I mean, Makaze has just amplified this team, and they've also built him into a gem as well. Like, he's not just raw firepower like he was when he first joined up. When Sway said he wouldn't last, you know, that was maybe... There's probably something about that where at that time, who knows what would happen. But you're just in such good hands when you join a team like NAVI. Yeah. When we talk about FUT as NAVI Junior, like they have a system where they can make the best out of your players, and they've consistently proved that. They also commit really hard to their players. They also don't try to laterally move superstars onto their teams that consistently. They develop simple, right? Electronic as well. They got him out of Flipside really early, a long time ago. They never really just made for huge purchases like a Vitality to try to grab a ROPS or anything like that. Out of Paris, they got the underrated new superstars. But not the set-in-place vets. I mean, they made Wonderful into a better player. They made Bit into the best player he's been. Alexi into the best caller for sure. Imma, absolutely. Like...
And they hung on to Wonderful, like you're saying, giving them time, right? Hung on to Wonderful maybe when his stocks weren't as high.
Dude, we were making fun of Wonderful. So we used to call, I called him Wonderful by accident once when I was casting because we joked so much about, you know, him just being too passive or missing sometimes. He's not the same guy anymore. He's a heavy hitter.
I'm going to keep picking your brain, but that's after this spray. Bit double up on this triple box, and still a man stuck in the middle, meaning no cover on this bomb plot. PR's going to try and put it down. fact, there's no CTs to stop it. That Molotov, it's just enough room to keep Wonderful back for even a moment. He'll pick PR off the plant. Rez, last bullet, pre-firing this corner, and Wonderful recovers the round, saving Na'Vi on this CT side yet again as they go 3-0 up. Bit, great double too.
They got closers, man. Yeah, it was a great double from Bit, and as soon as Rez started shooting, I think that second time, Wonderful could smell blood in the water. He's like, I can just take this peak whenever I want now.
Do you think they're a reasonable contender for the major?
Yes. I mean, like Vitality,
like top 3 is like
yeah,
or top 2. I guess that's a question.
I'd go
are they number 2?
I'd
Are
say
they over Falcon?
I'd say number 2. Yeah.
Okay. Are they over Spirit? You're going yeah.
Yeah, I think so. A lot of that comes down to how brackets play out.
Sure.
But yeah, I feel that way for sure. I feel I guess it comes down to who do I feel the least doubt about in a playoff game right now. And for Spirit, could be good,
Sure.
maybe not. Who knows?
Yeah.
Like
Falcon's the same.
Yeah.
Owls also.
Yeah. Like, are Navi just going to get run over when you get into playoffs? Like, probably not.
No.
Every other team, totally possible besides Vitality. So
Good point.
that'd be the criteria for me.
Well, can Na'Vi make quick work of a group stage game here against GamerLegion? We're still staying on the Na'Vi focus because GamerLegion yet to break into this. A surprising squad to even see here in Fort Worth.
Yeah.
A few rings down the invite ladder, seizing this opportunity for a stage appearance.
It's a 7-0 start for Wonderful.
Wow.
He picks up another op kill. And that footstep might cost Rez.
And there's a swing off his teammate. Bit. Nice punish. Nowhere to go, but back to T-Spawn here for GamerLegion. Are they going to try and risk these guns on a 2v1 in the B-bomb side? This is a weakened position. Alexi coming in now to help out on Cat. Wonderful with eyes on. Been denied. 8-0, maybe room to sweeten this deal. But no, Hypex will drop his counterpart and looks for the follow-up. That's good damage. Needs his kill quickly, though, and out the market door comes Makazi. 4-0 start for Na'Vi. No signs of slowing down yet.
No way to improve their play so far. It's just good all around. Do you think they should let FaZe play the major now?
Wildcard invite? Is that allowed?
Who says no?
I don't. Who are you kicking out, though?
I don't know.
Go on.
I don't want to make that decision.
Aggravate someone.
I just got to use random number at generator.
All right. FaZe for Vitality it is. Good job.
If he dies, he dies.
Pistols and PR rifle. Still, I do want to see something from PR. Not even if not in this game, in the playoffs for sure. Because obviously he came through, was a breakout talent on this team, but he's definitely been quieter in the last 12 months.
For sure. I mean, it was like even that last game was like Towson was kind of had all the allure.
Wrong. He can have great moments. I mean, he did in the last map in Furia, but it's about establishing a little more consistency. And a squad that don't get to play these top events every day of the week. GamerLegion in a winnable post plant and that gun pickup. Snacks with a big smoke. That's going in deep, but it's not been challenged here.
Wonderful. He doesn't have a flash on him.
Let's see. Deep nade. Did he see him? Snacks, of course, walks through the smoke. What else would you expect? Wonderful picking him up through it. That's just a random shot, I think. And Makazi traded by Deagle. Hypex, Na'Vi have room to move here. They've got to run quick, but Hypex peeks in quite early. And that actually gives time for Na'Vi to win the round.
Yeah, I wonder if he could have, I mean, if he tucked, it would have been still pretty hard. Yeah.
Just jumped that one quite soon.
Kind of wild they killed Snacks.
Yeah, how
thought
did
he
they
had that
find him?
ace in the hole right there. Just, yeah.
Is that random, or did they see him through the smoke? I wonder.
Seemed like Alexi forced his way through. Maybe he did and then turned around.
Maybe bumped into him. It's not the end of the world.
He's a big guy.
Pistols for you. And now the guns are out.
B-Trams won't drop a 0 and 5 stat about Snacks because he's Polish.
Oh dear. That's a big entry here for PR. He's going to sustain heavy damage. Dropping bits untraded. You can't complain about that. Ema takes space back on ramp. Ready for this. Waiting back in spawn, setting up utility for middle. They're all throwing this one. So comm window goes in.
Bomb ramp. Are they going to try to conjure up a fake here? Oh, but Emma's kind of in a great spot for this. If they just want an early ramp play, yeah.
That had to happen there for Torsen. Jiggles in to get the trade, but bomb spotted on A. Should get everyone moving. And yeah, they jump up through it. That jump is not good for Snacks. Chance for the AWP. Alexi with a lot to do here, but that bomb is still trapped back around by his Molotov. So Alexi pushing through the smoke feels like the only option here. Using sound cues to his advantage. Rez is covering, and they're not letting anything go astray here from NAVI.
They did a great job of piloting this one home. I mean, they used that smoke to try to phase it. And with that con smoke, obviously, once you get through it, if you know it's open, then you're also clear from Cat, which is the struggle of getting to those bottom steps on connector, having to watch your back. So very nicely done. It also serves as a fake, which is huge, makes it feel threatening towards the Cat split. The CTs don't have information. So 5v4 into a victory. It's a nice round at a GamerLegion, and it's certainly not too late. I have always liked the sort of complexion of GamerLegion with like the riflers that they have. I feel like Rez, Towson, and PR all deliver a very similar style of play. Very explosive, extremely sharp, good for multis. And then you have Hypex, who's an aggressive opper, and Snacks, they kind of, the caller gets interchanged very often on GamerLegion, but they've had a lot of experience with him.
GamerLegion Snacks was on before he got the call up back to the top as well in G2. Came back down the rung.
Yeah, I don't think he, I mean, yeah, let's be real about that G2. They had Monacy and Nico were 2v5ing entire tournaments. I mean, Dallas and the World Final, that was kind of unbelievable.
The ninth time.
Okay.
0-6.
Right. It's unbiased.
It's nice to know. Good to check in.
You can always trust the B-Tram stat.
Yes, indeed. You can always trust Wonderful these days. 11-1. Snack's going to have his go at AWPing. Picks it up, but goes back for the bomb instead. Good damage, but that nade does res just as well. Find a fight fire with fire, but it's going to be Rez who's selling something to walk back under, surely lurking on this A hit. Goes all the way around. Bit back in spawn, Navi find play retaking this position. Solo kit in connector.
Yeah, I think they kind of have every right. It was fine for them to show they have 2 and B. They still have pretty thorough map control. They're even clearing out underpass late, so they turn around, there'll be no lurk here they have to worry about. And they've got 2 HEs.
Coming right back in. Bits pushed inside of the site. Wonderful did the same, but it's
Snacks
to
got
help him to get on the board. Oh! Double up from Palace. Let's see to deny the bomb, and Snacks is just on a heater right now with this big green.
He
putting
was
it
just
down.
missing his weapon.
The 2 kills. Over the shop, Makazi 1v2. That kid is on bench as well.
They still don't know where he is. Actually, time is a problem. If they want to plant default, even if they plan on the inside of default, okay.
Ooh,
Oh.
almost a problem.
Oh, his foot showing.
Snacks has got his first kills, and it's all 3 to win the round. The pick on the wonderful follow-up as well into Spawn and the saving grace.
Yeah, pure impact, and he straight up out-offed Wonderful, didn't he? I mean,
yeah, came out of the ramp smoke.
Excellent.
There we go. It's quite a wide peak for Wonderful. DR's double as well.
I think Wonderful had just dodged the flash, then like turned into the wall, dodged the flash, came out, and another one popped. So a sign of a good exec here for GamerLegion, not just one layer of flashes. Ooh, okay.
See?
Just let the fart cloud in spawn.
They're gonna go contact. Bit alone.
Wow, key round for that impact. Look how broke they are.
And NAVI have already lost this one, safe to say. Position is enough here for GamerLegion with deep mollies in. That will confirm it. One can go down, and NAVI saving squat.
Definitely a fan of the tempo that GamerLegion have brought in their game so far. They don't waste time on their T sides for the most part, but they can move slowly if they need to. And again, not too late to bring this half back entirely. It is funny when you get, like, you know, Blade on the desk and talking about openly about how we're going to see if my players are good enough individually to take down teams like Vitality and Spirit.
No doubt on the tactics.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know that's perfect.
I actually think it was really funny in Rio. We saw Stiko interview Blade in one of those, mid-series like quick catch-ups, and Blade was so short with him. Stiko asked what was going wrong, and Blade was like, "They're playing great TS." And Stiko was like, "What could you do to beat them?" And he goes, "We have to hypnotize them." He was just trying to like shut Stiko out of the interview, basically saying like, "There's like nothing you can do."
We
at
have
a certain
to
point.
hypnotize them.
Yeah, like there's no stratting your way out of a game like that if you just can't keep up on the frags. This loss ain't on me.
Yeah. I got mine.
GamerLegion have got theirs. 3 rounds on this key side, and the timing through that smoke is sublime from Rez. They're just going dry out in this haze site round after round. They did it against Furia again. Think about those double, triple palace pops that kept catching Furia off guard. More of that today. Torsen with the bomb can't go down for nothing, and so he shall not. 2 more kills out of Torsen in this round. The molly has delayed things a bit, so Alexi's got a 1v1 in this site, but he just gets spammed out by Snacks, who is not getting caught off guard. Double up. Hypex, where's he gone? Ema resets, or does he?
He got the comm. It looks like a little bit late, but pausing is never a bad idea. Can they recover this bomb? Yeah, he's got it under balcony now. Oh, sprays a little off. That's good for Towson. Massive round for him.
And Hypex with a clutch up saves his AWP as well. That crosshair placement just a little bit off there for Ema on the reswing. Dude, crazy rounds over GamerLegion. They're interested in just running out A with no flashbang, no execute. Catching off top teams.
And I think like Navi are going to look at that and go, okay, that's not going to happen twice, but also we can't get that round back. And that was expensive.
Okay.
Whoa, he's the most clutch.
Fair play to Hypex. Winning them rounds. Wait, we have double T-side AWP.
That's insane, considering the guns they're going up against. And
bought
they're going for an A exec with it.
They bought 2 AWPs, that means. Because they saved one.
Yeah, and Navi did not have one.
So they bought another. How has this happened?
I'm going to say that's the wrong play.
Yeah,
Let's see how it plays out.
I mean, it's pistols. Snacks is like, bro, I like that AWP the other round.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You liked it that much, huh? You never see this, and will it go wrong? Only time will tell. Pistols push through smoke. Snacks goes overstairs, and he gets a trick shot off with the AWP. What the hell is happening? 2 AWPs on default with a 5-7 tears through another, and now Snacks, the main AWPer, still alive in this 2v1. Alexi is rerouted.
Yeah, he's looking for a healthy rotation. He knows they're going to be a little frazzled. They need to establish. Can look for another avenue of interest, and actually dropping out's just fine. They won't hear this.
Everyone wants to AWP when the time is good, but Snax has put it down now.
Damn, and he pushed CT. That's awesome.
And he's just going to go for it. Close. One shot will do it onto Alexi, and so Snax will provide 3 kills out of Snax. Show me that stairs kill.
Yeah.
He's jumping over stairs with the AWP and getting frags.
I guess if you got 2 ops, one's got to be aggressive.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What are you doing,
Oh,
my guy?
my goodness.
Like, they bought 2 AWP. That's not a save.
Oh, and
they do
keep
it again.
Yeah, they're going to keep it.
This is unbelievable. You never see this on T-side.
No, on T-side?
Maybe a last round of the half for a pig, and then you drop it. They couldn't even sustain the loss. If they lost that round, that would have been so costly.
And also not a default where you're like picking B and mid at the same time.
Yeah.
You're just going for a full A exec with nades.
Double AWP running out ramp. There's a first time for everything.
I love being outcome oriented. That was perfect.
No mistakes made.
Oh man, Navi don't have a kit.
Oh dear. They do have wonderful 14 and 4 on this catwalk position. Well, he's got his work cut out for him now. Everywhere he goes, there's a sniper.
Crazy move. I mean, yeah, P comes out. That's perfect. It's hard to cover that.
B-pop, but they don't seem too suspect right now.
Yeah. Is Makaza going to make that move up or no? He's leaning towards A a little bit.
Wonderful in position, though. On the cross,
So
getting
clean.
in. Easier said than done against this AWP, who has a 4KD. Hypex looks to flush him out, and suddenly there's interest in this round. 2v4 brewing. The flick will not connect. But if that does, suddenly we're talking a chance for GamerLegion. Instead, Rez is just trying to butter up this scoreboard. First frag on the board. He knows Alexi's position. That cross is covered, and so Na'Vi recovered the half from what was a strong start. Keep in mind, that was 5 rounds in a row, just broken now by Na'Vi.
And Snax has a strong idea to kick off the last round of this first half. He's already done an admirable job, not only calling the ideas, but just outright fragging. Back-to-back multi-kills with different guns to get them into this game.
Out on an island in middle, a double headshot. You certainly can't complain. Ruffles dropped under with the AWP, so it's going to get worse before it gets better. This shot on the cross, and PR will get punished. Ema can't escape.
That was really good of him. I mean, he saves wonderful, basically. Oh, but now.
Oh, no.
Wow, somehow.
Jumped that one a little bit. Careful out B.
He spotted.
Yeah, there it is. So Na'Vi a winning half, unless we can roll back the years. What's your favorite Snax clutch?
Go back 13 years now. Favorite Snax clutch is the, in B apps on this map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bit's watching. Snax is sneaking. And Bit now playing for audio only. So Snax will give him nothing. Oh, he's going to walk clear this, you'd like to think, but Bit could just grab a bit of info at any point in the round. Oh, Snax that awkward timing, so Na'Vi will recover. 5 rounds straight for GamerLegion is nothing to turn your nose up at, but Na'Vi are controlling this game for the semi-finals.
We've still got 2.5 more days of action. But speak of action, up climb into catwalk. ZywOo tries to get away with a slick move instead of fast-moving Na'Vi. And in total contrast to the round prior where Wonderful was alone top mid, you've already got Na'Vi players up through connector, trying to combine again with this Bit JL walkout. Flamesy's got a lot of pressure on him, and he has not been performing. He has not recovered Since that awkward ladder kill, and this A site goes down with nothing until the jungle players come out with 2. This is Email on a tear. A triple kill through middle, extended up connector, right back into the action. Quad kill for Email. Not yet able to soften up the bomb site. Nico tries to go through, will stuff one up close. And Wonderful still yet to strike down his second victim. TeSS looking for his impact. You didn't kill him, you just softened him up, and that's not enough to stop him. Bomb is here on the ramp. TeSS has got another. Kicks in into the kill feed. It's hit from down beneath. Right there to stop it. His multi-kill with a quad kill. Kaze stays tucked in.
Here's a chance. They're under balconies. Elo's adding them up.
That's 2. Will Mikaze go unnoticed? Because the Operate could serve up a perfect distraction. Bomb plants
can't get planted here now.
on the other side. Yeah. They've lost this guard. Mikaze delivers. Wonderful goes down, but at least he opened the door for this.
From Ninja.
Marauding inside of this A site. Jame on the other side of it. 17-5 is Mikaze. This guy is ascending to a whole new level.
If Fame waits this long, this might come back to bite him.
He's got the kit, and that kit could be so key.
You gotta go, VP.
He needs to move. Beyond. Welcome to Wonderland.
Yeah, he just wants to take the fight, but he's letting him get closer.
Finally puts Wonderful to rest. Bit in the meantime, slipped the net. Inches ever closer. Catches them off guard and finishes Jane. Noda, you gotta deliver. With a huge health advantage, bits on the pistol, and it's enough for NAVI to maintain control despite the cost and go up 3-0. Donk plays behind the pole. He's got Shiro to work with. He's fully blind. The offer missed the shot. Shiro's down.
Wow.
Alexi B, double entry.
They came out ready for that.
Just like that, he takes back what Alexi worked so hard for.
We're talking about Bits Lurk now.
Deep inside the A site, but the bomb gets cut off. Bomb control again. Alexi's down to 9. It is all Alexi thus far for this round. But remember, Zontix gets active.
And also, Bit can get involved.
There are lurks on both ends. And the bomb still yet to be retrieved. Magic's losing almost all that HP. Zontix stoic, snaps up, misses his chance. Alexi B sees all.
With 9 health. 9 health he's got!
No!
The nade misses!
Oh, an ace!
We are back to it. A 7-5 half here for NAVI, and I wonder, would they be disappointed by it? I mean, they had such a good start, but GamerLegion had some great answers. There was no way to stop Snacks, I think, in a couple of those situations, so just had to take that one on the chin. You know, I mean, again, until further notice, we're looking at NAVI to, probably control this game. But a CT side for GamerLegion here on Mirage, it's not a bad situation to be in with 5 rounds.
Let's see if they can hold on to a pistol. NAVI bringing something in. Alexi smoking window late. Fake on B, that's for sure. They get all the nades out. Only a smoke kit remains on Hypex. Far away.
Yeah. That's about as good as it gets.
There's a nice opening move to just remove a little bit from the GamerLegion pocket.
For a few bullets.
Window smoke, but connector corrupted. PR V the P250, and Wonderful has been on a heater. I don't know if you want this fight. Just random shots through, and to be honest, they weren't far off.
I mean, the B split is taking formation. I mean, look at the map for GamerLegion.
Smoke window. Smoke con, sorry, and with window faded, Snacks is going to take that fight. There's the Molotov to push them into the mid to B. Here's them coming. There's 3 players in this site, make it 2. Eviscerated by Wonderful, who doubles up back into connector.
Take the shot. No, take the shot.
Holding that shot too long will come back to cost you. So the knife is out in this pistol.
Yo, he still
will get it. Message sent to GamerLegion.
Oh, I mean, there's situations where you can juice it a bit, but not when 2 of your teammates have just died on A.
Was it Hypex?
Yeah, Hypex.
Polish players holding shots on this site. The ultimate
Snack said, hold it, I would. Man, yeah, you gotta take that while you can. You've got a teammate to watch for in your site in the site as well. You go connector, or the cat split is coming up really fast, and Wonderful just did this.
And right through con smoke as well.
Bro, I jumped on knife, minus 90.
Minus 90.
Yeah, minus 90.
Well, he can't really complain. He's had his fair share of BS knife kills recently.
True.
Shout out Woxic one time. But the force buy is in. And it's a stack in the wrong site. NAVI, how do they always figure it out?
They always figure it out, yeah.
They just walk into solo B.
They knew before the game started.
How do they know?
How do they know?
It's meant to be 50-50.
Yeah, sometimes when I watch the game these days, I'm like, there's just, it would take me, like without actually just hearing it, you know, from the horse's mouth, figuring out how clearly from small tells they can pick the open sites. It's probably the most impressive thing after all these years of CS.
There's definitely tells, but in a round like that, I feel like you've had no tell.
Yeah.
You've walked in.
No, that's just probabilistic of. And I think, you know, it's also the map. It's like, if it's Dust 2, you're going to go for a long on an anti-eco. If it's Mirage, you're going to go for a B split on an anti-eco. And then once in a while, you throw it into A, and that's when you pull off the stack. You feel like a genius, but the other thing about it is just that, like, we saw FaZe go for that stack in B, but that was like the one situation where I've looked at a setup, I'm like, wait, that actually looks like a great setup. But most of the time, there's just not enough good places to stand on B to hold versus a split.
And if they get out balcony, it's rough.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing, you know, they were dealing with short players with 2 MP9s on site, but if they're swinging out balcony, you can't stand on site.
No. There's nothing to do, really.
Whoa!
11-0. That's quite a stat.
It's not fair for a 9-5 game.
Yeah, it's kind of a miracle they won 5 rounds.
They're also 11-0 on, well, not an 0, 11 multi-kills between them both.
And that, again, it just speaks to the maturation of Wonderful, who he was just a closer before. He would barely ever go for openers, and now he's just so comfortable in all parts of the round.
Great point, 6-0 him. Open kills, 8 multi-kills, and the clutch. Kind of the full package right now. And he even lets Bit play the AK.
Back at Budapest, that was a turning point for Wonderful. He just, like, unlocked a new level to his game.
All right, we have some saved pistol armor players here for GamerLegion, and more on A. So NAVI are going into somewhat of a stack. No nades to support this play as NAVI are just going to pop out ramp. There's the Molotov, good timing. And that might cancel this move for NAVI, but all it's going to do is delay it. Look at the Palace. Ramp is still open for business, but that's where they want. Funneled into the fight. Good entries from Bin and Makazi. Relieve a lot of tension here in this round, but it's quickly back on as Rez disappears into Palace with an AK.
We're down to 1, actually. It's Makaze. He's got 2 frags, but it has to be the 1-on-2. And they got him on both sides. Rez immediately leaves the Palace. They're hoping that he faked the plant, but he has no time. He has to go put this down again.
He's lucky to be given the opportunity as they both reset. Back to spawn late. Maybe not ready for this. He's running towards Torsen, who will tuck in, giving him nothing. Playing great timing. Makazi still uncertain, goes back for the fight. It's a nice try, but Torsen plays him like a fiddle, and that is a half-buy win for GamerLegion.
And they just copied and pasted what they did last round. With their saved guns, they go for the A stack. It pays off this time.
They wouldn't be split twice. Nice stack for GamerLegion and well-placed pistols.
Yeah, this first shot. Crazy. Barely can see anything.
Oh my.
Let's fucking go, boys, man.
Boys to men.
I mean, they're definitely the guys that are happy to be here. We heard the comms yesterday. Oh, that was pretty good, actually.
We can play this game, as it turns out. See if GamerLegion can recover from still a sticky scoreline, but the money in their favor for now. Wonderful's AWP still prioritized. But do you remember Hypex's recovery on CT side Mirage? He had 3 kills first half against Furia, and he felt like the MVP come the end of the map.
True.
That was alongside a great game out of PR. Who had a couple of nice enemies on the T side as well. Rez aggression pays off to Alexi.
A lot of effort in that spray. Lucky he got away with it in the end.
PR hangs around. It's not a complete departure from middle.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting risk. I mean, watching the window, but that's just going to cost him his life. And now alert them, right? Surely they're going to clear this.
You need the trade. You desperately need that trade. And so, Kazi's good for it. Nice swing for Hypex on the wallbang.
That was lovely.
Bit just spraying the box. Hypex takes his opportunity, and Ema has crept into the window. Did they hear this? Torsen looking unaware, walking in. And Rez with a read now.
I mean, this is...
One bullet.
They're both so low, but yeah, it's nicely done from Rez. Doesn't overplay it. Yeah, are you really going to get this bomb back? This is going to be tough. At least
Deep
Rez
molly.
on 22.
Very deep molly for Ema might do something here.
Oh, true.
Get that bomb, though. He's got to run through it, and the bullets now make it impossible. Put low, 14 seconds. He will get that package, but putting it down is a different beast. Hypex on the cross, missed shot, and he has full info to put that bomb down. Grenade will deny it. Not today, says the AWP.
Yeah, he had backup plans right there, so close call, somewhat. 2-round gap now here as GamerLegion are looking good.
Yeah, not playing scared, that's for sure. We didn't see anything like that from PR yesterday, just out in the middle of middle.
Yeah, he said, I'm staying here, someone support me. NAVI are broke.
Three Deagles.
Considering the FURIA performance into today, this would be a far more impressive result, taking this Mirage off of NAVI.
They do it again in middle.
Man, they don't have a cat player. 1 in B, it's a little bit risky, even though there's basically nothing to work with. They're also not watching the second window. Like, they're very slow in rotations here.
Ooh, hello. No support. Torsen can't die for nothing. He needs a couple of kills here. As we'll pick them up from cats. There's Torsen cleaning up. Goodbye, NAVI. In comes the rifle round now. And a necessary one as this game got close quickly.
Very. Timeout called by Blade. Here's how we hypnotize him. Kind of getting everything you want to see out of GamerLegion. I mean, especially keeping up individually is always a nice sign.
Who's had a better AWP? Wonderful or Snacks? Still up for debate.
Jump short and I go down? Yes. I'm gonna molly and break window. I mean break top mid for you. You want break top mid, Ola? I'm dropping my youth.
All right, underplay here for GamerLegion, looking to fight in middle. And breaking the top mid smoke. Watch out, Wonderful. Sanding it right up top mid. That's the break. Wonderful does make it behind the boxes. What cost? Stuck in a smoke right now. Flash.
Well, he's kind of tormenting them. Doesn't swing on that. Oh, perfect second flash, but he doesn't swing early enough.
See them, but Ema will find out. And now stuck in the open is Snacks as that fades.
That was so perfect out of Ema.
Just cycling flashes from Alexi as well.
They managed to double swing. I thought when Wonderful didn't see a guy tucking into the smoke, it was going to be over, but...
GamerLegion got so stuck up top mid with no kill. Time wasted by flashbangs, they couldn't leave. Now NAVI can go where they want. Rez attempts a 1-for-1, but NAVI in a 4v2. They have everything right now. Full mid control, extremity players up. Just don't want to...
They could walk into this. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, okay. No.
Oh.
Is this a 2v4? Brewing?
Oh, my goodness. But they're coming back to 8. And Hypex is leaving the angle. Wild. Doesn't know where the other 2 players are. Would that have been hurt? Well. Oh man. A great nade, but how important was that kill?
Yeah, a bit more patience. He was waiting for Bit to push, but he wasn't moving till his team were in position. 20 seconds, and they get up ramp. Smoke is going to go down. That should set up a plant here.
Break it open now. 15 seconds. They got to get across.
Oh, but they wait just an extra second, and now they're going to make it in. Nice
Yeah.
shot for Wonderful. Deny on the AWP, and Torsen could deny the bomb himself. 5 seconds of spam too wide. He's got a kit to start this one off, and he may as well give it a go. Crossing out as Alexi Bit committed on balcony.
Towson thinks he's tucked into Palace. He's out wide.
Just gets that spot with the trade.
No
denied.
way.
Torsen 4 frags, finds a clutch here for GamerLegion. That was a 2v4.
And a 1-on-3.
And 1 HP.
Dude. Oh my goodness. They failed to pull off that double peek fast enough. I mean, from those spots, that's about as stressed as you could make his aim.
Yeah, Alexi needs that trade, but...
Yeah.
Want to see that again.
Crazy. Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, he swings as soon as he hears his teammate shoot. Hypex got, Torsen got the drop on him anyway.
Yeah, a few extra bullets in there.
Snack's just knifed Hypex.
A left click for good luck. 1 AK, nothing to be worried about.
Unless, he misses that timing, but he gains another one.
How's he getting out of here now?
Yeah, needs a kill for this. This is the one.
How are they letting him go? No one on cap peeking this?
Is he going to get that frag? No, okay, Rez has the cover on the smoke. And a multi-kill available. Wait a second, Alexi making up from that lost clutch.
Uh-oh. Adrenaline slowing a little bit.
Oh dear, it's getting shaky now. This spawn isn't safe though, you can't put the bomb down. Snacks goes through the smoke. Not like I say that every day. I cast this team 2v2. Alexi on for an ace right now. But he can't get it done. Armor lets him down. Wonderful 1v2 clutch. And this is the guy you want right now. Against the warping counterpart on that CT side. He gets the info with the jump. Bomb goes down, guaranteeing money. Hypex putting pressure on. Fakes his steps. Wonderful. Reads it well. They check the site to be certain, but Hypex is still in spawn. And the Shadow gives it up.
Incredible.
Wonderful is just beasting in this game. Big thanks to Alexi's triple.
His movement was so slick in that whole clutch. That was really perfect, to be honest. And even on that last peek, it looked like he could have got opt, but crosshair placement was excellent. Reaction time looked impeccable, and that is a recovery for NAVI.
That was a 1 rifle round.
Yeah, I can't believe they let Imma get that far up into the site when they were on cat. Like, they were holding the right side of connector. They definitely could have seen him coming in.
Little gaps now, little mistakes, mattering a lot 19 rounds deep into the game.
Even just that, it's Imma who gets to tell them Rez is up here.
Could have been a...
And Snacks, he pushed through the smoke the second time you called it, and then he pushed again.
Fist bump?
Just kidding. Fist bump.
You thought, well, a double orb now, but it's Torsen on that B-bomb site with his.
And the last round was off a clutch, so this is all the money they have left over.
Ooh,
Nice
nice.
shot. Not easy.
Hypex is rotating B. That puts 2 orbs on B. I think he's reconsidering that move.
But this is the power play. I mean, Bit's going to be slow if he's coming back out of Palace, and he's not even doing that.
Oh, God.
My goodness. They kind of needed that kill, though. They walked back right into PR.
Wow. And that's bomb top middle as well. Oh, he's boxed in. That smoke gives him a little bit of room to move. Alexi breaking, but it's too late. PR's escaped. And a 4v2 GamerLegion can't afford to take casualties here. And that is a big one. It's space on the map.
Does it matter?
Yeah,
I mean,
it gets Alexi up catwalk if they want to go together while that con smoke is up. Oh.
He wants another duel. Also, just don't miss this shot, Hypex, and they're good. Whoa.
Can Rez trade? Hypex has that cross-covered. Rez just saves this round from devastation.
And this will be heard. Surely Hypex can take his timing, but he's low. He's worried. Wait, they don't know he's here?
Yeah. I mean, they should, but he goes right in with the bomb. They don't know where Hypex has gotten off to. He was windowed a long time ago, and so knife out as he jumps his corner. Hypex will be there in the craziest position to clutch up this time. That is 3 1v1s in a row in this game. Everybody is broke.
Yeah, at least they saved the op there for Hypex on the one guy that survives. Other than that, they wouldn't have been able to see it again. That's such a tough shot.
I can't believe they're not ready for Makazi up Cat as well, right?
Yeah.
He jumped out B after getting this entry. Reset. And phew.
It almost looks like GamerLegion are getting a little nervous, but they're also clutching up in some of these situations.
Tit for tat. They've won 2 out of the 3 1v1s.
Yeah.
Definitely getting frustrating for NAVI.
And it's a GamerLegion pause, but Blade was very emphatic right there.
Now they really don't have a lot to work with. 2 AKs.
I can drop mine.
And just whatever else is on offer.
Feels like the game rests on this round. You got the investment.
And Blade timeout at 10-10. His last timeout at 10-10.
He even talked through that full GamerLegion timeout just now.
Dude, to force Blade's last timeout in the whole map for both teams.
I think this is
at
like
10-10.
This is the round, though. This is the round.
Yeah, you're right.
You just get 2 for free after this.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall. Or a lip reader.
I can only do body language, and even then I'm guessing.
This is what it comes down to, folks. Map point, essentially, on the line. Money absent.
I feel like this round you want to make GamerLegion sweat as much as possible. Draw it into a mid-round. See if they can guarantee one more of those opening kills they've been so good at getting.
Not like NAVI to rush this kind of round, right? Especially after a minute of timeouts.
The other team was going to get less nervous. Under time pressure, low numbers.
They let it breathe. Everyone's throwing this window smoke. Yuma out under.
2 M4s on one side, 2 AKs on the other.
Hypex has the orb, and he has had impact in the second half. So trying to follow up back in spawn is a very scary spot to be. There's the lurk activating for 1. Can Ima box himself in? Might not matter here, because Navi have the side in the meantime. They drop in. Torsten sends a message. Leaves nobody. 4v4. That's a very open plan as well. Navi can take any position they please, but that spawn smoked off. It's going to buy time.
PR's got the kit. Towson, one more smoke to work with.
It's a clash in spawn. They swing off the flash, and Makazi trades out. Hypex has to hit his next shot, but he goes in to trade for his teammate Torsten, taking one more before all is said and done, but he's down to the pistol. FAMAS, it's bust. Bit finds the headshot, and Navi, right when they need to, stand tall at the end of regulation.
It's a massive victory. It's crazy they use back-to-back timeouts, and the play is that simple. They just get Ima to the bottom of underpass. He gets his first kill. They have the A attack coming in. The pace totally catches them off guard.
That was Navi without great control, right? They were playing out behind triple box. They didn't have deep spawn with a re-smoke. That was GamerLegion who locked them off with Hypex's defensive smoke to put out a Molotov. It almost did GamerLegion a favor.
Oh, they full invested. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know about
That's brutal.
this.
I know.
They had 1,600. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's just a terrible spot. They think both teams came into that round thinking this is the one that matters.
Yeah, there was just nothing left, right? 14 and change from the kills. So not believing in the 3,600 buy. Rather just get 2 attempts to swing for this one. That is
just a little fake, pretty much.
It's a miss smoke. Ooh, they've replenished TopCon. And man,
He's just a done deal.
they've done it again, haven't they? They've walked the walk into this weak site. Snacks is realizing now it dawns upon him, but that entry is all it takes, and Wonderful has just not been missing in this game. Aussie pressure, but it won't matter. This is just a means to an end right now for GamerLegion. Saving an AK is going to give you your best option in that follow-up round. A round that should already be lost here, and so I don't need to bite my tongue. Navi follow up. Oh, damn. That's a shot.
Oh, what a
wonderful. 4 frags, no survivors.
There he gets his capstone round. 4 frags and map point.
And
he is the better opera than Snacks.
Yes, he is. Yeah, that one stairs clip had me doubting it, but wonderful. Dude, this one.
That's nuts.
That's robotic. The least GamerLegion could have done is get away with that AK. But they went for the fight, and they get what they deserve, I think. A damn good swing for GamerLegion, but is this where it all comes unraveled?
I mean, straight up, even if they win this round, unless they keep a lot alive and keep these guns, they're still not going to have much.
This is GamerLegion who clutched their way back into this game with 1v1s after 1v1s, but when it comes down to the end of Mirage, Navi did stand tall. They won the economy-breaking round, and now 4 frags seal this map. Messi in middle. Ema follows up, but that's a lot of info, so Navi pick up pace. They take back spawn control again, deep smoke, and they've got more utility to cause problems here for GamerLegion. This feels like the end.
Almost nearly impossible to screw this one up. Maybe they jump up on the box and get a headshot. That's about all they can hope for, I think.
Utility, damage, whittling GamerLegion away. And Navi's search for semi-finals surge towards a second map in this series. 3-on-1, Wonderful has performed today, almost drops 30 kills in this regulation map of Mirage. Navi show again they are the better team.
Yeah, a little touch and go there at some points became a little murky. It was a crazy game. Those 1v1s, the economy completely on its head for both teams, but eventually Navi, in the most important moments, they reign supreme.
In the war of attrition, they were able to eke out the margins in their favor. Class exuded once again from Navi, but I would also say a lot of praise has to be heaped onto GamerLegion there for putting up such a great fight. I feel like a lot of the ways that Snacks wanted to call were well on display. It's just that switching on to the second half, you could see why Navi themselves used to call Mirage their home map.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but you said it there. We are going to see both of these teams in the playoffs, so it's good to see for GamerLegion that they have a lot of fight in them, specifically against a Navi who is looking to do serious damage in the playoffs. But let's run it down a little bit, right? Let's talk a little bit about the start of Navi in this game, their defense. What do you want to highlight?
I'd say right off the bat, they did a great job at understanding the option coverage that they needed to exercise here, that they had Ema holding a crossfire with Bit, great spray right there from Bit to hold on to that bomb site. And even though it was GamerLegion that had so much control in this kind of position, you could just kind of see that the pressure is continuously exerted. No one's really swinging for the fences in these kinds of moments, getting too over-eager or anything like that. Just good trades across the board from Navi. That was a hallmark for me in their CT side, that they're able so frequently, even in kind of tricky setups, able to tether off of each other.
Yes, but it didn't all stay as good, I want to say. I want to talk also a little bit, despite them not winning the half, but talking about GamerLegion and their T sides, you talked to me a lot about Snacks and like how you think that he, maybe if he in the past was a little bit more one note in his history in G2 or whatnot, that's not the case. And we did see glimpses of that also in this T half.
Exactly. Even though this is a round that GamerLegion lost, I really wanted to bring it up regarding their style and how this is just exemplifies it. They get themselves into a 5-on-4 situation. They get a trade at ramp, but the way that they actually convert onto the bomb site is by throwing a window smoke and a bottom con smoke. They go through their own bottom con smoke. So you just see these extra little wrinkles, these kind of little tricks that they have up their sleeve to make sure that it's not just the simple conversion. Sometimes newer IGLs just get a little lazy in my opinion. They just get that opening pick and they say, okay guys, time to group and hit a bomb site. But even the way that GamerLegion themselves constructed a finisher here was a little bit more unorthodox, and it's why teams like NAVI can get caught off guard and they can't really find their bearings in a round like that, whereas a normal just 5-man execute, if Snax went for that, probably actually still very counterable if you're Navi.
Yeah, we heard from Rez in the interview earlier that he said, I feel so comfortable with Snax calling. It is kind of the same for us, like more calm. Did you see that? Do you see that in these games? The fact that it's a little bit more classic, right? Letting the round play out a little bit, etc.
You see both in these kinds of games. When Snax recognizes that his team is having a difficult time letting the rounds marinate, sit, if they're getting caught in transition in these kinds of moments, then he may call for some speedier, pacier plays that are a little bit more simplistic. But I like that his first idea in most rounds is to let things settle and let his read, which is still at a very strong level, despite the fact that he's kind of been in and out of the in-game leader position. I think it still shows that he has a lot in store for teams, that they have to constantly be on their toes. It's never just going to be the easiest approach.
Yeah, it is. You also wanted to take a look at round 10. I don't know exactly why.
We'll see it in just a second. I mean, I think this was a great moment.
Oh, was this bit? Or
I think this was a great moment for the Navi side where they were able to continue to hold on to some of that lead there. So this was a 4-on-4 situation where just a scrappy buy for Navi where things got really chaotic and hectic here. We see the multi-kill from Wonderful, and honestly, I think that this kind of round where they did kind of take a shortcut, they went a little bit faster in just the AXQ, you could see how it gets kind of hairy.
Yeah.
Like you could see how Navi themselves didn't really have the best buy, but because it was Snax kind of reverting to the more simplistic approach, that's where you see it get punished a little bit more, where you take a lot of casualties, you don't get to keep the money building. And so I like GamerLegion the most when they don't skip steps, when they actually play a whole round out start to finish, take all the map control that they need.
I was talking to the performance coach a little bit, Ursula from NAVI, and I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but she said, well, sometimes I was watching and they were doing things a little bit out of character, right? They were taking these duels that were a little bit more risky that they really didn't have to do in certain situations, and that's something they really had to shore up. Do you agree with that?
I think when you're a team like Navi, because your goal is so fixated on just defeating Vitality, sometimes you're just kind of leaping before you look. And if you're not actually making sure to be as thorough and diligent through all the moments against what you would consider to be a lesser opponent in GamerLegion, it might get the better of you. You might just say, I'm better, I'm gonna swing. And that's why in moments this game could get a little bit closer, because they're not really showing all the polish in every single moment. It's still, I think they earn the respect for themselves. Like they earn that kind of confidence because they are world-class players. Like Wonderful and Makaze wouldn't have the score lines that they have if they didn't take a couple individual liberties. But I can understand from her perspective, and probably Blade's, that maybe things need to be a little bit more teamwork oriented.
Yeah, they of course wanted to be as clean as possible. They needed a bit of a recovery. So let's take a look at round 19 where Navi tried to shut the door.
This felt like the nail in the coffin for me. I think it was GamerLegion that won one more round after it, but look at the buy here. I mean, you got just Tech 9s, a Deagle, the one AK falls early on in Ima's hand, but this is great from Alexi, who had a couple really sharp moments for himself individually, getting the double entry onto the bomb site. 3-on-3, takes a while to get the bomb planted, but in general here, I think that the way that they were able to burst onto this just kind of showed some of the X factor that Navi has, and admittedly, I think it's kind of why you have that sort of confidence. And Wonderful, to me, this round itself kind of epitomized just how he was getting away with everything. 43 HP, 1 versus 2, great headshot on the Tossin, and then he just started dancing with Hypex. I love the way that he played this one-on-one. It actually, dare I say it, it kind of reminded me of the way Monasi seems to sometimes do a little bit too much, do a lot in these kinds of moments, but it actually all has purpose.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Makaze so much that it's actually a breath of fresh air that we get to see Wonderful popping up. He probably feels the same. Alexi said it also. Yeah, I guess I'm talking about Makaze again. But you're gonna need everybody. You're gonna need everybody if you're looking ahead to what they are apparently constantly looking ahead to after that quote from Alexi. It's all about vitality, right? So these are all kind of reps in showing that they would be able to take that on might the time come this tournament.
Well, you just need individuals from Navi to step up to the task. If it is just Makaze and everybody else is following the game plan to a T, you're going to lose to a Vitality team that has excellent game plans already, and they have arguably better individuals to meet you in those head-to-heads. So you need little
X factor moments from people, and I'm gonna keep reminding people, last year at the Budapest Major, when Navi and Vitality clash, Wonderful was the best guy on the server. So they do have the personnel, it's just that it comes in these very brief doses. You're not always getting a full series where you see 3 of the guys that need to click do.
Indeed, as we see a couple more highlights.
Oh yeah, I mean, okay, like let's just talk about how great Wonderful was in this one, because I'd say that his rifling was fantastic. The T-side opping is something that it's pretty difficult to get involved with that weapon when you're on the offense, but he did a great job at finding some picks, and we saw the clutch factor there in round 19, which we already highlighted. So quick on some of these duels. And yeah, I think when you got in Ursula's ear and were able to hear about it, like, what is that shot? Like, are you really blaming this guy for taking a couple peeks that he shouldn't? Maybe you are. Maybe you are, because maybe those get punished against better opposition, but I like when he has a little bit of flair.
Yeah, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Exactly.
Talking about
Is that Wayne Gretzky? Or is it Michael Scott?
America? I don't know, bro. Like, what, are you talking about baseball?
Yeah. Is that Shohei Ohtani? Okay. Said it in Japanese, actually.
Anyways, Nova Shot.
Okay, yeah, let's get into it. Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's see what the values are right now on the Nova Shot tokens here, because you yourselves at home can get involved in the action. You can win yourselves. So let's see. Okay, we got some head-to-heads already brewing here. Oh, okay. Wow, Astralis is really low. Wow. I'm kind of shocked. Okay, so I think one of the matchups we have tomorrow might be, say, what, G2 versus FaZe?
Yeah.
So I kind of want to see the head-to-head there. G2 at 1.19. What was FaZe's again, if we could see that? 1.10? Ooh, that's really close. I thought the value would be really good for FaZe and not that great for G2. I would just take G2. I think it's a safer bet right now. I think that better prediction in general, going for more of a known quantity. So I'm going to all in it. All my chips are in the middle. All my tokens, that is.
All your tokens.
My Nova Shot tokens are in the middle.
Absolutely so. We'll see if they repay your trust tomorrow. G2 as they go up versus FaZe.
Please, Hunter. Please.
Please. Let's see. But for us, we're going to take a quick break because... What was that voice? Because when we come back, it is the final map of Gamer... No, it's not. It's maybe the final map of GamerLegion versus NAVI. Oh my god, get us into break. Going on to Ancient, and then possibly a decider. Yeah, GamerLegion could very well fight their way back in this one. But yeah, Ancient then, for Navi, what are we looking at? What are we looking to repel when you're GamerLegion?
Well, I feel like the story of Navi on this map has been told by me many times. I'm gonna tell it again, because we might have some new viewers in the house.
I never heard it.
All right, so of course, we have to be looking at numero uno in Makaze. Him and his right-hand man of Ima frequently gonna be taking that mid-control, and it's gonna be against Rez and PR. To me, those are the best guys for the job to try to combat what Navi is bringing to the table. And I actually think that it's kind of the perfect fight because Makaze has been the rising star. PR was sort of the fallen star. Now, a little bit of a rebirth. You're getting that from Rez as well at the same time. A lot of firepower is going to be there in the first 20 seconds of every single round. So it's going to be extremely explosive. And I'm gonna really key into the fact that I'm taking Makaze on this one. Like that's where I'm just ending on this one, honestly. I just think that he's gonna body them.
I mean,
I'm not even gonna mince my words. 15 kills first half.
15 kills first half. He can't hear us. I mean, we're right in front of the booth, but he has been playing out of his mind overall. But yeah, that would mean for GamerLegion, of course, they would start in the quarterfinals, not in the semifinals, which is of course great. But they want to go out here with something a bigger of a bang, right? So the Snacks have what it takes to maybe call us out of situations or into situations that would put them in a more advantageous situation.
Well, a lot of teams have been trying to avoid the mid fights as well with a little bit more just playing to give in that space. That's been something that's actually caught Navi off guard. If GamerLegion has watched the tape, as they should have, they've got a coach, they've got an assistant coach behind them, they've got Snacks who's going to be pouring through the demos. One of the ways that FaZe actually got the better of Navi was by playing to give, by letting Navi get all of that space in middle and going for re-aggresses. That's holding donut, holding top mid, waiting for them to actually push into those positions because Navi, when they are given space, they want to use that space. They don't usually just take mid and then completely vacate it. So you can expect further aggression, and if that is such the case, playing some one-and-dones, playing some crossfires in the deeper seated spots can be a recipe for success if the initial mid-fight is not going your way.
Okay, let's see if Navi lock it in right here, right now, and if Makaze drops 15 in the first half. What do you guys think?
It's Makaze on Ancient. It's hard to doubt him right now. And this is Navi, who are looking for a semi-final berth. Team Vitality already earlier secured their side of the bracket. Navi looking to do the same. This would be number 1 and number 2 going together against each other, potentially in a grand final if everything goes right. And right now, for Navi, it is.
I think so. I mean, I don't see... I mean, we've seen, like, in the last match, okay, what happens here? We're on Mirage, FURIA FaZe or whatever. Like, Navi here, after getting through that grind that was Mirage, so confident about what we have on Ancient. As Maui had brought up, like, so many times they come into this map and there's just so many good things to say, especially about, you know, their star player potential on this map in the form of Makaze and beyond. I mean, they've got everything they need to completely crush this game, to be honest.
And even though underdogs always get close, well, not always, often get close, you know, we saw it with FUT in the group stages, even G2 today against Team Vitality, it's nice to watch those top-tier teams, the best in the world, when it hits that 10-10, 11-11 scoreline, lock in and close it out, right? It's a Vitality story, especially recently. A lot of teams have been challenging them, taking them to overtime. When you get Vitality right on the ropes, you've really got to push them out of the ring, because if you don't, they will close the game, and that's what Navi just showed us on Mirage as well.
Yeah, we saw the Vitality get actually tested, even though they were in the middle and are in the middle of an era. They have had finals that have been pushed the distance. They've lost 2 maps. They've been pushed to overtimes. They've just consistently won those. They haven't been defeated in overtimes. That's the kind of grit, determination, and lack of choke that really Navi show in these close moments. It took a back-to-back timeout from Blade to be able to put that one over the line. So that speaks to how far GamerLegion pushed them, but they still sealed the deal.
It's respect for GamerLegion, but is it just a first map bang, or can they actually go tip the tat here on Ancient? Bit and Ima start off strong in this pistol, putting Navi in an advantageous position. This is solo red for Makaze, but his presence is threatening enough. Navi go back up heaven, and Hypex reconsiders.
Oh, that's an interesting move. Back into Donut, and this play actually helps out a ton. They might not be ready for Towson, man. It looked like everyone was vacating the premises.
Oh, and he's timed them accidentally right behind the Donut. Gonna get a free couple of kills for that with a drive-by. Captain Clutch. Lexi putting that bomb down in this site. PR not gonna run it. Just walks in, last second sprint, and that is high danger, but risk equals reward in this round for PR.
That was a little bit scary for sure. Teammate not that close to guarantee the trade, but he knew he had that one in the chamber. So, I mean, for Alexi in that moment, he's like, I'm given a plant, I'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, all that's going to do is get Nakazi on a Galil or an AK in the second round.
So good from Towson.
Yeah, really well played. Hidden and hit the timing as well. Alexi bought that AK, he's handed it over. Who got it?
I don't know. I just changed out for grenades.
He sold it, yeah.
No free lunch on Alexi's teams.
Well, Makazi's got free middle, but not for long. Boost up in donut. That's one way to deal with him.
Love the grade. That's a great idea. Oh, and that's a whole kit of utility down, actually. Alexi goes out first.
Oh, my. Well, GamerLegion know what they're up against, that's for sure. And so already showing nice ways of dealing with it. This round is a wash.
Damn, 5 up here. They're protecting great guns as well.
Oops.
Oh, this guy's nasty right now.
Yeah, you don't want to give this guy any reason to believe. Snack's in a position for a knife. Not even big flanking. Just ensuring this round cannot come back to B.
Sure, he's tempted to walk up on this gun. The second kill would be pretty fortuitous for NAVI. They came in with 4 M4s.
Oh, the timing of that! Almost, man. Almost.
We'll give him that extra second.
Ooh, team ace here for GamerLegion.
Yeah, very solid.
We can have middle, we don't want it.
But low-key we do.
Psych.
Psych. Already impressive stuff here for GamerLegion.
Straight up the ramp. Oh, if only they jumped on that flashbang, man. They would have had a... Oh, they still might, but the flash expires and Snacks sends 2 out.
Man, they got 3 kills.
Somehow, some way, they put themselves in a post plant and there are guns on the ground.
They barely had anything to work with.
I mean, they didn't even jump on that flash either, so delayed gratification for NAVI. This could have been even better, but this is certainly enough.
An M4 for Wonderful, but they've got the PR Molly. They have 2 smokes.
Good punish.
Uh-oh.
Off the Molly, everybody swings long. They fight together. Missed shots, though. Makazi can reset the round, run away. 3 kills deep. Where's he gone? Backside. PR pistol out, just trying to chase him down. Makazi says not today. 4 frags for Makazi. Middle or not, he is still a threat.
That's insane that they pulled this off. It was the flashes were so good, even though they didn't jump on it the first time. They layered it with the second one. They got the guy in the back first, and then there was immense pressure on cutout. So again, it's all about Makazi. It's the only POV you need to watch here. That's crazy.
That was a beast stack for the GamerLegion.
Oh, he's ripped that away from him.
My. It was meant to be the freebie, man.
They wouldn't have had armor, would they?
No.
The investment on the second round.
Surely not.
Crazy. Luckily for GamerLegion, I mean, they at least had a successful second round, 4 alive. The only reason they get a bye this time.
And it's only 2 M4s, so nothing comes for free. At this point in the game, NAVI can absolutely batter their economy and then start stringing these T rounds together.
Just a thought early on that you can hold a B pop over your opponent's heads. It's always nice to know. Fighting them in middle will be the supreme challenge here from the CT side.
Look at that. Look at them trying to counter, right? Yeah. Delayed Triple H into the flash to middle, but it's Alexi up heaven you got to worry about. In fact, Makazi doesn't even go out mid. He Well, now, off of that
PR?
entry through the smoke,
Yeah, okay.
spams him. Rez in a nice position. There's everybody home, and Rez is delivering the round on his own. Not enough. 3 is all he gets.
That was actually super close to a win for GamerLegion, honestly.
Dude, if Navi play that round like usual,
Yeah.
they lose that round. So I don't know how the read comes in, but no one even close to elbow. Avoiding those nades entirely.
Like, it's crazy that Mikaze gets the kill, but Alexi's still going to kill PR no matter what. It's a super risky approach. Quizzical situation, but that'll be the attempt gone, and that buy that they, afforded themselves after winning the second round. All that money's lost as well. Navi can really stabilize now. Just start shooting.
Now he said 15 kills first half. Well, he is certainly on track, especially with eco kills like that. 2 more for Mikaze, maybe a third will do.
Okay.
Oh, he's already halfway there, and we're 5 rounds in.
Yeah.
That's better than the course.
You'd get worse. Set a record here, Mikaze.
Oh yeah, GamerLegion, you've awoken the beast.
But yeah, mid has been getting really messy lately. It was falling out of meta a little bit that people were fighting into elbow and trying to time the last flash to get everybody out, whether it was CT side or T side. And at the highest level, they still do that sometimes, but for a while, people just stopped going for early mid control, just not risking it at all. And I think in a matchup like this, Navi are going to be more comfortable trying it.
Another clash, another bash for Mikaze. It's on
incredible.
rails.
Now he's in tears right now. It's just his GOAT right now, just performing so hard.
Like, how do you even stop it?
Yeah, you can't. I mean, he was behind the elbow smoke.
Dare I say, just stop swinging elbow.
Yeah, right? I mean, genuinely.
Like, it just feels not worth it at this point.
They technically didn't have mid control. They just, that was from the safety of their own living room right there.
It. That is just next level. And it's forced to save with 2 entries from Mikaze. 15 kills feels...
Yo, what?
Just shoot through the smoke, I guess.
He's spending bullets.
Cracking shots here from Navi. And not even really a positive save now.
That's deflating. They really try to show a lot of confidence with these mid protocols from CT, but when rounds get swept away from you like this, what do you do next?
They're doing, different things. They're stacking nades, they're late swinging with flash.
Yeah.
But it just feels like in this game right now, is that fight worth the value?
Yeah.
Is it worth the position?
It's risking too much.
They never even saw it.
There's just no way to kill him easily. He's in such a safe position. The second kill is luck.
And that's them smoking Navi's molly in middle.
Yeah.
He let them stay back. They said, no, we really want to die.
Oh, man.
Got a feel for GamerLegion figuring this one out.
There are levels to this game.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, I felt like FaZe actually had some of the better answers to this setup, right? They did this for a while to similar results, and then they started pushing A main. They started playing mid later.
That's right.
It's just so interesting how, when you see Navi on this map, how much of the game revolves around this one position, this one player, and all the resources Navi used to get him in the game. And that's why it is Donk-esque at times.
It is, totally. Copy and paste. I mean,
and finally, he gets the respect, so what does he do? He goes wide.
He's a human bulldozer.
And you're flat. How about another? There's Ima helping out.
It's crazy, too, because it used to, before Mikaze, it was Ima to take all the mid-fights. Mikaze came in, it was a perfect fit. But now they kind of just can trade and take turns doing it. 2 chances at that config spawn.
And Ima's sharp, but Mikaze's spray and his transfers are second to none.
Yeah.
So Navi, empty B site, execute comes in. Assuredly their round.
They haven't been letting anyone save. GamerLegion, they want the fights too. That swap is so fast. What? No way turns the other way around.
Full 360 because he can.
Your style points.
This would be 14 right now if he can get it.
What's the sense, actually?
That's a great question.
Because, like, you know, you would flick back only because it would just be more efficient, right? But if you could do the full 180 and still be solid like that. Oh, it's low.
I mean, if that's accurate, that's really low. 800 DPI, 0.75. So
how did he do a full? He technically just did a full 3.
That's like really, really low. I don't even know. It could be outdated. That's
but like,
really low.
Has he doubled it since?
No, I guess not. How are you doing a full 360 on 1.5 at 400? I don't believe it.
Yeah. Even 180ing on that sense is like your full mouse pad.
I'm watching this again.
He did turn the other way, right?
He went all the way around. What? That's a whole mouse pad.
Yeah.
Right there.
He had to do a little mouse lifting.
Man. That's how the best do it.
Yeah.
And Ema's up heaven before Alexius by storming out mid. GamerLegion say, fine, you can have it. We concede. In fact, GamerLegion have nothing. They go to take the ramp right now, walking down, and they find no one home.
That's the worst part about giving up mid is giving up mid.
Well, they take T-spawn.
Okay.
Is that a fair trade? But NAVI are in the cave. Snax is here waiting.
And the bomb's outside A.
This is all over the shop right now, and Snax has found his little timing to pounce. Knows there should be more in store inside of cave. Alexi's walking.
I swear he could be seen. No way Snax is just pushing this.
Of course he is. He puts down a smoke. He walks right through. How about Makazi trying the same game? Shooting early. Reveals position. 2v4 right now. Brewing for NAVI. I'm counting nothing out at this point in the game. Careful, don't kill your teammate. PR holding down the line, running and shooting through smokes. It's wonderful. Remember, he was the MVP last map. We're talking Makazi, but this guy's feeling it today.
Some of the best ancient clutches start from this position. But no smoke.
Oh, low health for PR. And Snax, would he dare?
Oh, that's a mistake.
That will cost you. And he's seen one more as well. Has he realized, as he put 2 and 2 together? Wonderful is on for the ace right now, creeping off of the bomb site, searching that final player, but they are side by side.
He has the time actually to approach.
Cracking, chasing, hunting, one more kill, and Torsen denies. Safe assured round here for GamerLegion, but it cost them everything.
Man, I'm surprised Towson even had an angle to get a bullet in. That was a little scary for sure. Snax had to do all of this just to guarantee it for GamerLegion. Barely has the angle for that.
Just checked Makazi's sense on other sides. He has, in fact, doubled it.
Oh, he has doubled it? Okay, that makes sense. All right. I'm going to double mine now. That's you could do that.
All right, GamerLegion. Not out of the woods yet here. Still in this game. Problem is going to be every round you face is full rifle right now. NAVI have a wealth of cash. GamerLegion are on the edge.
Yeah. A bit of a Pyrrhic victory. It was such a dominant round, but losing all those players. Aye, that's an opt-down.
Grabs it back. Alexius v Snax in this cave duel is bound to be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Two players that will definitely push the boat out and go through smokes. Locked off on this A split. They wanted to go for it.
This is really a really weak A-hold right now, especially with the threat of Donut on top of it. PR could get a lurk kill, fall back maybe to Temple if they are too lackadaisical about how they approach. But it's just so scary for him. I mean, his next support is over here in Res. he could get smoked out.
It's meant to be the CT smoke for Rez. It's missed completely. Nice catch.
Damn. I mean, they're pretty much forfeiting the round now. Like, there's an A push happening, but just depends how fast Navi move into this.
And he's dropping with this big flank. PR in position, wants to shave one off before the hit comes in, and that is a beautiful start here for GamerLegion. Man down round to maybe theirs. Navi are going to have to fight, and they have nowhere to move but the bomb site itself. Makazi with a 15th kill in this half already, and he's got more to do in this 2v2. The big flank is kind of wasted energy right now. It's wasted time. They're giving Torsen a few more seconds to move, but the penny might be dropping for Navi. Alexi has a nade even as well. Makazi realizing they must be in the site, and with his teammate covering his back, there is no saving the situation unless Alexi will win this clutch out this time, and Navi go on for a 6th round, breaking their money while they do.
I mean, look at this guy. I mean, the play that he gets there from the back of default, it's pretty much him, only him in that spot. Could just guarantee that 2nd kill in the CT. Taking the top out as well. The way they post plant from this position is really perfect. Alexi's nice and close to make it an easy frag. Can't be spotted from Temple.
Look at the relief.
Yeah, Kazi can swing off the contact. It's like butter.
Scary 1v1 though.
Yeah, Dowson's blocked up a couple of those.
Yeah. It's the exact repeat round from Mirage, isn't it?
True.
Except this time Alexi does clutch up.
And we are flying through timeouts.
Yeah, true, both teams in fact. Navi trying to stay ahead.
I love how Blade is just always ready to talk. Doesn't matter who's calling the pause.
You can be good, you can be great, you can never be perfect.
It's the 10th time Makaze has reached 15 frags in the first half this year. Personal best 21.
And in that 21,
yeah,
that was a 13-0.
Oh, wow.
Opening game at Rio on this map as well.
Good memory.
Oh my goodness.
Dude.
It's a bloodbath here on B. Bomb is late, but it's going to get picked up here by Wonderful, who is AWPing.
It's an investment here for GamerLegion. It feels like you just highlight their aim on this map. They're so comfortable in all these fights.
2 shots. And oh, careful. You really needed that. And with the backstab in and the bomb going back, there is no escape here. Emo, great molly to lock this position down. And so knife out for Wonderful into this empty A site. Hypex is going to have to hit some hard shots right now.
Emo's just going to be patrolling this, and that's free. They are walking through this half now.
Looking
the fact that Alexi can path to the back of cave every single round,
yes,
no problem, either fight mid or fight cave and still win all his duels, that's something they have to stop.
Well, that's just the effect of Makazi being this much of a nuisance in middle. GamerLegion have moved away from it, as maybe we prescribed, and that just gives more room for the other pieces of Na'Vi to take control. So it's nice to know when they get that, when they get their opponents kind of in their shell, they exploit it.
Max 7's out.
Snacks classic. Navi just want to go for it right now.
Wasn't ready for that.
2 players on the right side, 4 players on B.
But the window lurk. I mean, Makaze, they're not going to rotate back to this. They can kind of wait for this to take effect.
Makaze just has to be active, right? If he's holding for rotations, he's not going to get them. Player alone on A, just committed.
He's just here so early. He can wait forever if he wants to.
All right, block for stakes, buy time. Squeezes every second he can out of that smoke. And Navi, I mean, they've shown boost AWP, they've shown cave control. Right now, it feels like a B hit. And so walking back into A feels like a good remedy. The question is, will Rez get his smoke down? If he does, Na'Vi have got a tricky problem to solve. Might just come down to breaking it and going through. Rez hearing the steps. Smoke is in the way. Na'Vi, what's the call?
Yeah, Alexi's got a nade.
Close up. 5-7.
Didn't see
Second
anything.
nade. Might have to do it.
Now they're got to go B,
they
right?
break again. Oh my goodness, full blind, jumping the shot, and he still connects the kills. Res triple, 5-7 mauls them.
A little bit of a mistake. They both run out watching the same direction. Nobody clears that close right position. It's that smoke, as you denoted. That's the whole round right there. They were in a position at 30 seconds. They actually could have ran it back to B. Makaze saw the extra rotation over to B as well, or over to the A side as well. They just didn't want to have to work that hard this round.
Nice, boys. Let's fucking go now, man.
Well, that is one hell of a round. A steal right at the end. It's going to give you everything to play with. All the nades and the orb. And still mid-control for Na'Vi, assembled quickly. He is so quick to cave there. Have you seen that routing? He beats Snacks to that position.
Yeah. The CTs have had just so little map control to start every round.
So that's why holding these smokes proving to be valuable. Blocking Na'Vi's last entrance.
There's a real skeleton by here for Na'Vi. They don't have the op. They got bid on a Tech 9.
Hypex is not having a great game right now. 2 and 8. Missing, and they need him.
I mean, going A, I don't know.
Haven't really seen what this site has in store. As that smoke bounces very wrong. AK is going to have to cut heads off.
Dude.
Wonderful does do it himself. Double entry. Oh, it's hot in here. Bomb is loose right now. With these smokes down, Na'Vi better get that bomb plant in. Goodbye, Snacks. Wonderful is on for another clip. He's had 4 kills already in a round on this A site. Trying to match it once more. Wonderful on for the ace. And why not just send it? Finish the half with a smile. One more bullet, and Wonderful's got it. An ace to clutch up this 8-round half here for Na'Vi. Pure domination as they surge towards the semi-final.
Hey guys, this is Mahone, and I'm going to break down how the pros hold short on Mirage so you can do it just like them too. Let's go. At the start of the round, typically you'll want to throw a flash at the top of mid to push the T's back. This flash hits anyone standing between top mid and the chair, ultimately creating space for you to peek middle. The top mid flash creates an avenue to peek middle, but you also have to worry about someone coming from underpass. To deny the possible T coming from underpass, you can throw a Molotov at the entrance to prevent them from getting to bench. This gives you more safety when you fight top mid. The top mid flash and underpass Molotov are good tools to help you fight, but before you reach that point, there's a chance a T could cross the initial angle before you get to bricks. This is possible if the T has the best spawn and your teammates at window and connector get smoked out. If this happens, you can Molotov the bricks and progress as the Molotov is still up. But if the T's don't push up, a great angle to hold is between the bricks and the corner, where you can't be seen from chair. This is strong because T's tend to clear the bricks angle on the right corner, but not exactly the spot in between. This also allows you to be close enough to spot if a T runs up connector. Another spot you can use is on the ledge in front of ladder room. Holding this specific spot matches up with the right end of the bench, so if T's jump onto it, you'll be able to catch them mid-air. Being up close also allows you to see the T even if they crouch, whereas if you stand further back, the T now has the option to crouch for cover. If you want to get a deeper view into mid, you can get a boost onto the bricks. From here, you can catch T's running down the slope of mid from an elevated position, and even if the T's throw a smoke at Cat like this, you'll still be able to see over it. Now, these are some great positions to play on short, but you'll likely want some flexibility to move to ladder room. The best way to do this is to throw a smoke at the front of catwalk. Not only does this block the T's from pushing up, but now you can move to ladder room without being caught. Being in ladder room allows you to defend against T's coming up short and through window at the same time. You also get access to this position on the cement blocks in window to spot the cross towards connector. T's often overlook this position since they're clearing the top of connector when they enter. But holding short is just one part of being in this area. What are some other ways to help your teammates? If you don't use your smoke for front cat, you can also use it to re-smoke the bottom of connector, which slows down the T's map control. If a B push comes in, putting yourself right up to the bricks gives you an isolated fight for the window. The power behind this is that the bricks actually covers up many of the common flashes that pop towards the B site. For comparison, exposing yourself to the site with the same flashes would look like this. Now, despite everything you can do as the short player, don't forget you can start the round by going through window instead of B site. If you make the cat jump, you can contest mid far earlier. And instead of jumping on cat, you can also go for the ladder rim jump. Being in ladder allows you to cut off any T's who go fast towards short. But if you peek middle from ladder room, keep in mind a T with the best spawn can already make it to second chair. And that was the last piece on how to hold Mirage short like the pros.
All right, let's get back into this, man. That was a round to remember for Wonderful in Ace to close out that half.
To pack your cable mouse after the game.
Yeah, Wonderful and Makazi putting on an absolute show here. NAVI showing the difference between one of the world's best and just another team. As GamerLegion get reduced to waste here on this second map. 8-round T-half. Maui called it perfectly. 15 kills at the half for Makazi. And to think he could have done better.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to Maui's prediction. Like, the stat was he's done that so many times, like right on the nose. That's the consistency is kind of insane. And right now, you just see every single time they get into a duel, any one of these players on Navi on this map, it feels like they're a lock for the kill. Like, at best, you might get a trade, but probably not that either.
Oh no, what Julies, careful, careful, careful. He just got an ace. He just got an ace. You're going to give him another one? Triple kill for Wonderful. Looking to crown it with a fourth. Why not? Put that bullet down. 3 will have to do for now, but Wonderful's had all sort of multi-kills in this map.
Man, that's the one cave hold that GamerLegion were trying to get that entire half. He just walks up in a cave and gets it right away.
They never got that deep in the cave. Makazi was already heaven.
Oh, man.
Dude, I mean, the ceiling and the floor is in the sky for Navi right now.
Yeah.
And this sets up Fort Worth perfectly here at Rivals. Those playoffs with world number 1 and world number 2 locking horns on opposite sides of the semis. If they hold their ground, we're going to get a great grand final. Quick A-pop, forced buy out of desperation here. GamerLegion just sent it through the smoke, and Ema and Makazi just flood. They don't give a damn. They don't care what you want. Challenging the bomb plant. It was a fake after all, but that one was not. You don't even get to plug the numbers in. Good night, 10 rounds as GamerLegion just get thrown to the wayside.
They just have immaculate confidence. They don't care at all. They know they can keep attempting the attack one player at a time. No one's going to get mad at them if they die because the next guy's going to rock up and get 2.
Just flooding through smokes. Wave after wave.
And to be honest, if the backup default isn't mollied, even if CT is smoked, you can't just push through because you're so close to that. And the other team, you know, are on a low buy as well. So really having their way with them. PR comes in, sole AK for GamerLegion.
Rez has handed that over. Trying to get his star started, but studded with bullets instead. Diamond encrusted bit drips him down on ramp.
Staying peaked the entire time, just making sure they can't get it back.
Oh, of course, Alexi grenade to sweeten the deal, and he saw something in that corner. We all did. 11-4. There is nothing left for GamerLegion.
Nah, this is a speed run. It's an absolute masterclass. It's a statement on Ancient. This is the ceiling of Ancient that we're seeing. No shame in this loss.
Don't hit your head on the doorway when you walk out.
Like him just staying peaked. There's just no restraint whatsoever.
Give us a reason to feel scared, GamerLegion. That first map was competitive all the way to 10-10 before Navi dug deep. This one is Navi's Wonderland. Kazi climbing up fearless and pushing again down the ramp. Denied. No. Once more, another multi. Every player on this team putting GamerLegion in their place.
What are you supposed to honestly do if you're Snacks in terms of the call? You have to pretend like you're still going to be able to win this game? I mean, honestly, I don't know how you even break through the confidence of Navi right now.
Just run down the ramp. All right, guys, save. And Makazi smells blood.
the vitality of Ancient.
Navi are doing to GamerLegion what Vitality do to Navi.
Yeah.
And every other team.
Yep.
Traded in middle. No good deed going unpunished. And they're just going to swing it. Alexi fearless finish, 12-4. 5 kills away from those semis. Come on, guys. Keep going.
And you can see that Blade was really frustrated on map 1 because they almost lost. And I think for him, it's like they need to prove versus competition like this, and they're way, way better. They didn't really get that feeling, but I'm sure he's going to be proud of his team for this win.
Yeah, it's reassuring after a competitive first map. And I mean, there is still positives to take away for GamerLegion, maybe not in this moment, but when you zoom out in the tournament, a good Mirage beating up on Furia as well on 2 of the 3 maps.
Felt like they kept a good attitude.
Yeah.
There was always good ideas. A lot of the calling was great today, to be honest.
And so a great opportunity in the arena nonetheless. They will start from the quarterfinals if Navi find his finisher. And doesn't it just feel destined to happen? This round is a little different though. Free kill out elbow, Hypex punishes, and Navi are far away as his bomb gets planted.
They have a late lurk as well.
Oh, who pre-aims that?
Yeah, honestly.
Ema can come through this. And in fact, he may as well. That box is going to provide some cover, so he sneaks out under the headshot angle, under the safety of his sight. No save and grace here for GamerLegion as PR is too far away on position.
Don't tell me he misses this kill as well. They're running right by Donut.
Yeah, and now they get the tap off, they get the stake in the smoke, double smoke. You're not getting through this. Spam, a spray, a pray, but it's just a dream, or should I say a nightmare, as Navi show up in this series and show us what they've got. Semi-finals bound for Natus Vincere, looking for another final.
Semi-final berth for Navi, and when you look at kind of how the tournament is playing out, we'll take a look at the schedule and all those things later, but I'm seeing the dream scenario if we might get that Navi Vitality final, but that's a little early days yet to talk about that, but definitely hopeful signs. And Maui, props where props are due. You said 15 kills he's going to drop on the first half of Kaze. He did it. Exactly that.
It's not often that I get to say this. I told you so.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, Makaze is just one of those players where I expected every single time. It's been a very long time since Navi have had a guy like that. And also, I simply love the fashion in which the way the team won this one, where we know that their tactics can be great on a good day, that they're going to game plan incredibly well, but it's also really nice to see them win with firepower. That was clearly a big difference today. Sure, they had some tactics beyond that. They caught GamerLegion off guard a couple times, but even just in the man-to-man 50-50 duels, they're winning so many.
Yes, Blade, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Are you happy with what you saw today?
Yes, it was a little bit rough game. I think we can put Blade much better on the rush, but eventually, in the Ancient was very confident.
It was always going to be. We're talking about Makaze non-stop. Actually, everybody's kind of sick of talking about it, but I'm still going to ask you. Does he turn into a different player when Ancient is picked?
Yeah, imagine Valve will remove Ancient and Cash.
No.
They did like remove Train first. So we hope, yeah, he's like very good on Ancient. He feels some like micro details, you know, like when he was pushing like on A rush, like he went out of Dragon and killing them on right side. He's like risking a little bit sometimes, where on other maps, he don't have this like expertise, or how I can call it.
Yeah, muscle memory, yeah.
I guess one thing that I would say in that game is that there were definitely times where your players are feeling themselves a lot. I know you can be a bit of a perfectionist, that you probably see they're swinging for untradeable deaths. Like we saw, even though you look at the scoreline at the end, or fans will, and they'll see 29 kills, 20-something kills for Wonderful and Makaze, but they do have some moments where it does feel like they're taking some individual liberties, and it's kind of a risky play if you really boiled it down. How do you react to those as a coach? Because I know you want excellence all the time, but do those ever get under your skin even when they're getting all the kills?
I think I can call it not excellence and perfection, but more like quality. We don't think that in our system, we don't usually explain it as something like something hard to do, or like something like really impossible to do. Like, you know, you need to sweat a lot, you need to have a lot of effort. When you play on this level, like, those things what you're saying about, it's like, it's more like a quality of a player, like quality of his play. And we always emphasize on this. We analyze a lot of rounds when you play with Vitality and more bigger teams. And at this moment, we already went through the situations. So it's not something like, it's not something that's really hard to do, you know? It's more about discipline. It's more about your mind, like, not to be over-aggressive at some point. And we can have like another situation, for example, like if somebody did a mistake, you can step up and activate this like discipline aspect, right? Not to repeat his mistake, at least.
Yeah.
And on Mirage, I think we had something like this, like you said. We could, like for example, round 5 versus 4 in Mirage, like when we killed top mid op, we discussed how to play these kind of situations, like literally what they did execution, how we should react. And we didn't do it like properly, and we lost the round, and they have economy now, and we have no economy, you know?
Okay, so I guess I would contrast that to a team, I think the epitome of discipline all the time, or a team that tries to exude it, would probably be something like Paravision, where they always are trying to execute the system as flawlessly as they can, because it's making up for sometimes the individuals not being as experienced, so they just follow these really strict ideas in rounds. Do you think that can also be too taxing for players, where they're always trying to be 100% disciplined all the time?
I think their style is to, first of all, they're less experienced, and I think if you ask them to do something, they can not do it with the quality that usually tier 1 team can do. And I mean, it's like expectations in reality. You can ask your teammates to do anything you want, but I'm not sure they will guarantee to do it with a execution with a good quality, right? And their style is more like, I can say, not flexible, okay? We always emphasize on flexibility, always. So we, even sometimes we play, we even like analyze mistakes when we follow the script too much, and we always say, guys, we said that priority number 1 is flexibility. Like if you see it's not logically possible to do what you wanted to do, just skip it, right? That's why I think like it's not the same comparison, because like I said, we focus a lot on flexibility, and our style is completely different than Paravision. And what I said to you about playing quality is not, I don't think it's, you need this like tightness and like full focus, but you saw how Rob's playing, like how Beat playing, how Ikinder is playing. It's full focus. At the same time, it's full focus. Like this level of concentration gives you micro like control and dominance. So I think it's also a huge part.
Yeah, it's like precision almost,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. We're almost going to let you go. I did want to ask you one more question, because you mentioned Vitality in this interview just now. Your players mention it a lot. Alexi B said it's not a tournament win if we don't go through them. Tell me a little bit about how much that is on your mind, and how much that focus is of like, okay, this is the best team in the world. This is where we want to be. How important that is in your route here to the championship, but also overall, that benchmark that they set.
It's very important, but I think we are not the only team who tried to win them. I cannot say like that we are the hope for community who can
yes, you
must
are.
beat them.
No.
I think a lot of teams can do this. They just need to build good lineups, because there's a lot of players outside there. You just need to have like good pieces, you know, like good coach, good agile, and people wanted to play. People who want to play a lot with each other, like, and building something strong, and then we will have much more competitive scene, because they build like amazing team, obviously. And we tried already this year like 2 times we played them. One time it was close match, but last time it was very tough for us.
Yeah.
And I think last time we played them, they were fully confident. Like, I think they didn't even they thought that it's impossible to lose, you know. And it's a good mindset when you play like this. And so I think it's more depends on them. What we can do from our side is play less, we call it shackled, like less shackled versus Vitality, because you have nothing to lose. And sometimes you just don't need to be afraid to do like crucial moves in a crucial moments, you know, the ones that they can change the situation. And this is what we lacked like last time versus them, that if you take Mirage, for example, we won 2 rounds, and then next round we are playing like a little bit not confident, like not dominant, right? And then if you go with the same pace, then it's possible. But we saw that they're vulnerable like this tournament.
Yeah, they haven't been perfect, right?
They lost 2 streaks, like our pass and us 2.
Yep.
1 to coach, so it's possible.
Maybe this is the one. We'll
Might be the
see.
time.
This
Wait,
might be
they
the
play
time.
semis. Maybe they will lose semis. Don't
Maybe you
don't
win and
jump.
they lose.
Don't jump.
Yeah, we're not
Yeah.
jumping. It's just that it would be such a
No,
beautiful
we
final.
will.
But you're right. Yeah. Jump.
You should have like third place decided. We lose, they lose, and then we win them.
Okay, yeah, but would that really
the
count?
time you
Would
want to
that
beat them,
count?
though?
No.
You'd rather do it in the grand final.
They don't care at all this moment.
No,
Third place.
It's true.
Okay.
Hey, sometimes they're entertaining for the VRS points and all that.
Oh yeah, sure, totally. Third place.
Anyway,
Yeah.
thank you, Blade. We'll let
Thank
you
you,
go.
guys.
We'll see you in the
Congrats.
semifinals. You can take that. Whatever. There we go. Ugh, I always love talking to Blade. Talk to him
for sure.
forever.
Yeah.
Interesting insight there, because you see, I think from the outside we sometimes think, oh, the Blade system, it's like, I don't want to say restricting because that's the wrong word for it, but it's like this framework that is like within the parameters you operate.
Yep.
But he says, well, it also includes sometimes doing the impossible, right? It's about the precision then when you do those moments and the know-how that you do know how it plays out in a perfect situation, but you're willing to take that risk, etc. And also, I mean, on top of that, he has a couple of players that can be extremely clutch. So, I don't know.
I would relate Blade's system a lot to how one lives their life.
Okay.
That the circumstances of their birth are already predetermining a lot of what their fate and
nature
future
versus nurture.
are going to be. However, you do have these windows of volition in which you can operate, and Blade allows that window to all of his players, and they have to figure out what sort of wiggle room they have in it, and are they going to exercise the freedoms for good or to harm their own team. So I think in the beginning, Makaze learned that it can harm your team, but now he's making a lot of good choices.
Absolutely. Is what a streak he's been on. I mean, so exciting to play, to watch. To play, I wouldn't know. I'd probably not even get a kill in. But super nice indeed. We saw there how the group played out, and then overall we'll now also take a look at the bracket so far, and the playoffs bracket to be exact. FaZe versus G2 tomorrow, Astralis versus GamerLegion. They're in the quarterfinals, and then NAVI and Vitality respectively in the semifinals. This is a pretty cool, like you said, name value, right?
Oh,
in
yeah.
the playoff bracket?
Name brand value is excellent on this tournament. I feel like people might have came in and thought, it's going to be Vitality and just that's it. But really, I think in terms of the orgs that are in attendance right now, we've been very fortunate that Astralis has been on an uptick, that G2 look renewed with Nerds in tow, that the FaZe team is pulling off an upset today versus a Furia team who's firmly in my top 5 still. That kind of stuff is where you have hope.
Yeah.
You have hope that more of the balance can be upset as we play through this bracket.
Yeah, the odd duck out Fury is no longer there. They'll be, I mean, fuming that they don't get a shot at this playoff bracket. But on the other hand, you've got an Astralis, a GamerLegion that are looking to make a deep run. Oh God! Well, we're already building up for tomorrow,
gosh.
so let's take a look at the schedule tomorrow.
They're coming, Shox.
We're right next door. They're on a ladder. Oh my gosh! Right next door in the Dickies Arena. FaZe versus G2 up first. That will be at 2:30 CDT, and then Astralis versus GamerLegion. What is CDT? Central Dallas?
Central time.
Oh.
Let's just say Central time.
Oh, okay.
Daylight savings time. Central daylight.
Okay.
Something
I
about
was like
that.
Central Dallas.
Just Central American.
Okay.
Central USA time.
Yes. Okay. What do you think about those predictions?
FaZe G2 is super interesting.
It's so nice.
G2, I mean, in some way, they're a brand new roster with Nerds in their midst. Obviously, it's a whole new look for FaZe, new coat of paint and everything. They got the new track suits too on top of that. I think that the second game has more of a definitive favorite for me. I think Astralis, even though maybe it's not been the same level of success that you would have expected after what they did at the last PGL event where they were in the grand finals, they still should take care of business in my eyes against GamerLegion.
Okay. Very exciting day to kick off our playoffs here. It's been a great tournament so far, and also people are working hard because there's a lot to do. The playoff starts immediately tomorrow.
Gotta get going. Wrap this
there
up.
we go. So big up to production. They're going to be burning the midnight oil to make sure that we have our setup tomorrow and the players have the ideal positions or the ideal circumstances rather to play in. And so we will see you tomorrow for the playoffs of Blast Rivals Fort Worth. Good night and see you then.